done it several times. If you go look up survival shows like do men versus women, they'll throw women on the island, and they'll throw men on the island, and they'll compare to see who survives and thrives. And every single time, the men not only survive, they thrive, but every single time the women often would theoretically die, where they would have to stop the show and intervene. It's happened like 3 times, I think. And right now, I don't even do these shows anymore because like women don't form rules. They don't. They operate on equal on participation rather than creating rules and hierarchy. That's what.
It's interesting in the show. Is that like with people who are?
Yeah, it's with people. Just type in like Survivor, men versus women, and you'll see like a few shows. Like it's like a seasonal show. And you'll see that. I mean, that's why you have like tropes like you got to be a man of your word. It's because like it's more necessary for male socialization and survival than it is for like women. That's why like women more so are focused on making sure everyone feels okay. So it's focused more on participation, agreeableness, and acceptance. Whereas with men, it's structure, hierarchy, rules. So that's why like guys have a bro code.
I don't understand. Okay, like I think the examples about the shows is funny because we don't have Bible skills. That's terrible, right? But like that speaks to girl code. Like women are just coming to commune for nothing. They're literally losing the plot because they're having so much fun together just being girls. Like like what's really I don't really understand.
They're thrown on an island, and they all the people have an actual survivor like training. They're thrown on the island. This isn't a patty cake, baker cake. This is like.
I know what you're talking about. But what I'm saying is that they have no survival skills, clearly, but they can come together and like be cool and have fun and come amongst each other with what they got, which is fucking nothing usually. That really speaks to girl code.
No, they actually end up infighting. That's why they die. Like they end up not agreeing on anything and fighting the whole time.
Okay.
I was just throwing.
That's funny.
Say the men won 28 seasons and the women won 21. So.
What's that? Is that Naked and Afraid y'all talking about? Or something now? Survival. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the men argue too on their side just to get shit done. Too. It could be because we're all humans. And if you put humans on any secluded island for any matter of weeks, they're going to start to get into it. Especially strangers. Like that's just like that's what humans do. Like I don't really know.
I get it. It's different. I think my fault.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I appreciate it. I'll make it super fast. I don't agree with the whole gender war thing, but I do feel like when it comes to bro code and woman code, I'm not sticking up behind some guy that's doing or saying something crazy. Right? It don't gotta be against women. It don't gotta be a sexual thing or anything. And I see women do that more often. Women will just be like, even when she know the other girl is wrong, she's like, oh well, maybe she's just feeling bad. It's like, that I see that as the difference between bro.
Man, boy, I put that in the chat, and I do agree with you. I do, and it's just my personal opinion. I think that the fallacy of girl code and bro code actually rests. I think the fallacy of it rests on the fact that if you put any man in any situation, his desire to be identified as that particular tribe is going to dictate whether he observes the code of that particular tribe. And there's no way in the world that I'm going to stick up for a bunch of dudes robbing a bank. They broke code. What? I'm going to not snitch? No, I'm telling. bruh. I don't want to be. I don't want to do time for dudes I don't know. Or if a fight breaks out at the club, I don't go to clubs. But if a fight breaks out at the club, I'm not jumping in. I'm leaving. And I think if you put it in a position, and everybody's going to vary on that scale. But if you put anybody in position and ask them to observe quote unquote girl code or bro code with a group of people that they don't want to be associated with, they won't observe it. So the idea of the code is a fallacy because it's only resting on the basis that they want to be identified and accepted by that particular tribe. And to the point that you were making, we're actually tying in the survivalist, the survival shows, and I've seen several of them. I think that you have some people, and I'm not saying which one is right or wrong. I'm just saying you have some people that believe people are a gender before they're a human. And then you have some people that believe people are human before they are a gender. And that is the delineation between how people see this particular issue. Because I believe that everybody's a human first. Then they get their gender. I mean, just from a biological standpoint, if you know the matriculation of a baby in the womb, they are a human being before they find out what gender they are. That's developed first. So my thought process, just to actually follow the line of logic, is that people are going to behave as humans. And after that, they will actually exhibit certain gender traits, but not before. And I think that if you stick any group of people, I'm old, so I've watched Big Brother in the real world, and the same things that are being ascribed to girl code or women, the same things happen with men. The same things that are being described with men happen with women. So I don't think there's one that is stronger than the other in any way, shape, or form. I really don't. And on top of all of that, like I said, I believe it's just fallacy. It's just cost on the basis of if somebody wants to be ascribed with whatever group is doing whatever, and they say, oh yeah, okay, I'm going to observe God code because I want to be assimilated with that tribe.
I agree with you to the extent that it's a shaky concept, but when I look at all the strongest points, I still just think the guy code kind of takes the W on it. It's not something I care, like, down that hill. I'm just, engaging the conversation and saying that if I would have done anybody guy code stronger, but it's not like this kill shot talking point.
I also think y'all want people to course correct their friends in front of you. And I think that's a big ask. Like, I don't think it takes all of that. I think that you check it quickly and you can have that conversation later with either group, right? Like, I don't usually check your homeboy in front of me either. All that big chest, and I don't need that really, right? So I think that's kind of what y'all obsessed with. Like, y'all don't see women call women out when something happens immediately, which is really not true. Because we're like, girl, calm down. You're doing a lot. Like, calm down, girl. Like, we will get on our friends.
Y'all don't do
But
that.
the real talk that we have with them would be behind closed doors, because that's the respectful way to do things. Because they're also grown adults, right? Like, we're not kids, and the people that we hang with aren't kids, hopefully. So we're not going to disrespect each other like we're children. I'm going to talk to my homegirl on the back end about something that I felt like I don't think she handled properly. And she should be able to do the same for me. And I assume the same with me. Like, I don't think it's this thing where women just let their friends act any kind of way. Like, what, 20-year-old women? Because I'm 28 now. And you're not going to be outside with me acting any kind of damn way. Girl, that's going to be our last time going out together. I'm not about to go to jail for you. I'm not going to get in no fights for your ass. I'm not about to chase down no cars with you. I'm not going to come hop in a car with you to find your boy. I'm not doing none of that. I'm going to fuck. Like, I'm not going to do it. And I think you should be having those talks with your friend, especially, like, at a certain point in y'all friendship. That should be a common thing. Hey, like, girl, I don't like the way you handle that.
I think that people are assuming when it comes to these codes, and y'all talking about the fallacy of it, I think that we are confusing that with the shared frequency. And that it's almost like because we might share the same gender, that means we are automatically aligned. Just because someone might share my infrastructure and certain qualities when it comes to being a woman, it doesn't mean that we share the same standards. I think that's being confused. So when people are saying, y'all not holding each other accountable, we don't share the same values and standards. And I think you can still be on code with women, but I think that there's different levels to it. Y'all are confusing the infrastructure of a woman being a woman to thinking that they should all have the same standard or they're not on code. And I think to Naya's point, there's some confusion there.
I don't think it's confusing anything.
Break that down, Smarrell, because now you're saying that you can be on code, but actually not support the behavior of a woman and be on code and say, hey, no, I'm not going to protect you. Because we don't have the same standards.
You can have somebody's back and still not agree with them. I mean,
I don't think that's what she was saying, champ. That's why I want her to explain it further. Because I think she was saying something different.
I'll rebuttal if it don't make sense after that. Go ahead.
Smart. Can you explain that to me in depth a little bit more? Because I'm not really understanding.
Sorry, what are you saying again?
I was saying what I understood that you said is you're saying that you can have different values and different beliefs, not support another woman, but stay on code. Is that what you're saying, or did I misunderstand?
I could feel that from a man's point of view. Some people gonna probably dislike me.
Was that on mute?
Yeah, you were on mute, Smarrell. I mean, I didn't hear anything.
Go ahead, Smarrell. Go ahead. I love you back, baby. All right, good.
Okay. So you guys, I guess when we're thinking of like girl code, they're thinking that means that I might never call a woman out. And poor Naya, I agree with everything she's been saying. She's fighting for her points, right? But I think the truth to that might be that the girl code means that I might value who we are as a collective too much to allow you to like break us down into lower vibrational behavior, right? Like I might not agree with certain behavior from a woman, but I might do it in a way where it doesn't make a man think that we're holding her accountable because I'm not yelling at her and telling her how she's a piece of crap in front of a lot of people. I find that when women kind of pull each other away, we kind of do it in our own way, that we are protecting her and her potential to be better. But we're also, when we hold space for a woman, even if we don't share the same standards, it's not about us. We are actually protecting the village, right? Like I think that I think that y'all think that if women are not holding each other accountable the way that y'all think that we should, then it seems like it's not happening. But I don't think that you guys understand that more than the act of holding someone accountable, the truth is the highest form that we have of protection for each other, right? So it is, sister, I see that right now you're showing your ass. Sis, what is actually really going on? Like, fuck all this shit right here, right? Like, if this was a public space, that's how I would react. And I have done that for years in spaces on Clubhouse, and people would never know, right? It's, hey, you showing your ass? Are you all right? Fuck all this. what's going on? No, I had a really good day. Okay, well, I think you need to take a second. Because right now, I don't know what the fuck's going on, but like, it's just the energy is not who you are. And that's the protection, that's the accountability that women hold true, you know, because we are the natural nurturers, we are the natural protectors. The truth holds more weight than the act that y'all need to see of this said accountability. If that answers your question, I didn't really hear, but I was kind of texting back. So
yeah, I see where you're coming from. I was actually getting to a different version, a different delineation of that. But I get where you're coming from. Basically, what you're saying is women hold other women accountable in the ways that actually suit them and the way that is most protective to the village. I was literally asking, in supporting behavior, do you either do what you just talked about or do you just walk away? And I get your point. You're saying, yeah, I'm going to support Girl Code because I'm going to support her where she needs it. I may do it quietly off in the corner. I get that. I get what you're saying.
I think I do both, right? Like, I have had sisters.
Do you walk away?
Hell, me? Come on, GA. I mean, come on.
But is walking away upholding Girl Code?
Let me tell you this. I uphold I've had a real thing in real life, like in Belize, where a sister friend who, I'm talking about, our children are expats in the middle of the jungle, and I've had so many amazing, frolicking trips, NBA islands, like just the things, right? And I realized, like, okay, you want some other shit that I'm not on. And there's a certain level of disrespect or a certain behavior that I will say I'm not in alignment with. And to this day, people will ask me, even today, I went to a mutual vendor that both of us used to hit up and was like, hey, I haven't seen, your sister. They literally call her sister. Where's she? I don't know right now, actually. I don't know where she is right now. We're both so caught up in doing our own thing. I haven't seen her or talked to her in a while. That's like what I mean by real girl code is like, even if we have had the biggest fights and I don't fuck with you or your family, like some women are on code to where it's like, yeah, our business is still our business. I'm not letting nobody else know. But I'll walk away from your ass and you never got to hear from me again. But I still got enough respect for you to not ever mention it to anybody who has nothing to do with it. Does that make sense, GA?
Okay. Hey, yeah. Then I wanted an explanation from you because I think it's subjective, but I really appreciate that. Thank you for explaining it to me.
But hell yeah, I ain't got shit to say to her ever again. But I am that person who believes that if a woman's energy is toxic to the community, then yeah, she needs
What's my real? Just a quick question. Don't you do the same thing with men now?
I don't think that I share the same grace with men that I do with women.
So if a man, say for instance, you were friends with a dude and he did something that just don't vibe with your values and you're like, nah, y'all shady, da-da-da, just like the woman did. And somebody would ask you, hey, I hadn't seen your brother in a while. Wouldn't you be like, yeah, I have no idea where he is? I mean, or would you say, let me tell you about this, ain't shit, blah, 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 blah. You're not, that's not even in your nature. You don't do that with people generally, right?
Well, that's just who I am. I'm just that kind of person, but I think I'm just going to say the difference would be I would not give that man as much grace as I would the woman. But because, that's the nature of how I love. If you and I are cool and I have a certain amount of love for you, I don't care. If I want you dead, I would still never let the world know that I want you dead. But I'm saying I would cut that guy off quicker than I ever would the woman.
I know you would cut him off, but I was talking about protecting them if you were actually having a conversation. And my point to that is this.
I would.
Yeah, and my point to that is this. So that's not a girl code thing. That's a smart rail thing because that's what you're built like. That's who you are.
noticed that I would give the woman maybe 5 more chances than I would the guy.
Oh, I'm not talking about the chances. I'm like, whether you give him 5 chances or 10 chances or whether you cut the man off quicker. I'm talking about the conversation with the person that ask you, where are they? I haven't seen them in a while.
Yeah.
You're going to treat the guy and the girl the same because the way that you are is you don't actually hang out people's dirty laundry in the street because that's who you are. Even if you can't stand them, that's not how you move.
Well, I would throw the laundry in the street. I just wouldn't tell nobody that I threw the laundry out in the street.
Oh, Shmaria, I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
This is their laundry.
I don't believe you.
I would throw that shit out.
Yes, you don't believe her either.
I'll throw that shit out there.
Keep it cute though. He ain't even arguing with you though.
With you.
Yeah, he ain't even really like arguing with you. That's why I fuck with GA. Like, that nigga don't be bitching.
Hey, but we do be talking to our friend like Disney game shit. Like, he really did me like that. Like, dead ass. Like, it probably be a little less brave. For real. He might be for real, though. When it comes to, I don't know.
Yaz in love. Look at Yaz in love.
Yeah, but he's right. I'm not gonna put the laundry out there. I just might put some holes in the clothing and shit, you know?
Yeah.
Cut it up a little bit, put some bleach on it in the street or some shit.
You have a girl talk with your about like
Nah, man.
problem. Well, you gotta do it the delicious way.
You said what?
Do you talk to your friends about your girl problems? And not even gotta be in a malicious way.
Do I talk to your friends about women or men?
Do you talk to your friends about your male queens or?
Ooh, I'm really, really weird about that. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not, like, my mama taught me that since I was young to like never really talk to like your girlfriends about your relationships, and I tend to like really be attracted to men that women desire. So because of that, I've been really fickle about how I have conversations with lady friends.
I was saying that talking about like a relationship. We talk about like somebody, like even with somebody like you dating, he probably like stood you up or some shit like that, or like some shit like you dating somebody, and a small situation happens.
You think that nigga like you back, pretty much.
Like relationships, you don't go speak on your business, or
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking about like a small like man you getting over or some shit like that.
If I'm getting to know him, probably not. Don't let me lie. I tend to keep that type of stuff close to my chest.
Mm-hmm.
I don't ever really share that type of information. It would have to be somebody like I've had this type of issue and I'm really going through it, and then I would have a conversation with the girlfriend. But I'm not gonna lie, the lady friends that I get information from, I only talk to the women who I know are unbiased and the women that are gonna say, "Smart, you want some bullshit." Otherwise, I don't, cause I'm that person. But if I'm just meeting a guy and I'm getting to know him, nah, I would never have conversations. I kind of figure that out by myself. So yeah, cause it's just too new, right? Like you don't want, if you're feeling insecure about something, you don't want people projecting their insecurities, whatever they got going on in relationships onto you. But that's also just how, I think it's about how you're raised. I was just kind of taught that from every woman, like all my aunties were just always like, hey, don't be quick to share any of your relationship highs or lows with your lady friends until you're in it, until you feel confident and secure, and until you know they're going to give you some information on both sides. So, okay. Would you do that, Yes? Can you talk to your lady friends about males?
I don't generally do it, but sometimes I do. I'm not gonna lie. Like if it's a something that just crossed the line and like dead ass wrong, I'm probably gonna go tell my friend about it. But the way that I'm starting to be set up, it's like sometimes you get judged if you choose to move to the next level with that person. So I think I'm gonna take your advice on it, Maria, for real.
What do you mean you get judged? I don't know what happened. I left the room, so I don't have my mind back, so I can't let people up. But what do you mean you get judged?
Like, say for instance, in the man, and I tell my friend, oh, he can text me that late as hell. Like, this man, he took all day to text me that, and I'm worried and shit like that. Sometimes with females, certain females I wouldn't share their information with, like, because they, like, I've heard them talk about other friends. You get what I'm saying?
And they're feeding off of what you're saying.
Like those females, like I'm cool with them, but I would really they know they place with me, and I know my place with them. But it's like I have the heart where it's like people die every day, and it's like bonds aren't worth losing over like misunderstandings or differences with people. Like I just understand my role with them or how I move with them or what our place is versus my friends who I can,
That's kind of a fact. That's kind of a fact.
like we can talk. She'll tell me what I did wrong, and we'll come to an understanding.
That was kind of real. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Like that was kind of real.
Yeah, we have disagreements, and she will talk it out. No arguing, none of that. Like it's real with her. Like I know with her, like
niggas ain't playing no fucking game. Niggas ain't playing no game. I don't even be agreeing with you, but yo, you made sense though. That's why I said like I had to have you real quick though. I did. You know what I mean? Like you ain't saying no bullshit. She said, I know I get on this nigga nerves, but I love him. I just want to talk this. Da 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 da. Yeah, whatever. Who said what? Who talking?
I talked to him yesterday. I ain't gonna lie.
I heard a nigga voice and you don't sound like a nigga.
I don't know who it is.
We'll figure it out, but whatever. I've been on here for 6 years, 7 years, and I've been good. I don't think it's gonna happen today, and they ain't gonna be moth. They say, why you bring me up before? Why you bring me up for, bro? Just saying, man.
Jim, you lit. But
I'm definitely lit. That's why I love to be in here. That's why I love to be in here.
Listen, but yes, I think try that exercise, right? Like as you get to know men, just kind of realize like how much more you can enjoy right? Like I'm just going to say the dynamic. I'm not going to say the relationship to whatever extent. Just see how much you can really enjoy getting to know someone when you're not venting to your girlfriends or anyone really about it. Like, of course, I think the best thing you can do.
You really love that nigga.
Not even.
Whatever. Well, you know what I mean. You know what I meant, though. I don't know why I'm talking to you personally, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Well, not even like loving the person. Just enjoying the process, enjoying the journey, and all of the feelings, right? Like the questions, the insecurities, why did it take this long? And being able to just like have that conversation with that person without extra ears. Because you have a conversation with a girlfriend or a family member and it goes this way, and then y'all talk it over and it's smooth. Then you gotta go back to the friend and talk to them about how, no, we worked it out. But the friend's gonna have that imprint in their head. I remember the first time, he didn't call you back, so it's like, it's just I don't know, I just find more joy in just my friendships and relationships when I don't get other people involved. And then I also see how much I trust myself, right? Like the type of decisions that I can make for myself because I haven't involved anyone else in my dynamics. It's just, I don't know, when I really started applying that as I got a little bit older, I realized, wow, just have better friendships, better relationships in general.
You know what else, Morel? I ain't gonna lie to you. I ain't dated since April last year.
Good for you.
Yeah. And I ain't gonna lie, I've been in way more peace than I ever did. Like, young men, I promise you. It's like, girl, I wouldn't even, the man that I'm surrounded with there. It's like, mm-mm. Plus, I'm trying to focus on my goals and not that anyway. But that's another story. So it's like, them conversations ain't even been having with my friends. It's been literally just the key and, so. But I definitely will take that advice when I do start, that's how.
That's a good start. I love that for you.
Love yourself, but don't block yourself. I think I would tell anyone that when I was younger and everybody said, focus on business, focus on, your bag and all of this and all of that. And it's like, yeah, I think that's cool, but we can kind of do, two things. We just don't have to prioritize relationships. But I think it's a beautiful thing to actually, kind of learn and explore and date here or there, or just at least entertain conversations here and there. It doesn't mean you have to be intimate. It doesn't mean you have to take it there. But I think Black women are usually told that. We're usually told, focus on this. Don't focus on men. But white women are told while they're in college to get married, right? So there's that.
For real, it's like, I understand everything that you said, right? But I'm somebody like this.
What are you?
You need to stop it. You need to stop being so observant.
Hey, I'm bad, y'all. Oh.
Hella observant, like paying attention to everything. Like, nigga, what?
Okay, so yeah, like, Morel, it's not just business. It's like me becoming a young one. It's like, I had to take a step back from game because it's focusing on too many people and not like focusing on who I am. Like, with that being said, I know that I can have a sense of independence without like dating and stuff, but I really want to focus on me and my character traits and all that right now.
Oh, I think that's beautiful. You cannot lose by focusing on you. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Who's that, sorry? Who's that, right? Nah.
That was yes.
I can't really,
This is so weird. I cannot mod. They're not even, everybody's asleep and I left.
You're not even the mod. You good though. You don't even got to.
But I don't know how to close the room out right now. Everybody's just gonna be sitting up here.
It's a room call. The wine.
I'm supposed to be doing this thing right
The
here.
wine. Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh, Ari wants to come up. I know I got a couple of DMs. I can't do it. Hold on, let me see if I can call him up. He's probably asleep, tending to his family.
Yeah, what's in there drinking?
Douce. Yeah, that's the only way I can be. When you realize where I'm on, you're gonna realize you fuck with a nigga, because I ain't about to argue with you.
I'm trying to argue.
Exactly. Not even you, right? Like, not even you.
What do you say? What do you say? Like,
Douce look like a cute ass nigga that think you cute back.
it's like a bougie Hennessy jam.
Not to respond to that shit. Not that Shorty literally responded.
Nice.
I'm trying to hold my shit together though, like for
Don't hold.
That's not yet.
It
I'm gonna be myself always, but like you gotta realize sometimes like I don't got the energy to try to argue with a random man shorty.
Who trying to argue with you?
You see how submissive y'all are right now? And this is where the niggas get mad at me. Cause they hit.
So crazy.
See? Exactly. Now I'm crazy.
No, but like this.
Like you was cool as hell for the last 45 seconds. I'm definitely being myself. I'm just saying, like I appreciate when y'all like have good ass combos.
Yeah, okay.
That's crazy.
Not here.
You see what I mean? Like you see how you did that, right?
Confused.
So I'm gonna let that nigga have it. What the fuck? What the fuck? I felt that in my soul too. She said,
That's that brown. That's why I don't do that brown right there.
Yeah, at least I ain't lying about it. That's the only reason I'm safe.
Cause that, once upon a time, they used to say, as soon as, remember that song? Oh, girl, I thought you was gonna say brown turn you to a clown. Yo.
If you're trying to admit some shit, let me know so I can get back.
Soon as I can.
As soon as I let go of that.
Oh, come on.
I'll make it up. My real don't let me be safe right now.
Soon as I
There's only one person that got like that. That nigga dead ass too.
Soon as I
Get your ass shut up out of here.
Finish the rest of the song, Harmony. Damn, why you keep singing that one?
Exactly. Get your ass shut up out of here.
He knows the rest of it. I'm just waiting for him to
Nah, we talk about bro code versus sis code. Do you understand that me and Office bros? Like this shit is wild. So that nigga ain't never lied. That nigga ain't never lied. I could talk over all of y'all.
Of course you can, because you're the man.
Oh my gosh.
No, because y'all fuck with me. But that was crazy how you felt that too. I heard you thinking of my
I know.
I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to her. But yeah, like, I appreciate that.
I am going to feel so bad leaving y'all out of this.
And that's where you can't get ahead of yourself. Because you already know, like you favorite, but you just gotta let them have it.
Harmony, what you drink tonight?
I'm drinking life, baby. Casamigos.
Oh.
So you want me to be like, soon as I can.
You actually had a good little song. Look at Harmony.
The last one.
Yes, Harmony, man. That's
crazy.
That was kind of pretty, y'all. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Baby, I do what I do.
That was the best moment she ever had in life on Clubhouse, nigga. Like, that shit was actually kind of cute. What?
Y'all like light or y'all like dark?
I like whatever you like.
I like light too. Baby, I do. I just pull my ex over that light shit. So hold on. Hold on.
Shut up, man.
I just let her get that shit out. Let her get that shit out.
Said this nigga observing.
Baby, listen. I just call my ex over that light shit.
Okay, Harmony.
Harmony, you know what? Kiss it on your forehead. Just it's alright, you got it. I promise you got it. It was cute. It was everything I needed. Just let me have it. Let me have it. Thank you.
I just called my ex off of that light shit, and I feel like I just seen the light. I just felt like I just had to call that nigga.
What did you say?
Well, he said he's sorry. Let's start from there.
No, hold on. So you called?
Nah, you know what you're doing. See, you already did good.
He said he's sorry.
You did good, sexy and everything. Like,
You
just
called
keep going. Keep going.
Harmony, oh my God.
Nah, I can't
Mom,
do that.
I know y'all see this shit. These people up at
Mom is having the best time.
They're now lying to me right now. Y'all know these people up on
Harmony for real. Like, chill out.
Hold on. Let me
So how you gonna police like that?
You
There
call
we go. Whoever
He know that pussy good.
now she heard spanking that shit. It's crazy.
Baby, I do.
So you called and said what? What did you call and say?
Listen, I called and I was just.
Yeah, I'm stepping on my. Yeah, I'm stepping on my. Yeah. I'm stepping on my. I'm stepping on my.
All right, Armin, thank you.
Okay. Right harmony now.
I'm on Uber Eats right now, y'all. Fuck that.
So you called him and you said something and had a conversation on the phone.
Listen, I called the nigga because, listen, we do this.
Yo, you got me stepping on my couch. You got me stepping on my couch. You got me stepping on my couch. My couch. Oh.
What you doing?
Step on my couch.
I'm from the feet, nigga.
Party on the beat. All right, thank you, hon.
You're welcome.
We were trying to hear Ani's story about calling her ex while she was on that liquor, okay?
I've been drinking.
Now
I can forget.
Okay, so what? Tell us the details. So we can go.
Girl, I called that man. Listen, me and my ex, we do this all the time. We off and on. I met him since I was how old? I'm about to be 29 this year. I met him since I was 24. So it's been a while, off and on. His little ass, he need to renew his motherfucking green card or Trump gonna send his ass back to Haiti. But anyways, I called his ass and I said, well, the first thing he says, oh, you done ignoring me now? With that seductive voice. Oh, you done ignoring me now? I'm like,
Did you giggle? You giggled? Oh my God.
I was like,
That's good.
listen, no. I kept it P. I said, I was ignoring you. I was busy. He's like, listen, we do this all the time. I'm not gonna keep doing this with you, honey. Mind you, we like years into the game. So it was like, nigga, is you gonna apologize or what? So I had to start stomping up. First of all, where the fuck my money at? Where's the rest of, hold on. Where's the apologies at?
So
That's the fucking money.
right now, it don't even make no damn sense.
So when the time, like.
So he apologized by saying, like, you made him apologize.
She sounds small.
Yeah.
Like, do you
Yes. So the first thing I said was, cause I live in New York, y'all. I live in the Bronx, so I'm like, we don't have a lot of Haitian restaurants up here. But I'm like, anyways, I want some linguine. That's the only thing I know. So I'm like, I want some linguine. I want some black rice. What I'm saying? Like, I want that. So I'm like, send me some money. So he talking his shit or whatever, like, oh, but you been ignoring me. Who you been talking to? Da, 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 da. No, send me some money. So, he sent me the money, whatever.
So
I'm like, okay.
So y'all still together?
But, what? No, we not together.
Yes, y'all will.
No, we.
You still getting benefits like that? Y'all boyfriend and girlfriend, all going married.
So because you get benefits from a man that disturbed your heart emotionally, that means that you guys are together.
The relationship. No, she's talking about me, so.
Classic is saying that as a man.
That is what it is.
Because, listen, no matter what y'all have been through, if he's still investing in you financially, even if it's just for a dinner, he still sees you as his.
I understand that, and that's why I've been reading chapter after chapter every day, the 48 Powers of Law, very in tune. So I know what's going on.
48
So
hour.
Yes, Robbie Green, baby. So I'm like, okay, cool, whatever. I'm gonna let you think what you think. All right, cool. You send a little money. I'm looking on the Uber Eats site. He got me a little caught up because I miss him. We on FaceTime now. We getting in tune with each other because we didn't see each other in a while. But here's the thing. I'm not no girl and this is where I feel like I'm dumb at, y'all. Let me know. when I don't know about you guys, I don't know about anyone else, but like I've been on and off with this guy for years. But when I'm off with him, I'm not like, yeah, I'll talk to another guy, go on dates, but I haven't been intimate with nobody. I will literally just say to myself and kind of wait for him again, which is, I feel like I'm dumb for it in the past, but I'm not doing that this time. I'm just gonna preserve myself from it, whoever that is.
That is
I don't.
husband. Stop.
That not him.
Yes, it is.
Because
Stop being crazy. That's your husband.
that's not him. That's just me being stupid. Because I've been tricked by his manipulation for years. I told you I met him when I was 24. I'm about to be 29. So that's just me being manipulated by somebody for a long time. And I'm not going through that anymore. But he's the only person I'm familiar with.
Okay, stick with him. Thug that shit out.
No, I just feel like, it's just the Casamigo in me. That's all I had to say, y'all. I just call him and he just bought me some food. That was it.
Casamigo in me.
Yeah. Y'all keep Casamigos in the goddamn cabinet.
Oh, no, she's trying to be accountable and this nigga trying to... Nah, let me get out the car.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be quiet though.
I mean, you try. I hear it in my soul. Like you trying to be accountable, and that's why I fuck with you. Like, just do the right shit, shorty. That's all. And you know that shit hard, but you might end up doing the right shit. That might be the best choice of your life.
Well, I'm not going to do the wrong shit because I've been doing the wrong shit for years. I'm not doing that again.
And eventually you get tired of that shit. It be when nobody else got to tell you stop doing that shit, honey.
Yeah.
It'd be you.
But if I call you and, I'm glad to see you're doing okay. Nigga don't got his citizenship. I just want to make sure he's okay. There's a lot of crazy shit going on in this day and age. And
that ain't none of my business, but I'm for you though.
He's doing okay, and I get to order my motherfucking food. You might as well send me some motherfucking money.
Oh, nice. Yeah,
I'm hungry and I'm off the casa.
Mm-hmm.
Might as well.
I'm just listening to you now. Yeah, we're.
Yeah, that's it. That's
you can put your heart through it all the time. So
of course I'm a casa.
Even putting her through some bullshit, the least thing he can do is buy her a meal while she's healing.
That's it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not making any wrong moves. Like I'm not. No.
No, yeah, that's what I said. That. That's how I'm seeing it.
He knows the love is there. He knows she does love. She has love for him. He knows. Otherwise, he wouldn't do it.
I just can't.
He been writing me this whole time. I just been ignoring him because I'm just like, I can brush him off. I block him, unblock him. Weird, stupid shit, just all the time. Like I
think that the thing that makes it like real. My mother has told me this: when you can move on from a man and not block him, and if he does reach out to you, you actually ignore it.
But that's what I've been testing myself with, because when I block him, I feel like I'm not strong enough because I kind of think like, what if he is texting me and I want to know how it feels for him to text me and I ignore it. But even when I do ignore him, somehow, some way, later along through the months, I still reply or I'll get it wrong.
You want to be mad at the nigga that you like.
That's her husband.
You just want to be mad at the nigga that you like.
No, it's familiar. Just because she's familiar with him doesn't mean that.
You're going to say whatever you say, and most likely 99 out of 10 times or 100 times, it's going to sound smart, but it's like, look, like, that's what it is. Like, y'all act like y'all hate every nigga. Y'all don't hate every nigga. And if you only like that nigga, you realize that nigga understand why you hate these niggas too.
That's on the point.
You don't even gotta be mad. What?
Man, what is
This is Harmony talking?
No, it's Annie.
Chocolate party again.
No, that was Harmony. I didn't say nothing.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. This is Harmony talking.
She said that's not the point.
I said, what's the point?
What's the point of what?
You literally got the wrong one, Harmony, because I'm not even gonna be with you. Like,
whatever you call it. But
You said, well, you know, you're my best friend. I'm going to give you a kiss on the forehead and let you know you're special, Harmony.
Keep the forehead.
That's the first time you might meet up. You might meet up quicker than usual, right? It's crazy.
I have it on the forehead.
She really about to meet up, too. Wow.
She said she got a big forehead. You got to give her 2 kisses.
I already gave her 1, and you see how she muted up already? You never saw that before in life.
No, she's not muted, beloved. She's still off mute.
She ain't say shit, though. And that was enough. Hey, yo, Shamara, that shit crazy. I gotta fix that.
No, you.
Yo, my interpreter got it right.
You did. You took enough.
She got it right.
No.
Just because I'm not like da.
Yo, I'm gonna meet up. It's gonna be like hours.
I'm gonna meet up.
What she sipping on tonight, though?
Cause I'm gonna meet up too.
I had enough. That's all. I had enough. What you sip on tonight, Harmony?
I drank a bottle of Casa. I drank the whole bottle of Casa. Casa Life.
You got the whole bottle?
And it was the small one, y'all. You know the small one? Acting kind of like, oh, she's been nice and stuff like that. Oh, she's been like that. Stop it. I'm sipping on life. I drank the small bottle of Casa.
It's not that
I'm
crazy.
sipping on life. I've been sipping on life. Oh, me or Harmony?
Who was talking right now? Oh, Harmony.
I've been sipping on. I think she's sniffing on crack.
She doing something else.
I knew it.
She doing something. Smarro, that's why I appreciate you, but she doing something else.
Sister girl.
You said that's
Damn, I'm a bully. I'm really a fucking bully. That shit is crazy. Miles tried to tell me too. That's what
Who you bullying?
I don't know. Nobody. You, Smarro.
All of y'all are way more lit than me right now.
Yeah, that's how I like it. That's how I like it.
I'm definitely lit, and I definitely miss my ex.
Talk some sense into me. I love it that way. Go get that nigga. Sure.
No, fuck it.
I'm saying, like, fuck this shit. I'm like, shit, we gotta keep our.
I just gotta fight through it. That's it.
I can't have everybody. Shit.
How you gonna fight through it if you are still? I'm going to tell you, if you really do want to move on from him, you cannot accept the gifts. I literally had to block my ex's Cash App account, his Venmo, his PayPal.
Not my business.
I had to block that because I know the thing that he would try to do is be like, all right, let me just love on you because I know y'all out the country. You know, he would do some stuff like that. So when a man when you are not receiving any of his gifts or money,
I follow that shit. So like,
that's when they know.
From the top to the bottom now.
Hold on, Harmony, beloved. That's when they know you are really moving on. That's when they know, damn, like she's really done. I can pick up the phone. And have a conversation here and there because
then
something might.
Write that down.
But if he's like, hey, can I give you this or do you need this?
That's not gonna happen though, because guess what?
Okay, Harmony. But when they know she's not, maybe the men can tell me. Maybe the men can tell me if that's true. But if I feel like if you're trying to connect with an ex, you are offering her gifts and she declines the gifts, does that let y'all know something? Classic and Champs?
Nope.
Hell
no. She probably just being stubborn.
If she declines your gifts, your money?
Yeah, she probably just being stubborn. I'm saying a lot of women are. Yeah, I'm stubborn as hell.
Get out of here.
I'll be stubborn.
Champs, what about you?
I got distracted. I tried to get her to meet up.
Champs, so if a woman that you have been seeing and she's your ex and you're trying to get her attention again and she starts declining even your Cash App requests or your gifts, and she returns them.
Yeah, that's not realistic.
Is that letting you know that she's over it?
It's not realistic.
What do you mean it's not realistic?
I would never be in that position based on how you said it to me.
If you're trying to get her attention, you know you jacked up.
I'm not trying to get my ex's attention, especially if she's denying my Cash App. I'm sending her bread. I'm sending her money. No,
I'm saying if you know that you messed up and you're trying to get her
He's
attention.
saying he don't want to. He's not involved. Like he don't want.
This is like
He's not involved.
this is a rare time where harmony kind of makes some sense. Like, nah, I'm never doing that, Shmara.
You're not getting
You
what
know
I'm
what?
saying.
Yeah, me.
I get you. I get what you're
You're trying
saying.
to make up to her and you know you jacked up, is what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. No. Okay, you're right.
If you know, it's like, damn, I know this is me. I know
I got to do some matrix shit.
And she's saying no, and she's already been taking you back and going back and forth, but then she gets to the point where she's like, no, I don't need your gifts anymore. I really am moving on. Does that make you think that she's serious?
I have to understand what she's talking about. I gotta listen to her. There's something else going on. Like, she gonna speak it to me, and I can hear it. She might be like, man, you egotistical. You don't want to hear how blah, 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 blah. And if a nigga hear that one good time, it's gonna be all right. You feel me? That's why I said one good time. It's not about all the other shit. It's like that one good time where you know, like, yo, I really care about what the fuck she's saying, man. And nigga might fuck around getting lucky. You feel like nigga got lucky.
So even after she says it that one time, you're still looking for the opportunity to get lucky and see if she still has a way. You have a way.
Man, me getting lucky is me not understanding something for the first time. I don't want to be with you unless I understand you. So me getting lucky is the fact that I didn't understand you and I'm still lucky enough to still be here.
What?
Whoever background was crazy, but that was somebody's background was crazy. But I'm saying, like, if I'm a perfectionist. You can hate me, love me for it, but I'm about to make this personal a little bit. You can tell when I fuck with certain people, I fuck with them. It's not about like if you think I'm perfect or not. I know I'm annoying. You know what I mean? Like, I know that I ain't perfect, but I appreciate people. And so when you get to that level in life, man, you understand, like, yo, if you out here being miserable, just hating on people, then that's a thing. Like, nigga, you just waking up, getting on Clubhouse, hating on people. There's shorties that literally tell me I'm annoying. And, bro, do you understand that they got my back? They gonna let other niggas go out before me. And it's just, and that's why I realized, like, I don't got kids or nothing yet. As much as that shit sound cute, I gotta try to get to that, though. I'm trying to have, like, a family. Before I had that, then I ain't talking about shit.
Maria,
Mm-hmm.
have you watched the movie Someone Great?
That's
No, I
crazy
have
ass.
not. Who's that by? Or where can you find that?
It's a Netflix movie, and I just watched it. It's about a lady going through a breakup with her boyfriend, and it brought out the Lizzo song. I'm the number one this time. And she was in. You remember that movie?
Wait, it's like a Hispanic girl and her girlfriend?
Yeah.
Oh, they were singing it, and then the girlfriend came in while she was singing the song in her like pajamas.
Girlfriend. Yeah, but that's the clip. So
Okay.
you can watch that movie because it was a perfect and realistic scenario of like a woman going through a breakup or like people going through a breakup, and it's like the whole movie she wasn't over the man, and in the whole movie it's like she kept getting like backflashes and all those things from him, like what is it called? Is it called flashback? I said that.
Oh yes, that's with Gina Rodriguez. Yes, I've seen this.
Okay, yeah. So I think this correlates on what they're talking about. And when she finally accepted the fact that it was over, she said there were no more one more times with him. There were no more. She had to accept the fact that it was over. Like,
The fuck up, it's all right.
the girl was up in here, but I was just gonna tell her that she just have to accept the fact that it's that, and then when she do that, it'll be way easier for her to, like, maneuver and not even think about him.
It's very hard though.
I know.
My last guy that I broke up with was in November, and I was with him off and on for years, like 7 years maybe. And that's very hard when you've reached a certain level of familiarity. It's hard to just think, oh my gosh, life without this person, you know. So I can definitely understand how that feels for her. That's yeah.
It looks so heartbreaking. Like I never been in with someone for so many years, so it don't. I don't. You know. I know. I only know. You know me, unless I. You know. I'm young, but I cried. Like that movie had me in tears last night. I promise, because it's like, dang, you really adapt to someone so much. Because I remember hearing her say like, "There's no me without you," and she was hoping that he would come back and say that. You remember she was asleep by the waterfall, and she had the dream that he came up to her and was like, he ready to work it out. It's just like, ooh, I do not want to go through that, but I know I will one day.
I think you have to. It's beautiful. I think all of that, you know, all of the ups and downs of love, the in between, I think all of it's beautiful. But I think if we learn to embrace, you know, our relationship with ourselves, the ups and downs, I think it makes loving someone else even more rewarding, because it's easy for us to go through the heartache and stuff of relationships, but it's harder for us to like really deal with the ups and downs of when we disappoint ourselves, when we don't keep our own commitment to ourselves, when we say, oh, I'm going to get this part of this thing done, and then I don't keep my word to myself, or if I say I'm going to work out 3 days a week and then the end of the month comes and I don't do that, you know. We don't judge ourselves for going back on our word, but we we focus more on the external part, you know, the relationship with another person. But I think relationship with ourselves says more about us than our real relationship status. But the world isn't going to tell us that, you know. They're going to tell us to focus on who you're marrying. They're not going to tell you to commit to yourself.
Yeah, I wish they would make a part 3 of that movie, because that was going to be, I guess, her journey to finding herself again. And I feel like that movie also helps a lot of young girls. And it also,
wait, have you seen Emily in Paris?
Emily in Paris? No, is that like a part 2?
So Emily in Paris is a Netflix show where this, you know, I love it because it's an American who moved abroad for a job, and she was doubted so much, and she just was a young woman really trying to figure it out, like with dating, with her career, and I think you would like it if you like romance, and it's a good show, and like I've even put guys onto that show, and it's like I think I got the second season just came out, and they're already filming another one. Even my son saw me watching it one day and was like, "Mom, what are you watching?" I said, "A girl show," and he kind of laughed at me. And then next time he came in and saw me watching it, he sat down with me. And let me tell you, this second season just came up, and my son likes anime and all that other shit, like real boy stuff. And he sat down with me. He was like, "Mom, can I watch that girl show with you?" And it's a really good show, but it talks about like relationships. It's really relatable.
I needed a show like that actually, because like how deep of a connection that I have to just that movie. I mean, I bought my eyes out from just being a girl and understanding how it was. So I definitely do want to get into it. I'm actually looking for something new to watch just like that movie.
Oh my God! Somebody said Emily has commitment issues. I don't think so. It's a good show. It's a trip, and it's funny. It's really funny. Yeah, Emily in Paris. Let me see what's another good. I don't like the long, drawn out, boring ass romantic movies, but I love romantic comedies. Anything that makes me laugh and that feels like real. Let me see. It's on Netflix. Have you watched Harlem on Prime with Megan Good?
No.
serious?
I haven't seen it. Let me see what it is.
You've never seen Prime with all the black girls talking about relationships in life?
Prime?
Prime? Harlem. It's on Amazon Prime.
Oh no, I seen Didn't see them.
Girl, I mean, oh my God. Prime has had 3 seasons. You would love Prime. I mean, Harlem.
That's what you throwing me off. You talking about Prime. But I'm
Because
just,
it's on Amazon Prime, but it's with Megan Good, Grace Byers. Like, it's really good. It's really all about, like, the changes in, like, singlehood, sisterhood, work, career, families, and it's black women. Megan Good is she's one of the producers of it, and she's an actress in it. They're learning how to navigate relationships and their careers. I can't believe you haven't heard of that. You would love it.
I'm better than Insecure. Oh yeah. If it's better than Insecure, I probably definitely need you to watch it.
I don't compare because I don't do that. I love Issa Rae, and I love Megan Good. I don't think that they really compare, but I think they're both good shows. I think Issa Rae's energy and Harlem, I think it's the same. It's just kind of different.
But was Issa gay? I think I stopped it. Well, I don't even know. I think I stopped it like season 2. I was actually very young watching it though.
Oh, well, you should finish it. But Harlem, I think you would enjoy it with you wanting something, because Emily's cool, but it's, it's a little white girl show, but I love it. But Harlem is good. It's just, I watched it so fast that I was sad. But Harlem is good. Let me see. And they're all in NYC, so the energy's different. Let me see. What else? I don't know any other. I don't really do Netflix and all that other shit like that. Let's see.
I got Netflix, I got Hulu, I got HBO Max. I got a lot of that favorites though.
You got all the things. You said Netflix, Hulu.
I got Stars. I'm ready for Beauty and Black to come back out.
Oh, wait, Fade to Black? And didn't that already come back out? Something like that?
Beauty. Wait, this is Beauty and Black?
Yeah, that just came out like a couple months ago.
Yeah, the other one about to come out this week.
Oh, I haven't got caught up on the last season.
Yep, girl. Kimmy Rain.
Okay, don't tell me.
Well, yeah, I ain't gonna tell you what's going on. Where did you stop at? See, I hate when people are caught up because now we can't.
I know, right? But you're like, damn, now I can't really talk to you about the shit. The first season, actually.
Okay, well, you got some work to do.
Yeah. You know what? I'm not gonna lie. I loved his wife. Mallory? I loved her role where she was like, I really don't give a damn what you're doing, just don't embarrass me. She just dressed her ass off.
I really did love her. Like, it's just something about her. Like, she's just a boss bitch. Besides what happened in the beginning, but she's yeah.
Who saw it and said, this is our girls talk? We're talking about Netflix shows right now, actually.
That's what I want to hear me into. So
what?
It's like, I understand.
Saeed said, I'm not trying to hear their dumb ass. Wow, I'm so sorry that your life is so bad, my dear.
Always. Okay.
Let me see.
Everybody gonna need people to be up here, moderate, or give it for real mind.
I left and came back, and you know how you leave after a certain period of time, it drops you out of the room. Let me see. But I don't care. Go to sleep soon. I guess the room gonna be just sitting here. I tried to call him, but they're not answering. He's not answering. He goes to sleep early. Hold on. Beauty and let me see.
What you on a typewriter or something?
Who are you talking to?
Whoever typing.
Oh, that's me. You can hear me typing?
Yeah, it sounds like a typewriter.
No. I got it on my knees. On my phone, the computer on my knees. I need a typewriter. Bridgerton's good. Have you seen Bridgerton?
I tried to get into Bridgerton. I'm really not a fan of shows like that. I'm not gonna.
Well, you know what? If you watch it from the aspect of men and how they had to approach women and how women had to kind of prepare themselves for it, you know that was created by Shonda Rhimes, right? It's created by a black woman. Oh my God, girl! I'm gonna need y'all to know who writes your show. Especially if it's written by someone like Shonda Rhimes, there's a lot of subliminal messages.
Who look like she related to Busta Rhymes? Is she?
Oh my God. This girl is one of the greatest writers and producers and like creators of like all time. Like she did Scandal, she did Grey's Anatomy.
I see.
Yeah.
Queen Charlotte or
Uh-huh.
okay. Oh, if she created Scandal, I might need to use the Bridgerton.
Yeah, she's amazing. Bridgerton's great. Let's see. Gwen, are you there? She just came back. I don't know if she's on a regular.
Yeah, I'm here. That was stressful.
Hey, can you mod me? I have not been able to get in touch with any of the guys because I left and came back. And I usually do our late night rooms, but I'm gonna go to sleep soon. Let me see Netflix.
But they actually do kind of like look like no bull. She's not.
Who does?
Her and Busta Rhymes. Like they can pass for a sister and brother, but they're not related.
Girl, Busta Rhymes. The fact that you even just said that.
No, they have the same skin tone, hairstyle. Not like you don't have male features, but they could pass the siblings.
Hi, Doc. Husan, come up here and say hi. There's no toxicity for you to tap into. Come say hi, Husan. He's like, no, Smara, I'm too good for this vibration.
Yeah, Husan, come up here, bro. Don't be shy, nigga. The fuck. What's strong with go code or bro code? I'm telling you right now, it's the bro code, man. I can give you some examples, bro, for real.
Well, hello, good evening, or good night.
Pretty sure. My hands are busy, so I'm gonna be on you.
Oh, your hands are busy?
Stop playing with me.
I mean, it's 12 o'clock.
Hey, what you doing over there? It is 12.
Yo, can I tell you why the bro code is better than the girl code?
Sure. I mean, we're just up here laughing, trying to enjoy the night. That's true. Y'all wanna?
You're gonna enjoy this. You're gonna enjoy this. So
This morning,
yeah. So there was a situation, my homie, he got in a car crash. So this nigga couldn't even move his legs. He couldn't move like half of his body, bro. And this nigga got a wife. You feel me? And one time, this nigga, he told me, bro, like, can you take care of my wife, bro? And I was like, hell yeah. So I took care of that wife, bro, and I dapped that nigga up, bro. You know what I mean? Like, we some bros, you know, feel me? That's one example right there.
You said you took his wife.
What do you mean to care?
What do you mean you took care of his wife?
In a real way. The fuck? Like,
What do you mean?
I mean, you too young. I feel like it's alright, bro.
I'm too young. Oh, okay. So I'm too young, but you can't just say it with your chest whatever you did.
No, I'm gonna get demonetized, bro. You feel me, bro? That's what.
Oh, so you pleased his woman sexually?
Absolutely, bro. I had to tap in.
Okay, why can't you just say that? Why can't you just say I pleased her sexually? What's wrong with that?
Is you people slow?
He's shy.
What if he's there looking out?
I don't even know how that had anything to do with his point.
Oh, well, he's saying that his boy was not in a place where he could even please his woman, but the loyalty he had for his woman was so deep that he pleased his friend's wife because he asked him to. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Okay.
I would have killed you. I'm just a keeper of box. I would have killed you.
But he asked him to.
Yeah, like nigga asked him to, bro.
Your man's a cup. That's why he would ask you something like that. That's crazy.
He was not in a place physically where he could do it. He just had a car ride.
Bro, yo, this whole situation, yo, you would have died for that. You would have lost your life.
But don't worry, bro. I'm hitting on your wife, bro. I know when to back off, bro. I know my limits. You feel me? Bro.
I ain't no way.
Yeah, you would die for that. See, that stuff like that, that's what people die.
Yeah.
Now you can like die like you would have been dead. I would have to pull up to the court and been like, I did that, and it's like this is what it is. That's crazy. Which code gets broken more? Bro code or girl? I think girl code gets broken more.
Yeah.
And I think bro code is stronger. Definitely, the brotherhood is definitely stronger than sisterhood, and girl code I think gets violated on an hourly basis. I don't even think it lasts an hour in those cases. I don't have any real examples.
You don't have any real examples? Okay.
I don't have any real examples off the top of my head. I'm just reminiscing college experiences, and from the college experiences I had, from what I've heard, third-hand, second-hand information, girls violate each other on a regular basis. And girls are not very loyal to each other in regards to relationships, in regards to respecting each other's boundaries. I've had friends who are female roommates, and it'll turn to a fist fight like in a quick second. And I have friends who, in college, I was roommated with them for 5 years, consecutive. Even after college, we were still roommates. And we never even got to that point ever in life. So, that's my opinion.
Facts, bro. That's facts. I mean, so some females, bro, like you know what I mean, they be eyeing up their other friends' mans and shit, bro. And that's new.
Clearly, that's your life. Like, clearly. That's what you was just telling me.
I mean, nah, bro, that's just a little like a, you know what I mean, contract, bro, a little agreement going on, bro. But I'm just speaking out of, you know what I mean, experience, bro. Like, I had this one shawty, bro, was literally at 6. She was at 6. My friend was at 8. And she was staring me down, bro. For real, bro. I was like, bro, I got a wrong one here, bro. But I mean,
So y'all's bro code and the girl code and the lack thereof is all measured by sexual intercourse, is what I'm getting.
No. Just like
that's all I've really heard is that the girl code.
I think that's what he was talking about. I think, like I said, when I meant violated, I'm talking about outside of just sexual relationships. I think I've seen I've seen one friend disrespect another friend publicly in order to amplify herself, right? I've seen that very, very frequently. I've seen whoever may be the least attractive girl in the group get played by the more attractive girls in the group, and the least attractive girl just follows on. I've never seen that with girls. I just haven't, But then again, I don't really hang out with many unattractive guys, but we all call each other ugly anyway, just with one of it, right? So, I've seen it. So it's not just sexual. It's not just based on men. I've seen, I know a situation where a friend of mine was late on her rent and was unable to get to the location where she had to pay her rent
So she gave $3,500 for her rent to her friend, and her friend blocked it. And ran, I'm like, 30. You run out with $3,500, you're big bro. So, because $3,500 in this economy, $3,500 is like $35. So
that is cool. No, it's not. Somebody running off $3,500. That is insane. As a friend, wow.
People do it for less.
But I've heard, but then on the opposite side of the spectrum, I know guys who are doing time, and their friends are putting that kind of money on their books while they're doing 8-year, 10-year bids. Like, you know, I got a few who we went to high school with, and I'm 35 now. He still ain't get out. And our entire friend group, we still put in around $200 to $300 per person to make sure he keeps sweaters and oodles and noodles and whatever he needs. He's eating Rikers up in New York.
I commend you for that, bro. Wallahi, that's some real nigga shit, bro. I read that, bro. Because I was in jail, bro, myself, bro. You know what I mean? I had no one, bro, sending me shit, bro. For real. It's crazy.
Because you out there taking down your man's wife. This is the problem. This is your problem. Like, you got nobody taking care of you. Like, yo, because you would have been dead. Again, you would, with me, you would have been dead. Like, I'm probably the most jealous, toxic human being to walk the planet Earth. Like, it's just not happening.
Are you proud of that, Doc? Are you proud of that?
Absolutely. The purest form of masculinity. The purest form of masculinity. I'll choke somebody out for my girl in the middle of the street.
Go ahead, you don't want me there.
I don't know, honestly. My birthday is June 26th, so I don't know I'm not into that type of stuff.
Is it cancer or?
I'm not sure.
Girl, I literally was trying not to be that girl, but I literally was thinking that he's a Cancer.
Maybe, I don't know. But the point is, I'm just flabbergasted by his point of the bro code being tight by saying that he could have sex with his, and then she was down for, and like, yo,
bro, I need some dogs, bro. You feel me, bro? I'll get you, bro. I'm getting game right now, bro. I'll be real, bro.
She's not the queen. See, that's the thing. She ain't the fact that she going. If she going, that's not like, huh? Like, yo, that's not it. You know. But that's how a lot of London women are. Anyway. A lot of European women are more fluid.
Yeah. You know when I stopped taking girls seriously, bro, is when my girl wanted to go Paris and Italy, bro, with her friends, bro. I'll be real, bro. Like on a girls trip. Like, it's crazy, man.
Did you say your girl went on a girls trip?
Yeah, bro.
See, y'all run these very lenient. I run a strict program. It's a strict program where I'm at. So yeah. You said girls trip. My eye twitched a little. I was like, huh? Like, malfunction. Like, what? That's crazy. Girls trip is something that,
You would be okay with your lady having a girls trip?
Absolutely not. But it's not about an okay or not okay. It's just what's not going to happen.
Why is that?
Because it's what's happening. Like, I don't understand.
Wait, if she wants to just go be with her ladies.
Yeah, so what? Why? I don't understand.
Because it's just like a female bonding experience.
So why? Like, bonding with me. If you want to bond with them, break up with me, go bond.
What? Are you that jealous? What the fuck?
Yeah, I'm one of those. Yeah, I already told you I'm one of those. I'm one of those.
So could she go on a trip with her mother and her sisters without you?
Sure, I got her mother's number. I got her sister. Me and her sister besties. Her mother is like my mother.
Okay, so would you be okay with her going on a trip with them without you?
Absolutely, yeah. She got the family is a one thing. Yeah, sure. You said girls trip.
Yeah. So what if the girls trip included her sister and her mother and her girlfriends?
If her girls trip included her family members, it doesn't matter what friends it is. If her family members are involved, then there's no issue. If this is just her and her friends, that exclusivity between her and her friends, that's just not happening in our program.
What if her friends respect her relationship?
I don't care what they respect.
So you're telling me, Marie, I'm sorry. But you're telling me if they were friends way before she met you, she was supposed to neglect her friends?
Absolutely, 100%. You know why? Because I don't know how y'all relationships are at, but me, when I'm in a relationship, when I was in relationships with women like this, how that worked for me is I put a woman on allowance. Like, that's just how I operate. So for me, I don't care. Like this is to me, this is both a romantic relationship and it's also a financial obligation for me. And that financial obligation is where I buy my control. So I buy control of a situation because back when I was dating, my objective was to be married. My objective wasn't really to be anything else. So, I don't care. I don't really care. Like, and I'm not even the type of guy that's trying to hear that. That's the thing. Like, I don't even have words for it. I'm not even trying to hear that.
So, girlfriends, or can you have friends? Or is this the same to her?
Like, boys trips? Me and my boys, we don't take boys trips. That's gay.
No, I'm just saying, regularly hanging out. Like,
hanging out with who? Me?
Friends.
Do I go hanging out with my... See, the thing is, at my age, and I don't know, everybody has different maturity groups. At my age, at 35, with the friends that I hang with, that are in my same age bracket, we don't have a lot of time to hang out. We have group conversations. We don't hang out. We're too busy working or starting a business or trading. We're busy. We're doing things. I haven't hung out with all my friends probably in like at least 6-7 years. Like in a collective group, we don't have time for that. We got kids now.
I see like a group, but I mean, you don't see your buddy. You don't come to your house sometimes to say, hey,
can I come outside and play basketball? No. Not what I do. You go outside? No, that doesn't happen. It's just not something that's to my world. But I move around a lot. Like I live in Dubai now. I grew up in New York. I lived in Texas. I lived in Florida, Georgia, California. So I got friends all across everywhere. So no, that's not something that happens in my world. But if we wanted to do a hypothetically, to your point, hypothetically, if my friends wanted to hang out, I wouldn't be on a boys trip. I'm not the guy who shows up to them. Because if I got a woman, to me, those are single people activities. If I got a woman, why would I spend money to go hang out with my homeboys when I can spend money on a trip to Greece?
With her, bro. With her. She's your companion now.
Yeah, that's like gay. So you gotta start gay checking these guys. Boys trip, this is gay. What'd you say?
You don't have to spend money to hang out.
It's not about the spending of the money. It's about the spending of the time. If I got a woman, why am I hanging out with my homie? I gotta call you back, my girl.
You can get money, but you can't get time, for real.
Yeah, so it's not about the money. It's just about if I got a woman, why am I hanging out with my homeboys? At my age, at 35, that's kind of immature in my opinion. So, and my friends the same thing. So most of my friends are either married, engaged, or in long-term relationships. They either have children from previous marriages, and when you turn 35, your children are a different age. So 35, your kids are getting ready to go to middle school, or they in deep elementary school. Your kids got soccer practice. You got stuff to do.
I think what's having to be because you see, I'm not put age into it, but I'm way a lot younger than you. So like the relationship that I see, well, like I ain't lie, since my friend did get in a relationship, she been kind of distant, but even like we probably can have a day to hang out or something like that, go to our meals or something like that. But I understand that the fact that she has to neglect her friends to be like to be I guess be with you. But I mean, I'm pretty sure
it's not a neglect. It has to elevate. It's not a neglect, but the type of social activity has to elevate. So the social activity of two, let's say you're married and she's married. Well, now y'all have more things to do. But if you're married,
when you put it like that. I guess that's why I'm just having a disconnect with.
Yeah, I mean, for me, like my wife is young. My wife is much younger than me. So when we hang out with people, we usually hang out with her friends who are married. So we do and it's never nothing big, because I'm not really a big, person in that life. It's usually going out to dinner, things like this. But it's mostly like that. But like single fun, boys trip, girls trip, I run a very strict program. And I don't do a lot of talking when I'm in a relationship. Women say what they want to do, and then they call me in the AI voice. I got an AI voicemail. The AI voicemail answers. That's how I don't have time for that. Because to me, the conversation of explaining was something your father was supposed to do. So if your father didn't tell you about men like me, then I'm not about to be the person to explain that to you.
So. Man, listen, I'm young, and that's something that I'm experiencing now. So it ain't nothing that my dad has to tell me. Something that I'm experiencing now, just being on and being in an adult world where everybody's working and have their own life. I just didn't understand the way you put it at first. So don't try to I don't know, but I did take it as you saying that in malicious context. But huh?
No, it's not malicious. It's just life, you know. So when you get up to 35, you know, a lot of times in a career, your hours are going to go from 40 to 50, sometimes 50 to 60. In the economy in the world that we live in, global market, most people have a job and a side hustle, or a job and a business and a side hustle, or a job, a business, and a family business. So you're juggling all those things. And in the process of juggling all those things, you barely have time for the person that you with. Now, if you're young, then you might have a lot more free time. But for me, I have a hard time managing quality time, not just time, quality time with my wife. So I'm going to sacrifice quality time with my wife where me and her can go to Korea so I can go hang out with my homeboy in Nairobi for the weekend. That's just, to me, that's irresponsible and immature. So my priority, and every man's priority, is to his woman. And her priority is to him. That's all you got with that person. I still got friends. We text, you know, all the time. We got group chats. We laugh about things. And, you know, but beyond that, you know, I'm not the friend that got something for you. Now, some of my friends in my group, they go hang out, but most of them who do that are either cheating on their women or they're single. So if that's the lifestyle that they choose to live, that's their choice. But a grown man, like a full grown man, I got a daughter. My daughter's not. Like a full grown man, I got stuff to do. My daughter got piano practice. I ain't got time to be going out with you. Like, that's crazy. Like, my daughter got piano practice. And then she in karate. And then after that, she got soccer. And then I got to school. Yeah, go ahead.
And like a work-life balance, like, do you actually enjoy like time to yourself and stuff like that, or do you sometimes like get kind of like overwhelming just being, you know, that you work all the time, barely have a few time?
Well, I'm from a different culture, so in my culture, all of that sounds gay to me. Like my brain just hear fact. You talking about time to yourself? My mindset thinks my time is to get money. So time to myself is me in solitude making more money. And that's that. As far as if you're talking about like taking care of myself, obviously I take care of myself, as you can see in my PPR, you know. But I got good teeth. I'm not hygienically lacking or rough around the edges. However, that's the time I spend to myself. That's how I was raised. I was raised that a man's quality time to himself is generating a larger income by any means necessary. So that's what I spend my free time doing. But my time goes to my family first. It goes to my wife or my girlfriend, for the brothers who are not married, and then it goes to my children, and for my case, my child. Any friends, homeboys, affiliations, associations, gangs, cliques, fraternities, or college organizations, that shit is at the bottom of my priority list. The absolute rock bottom. Like the last thing I do, okay, it's the end of the day, I took my shower, I'm chilling in the bed, I'm watching the NBA highlights, because I live in Dubai, so I miss all my games. So I watch the NBA highlights, and while I'm doing that, take a deep breath. Let me open up this WhatsApp group chat. I'm 58 messages behind. Let me see what's going on. That's my life.
Yeah, so Dr. Nick, can you help clarify something for me?
Sure.
What do you mean when you say that's gay? When you say a guy who engages in self-care or wants to hang out with the fellas, that's some gay shit. You don't literally mean gay. So like, what does that mean to you when you be like, that's some gay shit?
I mean, it's masculine deficient. It's masculine deficient. I'm not talking about self-care, again, as far as putting some cream on your face. I'm talking about just, it's masculine deficient to me. If you have a wife and children, and you're cutting out a schedule in your life dedicated to your friends and affiliation, I mean, it would do that. Those type of things are luxuries for the rich, in my opinion. So when you got a wife and children, you got issues. So what's your daughter's account looking like? How's your trading block looking? How many properties do you own? What's the college set up for your children? What are those things? So those are things that's masculine. Then masculine deficient is a homeboy say, well, we about to go get this section real quick this weekend. Yeah, he's gay to me. That guy's gay. We about to go do bottle wars in Atlanta. And I'm like, I'm about to go spend $5,000 on some liquor. I'd rather go spend $5,000 on some gold bangles for my wife. So then she can be starting at her best friend's wedding in 3 months. So priorities. A man is supposed to be very organized. His priorities are supposed to be straight and in line. He's supposed to be stoic. And his girl is supposed to be running around spending all his money and ooh and ah and everything. And we're supposed to keep generating more money so she can continue to live that way. So in my culture, we men, we work and we sacrifice so our women can sustain their youth. And they sustain their youth by exploring and having the fun and doing those different things in their respective circles. That's how that works in my world.
Can I ask you what your religion is? Is that faithful?
Yeah, I'm Muslim. I'm a Muslim, alhamdulillah. And I'm a Nubian Arab. So I'm Nubian Arab. I'm a black Arab, a real black Arab, so to speak. So, but I grew up in America. I grew up in New York. So, so I have a little bit of Negro in me. But for the most part, I grew up in New York. But that's how I see the world.
My dad's Muslim. I'm not, but he used to be Muslim. That's why it's crazy to me. Well, my dad kind of operates the same way, but I ain't never heard him say like, well, I don't really see him hanging out with people and shit like that. But it's like, how can I say this? His wife has like,
Well, that's because it's actually written in our religion. So in our religion, it's taught to Muslim men that your money as a man is your wife's money and her money is her money. So your money is her money and her money is her money. And because of that system of thought, that it's taught to men throughout hadiths that the highest fruitage of masculinity is found in being a protector. We have a story of the Prophet Muhammad where he was marching through the desert with his army, and his wife's necklace fell off in the desert in the dead of night. And he stopped the entire army, made the entire army search for his wife's necklace in the desert sands in the middle of the night until it was found. And we look at that as an exemplary example of how a man is supposed to be. That the world stops for your woman. So that's something that's ingrained in us at a religious level. So, when you have that type of system with or that type of train of thought, then you start to, you have your pack. Like, I definitely got some bros, but most of my friends, I don't have too many non-Muslim friends. So most of them, we operate in the same functionality, the same mindset. So I can go 2 months without talking to any homeboy, and there's no love lost. And we mostly reach out to each other either to make fun of people, because we do a lot of laughing, a lot of making fun of people or the world or things happening in the world, or we do a lot of business. Me and my friends from college, we do a lot of connected business with each other. We make a lot of money generated to each other. We have passive income streams. Like my friend Nadif, he's African American from Philadelphia, and he came up with a bright idea of subcontracting his career field. He's an electrical engineer. Subcontracting his career field to Pakistan and reselling the jobs to Dubai. So when I came over here, I was able to strongman that, help him set up his business, things like that. And it generates a lot of money by doing, small electrical engineering contracts and things like that. Things worth like 10, 15 racks. But when you subcontract it out to Pakistan, the Pakistani electrical engineer who has the same degree as you, he's going to get paid 800, and the rest of that's pretty much profit just for an American education standpoint. So it's things like that we find, and we, as men, and that's what we're worried. That's what we're concerned about. Like another thing I think is gay. I think men who open businesses with their women is gay. Like that's crazy to me, right? So I would never do something like that. That's crazy. My wife can have her business. She can have her business with her friends, but I have no interest in being what they call power couple. That's crazy.
I got a question. My dad was going against his religion. Do Muslims have before marriage?
Muslims, yes. Some Muslims do. Are Muslims supposed to? No. But there's Muslims all over the world So people make decisions that they make. But by our religious doctrine, no, we're not supposed to have sex.
What about breaking up, like having broken home? Well, is it considered a broken home if he was still in my life, or yeah, it is, right? You know.
So in Islam, right, we in Islam, our viewpoint on divorce is we don't have this, like, that's more of Jewish. Jewish doctrine teaches that you got to keep the family together by all means. Islam doctrine teaches you got to maintain peace by all means. And if peace is only found through divorce, then so be it. Because you got to pray 5 times a day as a Muslim. And you can't pray 5 times a day with a clear heart and a clear mind in a chaotic house. So in Islam, we don't have a problem or any form of strict process for divorce. Divorce is not something we promote, but divorce is not something we stray away from. We don't have a concept of a man has an obligation to your mother, and he has an obligation to his children with that woman. You know, period. That's just the standard.
Okay.
So,
because now that I'm older, I'm interested.
You say you're interested? Wait, in Islam?
Yeah, just to know the culture, like, is it culture? The differences between his religion and my mom.
Yeah, I think that's something. Yeah, that's something y'all should discuss. You know, it helps you. It'll definitely help you understand a lot of things that he may do or don't do in his life. You realize a lot of things that is gone based on how strict of a Muslim he is or how disciplined his life is. But yeah, I think
he wanted my mom. My mom walked in my mom said she knew she could do it when she walked in a room with the little what is it called? The little full suit that the women have on the disrespect.
In a bio?
Yeah, she said she walked in with one of those. Her mama bust out laughing at her.
Well, American people have been taught to dislike Muslim people by way of the Jewish lobbyists. So we see that now with these conflicts that we see, how the Jews orchestrate a hatred towards Muslims. And that was easy to do during the 70s and the 80s when Muslim countries were less developed. But now as Muslim countries become more developed, in Dubai or Qatar or different places, people starting not to care, and they're starting to get to know Arabs and get to know Muslims, and they're starting to change their opinions over time. So it'll be funny. I mean, I have a friend, my friend's dad told me when he was African American, he first took his shahada, he became a Muslim. And he came home to his mom, and he was wearing Muslim attire, and his mom started crying for him. Her son's wearing a dress. It's the funniest story we always laugh about, you know. So, you know, it's just a cultural understanding, but
I was just gonna say, I think
my neck and he freeze and my wrist full of freon.
I don't know what's happening.
He's just a troll. One of the mods need to take care of him.
What is he doing?
Freestyling or some shit.
I'm sorry, what'd you make for dinner?
Freestyle.
I'm sorry, did you cook?
I just finished washing the dishes. I'm about to make a salad for dinner.
Why are you cooking at 1 o'clock in the morning?
Well, it's 11 o'clock here. I work on a different schedule than most people.
What did you have to eat?
Today,
Yes.
I had a smoothie earlier, and now I'm about to have a salad.
Nice.
that's so healthy. I've been trying to eat healthy, but I like food. But hey, I bought a bunch of salad, a bunch of salmon, I bought some tilapia, I bought some green tea that I start drinking every morning.
Question: do you say you bought a bunch of salad? Is it like a prepared bag salad, or you got the separate ingredients and you have to take the time to actually cut it up and do all that?
Man, listen, hey,
I'm not judging you. Don't think there's nothing behind it.
But it's a little container salad. Look, I'm starting somewhere, okay? It's a little
I'm proud of you.
salad.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, it's a little container salad. Hey, it's a little chicken in there, but I guess it's a salad, right?
Yeah. And the tilapia, is it already pre-seasoned or is it fillets is a whole fish. What you end up getting?
No, it's the I don't know the difference between a fillet. What is a fillet like? The fish without the skin and stuff.
Without the bone, yeah.
Okay, yeah, it's without the bone and the filling is with.
Should I ask for it one more time?
It's a beautiful thing, y'all. Just keep it up, right? You be all right.
Tomorrow, but yeah. All right. Shout out to Salmon.
It's great.
It's not bad for you. I ain't gonna see up on the fish kick later. I'm gonna fuck with chicken just a little bit, but yeah, you know, keep that instinct right. You know.
I wouldn't trust that tilapia or that catfish at all.
Tilapia not a real fish, but I mean something.
It's not heard. Right.
Yeah, or catfish.
Or whiting fish. I heard all three of them fishes raw.
No, catfish is a real fish. It grows in all parts of the earth.
What? Tilapia isn't real fish?
Ladies need to eat snapper so you can have that snapper. Yeah.
That's not how that works.
But that tilapia belongs to the human. The tilapia is human. So
for the record, that's an urban myth. Like y'all can have it, but it's technically not true. Tilapia is actually a real fish. For the record,
tilapia is not a naturally God created fish. It didn't evolve through nature when it created it, and it's been there since then.
Can you research that right quick and drop a link?
Why don't you do that? Because I've been to that.
We don't have any tilapia out here in the Caribbean. They don't have any tilapia.
I've never heard of tilapia swimming nowhere but a farm.
Yeah, that's great.
Why are you motherfuckers gonna tell us that? What are we doing?
It's native to Africa. It's native to seriously. All right, bro. You got, like I said, you can have it. I just want to make sure.
Bring me up, Smarrell. Bring me up.
I just got. That's okay. Hi, darling. Welcome back.
It's Smarrell. I'm a little drunk, but Jesus loves us all.
Live your life, sister. What you been drinking?
Do say some shit I don't know is brown, so I'm mixing.
Oh, she been on that heavy.
It's a lot. It was like 4 people tonight that were on some brown liquor.
I'm in Memphis with my sister, and my family came over tonight, and we are partying. But I still went outside and got on the party line, so I don't know how to party right.
I love that. Have a good time with people that you love. I love it.
We glad you came through, though.
My sister over here cooking catfish and broccoli in the middle of the night. Hey, chick.
What's up, y'all? Don't blow my cover. What you doing? I'm Ward Harris.
Thank you.
Huh?
I text also. Hey, fine.
Wait.
About one eye. Trying to figure out why I don't know that money.
I just see in America. Like, I'm just.
What y'all talking about? I'm sorry, I broke up the party. What y'all talking about?
Girl, they're talking about tilapia and shit.
Yeah, I thought I got some good little tilapia, thought I was going to start healthy eating habit. And they telling me that it's bad for you. So it's like,
well, tilapia isn't that great, but it's better than chicken.
It's still human meat, though. It's human. You eat human.
It ain't no damn human meat. Don't listen to them. You can't listen to some of these people because you know they crazy as hell. They be down the rabbit hole and stuff. These people be down the rabbit hole. You can't listen to them. But tilapia is a man-made fish.
Well, look at her. She's talking about. But tilapia is a man-made fish.
It is a man-made fish, though. So I mean, if you're gonna eat it, pray over it.
I just looked it up again, and I don't know what the previous information was, but apparently tilapia has been recently verified as a real-life Earth-made fish, not a man-made fish. So
tilapia is a fish, but what I'm saying is
I said man-made. Don't even let me do man shit when I'm trying to do man shit. So I was like, Husan, I told Husan he was on bullshit. That was like, because I knew I looked this shit up. but they dispelled whatever rumors or whatever publications there was before. So publicly, just like I came out and was like, publicly that he was on bullshit, I'm publicly coming out and saying, no, sir, you were right. So it's been out here for a while. So we gonna stand on business. Y'all said we don't do that, right? So just,
Oh my God. Hey, bro.
Oh, it's me.
Hey.
You good, bro? Appreciate you.
Oh yeah, who's like,
I'm glad you took accountability for a kid because you know how y'all get in. But
Nigerians anyway.
Listen, I'm Nigerian too.
I still don't believe you, but keep going.
Now, like I don't know how to do a lot of stuff, but I know how to sing one song, right?
If you say Evo and Shayo, I'm gonna click out in this motherfucker. I'm just letting you know.
If I say what?
If you say Evo and Shayo, I'm gonna click out. I'm just letting you know. Smart Rock, move to the.
You sing.
Oh no, baby.
Come on,
Oh no, don't say nothing about Igbos, okay? It's Igbo, Yoruba. That's what it is over here.
Oh Jesus, that's fine.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is over here. So the song I know go like this. It go like ba 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 ba. Asheo ba ba. Asheo ba ba. Ala do ba ba. Yeah, Yoruba. It's Father. I'm sorry, Father. I love you, Father. I'm sorry, Father. That's how I love you.
That's the song. I thought you said nothing about Igbos. And they
no, I said
song is nuts.
Yoruba, right? Igbo and Yoruba. So nothing on us.
I ain't no way I had that much to drink. What? Hello?
No, but it's nothing on us because just because I'm one African. No, chick, just because I'm one African don't mean I'm not two or three, right? So I'm Kenyan and Nigerian, right? There we go. And Yoruba, and see, because if you're from Africa, right, Igbo and Yoruba is not close. But if you're from America, then Igbo and Yoruba is real close. That's the thing.
Where I live in the Caribbean, in Belize right now, I've been studying people of the Garifuna culture. So I think that all of our African spirituality is beautiful and it's all connected in some way. So,
hey, because you're ashamed of their African ancestry, but I am not. I am Native American and African, and I am the first of the first.
Chick is proud. He's proud of where he comes from. He's proud of his roots. You'll hear him. He code switches sometimes and cusses people out.
Not Tig is proud of anything that he does.
No, he is.
I'm a real Igbo. I don't play that. Like,
he's really proud of his African.
Yeah, we don't do that.
Pop your shit. What's your last name? Our last name is Ejenike.
I'm gonna dox myself on Clubhouse.
Well, they can't dox me for that. My last name is
Ejenike. I should let you know. My nickname alone is new.
My cousin. My first cousin, his name is Godwin Uloho Ejenike. I won't tell you my name, but I will tell you this. It's Ejenike.
You can back channel me, and I'm not talking to these people.
Okay. All I can say is Ovimite.
No, that's an Igbo name, but.
Okay, so get it together, okay?
Get it together and represent us properly. Thank you.
Okay, and my uncle is the president, okay? Godwin Uloho.
A president of who?
Of you?
You got me fucked up. I ain't never heard of her.
Charlotte has been having a good time tonight. I love that for you.
I don't know. I want to drink what she's been drinking, because that motherfucker is over.
Everything. I was up in here playing Chicago juke music. Get down, little mama. Get down.
So, Charlotte, what's the occasion that all your family came to town for?
No, they didn't come in town. They already live here, but I'm here.
Oh,
I just got down here.
Okay.
Yeah. I just got down here. Actually, I just moved here. I'm not visiting. I was going to visit, but I came down here and I was like, I ain't going no motherfucking where. and that's happy. That's a happy.
I love that for y'all. That's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. I'm very tribal.
I love that. You said your family's Native American? What tribe? What tribe is your family, darling?
You gonna be tribal and you never mind.
Okay, so I'm gonna tell you right. What I mean is like my African American tribes. Don't do that.
What's your Native American tribe?
I don't know my Native American tribe. All I know is that we're Cherokee and Blackfoot Indian.
Oh, I'm Cherokee.
Yes, period. Okay, sister.
I love that. Well, you gotta get your card. I have my card. You gotta get your information, get registered.
That's right, though. But you know what? I'm two kinds of Africans and two kinds of Indians. That shit is so lit to me.
Of course we are. Of course. Of course.
But it's so lit because I'm like non-white.
I love it.
It's not a bad thing, like to be some whites. It's not bad, but like I love the fact that I'm so black. It gets me every time. But they be trying to talk shit about Blackfoot Indians. They be like, oh, they white or whatever. But my granddaddy was the color of a skillet, like a cast iron skillet.
Girl, don't even get me started when it comes to the colorist and all of that segregation amongst Native American tribes. That's a whole nother.
Yeah, they lie so much. Like Africans and Indians never mix. That is the craziest lie I ever heard.
Like the fact that they don't believe that natives are dark skinned, like those are the original Aboriginal. Like what are we talking about? Yeah, they weren't all my skin color. It was definitely dark. Definitely.
I'm glad you know that's not around.
Of course. When you do your lineage, when you trace your roots, you know better. Like the fuck.
Because the funny thing about history, right, is they teach people about the ice bridge when during the last ice age, the bridge between Russia and Alaska froze over, and it did, right? And people came over, and it is true. But people came over from West Africa 25 to 35,000 years ago as well, which is why even before, right, they brought like Eagles and Yorubas, which is a lot of what consisted of the slave trade. There's other people too. I'm not trying to deny nobody else was lineage, right? But a lot of them came from our particular like groups at Fulanis. You know, like people already like you ever seen them stone heads that was they thought was Mayan, but it's not. But it didn't fit what they thought Mayans looked like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they had wide noses. You know what I'm saying? Like super African, West African features specifically. Like we've been here. Right, because and for those of y'all, I'm gonna land it here because I don't want to talk a whole lot. You know, shout out to Matt for the great spaces, my ref, always helping them out. But they have a current that flows directly between West Africa and Brazil. And if you ride that current, right, and you don't have no sail, no nothing, it's gonna naturally bring you from West Africa to Brazil. Now, there's another one that, you know, of course, you know, everything has the opposite, that'll bring you from South America, the southern part of South America, to the southern part of South Africa as well. That's why a lot of Brazilians, like they have, so a lot of them that haven't, you know, practiced like the repetition of like air quotes genetic whitewashing, right? They have African features while still.
Oh, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm gonna shut up though and let the conversation process. Thank you, Shmara, for letting that.
Do y'all feel like?
No, that's dead ass.
Do y'all feel like the war? Sorry to be ready from the face. Do y'all feel like Trump is Do y'all feel like it's a distraction? And do y'all feel like they're hiding something in I think I think they said Antarctica?
Argentina?
No, was it Antarctica? Argentina. I ain't heard of it.
Argentina is one of the hubs where a lot of German and German descendants went to, you know, get away from American persecution. Does that make sense? Like people suspect that, you know, Hitler didn't actually die. He went to he went to Argentina with a lot of his top generals to, like, you know, go ahead and restart. That's when a lot of those people became very, 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 you know, they started exhibiting certain physical features.
Yeah, so you talking about like some alien shit or something? What are you referring to?
Yeah, what do you mean a distraction? What are you talking about?
Oh, you talking?
Yeah, I heard some conspiracies I've heard on TikTok and shit like that. Maybe I need to see my head. But I heard that it's the reason why they don't want us going to Antarctica. Or is that the place? I be getting confused sometimes. I be getting all this.
You think the world is flat, yes, or you think the world is like a sphere?
Man, honestly, I don't even know. Like, I feel like people who try to do the fake woke shit, well, claim to be woke, we still don't know shit. Like, we may be a little more knowledgeable than we were back then, but I feel like we still don't know the half. Like, I used to everybody wake up and shit like that. Y'all ass ain't even like people who say shit like that. They ain't even half woke.
I think the best thing we can do in this time is learn survival skills. I think the thing that's most dangerous to us is the current state of our agriculture. I've been saying this for years before the pandemic, even. I think making sure you know your local farmers, even if you're not necessarily growing things yourself, connecting with local farmers, any local co-ops in the area that you were in, learning the herbs that are in your environment can be detrimental to your family. Being able to know, like if you, like a lot of people in the Midwest, there's dandelion growing wild, and any type of herbs or greenery that's made for purifying your blood is literally made for the people who are in that actual environment. So if you, okay, hold on, let me paraphrase because I'm a little tired. Whatever types of greens or healing herbs that are in your environment are there for a specific reason to actually help your body detox from the impurities in your environment. Something like dandelion actually cleanses your blood, it cleanses your liver, it detoxes your body. But a lot are so big on learning what Google is telling you. You're going to think places like Whole Foods, but you should really go in your backyard and see the vegetables and the herbs that are growing. That's the best thing that we can be learning. Knowing your local farmers, putting your hands in the soil, volunteering, learning how to actually fish if you are thinking about survival. Godly, knowing how to turn your home into an apothecary, having the essential things like turmeric, ginger, garlic, honey inside of your cabinets. I think this is that time more than it is for us to get caught up in the conspiracy theory stuff.
Yeah, it's just. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were finishing.
We need to really be focusing on, just like with women, archery skills, shooting, like martial arts. Like this is that time for us to really focus on that shit. Everybody gets so caught up in the intellect, they don't know how to survive. That's one thing I would tell you. These third world countries, they might not have the most money, but these motherfuckers, they know how to survive. Like they know how to go outside and say, "Oh yeah, you need this, tie this together and that together like a chair." Like what? Like that's what we need to be thinking about in America.
Yeah, for the record, the world is not flat. It is a spherical globe.
Not Hassan doing the exact shit.
There's something why because somebody in the audience doesn't know. I know you don't.
Pick me up sometimes to see if I believe that shit.
No, I don't play like that. I just want
I don't know
to
what
clear the record up.
But yeah, I think Maria, like I definitely agree with you. My grandma was teaching me a lot of shit. She had a whole garden. She's very old and she's very healthy and active, which I'm very grateful for. But she just told me the other day. She said it'd be funny. Told me I need to take my ass in the backyard and figure out how to make a fire with some sticks and a rock. And that did make me think like, damn, I do need to like I do admire how back then, I don't know how far back then, but You know, they had way more survival skills, baby.
Wait,
Well, it's still people got.
your grandmother, if she has a garden,
Yep.
do you know how to grow anything?
She taught me how. Well, shit, I ain't gonna lie.
Yes. Oh my
I
God.
live so far away from, but I do go over there and eat when I look. I eat some fresh fruit when I can.
Yeah. But
I,
that's something. If you have a grandmother, that is something right there that she is like there to pass on to you. You should be learning everything your grandmother knows how to grow, or even take notes and put it into a book. Right there, like that's how we pass on our ancestral knowledge. Right there, like that right there is literally the answer to keeping you and your family alive. Right there, like learning what she's learning. Like that's it. Like after like that's.
I wish that easy, bro, but I be so hard to work and trying to get. When I do have free time, I go spend a little time with my grandma and take on her wisdom. But I be so caught up with work and trying to like figure out what my goals are and just the whole nine.
I know that's the difference between uh, how we've been trained in the States. I used to think, how my mother was with business and all that other stuff and putting all that knowledge into us. I used to think she was so crazy to living out here. They're like, okay, we don't care if you guys are lawyers. We don't care what you're doing. You also need to know, whatever the family is known for. If it's gardening, you need to know that part, right? Like that is, I don't know. It's like you do the family a disservice by not knowing that. So if you got time to be on Clubhouse, you got time to go hang out with your grandma, go take some notes. Yes.
She's smart.
But I be able to help out at work every time and at night, late at night. But I did just talk to my grandma about the little thing.
She's not a troll. Yaz is she's very smart. She's from the South, so y'all getting her tone. She's dope.
Man, look, I'm from New Orleans. Ain't nobody more smart than me. What are you talking about?
She's very smart. She has
people from the South. Like that don't mean nothing.
Well, I'm just saying. No, I'm saying y'all saying to be a troll.
Go ahead.
I'm saying she's not a troll. She cooks a lot of guys and they get all up in their feelings. She's very smart. I like her. What y'all talking about? She's not trolling. She really has not been on what she's supposed to be on with her grandma. You better get out there in that garden with your grandma, yes.
You're right.
No excuse. No excuse whatsoever. Do not allow your grandmother to transition and you have not taken on that time. She's telling you should be back there. And that's the thing. We be saying as, younger generations, oh, we don't have people that want to talk to us. Y'all got grandmas. We got grandmas, aunties we just don't be listening to. What? We're too busy. You got time.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That's what I was referring to, kind of like spending time together to do what? To like just gain wisdom and be around her and then cherish the moments that we do have. That's what I was talking to her because my grandma, she damn near she about to reach her 80s and she's still, she's still active, still moving around. So I'm supposed to cherish those times. I be so caught up at work, and then when I don't be at work, like I kind of be,
Yeah.
I just said that I wanted to be way more productive than I am and start waking up at like 5 a.m. But it's like it's easier to say than do, I have it.
Cause you be on Clubhouse late. That's why. This should be draining you. I'm like, oh my god.
That's one thing, and I have trouble. Like I be having trouble sleeping. So like I don't know what it is, but I always wake up in the middle of the night. I don't know what it is. I was supposed to go to the doctor to see is it like some serious shit or is it me just can't sleep before a night. But I definitely think it's a reason. And I tried to get myself some melatonin stuff, but I didn't want to get like addicted to that. So it's like not addicted, but relying on it for it.
Do you exercise?
I tried, and my bones was hurting for like a week straight. So it was like that, and on top of work, it just was a lot of excuses. I ain't even gonna lie. Because somebody told me once you get used to it, then you won't feel it. But it was like, yeah, I got lazy, and it was like, work was in a way. So it was like,
what kind of work do you do, Yas?
I don't do that. Oh God. I work at, I ain't gonna lie.
The customer service.
Yeah, customer service.
So your work requires you to sit most of the day, most of your work day, you're in a sitting position?
No, you don't. I promise you don't. I promise.
I don't know what you do, so I believe you. I was just, when I think about customer service, I think about somebody on a phone, sitting in a chair.
She works at department stores. She helps out.
Oh, okay. You on your feet most of the time then.
On my feet. I'm moving like every day. So it's like, I don't have kids, Tyler. What are you talking about? I'm a grown 20-year-old.
I'm not Kyla. I'm Smarrell.
What is?
I didn't say that.
Oh no, I'm seeing the company.
Oh, I don't know reading the chat, especially at this time of night. What did she say? Get in shape. You have no kids. Even if you gotta have shape. Even if you ain't kids, you gotta keep. If you have children, you gotta be in shape to keep up these little rascals. But well, that's a good thing if you don't have children. But I don't know why people think if you do have kids, you're not supposed to be in shape. But I don't know, sis. But I think when you are exercising, it definitely does help you go to sleep, and it doesn't have to be. People think like you gotta, and I'll say this because that's like my holistic health and wellness, meditation, all this stuff is what I'm certified in. But people think we have been trained by this westernized world to do the whole gym shit. You gotta work out for an hour to 2 hours. But really, when it comes down to yoga, way back in the day, all it was about was people being able to sit with their legs. You need to be flexible enough to sit with your legs crisscross and get into a yoga pose to meditate. Later on, people made it all this extra stuff with all the fancy movements, and they added weights and all that other stuff. But if you can just at least exercise like 30 minutes, get your heart rate up, and sweat 30 minutes 3 times a week, you've done better than majority of people. Whether that is riding a bike, getting you some skates, doing something that you just enjoy, hula hooping, a trampoline, just do something that feels fun to you. Don't overthink it. Just whatever it is, like what do you enjoy? Do you like dancing? What do you like?
I enjoy music, and I was gonna incorporate that into. See, I decided, like, I ain't gonna lie, like, I'm not gonna lie, like 2 days ago, then I just sat with myself and made a list of the things that I wanted to do, and that's why I started with the selling and stuff, buying, investing in, a healthier diet, and one of the things I wanted to do is get up at 5 a.m. every morning and take an hour walk throughout my neighborhood. So I think that's a great form of exercise. And so yeah, I only got that on my list for exercise.
Well, diet is great because it is 80% diet. You cannot out-exercise a bad diet. So I think that's fantastic. But even if you like music, get you like a weighted vest, and it's just so you can have some type of resistance to build up some type of sweat and make yourself your own little playlist, and just commit to doing it. If you can't do it at the time of the day that you're saying, just commit to doing it at least 3 times a week, or at least 1 time a week, and kind of work your way up to it. The thing to any type of healthy lifestyle changes is not trying to do it perfectly, right? Because nobody has it like 100%, figured out. It's psyching yourself. Well, I hear my echo really bad. Psyching yourself out to enjoy it, tricking the mind. If you like Beyonce, play 4 to 5 Beyonce songs and you've gotten yourself a good workout in. Basically, that's 25 to 30 minutes, right? Just find ways to do something that you enjoy. Don't make it so hard. That's what makes it hard, because people are like, I gotta do this. No, don't do that. Just commit to say, okay, at least I'm gonna start one day a week, or I'm gonna do it before I go to work. I'm gonna move for 15 minutes even. Just get started on something.
If I may, I appreciate you, Yas, and what you're trying to do, not only to resonate with what Smarrell said about perfection, but also acknowledge that it's not going to happen suddenly. It's a bit of a process. So commit to what you can every day and grow into it, instead of trying to do no full 180. You said you wanted to wake up at 5 a.m. Part of my life, I was a very early riser. And I would just offer to you thinking in terms of the fact that your day needs to start the day before, if that makes sense. Like, there's no way you're going to get up at 5 if you're so used to going to bed at 1:30. You know what I'm saying? So the time that it takes just for your body to naturally transition to going to bed at like 8 or 9 o'clock at night, 10 o'clock at night, so that you can actually be up and well rested by 5 instead of forcing yourself to try to get up where it's just not gonna work. Like, that's the recipe for failure. So thinking about what needs to happen at 8 and 9 is the setup for a 5 a.m. Wake up time. So I just want to shift your thinking in that way. But I yield the mic.
That's brilliant. Yep. And I think if you are exercising during the day, it is easier for your body to shut down, to be honest. The more that you have going on, the more you exert your body during the day, the harder it is to stay awake, to be honest. Like this 1 o'clock thing right now, oh my God, I cannot. This is insane. But all this, your body being connected to screens and all that stuff, that can make it hard for your body to really know how to rest. If you are on devices, down to the second that you close your eyes, then you're wondering why you can't really sleep. That says a lot. The blue lights from these things, they are literally, it's like
they're stimulants.
Yeah, and they're manufacturing sunlight. So it's naturally telling your body that you're still awake. Really, we're supposed to be taking our bodies to rest 2 hours after the sun goes down. That's really how we're really supposed to be taking this stuff in.
Just to piggyback on your point, sleeping is very necessary because that's when the brain kind of like rejuvenates. When it comes to, like, let's say you went for a run today and you fell over. If you sleep 8 hours, your brain will fix all of that, unless you have certain elements or illnesses. But yeah, as long as you don't have like an immune based illness, your brain will be like, okay, she's asleep, let me fix what happened. I'm trying to, yeah. But usually, some people don't get enough sleep, and then it just ruins the next day for them. But yeah, I landed my plane. So yeah, you can go.
Okay.
Just want to say salute to the room, everybody. What's up?
Hi, CJ.
What's up, CJ? Hey, Penny, where you from?
If I get asked that question one more time, I'm going to crash out.
Hey, Penny, where you
Why does
from?
that question trigger you so much?
That's even better question.
You can literally tell by my accent, no? Or you don't? No?
Sometimes people confuse what's familiar to them with what should be obvious to others. I mean, you're very familiar with your accent, and maybe the people that you live with talk that way, but it's not obvious. So
okay, so from your accent, I can tell you're American. The way you say your R's. Are you north or south? Like, are you southern? Or just speak a little bit more. Let me just.
Oh yeah.
I know you're not from Maine.
Yeah, she's super lit.
No, this is Penny.
Let me try Penny's very special. What kind of words can I use with R?
Stop.
Are you red when you run the arc?
And did you vote for Obama? Just
Please don't come up to me.
No, it's necessary.
Yes, I voted for Obama.
Okay, so blue state? Or
I don't know.
That's the concept behind that.
Why don't you just ask me where I'm from? That's what I was doing. Like, it seems like we're dancing around.
Why the Obama question?
She's trying to predict what state based on my voting pattern.
Wow. Okay.
It's cute. Yeah, I know what I'm getting into with Penny. So I'm born in California, but I've lived in a variety of states in the U.S.
So blue state. Wait, were you were born in California?
Mm-hmm.
Did you live in any of the sundown towns or states?
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Where are you from?
Where are you from? Right? You did the whole dance. Where are you from? Huh?
I live in Perth. No,
that's not what you told me earlier, Penny.
Where I was born in Kenya, and my whole family's Sudanese.
No, you said you. Penny,
what did I say?
Penny, earlier you told me you was like from Alaska or some shit, and you said you was African something, Afro something. I know I ain't tripping.
No, I never said anything about Alaska.
Oh, yes, you did, girl. Yes, you did earlier today in the third room.
I don't know you, Penny, but you just made my battery die.
I didn't say I was from Alaska. I said it's so hot that I wish I lived in Alaska.
No, you did.
Yes, I did. Verbatim.
Yeah, this nigga just go for Obama.
Sweating.
What?
No, you did. You said you was
If you think I said it, that'd be
anybody else here?
No, because that's what
you
said. That'd be it. No,
that's the wonders of being around people.
How was I going to tell you where you're from? Like, I'm so, bro.
Hi,
It's fine.
She's from Kenya, girl.
She was trying to predict based on my accent and other things. Where
How?
Where you from, Penny?
That's like saying, do you wear Nikes? Like, what?
Yeah.
Penny, where you from?
Where I live, or where my family's from.
No, where are you from?
I'm in Australia at the moment. My family, half of them's from
Okay, that's excellent.
Where are you from? You from Australia? That's what I heard.
No,
You told
I
me you
was
were
born in
from
Kenya.
Australia.
Yeah. I can hear that.
Alright, so you're born in Kenya, but you live in Alaska. I mean, you live in Australia.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thank you, Penny.
Yeah.
Thank you, Penny. Being so patient.
To be honest, I think the only reason I stayed it was 38 degrees Celsius. I don't know what it's like Fahrenheit. What is 38 degrees
I'm
Celsius?
not saying to do this for you.
No.
You made me take my dreads out.
TV, I'm back. We were just having a good conversation.
I'm sorry, I go for
Thank you, Penny.
Oh my God.
It was an adventure. I'm
Respectful of love, you need a cup of tea.
And what's going on here?
What is going on?
Hi.
Good morning, Jason. Good morning.
Good, bro. I'm trash. Oh my God.
We get to whatever.
It's often
Something else.
good morning.
I drink so much, bro. I'm trash.
You trash.
I'm trash.
Darling, you still there?
Y'all smell like skinny lady crocodile ass cheeks.
Real.
Where you from?
I'm from Memphis.
I hear that South Indian boys too.
What you doing about me? I'm from Congressman.
No milk. Have milk.
Bro, I'm gonna say
Isn't that where Glorilla's from? What you doing about Tennessee?
bro.
That's the red one.
Who is that from? Who is that?
That's the red. I thought you were from Detroit. People say
I think they're from St. Louis.
Oh, sorry. Never mind.
STL, bro, what?
That's my hometown. I should know that. She's not.
No milk. Oh, shit. Have milk. How you say yours? Have milk. St.
He
Louis.
said no work. No work.
Bro, somebody did anybody here fully agree?
I'm from St. Louis. I'm from Alabama.
Alabama.
Well, I'm from Houston, but I'm from Alabama.
I'm from Louisiana and Houston.
Yeah, I grew up in half my life in Houston.
Ain't no way there's black folks in Alabama, bro. That's crazy.
He's going me.
It's true for them to be black.
Bro, picture of bills like nigga,
Exactly. Like, what the hell are you talking about?
and it goes down in Alabama.
Bro, let me guess how y'all get down.
What the hell you think this sweet home has done for you?
Bro, y'all some sweet gay niggas.
Okay, what the hell? I see you like attention.
Max, where the fuck that even come from?
Yeah, I said, what the hell?
Like,
No milk.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I went to Alabama one time, and I'll never go back.
no, you ain't
What them snake
Hold
niggas?
on, what city you went to?
Yeah.
Fuck. I don't
What
know.
city you went to?
Alabama.
You went to Memphis,
What
Alabama?
city?
You said Memphis, Alabama.
Y'all playing tonight.
Bro, I went to Alabama just to go to Alabama and see if y'all niggas was really like that.
Alright, so.
Man, you ain't gonna
That's
go
all. I
to
get it now. Alright.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I went to a place called Kirkwood.
Yeah. That sounds like where the slave catchers be at, bro.
Man, that ain't even, I ain't never heard of this. Shut y'all.
Kirkwood.
You better not go back there, bro. They gonna catch your ass, boy.
Bro, it can be a lot, bro. Alright.
That's actually very disrespectful, knowing the history of
I said that I was good. Mama said no, you said
This nigga went to Alabama.
But that's California.
Yeah, I can look this shit up. It says Kirkwood is a historical plantation.
You know what I'm saying? I was right, bro.
there again.
I wasn't playing, bro.
Nigga, I wouldn't go back even if I went there, nigga.
Yeah, they
Bro, I'm telling you, bro. I'm gonna tell y'all something, bro. When I went, I was going to the gas station, right? Well, now I walk in the store, I'm looking at his pants down, looking at this shit, saying, I got $5.
You could have left the pants down part out, but nah, but the South is real, bro. You got nowhere to go. Do that.
crazy. You give that nigga $5, $10, $20, bro. I'm barely getting $5 on DoorDash, bro. Shit.
I'm from DC, but I was stationed down there for a couple of years. I fuck with the South. I ain't top of them. I fuck with the North.
Somebody's trying to go over it.
You know, they nigga be smoking cigars, bro. This nigga got it like that, bro.
Ain't gonna lie.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro. When you went to Alabama, did you have your thing on you, bro?
Bro, fuck no. Them niggas sweet.
Yeah, alright.
You think we stay sweet.
Yeah, you think, nigga? Alright.
Bro, hey, come down to Philly, see how we get down, young boy.
You said come where?
Come to Philly.
No, I'm in DC. I'm talking to
Why would you want to go to a city full of bodies?
I'm y'all ass.
You're young. I can tell. You're young.
Yeah, because we probably sweet and shit.
I'll tell you this, because somebody who's been around both.
Like y'all get cool points off violence. Like
They'll shoot you faster down south than they will in Philly. Trust me on that.
See, I ain't gonna lie, you got that, cause I fuck.
This nigga got a speech impediment.
and he said Philly. You said you really said Philly.
Yeah. That's crazy, bro.
So I guess y'all Alabama niggas really get down like that. I never knew that. I guess I went to the wrong side of Alabama then.
Niggas get down everywhere, bro. Grow up.
Nah,
You definitely went to the wrong. Definitely went to the wrong school. Especially.
Then what side I should have went to then?
Go to a place called Pritchard.
What the fuck is that?
He goes there in Montgomery.
Sounds pretty white to me. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
Yeah, that's all
What, Pritchard?
If you go to Birmingham, Mobile, Montgomery,
Ain't nobody trying to go to London. You crazy? Ain't nobody trying to go to the UK.
Nah, the UK, bro.
Fuck the UK ass, bro.
UK
shapes and shit. They gonna stab your ass. They quick
facts, bro. You got young niggas, bro. 16-year-olds, bro.
The young boys over there.
Bro, y'all just be real the whole room.
I'm getting tired. I'm growing tired of this, bro.
Hey, no gang violence.
The conversation is not for me.
Yeah,
What do you mean, bro? You get brainwashed?
The conversation that we had has been gone hours ago. Everybody's just kind of talking. It's late.
Bro code, girl code, both get broken equally. Codes don't exist. People selfish.
Facts.
Man, I don't even know what direction we talking in.
All I know is my homie swinging. I'm swinging too. The fuck?
Bro, who the fuck is talking? I don't hear you. Where you at? I don't see you. Where are you?
He said I'm swinging too.
Bro, I ain't swinging, bro.
Who's favorite that?
This nigga's invisible. My nigga will see you up here.
Bro, I'm saying is,
Yeah, I got one of it too. Well, damn, I might as well roll one too. Fuck, give me a second.
Who's on you smoke?
Hey, you ever heard of white weed?
I didn't know that.
Y'all don't even look like smoke.
Snow weed. It's called snow weed.
You look like the type of smoke. I'm in Cali, so it's not.
I don't know.
I'm just right now. Come on, bro.
You said college or Cali?
California.
Oh, no. Anyway.
You look like you drink wine.
bro, I wish I would.
Girl, do you know how
I
many
ain't gonna lie, when I went out to
cannabis isn't really an herb that's just for like smoking. Like you can make teas, you can make butters, you can make.
Yeah, bro, I make cakes with that shit.
I ain't gonna lie, I've been on my edible game all day.
That's what's up.
I like to do all the things, and people do say that. Oh, you didn't even look like
some fiends, bro.
You so dumb.
I got a lot of shit out there. I got butter, I got all that shit.
I think you.
That's what's up, bro. That's what's up.
Bro, what is
When I smoke, we'll just partake in that herb.
Absolutely.
It regulates my sleep.
It's an herb for the healing of the nation.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, bro. One time, bro, the homie stopped smoking weed for me to get a break.
I don't see him speaking nowhere.
Man, y'all talking over each other.
You need to refresh your phone to get a new phone, nigga, or something.
Nigga, I'm on a PC, bitch. Suck my dick, bitch.
For real, bro.
Okay.
He's actually right next to you on the stage.
Alright, never mind.
Thanks for checking out the next question.
Bro, yeah, so just before you ask the question, bro, let me just finish on it, bro. I got nightmares and shit, bro. I never look back, bro. Since then, bro, I be smoking this shit, bro, for real.
You got nightmares from cannabis?
Yeah, when I try to quit, fuck no, fuck you, dude.
You must not have had real
What kind of nightmares you had?
So he said when he tried to quit.
Yeah, I think he has PTSD and when he tried to quit, he had nightmares.
Oh.
Wait, so is it really that hard to quit?
So it is true that you don't dream a lot when you do.
Yeah, so then when you stop, like, it be coming to you, bro. Like, I had this one dream, bro, that the police was trying to, like, catch me and shit, trying to shoot a nigga and that shit.
My bad.
But I ain't gonna lie, I've been having a lot of, like, dreams lately. Crazy dreams.
Yeah, me too. Like, Tyler Perry movies type shit.
Why are you mad?
Hey, you're so hilarious, folks.
Why are you mad? You think it's just a joke.
No, you don't just made my trauma into like something funny, man. I appreciate y'all, man. I ain't gonna lie.
Alright, so let me ask my question.
I'm sorry.
Cool girls. I need your voice, my nigga.
What? Oh no.
Nigga has the United Kingdom in his voice. I need that shit.
Nah, bro.
This nigga said United Kingdom.
Bro, I'm from Minnesota, bro. Right now, bro. I moved from the UK, bro, to
Nigga said his voice come with a passport.
Bro,
You from the UK?
bro, not anymore, bro. I'm trying to get that green card, bro, for real.
Green card.
Yeah, but
You're a scammer.
nah, but Donald Trump be hating on my people, bro, for real, bro. Fuck that.
Yeah.
You remember?
Hey, if you got 20 down, I'm sure you can marry right now.
Yo, you remember when ICE was like doing a crazy fucked up shit in Minnesota and that shit, bro? Yo, indoors, man, for real, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
But you in Minnesota?
Yeah, I'm in Minnesota right now.
Hey, no, all funny should stay low, bro. Stay low.
Why would you say that on the fucking?
You hilarious.
Bro, y'all people don't fuck with me and shit. Like, bro, I'm telling you right now, America's the way, bro.
I'm serious.
No, don't say we don't fuck with you. Well, I just like
The people listening don't fuck with you, niggas.
Alright, bro, tell this nigga pipe down, bro, because I ain't gonna lie, bro, I'm embracing the American culture, bro. It's the USA over everything, bro, for real. Fuck you,
boy.
You better get you a flip phone, but you can't be traced, nigga.
bro. Y'all niggas got better food, y'all niggas got better cars, bro, and phones, bro.
They giving them key, nigga.
Hey, bro, y'all keep getting this nigga tight. He gonna pull out the machete and chop y'all shit.
I really think that people had that view.
I don't use no machete, bro. I'm just gonna call them niggas or young niggas, bro. They gonna give me some guns and shit.
Yeah, don't do that.
Yeah, you definitely want them to come get you something like that.
You ain't gonna lie, young boy. You gotta stop that shit.
What you mean, bro? I'm black, bro. The fuck? Like, young niggas.
Same little baby, you know, little baby.
Hey, shut up, fat boy. Say
Why the African Americans be hating on my people, bro? For real.
Okay, we can go band for band.
Who's your people, bro?
Bro, my people, bro, in Minnesota, bro. We the chosen people, for real.
You just talking.
We are the chosen people.
Bro, I'll tell you this for real, bro. Minnesota was promised to us Somalia, bro, 1,500 years ago, bro. I'm saying, bro. Found them, for real.
Okay. I don't know what to expect.
Okay, what's real?
Yo, niggas need to speak up, bro. Boring as fuck.
Well, speak up. The fuck?
I've been trying to ask a question for 5 minutes. Y'all niggas kept talking.
Hey.
What's your question, fam?
The moment's passed a little bit, but since you were talking about weed and rolling up, what's the highest you ever been? What situation?
Situation?
I'll share a story.
My answer to me, that's why I can ask the question.
You go first then.
Bro, I forgot where I went, but I had some gummies, right? And you know, after like 30 minutes, some shit don't hit you, right?
Yeah.
Bro, I pop another one. And now I have to go right?
No, I get what you mean, bro. I have some nuts.
Say you stupid as fuck.
Bro, y'all tweaking, man. Bro,
I'm on the phone, and it's like this joint I've been trying to fuck with probably like a couple months, you know what I mean? She hit me like, yo, I'm free, let's go out. You know what I mean? She's about a girl and shit out here in DMV. I'm like, all right, bet. All right, bet is the last thing I remember saying. When I said,
85 out of 5 story, bro. Your shit needs to get sold to New York Times.
But wait, did
Hey,
asleep or you went out and don't remember shit?
But I don't remember. I woke up awake.
My nigga said I woke up awake. That's hilarious.
Hey, bro.
Yeah, what the fuck does that mean?
When I figured it out, I'll let you know.
He said when he figured, okay.
Man, he was booty fuck, bro. I'm having fun.
Because the dispenser I got the shit from was going out of business. So homie's like, yo, just take my eye. They pulling it in for a minute. I'm like, all right, man, 30, 40 minutes go by. I'm like, man, fuck that shit. Pop it up and roll up, start smoking. Oh, yo, I'm out to be free. Let's go. We supposed to go like a hibachi or some shit like that. All right, bet. Because I just bought an electric car, right? So I was like, let me check. I can check my car back on my app. I'm like, I make sure my shit good. Bet. All right, bet. Man, nigga.
DJ, no offense. Are you like sick with it?
Am I what?
You sick?
Sick? No.
Hey, you see what you're
Saying that you just sleeping. I said sick.
No, I work 2 jobs. I just got back from my security job.
Yeah, you definitely sleepy.
We said,
Hey, I'm a teacher by day.
Does your security job let you carry a pipe?
Yeah, I'm military. I'm licensed in 48 states.
Governments.
That's what's up.
Matter of fact, I'm going over it on my stick. Behind.
Damn, what type of pole you got? I'm curious.
I got a 6 Sawyer.
What the fuck? Wait, speak up.
Sig Sawyer.
Oh yeah, them good. Them is nice.
I got some big shit in the house too, but that's what
That's okay. You can name some.
I got M16 prime military. I got that. I'm a bump shotgun. I got a DE. Standard Glock, no safety.
I actually despise that. I don't like Glock.
What? Nigga.
And I got a 38 revolver.
Fuck out of here.
And that bitch bark.
Why do you feel like gloves?
I can knock a door off the hinges with my 38.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie. Words of bro. I'm fucking great. This shit.
What's everybody's name?
What's everybody with?
Zodiac sign.
Oh shit, ain't gonna lie, I'm a Scorpio.
You big on zodiac signs, yes?
Scorpio.
Big Virgo.
I like asking people that. I like it. I definitely do.
When you ask people what their zodiac sign is, you gonna treat the other different, bro.
Do you know about like what
Why
sign means or
treat
something?
nobody different out there?
It's a lie. Your name, yeah, I can tell you James niggas.
You the fuck? No, you don't know this. What you saying?
Do you know like about what each sign is about or whatever? Does that make sense?
I know, like, about my sign. Like, I know about my sign, and I know that I see certain patterns in certain signs. So,
What's your sign?
So yeah, what's your sign?
I'm a Leo, and sometimes.
Jesus.
What can you say about Leo? Since you know your sign.
No, my female best friend is Leo.
What you say about sign?
Since you know about Leos, tell us about Leos.
Wait, the nigga said he got a female.
Okay, so Leos are the.
Yes, they got a female best friend now.
Bro, men and women cannot be friends with me. I'll tell you that for real, bro.
No, niggas that don't get pussy can't be friends with a female.
Shut the fuck up.
Oh,
You spending time with a female.
Niggas that get pussy can be friends with anyone.
yeah.
Leos are. That's fine. Leos are still skinny. I got 3 Leo friends, and it's all the same. Well, they got the same traits, but different things. That's like they like attention. Well, I don't say that like attention. I don't really like attention, but I get attention. Like, what is that good?
This thing is tweaking, bro.
And then I say stuff sooner because like one thing I noticed about my Leo friends, bro, they always find a way. If we have a conversation, bro, every time they find a way to bring that to them. I swear to God.
Oh yeah, that's a fact.
I swear to God, facts, bro. Like, no,
They'll always make it. Yeah.
About them, and I try to avoid doing that
And the
shit.
niggas be lying.
But I do.
Bro,
I be saying, like,
feminine nigga, bro. Like, you be your star signs as well, bro.
Who you talking to, bro?
Bro, ain't no way, bro, you carry a pole, bro. Like, you be...
You're saying that because you're at home and you feel safe. I guarantee you, if we face to face, you wouldn't talk
I'm
about that.
applying for my...
I'm not going to go back and forth with you, bro. I guarantee if we face to face, you wouldn't
No.
talk.
Not just
Y'all niggas get on this app and just talk crazy because y'all fucking...
just ignore me.
I'm in Minnesota, bro. I'm applying for my gun license, bro. Send me the ID, bro. Send me the ID.
You a leader? Oh my god. When is your birthday?
Yo, hop on CJ.
July 29th.
Oh,
You supposed to lie, but you like right on the cusp.
Ain't nobody trying to hear about that shit.
We don't give a fuck what you want to hear about. Go your bitch ass.
Who hurt you, nigga? Damn.
I already told you what's up, bro. I apply for my gun license, bro.
Yeah, what? You said you a Scorpio. When your birthday?
Bro, send me the ID when I'm done, bro. You know what I mean, bro?
I'm gonna send ID, nigga.
Yeah, bro.
What I know about Scorpios is y'all enemies. I had a friend.
This nigga lame as fuck. You trying to say the ice
She
cream? That ain't funny, bro. That's so
but
funny.
she trying to control me.
Well, why this nigga gotta say I can't
Shut the fuck up. I'm trying to hear gas, nigga. Shut up.
Oh my
Like,
god.
My son's a Scorpio.
Oh yeah, can you please remove him or make me mad?
Bro, I'm a cancer, bro. I'm a cancer, bro. What's up?
You leave, nigga. You fucking annoying, cuz. Shut up.
Shut your ugly ass up, bro.
I meant to ask my girl that, but she was
Oh
still
yeah,
with us.
please, are you here?
You know what? I'm gonna leave y'all with it, bro. With this Southside shit, bro.
Man, shut up.
I'm about to go, but here what's up though. Fat boy CJ, when I get my gun license, send the ID, bro. We'll see what's
I'm
up.
gonna smack you when I left. Just disrespect you, pussy. Fuck out of here.
I replied.
I'm gonna smack you.
Yo, CJ,
Now you're gonna punch him in the smack you. I'm not arguing. This is low vibrational. I don't do this.
Yeah, don't argue. Just ignore that boy. I heard that. From my friend, I got a friend and she is Scorpio. She loyal, she genuine, but she is controlling. Like she is controlling. Like everything her way. She low key a narcissist. Like she don't like take it away. Yeah, she low key narcissist.
Yeah, my son's a Scorpio. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not loyal.
Why do you have to tell you?
You're not loyal, but you're honest as fuck. I mean, yeah, shit. I'll be honest, nigga. I'll tell shit to your face, but I'm not loyal. Like, I ain't gonna lie. If I'm not fucking.
Yeah, she understands.
Don't fuck out of it. And what regard? You talking like friendship or like relationship? Both.
You not loyal, really? What the fuck you doing? How do you know that you're not loyal? What you doing? You be backstabbing you?
She's leaving and fucking that bitch, you know. Oh yeah.
Are you trolling?
No, I said that wrong. Wait, I said that wrong. I said that way wrong. So.
No, you said it right. You said fuck niggas bitches, right?
I mean, shit, backdoor for sure. You're in your 20s, right? Huh? You're in your 20s? Who? You. Nah.
How old are you, bro? I fuck bitches wives as well.
How old are you, fat boy?
Shit. Guess.
I mean, I can guess. I'm asking you.
Bro, it's in my bio. If you really want to see it.
Man, yo, you 16 again? You're 4.
Get the fuck out of here. Bro, I'm 16 and I take
ain't no way, bro. I was talking to young bro. Bro, go steal them kids and shit, bro.
Oh my god, I'm saying you're a Leo.
Hey.
What you finna do in today?
Kids, bro. I sleep in Virgo.
Bro, you a young boy to me, bro.
Like a Virgo.
Ain't a lot. Yeah, you keep on
okay, jumping down all these Virgos.
Bro, I ain't gonna fucking speak to you, nigga, bro. Yeah, I ain't gonna smoke for you, bro.
Big facts. I have OCD when it comes to niggas. Bro, I'm kill you, bro.
That's very neat and it's very organized.
And we have to match when we dress, just so you know. We have to.
And they're planners.
Yep. But a lot of appreciation for Virgos. So shout out to you.
For me, bro. This dude's a young boy, bro. What the fuck?
Bro,
Do y'all have like favorite sign? Or like a sign that y'all attract the most?
I attract Libras the most.
Libras?
I attract Libra women the most, yeah.
I attract Scorpios and Leos. And
Leos and Libras should attract the most, I ain't gonna lie.
You said the most attractive or not attractive?
No,
we're talking about the time that like you ran into the most, like.
Of the opposite sex is definitely Libras.
Now, I think I went into Libras too. Like, I don't like Libras.
My ex-wife, my man, bro, I could go on and on, bro.
Ain't gonna lie, I don't be fucking with Sagittarius.
I don't fuck with Geminis.
But I ain't gonna just base it up the time, but sometimes I don't get along with Libras, bro. I just don't know. They feel.
Geminis are bipolar, bro.
But Scorpio ain't.
You know your shit, bro. You talking shit.
What you said? You said Virgo? Darling,
I said, but Scorpios ain't.
Oh, yeah, we fucking Scorpios. I got a friend.
My son's a Scorpio.
It's a dark.
But I don't know, she be disappearing, though. She be getting on my nerves. She be having a obsessive need for this space. And she do it like 3 years here. She
actually introverted.
Yeah, she ain't gonna tell you.
Wait, then what that mean? I feel
offended. Introvert, extrovert. I don't know what the fuck that means, but basically, I be looking like a social butterfly and then just disappear on bitch.
Yes, and that shit be getting on my nerves. Like, I need time to work on me.
I ain't gonna lie.
Cause I get so consumed with other people. I'm a loving person, so I'll be like, "Come on, girl, we gonna do this, we gonna do that." So like, when I disappear, it's for me.
I just so bad at that because I'm a Leo, like, because I have this overly, like, I need validation. Like, if we friends, bitch, like, you been a little too, like, I just be needing clarity, you know?
Me and my friends, we've been friends since the sandbox, buddy. And let me tell you something, we go a year without talking. You know, life goes on, you know what I'm saying? Like, your journey is gonna go in different directions. Y'all not gonna talk every day and all the time.
Yes, it's because I got older, darling. I mean, it's because we get older. Like, I'm going through a transition to where, like, because when we was coming up, because we've been friends for like at least like 5 years. Like when we was coming up, like she was like, we used to be together every day type shit. So, and then we was like in high school as well. But now like transitioning, because graduated 2 years ago, and like now it's like she got she got shit going on, I got shit going on. Like
big adjustment at the big change, girl. I'm a Scorpio. For the first 2 years, when my sisters went our other way, I was a crybaby. Like everybody else had stuff going on, I was crying.
Man, you need to stop eating the fish, bro.
I thought you was gonna leave the room, bro. What happened? Somebody kick him, please.
That'd be my point.
Man, she said go him, like, please, because he gonna tell you something in a while. Anybody that don't pay him up, I give him the attention that he wants. He's invisible. We not gonna hear.
Maybe let this nigga talk so he can just like talk and leave the room.
Fuck y'all niggas. I wanna go to my shawty, bro.
Okay, well get the fuck on.
Nigga before I fuck you.
Hey, CJ, I'ma catch you when I get that gun though.
Anyways, what's your favorite movie? Bad boy, stop
saying that. You ain't got no heat, bro. You ain't got no what?
Classic.
He in the Matrix. Damn. Okay, good. We gonna thank you.
You always wonder what it's like.
Bro, that nigga got AI. He hit his back around.
Man, this is
he got AI in his background trying to tell him the good boy.
Nigga mattress on the floor.
Oh, no, ain't no way. I just. He has some AI pickup lines in his background.
Man, it probably was a movie.
It wasn't a damn movie.
Curious, what's up?
Anyway. What's up? What are we talking about?
Shit.
Man, what the fuck?
Be doing it
What?
She be saying some shit I ain't never heard before. Like, what the fuck is you talking about, G?
Man, you heard that shit. Trini used to say that shit.
No, like, yeah, that's true, but she got that song that's like, it's like suck a nigga dick or something, but it's give a bitch some head or something.
Whoa.
But I fuck with it though. But what she's saying in the verse is like, I don't think I want no head like that. They doing too much. Like for real, like bitch, you doing too much. Nobody be doing all that.
Hey, who house is Poochie's? Who Poochie's? Poochie's house.
That's my homie house.
Oh, I thought that was you.
Yeah, why you out on it?
You got cake.
Yeah, what's it called?
Homie house.
Yeah, I'm on your club.
You know, somebody got the house called
Shit, I just seen.
That's all right. My head big as hell. I'm black as hell. I don't like
I'm
club.
just playing that boy.
I want to get that shit out the way real fast. My head big as hell. I'm black as hell. I don't like clubhouse niggas.
Yeah, so you got access to your brain, bro.
Man, you ain't black, man. You brown, bro. Stop getting to that shit.
She said you not black.
Niggas, see, people, bro, they'll say like I don't like black people, right? And then times say I like white people. That's why I don't go by the black people. Like I'm brown, I'm dark brown. My family.
I'm not a little
I tell a motherfucker, quick as hell. I'm chocolate as fuck, black as fuck, nigga. Nigga, here in the night, oh yeah.
I hate the disrespect. I don't like that. You black shit. That black, like the black, like if we black, we all black. Don't say I'm black.
It's like friend, no friend. Like it's like this generation soft as fuck. Like I've been black as fuck my whole life.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Hey, bro, you black as hell. My ass smelling like I'm getting a trophy for that shit. On my
like some of
I don't like that shit.
Like, motherfucker too.
That's how you know you strong. That's how you know you strong, nigga. I grew up like, especially on the South, that shit was an insult. Like
my nephew don't like that shit either. He be like, I'm brown skinned. Don't call me no motherfucker. I'm black as hell. You black.
I like to be called chocolate, or I just don't like black as well or burnt before. I didn't hear the burnt things. I don't like shit like this.
Now that's fight words now. What you calling burnt?
Yeah, them was insults to me. Like she black as fuck. That was insult to that.
Now that one no insults to me because I always thought it was a good thing. Like motherfuckers, I'm like, you black as fuck. I'm sitting there smiling like it's a good thing. Motherfuckers trying to talk shit. My dumb head.
It's actually a great thing, Steph. You know, the darker we are, the less likely we are to get skin cancer.
Exactly, and I grew up with old people talking about the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice, and all that shit. So
it's a great thing. It's a great thing.
But yeah, she blacker than a motherfucker.
I love being black, but I just don't like the disrespect. I don't like that. That's a form of
girl, it's okay. I know how to fight, so if they disrespect me, I'm gonna whoop their ass. We all do that shit on the internet where it's safe at. They better disrespect bitches where it's safe at on the internet.
Talk their shit.
On my mama. Cause you disrespect me, I'm gonna push your nose in your eyes, bitch.
Hey, dog, would you consider yourself a happy drunk or an angry drunk?
Oh, no. I don't drink at all. I'm drinking with my sister and them out here in Memphis. This is my first time drinking in like 2 months.
How you feel right now? You feel more happy or more charged up? Like
I feel turned. Like I feel like I want to go shake that thing somewhere. Cause I don't know how to twerk. I know how to pop. I know how to throw it in a rectangle.
Man, I want some
rectangle. It's crazy.
I want some cheese crackers right now. Cheese and crackers with the little.
These hoes a little bit too hype. I don't like Sexy Red. She too turned up.
I think I'm about to roll another one.
Y'all be eating cheese and crackers. I need to buy me some.
I love me some cheese and crackers. The olive, girl, that shit be good.
I don't know about olives.
I know you said olives too grown for you. Remember that night?
Yeah, I'm not that grown yet. Eating olives, I ain't that grown yet.
Nah, I ain't that grown yet. They got this.
I ain't that grown yet.
I'm not going out. No, I'm saying. Yeah, I'm ready. You ready? Okay, I'm gonna get off the party line. I'm ready.
Man, you
okay, y'all. Good night.
Alright, be safe out there, alright?
Alright, I'm on the party line.
Alright, I'm gonna get off the party line. I'll be back.
Why the fuck am I still up?
Whatever the party line is, whatever.
cross the party line.
I got papers to grade and shit.
I know. You said what? You know?
I got papers to grade.
Make them kids grade that shit, bro. Fuck them kids.
Shit, my kids is terrorists. Niggas ain't grading that shit.
Well, you already know the kids well enough. You ain't got to grade it. Just give them the grade you think they deserve.
You know what? That's actually kind of facts. There's actually a lot of truth in that. Because I know, like,
Are you grading?
I can be like, oh, your parents wrote this. You ain't write this.
Right.
I want to be a teacher.
You go to lunch and you forget your lunchbox every day in the classroom. You damn sure ain't write this.
I learned that I don't even have the fucking patience for kids, especially nobody else. Cause I ain't got no damn kids, my damn kids. But I love my nieces and nephews. I love them, but I love that I can sit their ass home. So they mama, sit their ass.
But this is my calling. This is what I was designed to do. You know what I mean? So.
Oh my God! Here come the speech about when I get older, I'm gonna be lonely.
Who, me?
Oh, okay.
No, she triggered. She triggered already. Wasn't nobody.
Okay.
I was going to teach kids you being lonely. The fuck?
That's all you.
Cause they love when they hear a woman it's like, you probably know about.
We cool.
I'm trying to find my role up. Nigga, I ain't thinking about that shit.
All right, what you think to say, CJ?
What you said?
What you was thinking to say? I'm sorry.
I don't even know. You fucking me up with your statement. I don't even know.
Do you think that there should be more men in education? And that's what the problem is. There's not enough masculine energy in the classroom.
That's 20% true.
Yeah.
I think even enough, well, I ain't gonna lie. All my damn players went to college.
Nah, bro, I'm a teacher, I'm security, I'm a counselor, like.
They
would get somebody roll up on campus, right? They didn't have no kids. Guess who the first person I called?
This guy.
Yeah.
But get what? I start school this way.
I'm planning. It's going to be before I release it. But
I keep saying this month, like it's still February.
Clubhouse again. And one of the series I want to do is on masculinity and education, asking that question more broadly. So I'm gonna follow you, CJ. Maybe we could.
Definitely, it's definitely a fine line you have to walk. And I'm just gonna be honest. Fuck around for anybody, especially when you have female Caucasians that you work with.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can't be too masculine around them.
Right.
I didn't see them get playing in the fight.
Being a male in education is almost as bad as being black in America. Like, you have to be hyper conscious all the time because anything that you do could be misinterpreted, So.
Yes. The only difference is I can use it to my advantage, though.
What you mean by that?
Like, I can. How can I say this? Like, I'll see one of my female teachers like, damn, girl, like your shoes. You know what I mean? I can bring them into my world.
Okay.
You be talking to your students, mom? Or do they be attractive? Okay. Do they be attractive, though?
That is shit. That is fucked.
Damn. I know you do like
shit. Oh my god. But I haven't crossed that line. Ever, so.
Don't do it.
No, I can't. But they say the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. Man, for Christmas, bro. Oh my God.
Wait, what happened for Christmas?
Well, you gonna leave it like that? What the fuck, bro?
I thought he was gonna keep going.
I got invites. I got cash. Long story short, I walked away about between cash and gift cards, about $1,500.
From colleagues, from parents,
from parents.
Really? Oh, you must be a great teacher.
Like I said, it's my calling. So, yes, I am great.
Yeah, hype your shit up, bro. Hype your shit. You're the best thing that campus got.
And I'm also like a reformed gangster too. You know what I'm saying? So like when some shit pop off, they call me. You know what I mean?
I'm finna go for dinner.
Like, let me tell y'all the story real quick, right? I thought I was gonna get fired. This dude came on campus unauthorized, no kid to pick it up. And they're like, hey, I need to go outside. I'm like, yo, you here? What for? He's like, no, I was trying to ask some questions. I'm like, well, you gotta go to the, the front office to call him. He was like, I asked a couple more questions. I'm like, yo, bro, you have to go to the front office. I gotta get back to class. You know when somebody's trying to stall and just ask you questions?
Mm-hmm.
And then, because I'm paramilitary, then he put his hands in his pocket, so I'm sizing him up. I'm like, okay, I don't see nothing. So I have dreads, my hair was down. I put my hair in a ponytail. I said, yo, so what we doing, bro? He said, call the office. I said, yes, call the office, right?
Change that energy real quick.
What? Like, because it was cold outside, and I ran outside because it called me so quick, so I didn't have my jacket, you know what I mean? And I just started here. I don't want just to get rid of him, you know what I mean? Damn sure I would.
So he was on campus, running around on campus.
Well, the thing is, our campus, they right next to the houses, so you can kind of cut through the houses and cut through our campus to get to. We're in between houses and a shopping center, you know what I mean?
I got you.
So you can kind of section. So about 30 minutes.
What do you teach? What do you teach?
I teach 4th grade.
But what I'm saying, what I was trying to ask is, they whoever saw this dude on your campus, and they call you, was like, you need to do something about this shit?
Because it was a female that saw him.
Still, you a 4th?
Nah, she's not gonna go. She's not gonna go. I don't expect her to go outside, bro. And he looked off, right? So about 30 minutes later, hey, Mr. CJ, can you come to the office? I'm like, here we go, right? The principal and the vice principal closed the door, and they would start laughing. He's like, so when you put your hair in a ponytail, what you say? I said, oh, they fucked me. I said, so what we doing? They laughed. It was like, yo, we love you. I was like, yeah, the DC was definitely about to come out. And then they tell me, oh, he's been here before. I'm like, why the fuck you ain't telling nobody? You know what I'm saying? I guess what they're saying, like, he's like autistic or something.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? I don't know that. I'm about to, you know what I mean? I'm about to stomp him, like. And I'm like, yo, y'all gotta communicate this type shit. Just need to know that. But to answer your question, yes, I teach general studies, and they go out for science, social studies, Spanish, and tech, and I teach everything else. So.
I know they be funny as hell. Kids are funny, bro.
Yo, you know what my students asked me the other day?
What?
I was like, I don't feel yeah. She said, what was it like growing up in the 1900s? I said, different.
That's funny as hell.
Yeah, he said, what was it like growing up in the 1900s? I said, oh my God, I'm gonna choke this little nigga.
He ain't lying though. It sounds crazy, but he ain't lying though.
That's the funny part though. But who the fuck says 1900? I was like, don't y'all call me colored next? Like, what we doing? One kid asked me, did I go to school before or after segregation? I was like, you little motherfuckers, bro.
Oh my God.
I was like, but these kids are brilliant though, man.
When she was on the main word? Never mind.
And you know what I realized though, as being a teacher, I thought I was going to be there for like the young black, boys, which I am, but it's the young black girls I really make an impact on.
Why you say that?
It's true. I'm there for structure for the young black boys, but the young black girls are the ones who I'm an example that they're going to follow when they get older. You know what I mean? They're the ones who need the love and the support more than the young black boys, pretty much, you know what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
definitely get interesting.
Yeah. Man, where you need to pay teachers more though? I'm gonna hold it.
You ain't lying. I've
They
been
have
saying it
to
for
pay
years.
money though.
Well, they should get paid like lawyers or physicians. Like I believe that's the level of profession that we should be treated at.
I got teachers working 10 years that's not even making 60, bro.
Yeah, you pay once a month, right?
I get paid twice a month. Depends where you're at. I mean, I'm at a private school, so.
And some schools will cut your check so that you get a check over the summer. Some schools don't. So a lot of
Well, yeah, you have to pay into that though.
Y'all definitely need more money, though. The impact that y'all make in y'all students' life, bro. Especially high school and high school teachers.
I mean, teachers across the board. Teachers and nurses deserve more bread, bro. Teachers and nurses deserve more bread. I'm lucky because I'm part of the military, so I'm 100% service connected.
They have a thing go to the military this year too. Have them go to milk. But yeah, no, shit, they got going on.
So I'm doing alright, you feel me? But anybody ain't got what I got.
I ain't going this shit right now.
I know teachers that get off work and they gotta go work at Starbucks, Sean.
I do need to go, but at the same time, yeah, no, like.
You need to go where?
I was trying to live somebody else's dream. My grandma wanted me to go, so I went and asked my ass out.
You must be bored as hell on Clubhouse because both Dr. Hammond's song came back and we not talking about shit over here. We weren't talking about shit when you was here.
I have to take a phone call, but it's only 9 o'clock here, so it's very early for me in the morning. So
it's almost 3 a.m.
Where are you?
Memphis, Tennessee.
Oh, Memphis.
My bad,
Play music.
No, you're good.
But yeah, I don't know. I didn't even check the whole.
So you in the UK?
No. Me, I'm in Dubai.
Wait, isn't there some kind of war or some shit?
You in Dubai?
Stuck in Dubai.
Yeah, I live in Dubai.
Couldn't get out.
Oh yeah, I see the video.
I don't know. He couldn't travel back to the States for whatever reason. I don't know the details. That's really cool. He was out there and he got stuck out there because the war was popping off and they wasn't flying nobody out or some shit. I don't know.
Yes,
you tell me you out there.
So what's happening is Israel is attacking Dubai. So Israel is attacking Dubai, and they're framing it as if Iran is attacking Dubai. So Iran fired at American bases, which are far in the desert. Israel starts firing missiles at hotels and blaming
Bahrain and Kuwait.
Yeah. So I'm only speaking on here, but I know that things are happening there as well. But as far as here, everything is normal. So they're making it look like on TV it's a war. Everything is open. Everything is normal. The only difference is we got fighter jets in the sky, our own fighter jets. And if you want to leave, at first the government was paying for everyone's extended hotel for people who were here temporarily because the airspace was closed. But now if you want to leave, you can leave. But they're not sending out as many planes at a time. They're doing less planes at a time. Military.
That makes sense. Y'all got too much money over there to be grounded for too long, though.
Oh, yeah, we're good.
It's too much money. It's too much money over there. Right? Yeah.
I work for the government. So for me, it's everything here is, I wouldn't leave. People say, oh, it's not safe. I'm like, 9/11 happened in New York and nobody, people weren't saying, oh my God, I'm in America. So for me, I'm not really concerned with, and the things that happened here was not anything massive. It was a few fires. So nothing massive, not like 100 people, not even, I think one person died because of a debris fell on them, one person. So
what do your countrymen have to say about this war, this recent war? Is there a general, or does everybody kind of have their own view on in your country?
Here in Dubai?
In Dubai.
In Dubai, the mentality towards the conflict is we stand with Iran. We are American allies, but we stand with Iran. We're not going to allow the United States to use our airspace to attack Iran. We're not going to attack Iran for attacking the military bases here. And we're having a meeting. Yeah, the media is very American. And the and we're having a meeting. There's going to be a government meeting with all of the Arab countries on Monday to discuss canceling military contracts with the United States. Because if we're paying you, my country is paying you $450 million a year for security. The United States is not even protecting us. They're protecting Israel.
And I mean, can y'all just come kidnap Trump? We fuck with y'all.
Yeah, for real.
We fuck with y'all. It's not us.
Bro, Israel
It's not us, bro.
It's crazy, bro.
The same way he went and grabbed Venezuela, come grab him.
I feel so damn
This is not a real conflict because Iran didn't do anything for this to begin. So this is only a distraction away from the Epstein files and the things that are happening. Because Iran did not do anything. And the leader...
Bro, do you know remember in the late 80s, we were refuge for Iran?
Yeah, so it's crazy. You know, they
my next door neighbor fled Iran and came like, bro, like, that's what I say, we fuck with y'all.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. But most of the people, like I said, most of the people who live here, they're not leaving. Most of the Americans, they're like...
I was stationed in Turkey, right? Yeah. Back in early 2000. You know what they said? They said, yo, brother, man, you cool, but we don't fuck with the Bushes because when Bush was in office.
Yeah. I remember people used to say...
You feel me? I down in Turkey, Mersin, like Istanbul, ran through all of that. They was like, we fuck with the Bushes, though.
The worst part about it is America's not even winning. That's the other thing. They're losing, and they're losing so bad that it's embarrassing. And then when I look at the American news, and they make it look like, oh, we've only taken 3 casualties. No, Iran has killed 600 Americans. And they're nonstop. Like, because you live here in Dubai, you just look out. I can go on my balcony and just look up. And even
one of my frat brothers who's still in lost his wife in that shit.
Oh yeah, and then where is that in Dubai?
I'm not gonna say where he's at, but
okay.
She was 3 months away from retirement.
Yeah, but in Dubai there hasn't been many casualties here unless it's American military personnel. But America has mostly evacuated most of their bases, so they're not even putting up the fight that Trump is talking about is not even happening. So like, what are you talking? You know, it's like you can look outside. That's the point. If something's so evident, you can look at outside. And when you look outside,
we ain't got no problem with y'all, bro.
Yeah, we don't see it. So.
Ain't got no problem with y'all.
But it's the thing is it's not going to be a real war because Congress is never going to pass for a war with Iran because Iran didn't do anything for a war to happen.
At the most, it'll be a conflict.
Yeah, it's going to be a conflict, but it's already short-lived. I mean, Iran has drones that cost $50,000, and it costs America $10 million to shoot down a $50,000 drone. So you're going broke just in the process of playing this, this game. And Israel is losing so bad. I mean, it's so bad, And they turned off the Wi-Fi in Israel. They turned off all the government Wi-Fi because they didn't want no media outlets to show the damage that Iran is inflicting on them. But over here, we still have some. Some of the Arab news outlets, and it's bad.
Yeah.
It's not.
The Zionists had Epstein in his back pocket, right?
I think he's alive. I think
so too, but whatever.
For real?
No, he had too much dirt. They might have killed him. I ain't gonna lie. They might have killed him.
There's some pictures of the AI. There's some pictures that say
he's safer dead. I'll say that.
Yeah, but the thing is they're saying that he was tied to a lot of things that he was allegedly he was a mathematical genius. That's apparently like how he got wealthy, and he was also involved allegedly in the development of Bitcoin. So if those things are true, then to me those are reasons that he would still be alive. If those things are not true, then I don't see the purpose.
Who put him in power? Who put him in power, right?
Who would you say?
The Zionists.
Well, yeah, I mean, Zionism is they worship the devil. So how can you argue with those people?
Which is why they probably carry
They worship the devil.
Isn't he Jewish, Epstein?
Yeah, he's a Jew. Yeah, he's Jewish. Yeah, of course they worship the devil.
I'm sure.
It's literally the things that Epstein was doing is inside the Jewish book, the Talmud, not the Torah. It's inside the Talmud that you can rape children that are not of Jewish You can kill children. You can kill people. They hate Jesus. They think Jesus is in hell. Jesus isn't. All this crazy shit they believe. So what Iran did was Iran built a statue of the devil with a goat head, and they burned it. And then Israel attacked Iran for that. I'm like, what? That's how it started. Iran built a big statue of the devil, and they set it on fire. And there was a bunch of people outside for this, like 2 weeks ago. And then Israel got insulted that Iran burned the statue of the devil. And then Israel starts firing missiles into Iran. And then America has to, they got to follow up because America, that's their boy. So America joins in. And now it's just they keep thinking about nuclear weapons. We don't even have any nuclear weapons. So
do you like Americans? Or
American people?
No, yeah.
Yeah, I like American people. I grew up in New York. I like American people. I don't have any problem with American people.
Before New York.
Genuine question: do people like in Dubai? Do they not like? Do they? Don't like?
No, we are the people. No, Arab people don't have any problem. And I'm from East Hampton. I was born in East Hamptons. But Arab people, they don't have any problem with American people. Iranian people hate the American government. They don't hate American people, but they hate the American. So you'll see them on TV in Arabic, and they'll be saying, or in Farsi, and they'll be saying death to America, and they play them on TV, but they're talking about this American government, and many Americans agree with death to America. Not the end of American people, but the American system.
Yeah, so taking a shape as a black man that travels the world, they fuck with black people everywhere.
You talking black?
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We don't got nothing to do with this shit going on.
Is it true that Dubai is like, not the direct conversation, y'all can get that too, but is it true that there's a lot of rules enforced in Dubai, like curse words and things like that?
Yeah, of course. We're a society of morals, so it's not like you're not gonna go to jail. In Dubai, everything is based upon a fine. It's a money system. So, for example, if you don't wash your car and you drive around the street with a dirty car, that's 800 dirham. 800 dirham is like the $250 fine for having a dirty car.
What?
Yeah, but the thing about Dubai is everyone follows the rules. So when you come to Dubai, people don't even walk up. Let's say you're at a red light.
So on the car wash, you coming up, huh?
Man, it must be a very fucking civilized place.
Well, yeah. So, for example, if you have to cross the street and it's a red light, it's a red light, but you can't cross. The other cars are stopping and waiting. If you jaywalk. If you jaywalk, this is 1,400 dirham. This is like $600 fine, right? But the thing is no one does it. So you don't have police everywhere in Dubai. We have a police.
Follow the rules.
Everybody follows the rules, so it's like a perfect society.
That's how Japan works. That's how Japan.
The camera system that are built around Dubai, they don't take pictures of you and then send it to court like in America. We all have a police app. So if you get caught doing something, you don't get to go to court. You just get a ticket to your phone. Like it comes like a notification, like, ding, you now owe this amount of money. And you just pay it. There's no
I would follow every rule on that, I know it.
But because everybody does, it's a utopian society. You would look weird jaywalking. People would be looking at you like, what is wrong with this person? Even on the escalator. On one side of the escalator is for standing, one side of the escalator is for walking. No one breaks these rules. So if you in the mall and you running up the escalator, you're gonna stand out and it's gonna be embarrassing.
But long story short, you guys are orderly.
Very, very orderly. Even the train, we have train cars that are just for women. We have train cars that are for everybody, men and women. But then we have priority train cars that are just for women. A lot of times the women want to sit down. In Dubai, in most Arab country, we have tradition where you leave water and treats outside your front door for the people who have to work out in the sun, people who deliver your food.
I love that.
It's not polite to just pay them. They just come drop off a package and have to work. So you leave them water.
So you guys are orderly. You guys are civilized.
Yeah, America is uncivil.
What?
So, yeah, America is like a third world country.
Bunch of savages out this bitch.
Yeah. So
we live in a country where you can wear a ski mask in the summertime and get ready.
I ain't gonna lie compared to what you just explained, Gabe, but I do want to hear more about the slave building. Do y'all have a slave building?
A what?
A slave building.
slave building?
Yeah, someone in the comments said, just go read the comment.
Okay, I didn't see.
Or is that like jail? Is that like jail?
Dubai is like the perfect society. Sure, if you ignore the slave building in Dubai. Okay, that's a great thing to say to me. So I'm a DC, right? That's my actual job. DC is the director of construction. I oversee large-scale projects being built in Dubai. So I see this a lot on YouTube. People say, oh, Dubai has slaves. We don't have slaves. Dubai has immigrants, just like every other country. Most of our immigrants come from South Asia, certain parts of impoverished areas in India, and other things like this. And Indians come to Dubai and they do hard labor jobs, construction, plumbing, and I mean, everything is spick. I mean, you can't find, like, the whole country, even the concrete gets pressure washed daily. We have an app for that. We have an app. If there's a pothole on the street, take a picture of it, post it into the app, and it will be filled. That pothole will be handled by the next morning, guaranteed. So the Indian population that comes in, mostly Bengalis, they are the labor force. Yeah, they are the labor force that does those things. People say they're slaves. It's an app for anything. Anything that's going on in the country. Yeah, anything that's going on in the country that's like, there's an app to post pictures of it. Take a picture, drop it in there, and it's done. And it'll be taken care of. But the point about these Indians is you have these Indians who come in and they're immigrants and they work for cheaper labor prices. And people say they're slaves and this and this. No, they're the same thing with America. They're illegal immigrants. And in Dubai, the difference between the immigrants in Dubai and America is the Dubai immigrants, they're allowed to work and go home. We're actually building them a train station right now, an underwater subway, bullet train, the fastest in the world, 300 kilometers an hour, that will get them from Mumbai, India, to Dubai in 2 hours, so that they can be able to transit back and forth between their home country. This provides them opportunities. Yes, they're paid less in Dubai, like most immigrants in foreign countries, but the amount of money that they're paid in Dubai is wealth in their home country, which is the entire purpose of immigrant work and immigrant labor. So, no, we don't have slaves in Dubai. Like, slaves is unpaid labor. We don't have unpaid labor. So this is not true.
What about like sexuality down there? Like, can you get fined for stepping outside, or do people let it be known, or you know?
In our culture, we condemn the idea of being homosexual. However, in the modern Arab countries, it's not a problem. The problem is not in what your choice is. The problem, no matter whether you're straight or gay, is about how loud you are about it. We're a modest people, so it doesn't matter if you're heterosexual. You can be a straight couple, can't be making out in the street. You'll get fined for that. Right?
What about things like prostitution, though? I mean, I heard you guys be pissing and shitting on girls out there. Like, is that harmful?
That's a real question. So it's an untrue statement. So what happens is you have a lot of people who are not Arab, who come into the Arab countries, and they wear Arab clothes, and they do things. And then those things spread like rumor, such as Pakistanis, Afghanis, and others. These people are not Arabs. But they come into Dubai, the wealthy of them, and they do whatever their habits are. Same as you would find in Las Vegas or anything else. So we can't defend what the tourists do. But Emirati people, how we know this is not true is Emirati people don't live in Dubai. Emiratis are the locals. They don't even live in Dubai. They don't work in Dubai. You don't see them unless they're shopping, right? They don't come in Dubai like this. Most of the locals live in Sharjah and Abu Dhabi. They don't live in Dubai. Dubai is a tourist city. It's free zone. So most of the people you see there, and you say, oh, but they dress like an Arab. They may not be Arab. They could be Egyptian. They're just wearing the clothes. And because they're fair-skinned or they speak Arabic, they get confused as Arabs, and they do these things. Most of the Emirati men are probably the most modest and religious men you will ever meet in your life. These are men who are virgins until they're married. These are men who don't even make eye contact with women. These are men who are very extremist when it comes to their Islamic views. So a lot of those things are not it. As far as prostitution, there's prostitution everywhere in the world. We don't have any prostitution of prostitutes standing on the street. But what people do, foreigners, mostly Ethiopian women, is an older Ethiopian woman will come. She'll open up a cafe or a restaurant, and they'll have a back room. And the government in Dubai does their best to crack down and close those type of places. Same thing you have in America with a massage parlor with happy endings. But you don't have public prostitution, like women standing on the side of the street. These things don't happen. But if a girl is selling herself on Tinder, or someone is selling them, has a restaurant or some type of hookah bar, and they have a room upstairs, things like this happen everywhere in the world. but it's not legal. It's definitely illegal, and the police do the best that they can to crack down. But with a crime rate of below 1%, I think we're doing the best job in the world. With 0% homelessness, I think we're doing the best job in the world.
Oh, wow.
But that's my viewpoint. And like I said, I'm Arab, but I'm not Emirati Arab. I'm Sudanese and I'm Saudi Arabian. That's my blood. So I'm not Emirati. I moved to Dubai because Dubai is the New York of the Arab world. It's the headquarters for business, hub, generating wealth, money, things like this. So that's why I left. I was living in Florida first before I came here. And that's why I left Florida. So hopefully those things clear up a little bit. But yeah, Dubai is very advanced society. Very advanced. Everything is technological. You don't, like your gasoline, you don't go to a gas station. You request it in the gas app, and the gas station comes to you. They pump your gas while you're sleeping at night. You just leave your car in the driveway, they pump your gas for you, and they charge you to the app. Everything is like digital.
Man, what the fuck? Yeah, shit.
Yeah, nothing is like,
Right. But I don't know nothing about them slaves and shit, so I ain't gonna speak on that. Everything else, that shit sounds cool. I would love to come gas station come to me. I don't even know how that.
Yeah, they come to you. So, because there's so much people, and we try to limit, when you're building in Dubai, they try to limit the traffic and transit. Like we have a highway, we have different freeways. We have freeways for the supercars and we have freeways for the regular people. So if you have a very fast car, the speed limit's higher for a person with like a Lamborghini. That person can go 120 miles an hour or 140 miles an hour on their own lane system versus the average driver going 80 miles an hour. So this limits the amount of car accidents in Dubai.
Somebody in the chat, Lucky in the chat, says something about the kafala system.
Okay, yeah.
I guess you can't come up. We don't have no mods that can bring anybody up. So, Storm, you here?
I'm here. I just came back in the room. I've just allowed somebody up. Is it the same person, Foy? I just let Foy up. Are you saying someone else wants to come up?
I don't know if they want to come up. Lucky's in the chat. But we've been needing a mod. We had some real shenanigans up in here while you were gone. So I'm glad you're back.
So I'll just mod you just in case I have to go, because I know that make you sound a moderator, yes, I'm sure. Because I know Marv usually has you as a mod. So apologies about that. I didn't know I fell asleep. I just woke up. But anyway, I'm back now. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt the conversation.
The kafala system, for people who don't know what that is, the kafala system, America has the exact same system. But the problem with Americans is they've been taught Islamophobia. So anytime they hear an Arabic word, they just associate it with something negative. So the kafala system means that you can sponsor an immigrant to come to the country for labor purposes. This exists in America too. If you want a maid from Venezuela, you can sponsor her visa to bring her here. That's what the kafala system is. So the only difference in the Arab world is we got rid of the kafala system in 2023. So we don't do kafala system anymore. And that basically means that the person who sponsored you to come to this country is a supervisor to you, or basically they vouched for you. Because if you get in any trouble, if you get arrested, if you commit a crime, the person who vouched for you to come to this country will be held accountable as well. Now, this also works as far as finance as well, because if you want to open a business, for example, in Dubai, not in Dubai, but in Saudi Arabia, the kafala system indicates that the country has to own 50% of the business. So if you wanted to open a business, you had to partner with a citizen of the country. Now, people can argue that and yell about it and cry about it, but the reality is we're a no-tax society. So when you do the actual math, compared to paying state and federal and business taxes, the kafala system is actually cheaper for the business owner than paying all those taxes. So we don't have that system. But now we got rid of the kafala system. So almost all the Arab countries have gotten rid of the kafala system entirely, and we've created what is now called free zone, which is what I really do for work.
Wait, let me just follow up real quick. So you said if there's a pothole in the street, there's an app for that, and then somebody will come out. That's all driven by the market. It's not a government that fixes public streets.
But that's the government.
So how does the government function without tax?
Our government sells real estate. So the difference is we don't have privately owned real estate. Because the kingdom, the royal family owns the land. Whereas in America, you're buying borrowed land. Somebody bought it 100 years ago, and then they sold it, and 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 America only makes the money off of the taxes and the transactions in between. Whereas in Dubai, because we're a much newer country, the government still owns the land. So when you buy, for example, if we build the Burj Khalifa, the skyscraper, the government owns this building. They own the land that the building sits on, and they generate money from that building, right? So there's a state-owned company where I work. It's called Imar Properties. That's where I work for. Imar Properties is owned by the government. They do most of the development projects in Dubai. Then they have what is called free zone, where they sell that land to larger companies like Imar who build their own towers and their own apartments and their own supermalls. So the government is an active partisan in the business market, just as basically investing in its own country just as well as you are. So if you wanted to build an apartment complex, there's also a government-owned apartment complex, and that's your competition, so to speak. So that's how the government generates most of their money, through selling real estate. So my company, for example, Imar, which is the government-owned real estate company, what we do is we build ecosystems. We don't build apartments. So you might say, me and my friends got together, we built an apartment building. But in Imar property, we don't build an apartment building. We're going to build 20 buildings, a park, a school, and a train system, all in one area. We build an entire district, such as downtown Dubai. And when you build that district, we generate money from the entirety of the district, and that funds us. We work to become the best tourist destination in the world, where now we generate most of our money from tourism. And then also, we all know about our, infinite oil supply, which supplies us trillions of dollars as well. So that's how it works. And that's why we're so strict on citizenship, because Emirati citizens get all government benefits. There's no such thing as the poor people get benefits and not. If you're a 27-year-old woman and you're Emirati and you're not married, the government is going to pay your rent until you're married, right? This is how it works here. So people spin the narrative and make it look like we're oppressive of women. No, we're protective of women. And we give the women a natural princess treatment from their government. The government operates as a father to all of the people in the country, because we started as tribes, and even though we're modernized, we still operate in that tribal system where the head of the tribe, which has now become the president, he, or the sheikh, he has to allocate these resources down. So everyone who is Emirati, they go to college, their kids go to college for free, they free healthcare, they don't have to pay for surgery or medical bills or any of these things. And then we have a radio station in Sharjah where people can call in, and the princes, they listen to this radio station. And it's a radio station just for Arabs to call in and complain about anything in the country, and the princes will self-solve it to make sure that the locals are happy, just as well as the tourists are happy. We have a ministry called the Minister of Happiness. And that department of government's sole job is to ensure happiness across the country, to make sure that the people are happy, that the marriage rate is high, that the social life is good, that the nightlife is good. So we really focus on these things to make Dubai and make most of the Arab countries a very fulfilling environment. So it's a serious business in Dubai, and we generate money from all of these avenues.
So are the people of like the immigrants, are they the ones like filling the potholes and like pulling up to give people gas and stuff like that? Or what is the hard labor that they're doing?
So the hard laborers, they do all of these things. Some of them are security personnel, some of them are janitors in the malls and the schools, some of them are in construction, some of them are in the medical field. An immigrant can do it. They can work any job that they're qualified and have the education to do. Right? I'm an immigrant here because I'm not Emirati. I have a Saudi passport and an American passport. So I'm not a citizen here. So I'm an immigrant, and I'm in the upper management of construction and development. So an immigrant can do any of these jobs, but most of hard labor, Arabs don't do jobs. The locals don't work at all. So every immigrant in this country works, and the locals either own businesses or they are sitting on millions to billions of generational wealth, and they're probably just investing in beachfront residences and real estate. So that's how it works here. But the locals are a very small population. Only 10% of the population here are local people who are born and from this country. They have a very small population. She said class exists, but not the way we understand West. Absolutely. Class system definitely exists. There's definitely a class system.
She was replying to somebody in the clinic Because she said, I guess she was being sarcastic. And it's
She said, I see now. She says, mind you, I'm not American, I'm also Muslim. Great. So this is not about Islam. Great. She said the UAE has not fully dismantled the caliphate system. It has. I live here. Changing parts of the sponsorship system and by introducing labor law reforms isn't evidence of dismantling the system. I don't see a problem with the caliphate system, and I don't see a problem without it. So it depends on how you see it. Migrant workers, residence visas are still tied to their employers. Yes. It's the same thing I don't realize if you know what you're saying, but it's the same thing in the United States. An immigrant worker gets it's called a work visa. So you're saying the sentence backwards. Work visas, yes. That's tied to their employer, meaning if you get fired from your job, you are now an illegal immigrant. That's the exact same thing in the United States. That's why their passports can be confiscated. They can be prevented from changing jobs and control whether workers can leave the country. No. Yeah, so this is not a law system, what you're talking about. These are negligent business owners. And last year alone, big arrest was made. You can look it up. Big arrest was made for people who were participating in some of these acts. So in every country, you're going to have some negligent individuals. So you had negligent business owners who wanted to control immigrants and keep certain people working for them and doing certain things. And those companies get completely shut down. Like I said, I work in the field of construction. I've witnessed entire hotels, I'm talking about 60-story tall hotels, get shut down in Abu Dhabi simply because their reviews on Google Maps dropped to three stars. Gotta go. Whole management change. Everything has to be, and that's from the king. That comes from the top down. So what people do wrong does not validate what the government sees as right. Same thing with Islam. I know a Muslim that's smoking weed. I know a Muslim that's eating pork. That has nothing to do with what Islam teaches. It just has to do with those individuals. So that's that. Workers in free zones are still migrants. Resident visa. They don't have resident visas. That's not true. Still sponsored through their employer. Yeah, that's called a work visa. Yes, I'm in the same problem in the U.S. This isn't the systems that I understand. Okay. I don't think it was slavery. Lucky, I don't know if you understand what you're talking about. But sure. But anyway,
I'm gonna do a quick reset. You've been listening to the motherfucking Dr. Jedi show, giving us all insight into what it's like in Dubai and the Muslim Arab experience that he's had out there. So shout out to you, bro. I'm personally excited by what you've had to share, so I appreciate it. Thoy, Alyssa, Trish, and Kylie all came up on stage. Shout out to you guys. We don't have no serious agenda. We haven't been talking about the topic, obviously, in a long time, so just welcome to the space. We're on the late night vibe. You know, you can say whatever. Popcorn style.
She said, yeah, of course you don't, because you're not working under their system. I am working under, what are you talking about? So there's no custom system for immigrants.
Doctor, I would like to say this. I appreciate everything you shared. The reason people get mad is because they're used to a level of people gaslighting, being indirect. Like, you literally came up here and explained the whole system, because I'm a part of a travel agency. And teletravel, we go to Dubai, we speak about Dubai and all these other different countries that most people don't go to. Most people love toxicity and love drama. So whenever you're a person that is coming up here and basically just being blatant, most people don't like it. I wish they talk about people who are autistic, etc. And it's very awkward on how you directly came up here, explained everything, and then people are objecting to you. And they can't even come on stage verbally and even say what they're saying. Which I realize, and this is a true fact, by the way. Clubhouse has developed a narrative to where people create rooms to where they create what is it called, trolls to come on here to speak. Not human trolls, but virtual trolls. They'll create a package of virtual trolls to speak to where they sound human at times as well. Like, so I wouldn't even respond to the people even speaking, because why can't they come on stage and speak? Because if they're making it an excuse now, they'll make it an excuse 10 hours from now.
That's a very,
I wouldn't entertain.
I think that's a very logical way of thinking. By the way, just saying. But also, I don't know who's talking. Anyway, sorry about that. Anyway, so yeah.
I don't know who's talking because you're not looking at your phone to see who's talking.
No,
I was talking to the way.
boy, she's agreeing with you.
I was in third grade, so it's kind of crazy. Third grade, do you think I was like, that's what you were talking about, right?
No, she directly said, I don't know who's talking.
Can
I said,
Can I,
okay.
you guys, I think it was a good question asked in the group, and I just want to answer this. It's going to be my last question on the subject. The sister, Alyssa, she said, without tourism, the country wouldn't be able to sustain itself. So that's not true. So Dubai has always been a rich country because the majority of their money has come from oil. But now they have a tourism sector. But they make most of their money nowadays from tourism, from trade, finance and banking. Dubai has some of the best banking systems. I mean, you can put your money in the bank in Dubai, a savings account, and get a 15 to 20% interest growth on the year, which is unheard of in the United States. The United States is 3.6%, 4% on a CD. So they have a big banking system that is moving. And then the real estate and construction sector is the sector I work in. So their economy is built of those major things. But oil is obviously was the major trade. But now we're investing heavily in tourism. So no, the economy is not solely based on tourism.
My man Milton was the guy I was talking about who was in Dubai. Milton, welcome to the stage, man. I'm glad to hear your voice, bro. I know you was stuck out there for a bit. What was your experience like? What's your experience in Dubai? That's it for Milton, I suppose. Maybe he just swiped it. Anyway, my bad. Oh, there you go. Go ahead, Milton.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but I'm still here, bro. I'm still out here. Yeah.
What is your experience as far as like the conflict out there? And then Dr. Jedi was talking about, the business, the opportunity, the issue with construction, tourism laws, like the morality stand frame. So we kind of had a big picture view of what it's like, and I wonder if you could speak to any of those or your own experience.
All he said was facts. Everything. I got money in in Dubai, I got an account here, First Emirates, whatever. Yeah, he's speaking facts. Like, the real estate market is big out here. That's what I was out here for, actually. And I learned that when I was contracting out here, bro. I've been living in Dubai for 2 years. You know what I mean? So, everything he said was facts, but so far as the conflict, man, I mean, you got the glitz and the glamour in Dubai and all the real estate investing in. You got a lot going on. But what everybody got to remember, bro, it's still the Middle East. It's still the Middle East. You don't have these conflicts, and that's just what it is. That's just how I see it. So my experience ain't no different than the time that I was in Iraq. We just sitting back, looking at the sky. You see a missile up there and knock it down. I think they tried to hit the Bible six ballistic missiles last night, bro. I was seeing them in the sky last night. They was just knocking them off every time. And I had 2 flights to get up out of here. One of them got canceled. I was supposed to leave Wednesday. One flight got canceled. That was plan A. So plan B is to get up out of here and make it to London. So I booked the flight to London. You know what I'm saying? When I get to London, I might have to book another flight to get to the States. But, we trying to work it out, bro.
Well, shit.
Everything he said was facts, man.
Like Clubhouse telling Milton, you up there pissing and shitting yourself in a corner all scared and shit. They opened up a prayer room so that you could be safe and shit. Because it's like Milton out there scared. We need to do a GoFundMe for Milton.
Man, bro. Clubhouse gonna be Clubhouse. Hey, man. People gonna talk, bro. You can't stop people from talking, man. Clubhouse gonna be Clubhouse. They make things more than what it's saying, man. If I was so scared, bro, I would be coming out here, 2 or 3 times out the year. If I was so scared, I would have lived here for 2 years. So if they would have said I'm scared, bro, I'd be scared. Whatever. But off the app, ain't nothing I'm saying, See if I'm scared then. They gotta, Milton, you gotta
I'm just fucking around, Milton.
Milton, they have to. I think it's important that they come in person
So a lot of the people, so much American and European hate because they're 250 years used to a corrupt system. So everything to them is like they have a PTSD of corruption. So it's like, oh my God, this is too good to be true. It's no way. No, it shows you how easy it is to run a non-corrupt government. And when you're in a corrupt government that sends billions of dollars to Israel instead of fixing the streets in your neighborhood, right? Then all of a sudden you start to think that these become hard tasks. But and it's not hard. It's not hard. So America can have everything UAE has. America chooses not to. They choose to spend
their money. Oh my God! I thought I was the only person that thought that, Doctor.
That's a straight up fact, Doctor. Because look, at the end of the day, they take their money and they put it in their infrastructure, bro. Their people are taking care of these Emiratis. Ain't got one worry, bro. These people don't even work. They let the expats do all the work. So like, do work, bro. We don't even work, bro. They don't even work. Like, they got money for days. Like, if you're an expat, which means I'm talking about a foreigner, right? If you're an expat and you're coming over here and you have no use to these Emiratis, you're not gonna be here. That's just what it is. You work for them. Yeah. You work for them. Literally, I work for the Emiratis. Literally, I work for them.
And is it fair to call it a slave system, Milton? Would that be an inaccurate statement to say that these people are essentially slaves? That was a question from the chat. What do you think about that?
Well, it's the class of people. Like, you know, like, okay, I'm going to explain it just like this, right? I'm going to explain it just like this. In America, we go by race. Over here, we go by nationality, right? Now, Storm is British. Storm would be straight. They have Storm somewhere teaching up in the school, teaching up British English and math or whatever they do. Storm would be good. They gonna get Storm a free home. They gonna pay her bills, and they still gonna pay her on top of that. As a teacher, they gonna take care of Storm. Guys like me, I'm gonna be running a construction site. I'm gonna be running a security situation, and they gonna pay me top dollar because I'm American. They're gonna pay Storm top dollars because they British. But now, man, I don't need no disrespect to no African nation in here. No disrespect to y'all. And no disrespect to Mexicans whatsoever. But I just want y'all to understand what I'm saying. Like, the Africans are the Mexicans of this country. They treat them bad. If you got a Kenyan, a Nigerian, a Ghana passport, man, you trash to them. They gonna give you the lowest paying jobs. They gonna pay you the lowest. They gonna keep you out in that sun all day. You know what I'm saying? They gonna, like, do you dirty. The Filipinos, too. Them the lowest class citizens over here. Like, that's like, I'm giving it to you, bro. And that's how they do it. But I really can't call it slavery, bro, because they actually pay these people. But they ain't paying them much, though. They ain't paying them much. Go ahead, bro.
I can't agree with the nationality thing because I've seen the elites of every single race and of every single passport in Dubai. However, what I will say is the class system is based on education. So Dubai is a new country. Right? These people got their independence in the 1960s, and they've only been educated, a highly educated country for one generation. That means everyone's parents in Dubai had a very low education, and if it wasn't for state spot oil that paid for the state to advance, they would be just like any other poor African nation. So their main agenda as far as work is they're paying Europeans and Americans, not white or black, they're paying that money for your education. For example, in my job, right? I'm Arab, but I grew up in the United States. I have a United States passport. Well, I spend most of my day, instead of doing my actual job, instructing the future Arabs who will replace my job 10 years from now. They pay me top dollar to educate because they may have a young civil engineer might have the degree, but he has zero experience and no means to even obtain experience because every construction site is new construction. They're not remodeling anything. Everything is new construction. They're not going to test him out in that field. Whereas me, I started construction in New York. So I started construction remodeling 100-year-old, 80-year-old, 60-year-old buildings all the way up to new construction, almost 20 years of experience. So the merit system is based on what can you do for the country. That's the merit system. So if you have a high education, English language is the language of money. So if you speak British English or American English, Australian English, you're top. if you have high education from accredited university. A lot of African countries and Indian countries, they don't have good university. And these issues are things that they need to solve with the Europeans, because the Nigerians in Dubai are doing very well, but Nigerians are doing well in their own country.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
But that's because the Nigerian's education system, Nigeria is the wealthy schools in Nigeria are British curriculum. So I can trust a doctor from Nigeria. If you went to college for medical in Nigeria, you can bring that over to Dubai. But if you went to college for medicine in Ethiopia, oh, you need to come here and take a whole placement test and security examination and all these things, because the education criterion is very different. So it's not necessarily built on nationality. It's built on what is your home country doing. And if you come in from a poor home country and expecting to have the Dubai lifestyle, if you're not rich at home, it's not going to happen. You're going to have to come here and work the same way people did in America. In the early stages of America, poor Europeans came into the United States as immigrant workers, the Irish and different things, and they worked. The Irish was never rich people. They were poor. The Italians were never rich people. They were poor. These were the poor whites. And they worked their way up to the top. That's just the system that they have. So, but it's not a race. No one's going to treat you. The Emirati locals, I'm sure they'll agree, they don't even have the time to be racist to you because they're not talking to you.
They ain't even gonna look your way.
They ain't even
looking your way.
Yeah, you're not
Because, bro, I figured out the game, bro. Like, I'm knocking on my master's degree right now. I'm like 20 credits in right now. You know what I'm saying? And so what I did, bro, I jumped on 360.com. And, bro, I don't know nothing about construction like that. I've been around some, but I don't really know it. So what I did was I jumped on 360.com. Y'all remember that website? 360.com, 360training.com. And I learned about the safety. I learned about being the safety. And, bro, I'm working on that Ocean 30 cert. I got the Ocean 10 already. I'm working on the Ocean 30 cert. With my degree, with my bachelor's degree, man, I'm so serious. With my bachelor's degree and me having Ocean 10, bro, you know what they'd pay me to be a safety out here? You know what I'm saying? Just to be on the construction site, bro. Right.
Let me give you a quick gem real quick. With the OSHA, right, if you want to get paid the most, Dubai recognizes NEBOSH. Look up NEBOSH safety. That one is the higher grade. So OSHA 10 and OSHA 30, that's like the American grade safety is one level. But if you get the NEBOSH, and it's just a certification, it takes about 3 months. If you get the NEBOSH certification, that is the highest in the field of construction here. Just like in the UK, they have this RICS. I think it's RICS for theirs. So OSHA's good. American standard is always good. But if the highest tier is the NEBOSH.
NEBOSH?
Yeah, NEBOSH.
Hey, do me a favor, put it in the chat, right? Send it to me in my back channel.
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat, and then you can just look it up. It's called NEBOSH. That's the highest safety for construction. You got that? They're begging you. They're begging to pay at that point. And if you're already in like a project coordinator role, project management role, and you go cover NEBOSH, that's like a 10K to 20K salary increase just by having that particular cert. It's called NEBOSH. But yeah, you're right about I work in construction. I'm a director of construction for my property, and that's the number one industry. I always tell Americans who want to come here, Brits who want to come here, just come and get in construction and real estate. We're not going to stop. Right now, we're building Dubai Creek Harbor. We're not going to stop. You know, it's not over with. We weren't finished with it. We're going to build more islands. We're going to expand more and more and more. Dubai is not going to be the same Dubai that it is 2017 to now, or from 2026 to 2030. You know, same thing in Egypt. Egypt has a master construction plan that they're remodeling the entire. Egypt is going to be like Dubai in the next 15 years.
Yeah, so, bro, because over here where I'm at, bro, in JDC, they got a whole lot of projects over here, bro. A lot of projects. Like, it's a project around the corner from me and in the back of me. I seen about 7 to 8 projects out here in
the JVC. Oh yeah, the JVC is a very. I was actually thinking about doing what they don't have in Dubai that I wanted to do is a salon suites. Nobody has this business, right? There's no salon suites. You have salons, but not a salon suites. And I was thinking about doing a salon suites in the JVC because the JVC is a little more suburban. So you know, so I was thinking about doing that.
Yeah, the Brits call it South London out here.
It's Is it a lot? I don't even go over it. Is there a lot of them? A lot of
it's a whole lot of Africans, Brits. It's a lot of us over here, bro. Black Americans, like, stop, man. JVC is black, bro.
It's just so far. I never even go that way. It's so far from me. I live literally downtown Dubai, in between downtown and Business Bay. And I never really
Travis, let me interrupt. Just take a quick pause for the calls. I'm gonna just do a quick reset. Shout out to everybody that's in the room. Pink tickets, you're welcome to turn in your pink ticket. We do the overnight show here. Shout out to Moth. He's the head mod. He's not holding it down while he does his thing. We don't have no topic. We're just letting everybody speak. So if you want to come up on stage, raise your hand. I'm not gonna send out any invites. So if you're in listen only mode, it's totally cool. But if you want to come up and join in, you're welcome to do so. Just holler at us. Appreciate you fellas for letting me jump in right quick. I'll yield them.
Yeah, no problem. I just want to ask him, hey, bro, you're a business man. How far are you from the Burj Khalifa, bro?
It's literally, I can see it right from my balcony. It's right here. It's like I can walk to Dubai Mall. I can walk there.
Oh, you ain't too far, man, because I'm coming over there to take our reading night, man. I'm sliding over there.
Oh, you go.
I need me some of that church chicken pasta, man. I'm coming through.
I might be interested. I've been doing, for Ramadan, so I've been doing my iftar at different restaurants, like almost every day. I haven't done any cooking. So I might consider it. I don't really like Caribbean food, though. That's the thing. I don't know why. I can't get into the Caribbean.
How you from New York and don't like Caribbean food, bro? You wildin', right?
Because I'm Arab, so I'm from the Arab side of New York. So I'm used to eating I eat a lot of Arabic food. I don't really eat a lot.
Doctor, you haven't tasted Caribbean food until you've actually gone to the Caribbean and tried the food from the natives.
Well, I don't know the difference between the natives and the people selling it. They were locals. I don't know if there's a certain spot. But I've been to a lot of countries in the Caribbean. I've been to Trinidad. I've been to Jamaica. I've been to Puerto Rico.
So when you was in Jamaica, did you like the food there? You didn't like the food?
Traditionally, I don't. Like I said, I'm not gonna gag, but it's not. I wouldn't go out. I wouldn't have a taste for it. I wouldn't wake up and be like, I want some. Like he just said, he wants some jerk chicken. Like I wouldn't.
Yeah, you don't like Jamaican food. Then if you had it, then have that.
Man, bro, you a racist. I'm gonna tell you, bro. You don't. Fuck you, bro.
I'm gonna tell you, bro. When I went to Jamaica, man, I had jerk chicken for the first time. I can't put it down, bro. It was over with.
Wait, so how do the first time from Dubai, like, you just can't take a first food?
Yes, your mic was muffled. Can you say that again?
Oh, my bad. How does the cursing work in Dubai? Like, you just can't kiss in in public?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, no. Oh, go ahead, Mo. You got it.
I mean, yes, you could. I mean, cussing is cussing. People cuss, but at the same time, it's kind of like, don't be disrespecting their mosque. Like, on the grounds of their mosque, you got to kind of watch it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's certain areas you can't just be turned up in like that. You get where I'm coming from? Like,
yeah, I get like the Chinese place type.
Yeah, like if you're in a church, like, when you go to church, it's just certain things you don't do in church. It's kind of like that with the mosques, man. You disrespect their mosque, it's going to be a whole nother situation. Like, you think you finna be like, ain't no trans woman stepping on the grounds of a mosque and think you finna take a whole bunch of pictures. Like, that ain't what it's about to be. That ain't what it's finna be, dog. Like, they're not going for that.
Yeah, actually, since you bring it up, Melton, we had that topic come up earlier too. So, as doctors, as I heard what doctors said, they don't really fuck with the homosexuals of any type. But then when it comes to prostitution, it's illegal, but it happens. Is that your experience, or are they more friendly towards prostitutes? Less friendly towards homosexuals? What's your take on that?
Bro, I'm finna tell you something. I'm finna tell you something. And, hey, Doc, he gonna agree with me 1,000%. I'm finna tell you some real stuff. This how he know. This how he know for a fact that I'm over here like that, bro. They got a whole club that's dedicated to prostitution, bro. Downtown Dubai. It's called New York Club, bro. It's called New York. Everybody goes in there, bro. Any type of woman that you possibly want is at the New York Club, bro. I got tricked into going one time. Somebody took me there. You know, bro. Yeah, bro. I thought it was a club. I thought it was a club, bro. When they said New York Club. But like, every type of woman you want in there, bro, is in there. You know what I'm saying? But so far as like, because the Emiratis be tricking, bro. Everybody be out here tricking. That's what they do. You know what I'm saying? But bro, listen. Now when it comes to like the gay culture, they here, but at the same time, it's kind of like they know you're not from here, right? So long as you ain't being disrespectful, they're not gonna bother you, because one thing that everybody's gonna do, they gonna let you spend your money because y'all tourists, and that's how they make their money, in a sense. You know what I'm saying? So they ain't gonna be going crap. But if you think you finna go certain places doing what gay people do, that ain't finna work, bro. You walking on the thin line. You better treat it lightly. You know what I'm saying? You said what?
Have you met a woman down here?
I got plenty of women down here. Plenty of women. It's women. Yeah, it's women here. You got
I think she's saying, can you bring me out there? I think that's what she said. She wanted to know.
You need to sort your mic out because we can't hear you properly. That's why.
That was not my intent. Hell no. I was just asking, like, it's heavy, like, you know, heavy interest down here. Like, someone you didn't know.
She's asking if you have you found love in Dubai.
That, you know, I do. You know, so that I, you know, rock with. And then, you know, I had a couple Nigerians that I, you know, rock with. A couple Ghanaians, you know, Ethiopians. You know, I know women here. I did my thing, guys. I did what niggas do.
To speak to the prostitution, I'm aware of that club. What I was telling them though is it's not legal. The difference is in Dubai is an Arab culture in general is a modest culture. Everything is about. It doesn't mean things don't happen. We don't claim to be perfect people, right? It doesn't mean things don't happen. It's just things are not publicized. We don't talk about it. It's not average. It's if you know something, you know something. Like that's what I said. So prostitution is illegal all across the UAE. However, like I told them earlier, there are places where those things happen at, where people participate in those particular acts. But it's not something that you're going to see a girl stand on the side of the road. That's not going to happen. It'll be very and prostitution is a luxury thing in UAE. It's not like it's going to be a girl might approach you at a specific club and speak a certain kind of language, and you have to pick up on it. Everything is very modest. Nothing is bold. America is very bold, loud, and hypersexual. Dubai is very quiet and has a quiet romance kind of a vibe. Very 90s in how they do things and how people approach. Personally, for dating, I wouldn't recommend it, right? Unless you're into a bachelor, I wouldn't look for a wife or a husband. Unless you're a bachelor, you're looking to have fun. Fun, you can find plenty. But like a wife material, no. Or husband material, I would highly doubt it. Unless you're because I mean, we can find anything anywhere. But Dubai is literally designed. It's like Miami. So would you go to Miami looking for a husband? The probability of you finding one. Dubai is built. It's designed. It's an Arab Miami. It's a tourist. The whole city is synthetic. It's a tourist city. It's not the real Emirates. The real Emirates is in Abu Dhabi and Sharjah, right? Also Haima, Fujairah, these areas. Dubai is a tourist. It's built. It's like Las Vegas. It's built for one purpose, to serve a purpose. It's an entire investment. It's a product, and that we sell, right? And you can buy that product, and you can enjoy that product. We're actually coming up with a hotel chain right now called Jumeirah Hotels, where the Dubai experience will be in every country in the world, because we'll be building some of the most luxurious hotels themed after Arabic-style things in the best cities in the world, from Miami to New York, all these different places. But yeah, but I wouldn't say go find it. I was gonna.
Yeah, now that's where I was living, bro. But I was working on the base in Abu Dhabi. I was living in Abu Dhabi for 2 years now. That's where the money at for real. That's where the millionaires at down there in Abu Dhabi. That's where they at down there. That's where money moving for real, man. It's this spot that I used to love to go to, man, down there, Saadiyat. That beach down there, I used to love to go to Saadiyat all the time. Yeah, it's love out there, man. I actually like Abu Dhabi better than I like Dubai. It's more quiet. You can live down there. The villas look good. Great living down there. The area I like the most where I will buy a villa at, bro, I would buy a villa out there in Khalifa City. That's where I like it at. You know what I'm saying? Mustafa, that's the hood. Everybody Mustafa. By the base, bro. That's the hood. You know what I'm saying? That's what I call the hood. But
Is it feel like nice?
that's where I like it at.
Is it feel nice, like, or do it look like an actual,
There's no hoods in that. There's no hoods.
There's no hood.
Yeah, okay.
Like, you know what? Matter of fact, you guys where you from? Like, yeah, where you from? Like, you from Illinois?
Yeah, I'm from Alabama. I'm from
Alabama. What's a rich area? What's a rich area like where you from? Like, what's a real like rich area? Like, you know.
Man, hey, Alabama ain't worth a damn. It wouldn't be far, but hey, I'm actually from Houston. I grew up in there, but like I spent my adulthood in like teenage growing up down here. So like
okay, you said Houston. That's the best way I can describe it. Mustafa is the Woodlands. And that's the hood. Mustafa is the Woodlands.
It says Mountain Brook is the richest suburb in Birmingham.
Or River Hope.
Yeah, they like River Hope. That'd be Mountain Brook. Yeah, you know, like that's what.
Man, I mean, Montgomery trees, you know it ain't shit, ain't it?
They named other ones, but that's the first one that they named. They named Mountain Brook, Homewood, Shoal Creek, and then all that. Point Clear. It says those are affluential neighborhoods. Yeah.
Whatever your best neighborhood is, that's the ghetto in Dubai. Whatever the best. The best you got is the hood in Dubai. Sure.
Basically.
Yeah, oh damn! What the fuck? Y'all see?
Ain't nothing right to y'all.
Ain't nothing close.
Yeah.
I know.
That shit probably a crime. The people out there.
What's a crime?
Oh no. Yeah, all of that. Probably a crime out there in Dubai. But you go to jail for anything out there. All that whole shit. Being a junkie on the street. Shooting up, bitch, you're going to jail, bitch, forever.
Oh, well, shooting up, you ain't going to be able to shoot up. You can't bring a gun in the country.
Bitch, you going to jail.
As far as being drunk.
Shooting up drugs. Not shooting the club up.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying. All of that probably not even allowed. They probably take your ass to jail.
So the thing about Dubai's punishment is the deportation. So Dubai is like a club, and you get kicked out and you can't get back in. So that's the thing. So their punishment is you're not gonna go serve. Oh, I did 6 months in the prison unless you was really tweaking, unless you did something crazy. But for the average person, you was on drugs, you was doing this. You're gonna get kicked out the country. That's what's gonna happen. You'll be deported immediately. They will pay for your flight. They're not gonna pay for your family to put together. They will fly you home.
Is it like a time limit? Like you can't come back here, or it's like
it just depends. In most cases, it's indefinite. In most cases. So, but like I said, Dubai is so strict on certain things that it has created a society where people participate. I love the fine system. They rather fine you than give you jail time. Nobody wants to keep paying bills. So nobody wants to pay $500 here, $200 there, $75 there. I mean, it's fast and it's efficient. The police officers got a credit card machine, not a gun. They walk around with a credit card machine. Right? So you paying on spot. There's no, I'm going to go to court and I got 30 days. None of that exists. So because of that, people follow the rules to such a degree that it actually makes it happier. So when you hear me, you're like, wow, it's strict. But then you have to ask yourself the question, why is it not strict here? Why am I able to do these different things and it causes harm? Like we don't really have DUIs in Dubai. It doesn't really happen because in Dubai, if you're drunk in a club and you can't get home, it's the bouncer's responsibility to spot a drunk person, and it's the club's responsibility to pay for that person's cab. And if the club doesn't, the club is getting fined 250,000 dirham because you let drunk people leave the club. And this is just common sense when you think about it. But in America, they make these systems seem like it's some infinite. How will we solve it? If you find the club owner for alcoholics leaving their club and killing people on the street or DUIs, the DUIs will stop. Period. They will not allow drunk people who's walking around wobbling to even leave. They'll say, okay, we got to pay for this person's cab or this person's taxi. So these are how this.
Dubai don't depend on their citizens to feed their prison systems, right?
You said to do what?
Like they don't depend on their people to feed their prison systems, let alone put money towards the prison systems, right? Like as far as the laws, you say I would think it's strict as hell. So where you're not really committing these many crimes, right? To where
no, because the goal is to keep you out of prison.
Yeah, like it's not gonna hurt the prisons in Dubai as far but in the US, it's like they're gonna let some shit slide. Like now they say, well, you can't drive without a license, but for some reason I can go up the street and go buy a car without one. You know what I'm saying? Like,
exactly.
Yes,
and then like in the United States, they have independent contractors that actually own these prisons. Most of these prisons ain't ran by state. You know what I mean? They are independent contractors that depend on their citizens to make these crimes or commit these crimes, which they make them optional for them to make money off. Like that's the U.S.
Yeah, and the police officers in America have quotas and things like how people get stopped on the side of the road. In Dubai, that's considered too dangerous. So if you're speeding, you're not going to get stopped on the side of the road. They have technology that are on the police cars that can scan your car, scan your license plate, and send you a ticket straight to your phone without them having to run their siren, without them having to.
Yeah, they do that up here in Minnesota. So like in the inner cities and certain areas, you got cameras now. They don't even stop you pulling you over. You speeding there.
Yeah, because it's dangerous.
Yeah, but they'll say, in Minnesota, the crimes here they're light. They'll be like, oh, it's too late. And some factors, I would say it's a little bit too light. But as far as driving, that shit is like petty. Like, just send me a ticket. What are you pulling me over for? You don't even know.
To have a whole conversation.
Just have a whole conversation. And on top of that, you got police officers that even fear for their life, right? The whole thing is, I fear for my life, right? I don't know you pulling over. So it's like, okay, so why are you even pulling me over? Just send me a ticket.
Well, you just said it. It's because the prisons are private-owned corporations versus a government-owned liability. If the prison is a liability, then it's the government's local job to ensure they keep those buildings empty, to keep the power off, to save money, versus a business to where the government is going to be paying an independent contractor to maintain this facility. So now you have all of these different brutalities and all this different stuff that happens in America. People get pulled over on the street, and a tail light out can turn to an assault. Like you could end up getting beat up with a nightstick for that. Things like that don't happen in Dubai. It just doesn't exist. Like the system here, it's because it's new. The system in the UAE is just well thought out. It's a kingdom, so the king cares about his reputation and his country's reputation. America doesn't care.
With the U.S. immigration and customs, like that is privately owned, like 90%, like privately owned. So like when we be seeing all these things happen, like just randomly, it's like, well, it's happening because for one, a lot of people ain't committing crimes, right? There's a large population of people that's just not doing that. Like they would have to fine you over some petty shit just for them to make some money. So like, they're gonna make these things up to where, they're gonna make you a problem just to feed their pockets because they're not making money. Like
Right. Yeah, it's real, but I think these are the things that I think makes. And the thing about Dubai is it's not just Dubai. Dubai has spread across the Middle East. So now it's the same way in Doha, in Qatar. And it's the same way, it's becoming the same way in many parts of Saudi Arabia. So the entire Middle East is kind of on the same vibe. Same reason why the Middle East won't fire back at Iran. Like they're saying Iran has attacked the Middle East. Why won't the Arab countries fire back at Iran? They're refusing. Because they're not interested in that. That's the point. They rather deflect the missiles and stay with the peace. Because in peace, there's prosperity, there's money, there's wealth, there's success. If you start firing and start a full-scale war with Iran, which is what America wants, is what Israel wants, then all they're going to do is make fun of all of us. They're going to say, oh, those Arabs are crazy and they're terrorists and all these things. But when you come over here, you realize all of those things are lies. And you can see it the moment you land. The way you're treated in the airport. Like I forget when I come to America that I have to carry my own bags. Because in Dubai, I don't go to the carousel and grab my bags. That's crazy. That's like that. There's a person for that. And people like the girl Lucky who was talking about the immigrant workers. But you have to understand that everything that America makes you do yourself, that could be someone's job. Like in Dubai, you don't pick your food up from the table. Like if you go to the mall and you eat, then you take your food and put it in a jar. You don't do that. You leave your food there because there's a job for them. There's someone whose job who's getting paid and they're providing for their family off of simply doing those simple things. if you're sitting in the mall, I was sitting in the Dubai Mall when I was visiting before I moved there, and I was on my laptop working, and I kept moving around because the couch was uncomfortable. And one of the mall staff came up to me with a microwaved pillow. He microwaved the pillow. The pillow was warm, and he put it behind my back. I didn't spend no money. I'm not in the store. I'm just sitting in the sitting area in the general space in the mall working on my laptop. So that's just the treatment of the overall country, the royal, quote unquote, treatment. Every single citizen and visitor gets the same treatment. They get treated very well just by being. So that's part of the reason why I moved. I wanted to be a part of the progress. In America, I feel like I'm a part of the problem. My tax-paying dollars is going to the murder of children all over the world. I want to be a part of the progress, be a part of the future. I want to be in a society that actually matches the year we're in. We're in 2026. You know, and to me, American infrastructure is just shit. Yeah, it's shit. I mean, you know, in Dubai, it's so, you know, I lost my iPhone in Dubai. I lost my iPhone on the train. Right? I had an iPhone 14 Pro Max a few years ago, and I left it on the train. I couldn't find my iPhone for 3 days because I was catching cabs. I get on the train, and you know my phone is in the exact spot I left it for 3 days. 3 days. There are immigrant workers, the same poor immigrant workers from India. No one stole it. No one touched it. It stayed in the exact spot I was at for 3 days. The train running all over the city. So you can't build something like that overnight. So when they say, "Oh, Dubai is strict," Dubai bans this and they ban that. Yeah, Dubai bans certain type of television. You can't watch TV shows that show the destruction of Arab countries. America, you can watch a movie where the entire White House gets blown to smithereens, and then you wonder why the children are growing up to go shoot up the schools. In Dubai, they ban those things. It's filtered from the television, unless you have a VPN or something. So when you filter information and you give your people only the best of everything, well, it tends to create a better group of people and a better society. So people move here because they want to be a part of that, for themselves or for their children. So I think it's a good thing. And I think this model should expand. It's in Singapore, so it's not just Arabs. The Asians are doing it. Singapore is doing the exact same thing. And I look forward to the African countries doing it. I know Nigeria has some plans. South Africa, Johannesburg has some major reconstruction plans. So it is what it is. I think it's the best place to be, in my opinion.
Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you for having me. I got a question, Dr. Jedi, if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah, sure.
So where exactly are you at? In the United Arab Emirates, UAE?
Yes, I'm in Dubai.
You said Dubai? Okay. So basically, no, because you said that like the Arab countries don't get involved with the war because it's you know, they rather make money, pretty much. Correct?
Yeah, for the most part, they're trying to. And there's a war with Iran. They're trying not to involve themselves in this type of conflict with their neighbors because it's going to spiral out of control. So they haven't really involved themselves.
Right, I agree. So is it just the politics side, or is it them adhering to the religious side? I'm asking.
Oh, it's politics. It's definitely politics. Yeah.
No, because because I know on the religious side, say like the Iranians are like the worst type of Muslims.
No, it actually says the opposite. So if you go into the Quran, chapter 9:19, right? It says that the Arabs, the Quran actually says that the Arabs are the worst in their deed, and the Arabs are the most hypocritical, because the Arabs in that time when the Quran was revealed, that's how they would behave. So it doesn't say that about Persian people. In fact, Hadith actually praise Persian people.
No, I agree with you. I'm familiar. So we're not. So Toba. In Toba, I 119. I'm familiar with you.
Yeah.
I was gonna say. No, but I say this because they slandered the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, and his companions. May Allah be pleased with them.
Yeah. So they're different. In Iran, they're a different sect.
Yeah, and all right, yeah, the Shiites.
Yeah, they're Shia. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I heard that these like the worst. They're like Rashidis.
That's an opinion. So that's an opinion that that people hold. That's not a government opinion. The government here doesn't care about Christian, Muslim, Jew. They don't They don't care about those things in the government. Those are opinions of people.
Okay. I'm asking because you're there. You hear a lot of stuff. But for the most part, people are not there. Present.
Well, America runs a propaganda machine. America runs a propaganda machine to make Americans think that there's this big division happening here. It's not a division. We have completely separate countries. So how is it a division? You're over there, we're over here. What Iran does in Iran is what they do, and what we do in Arab countries is what we do. And it's just that simple. So it's not a division in this regard. There's no Sunnis going crazy over the Shia. Most of these things are not even happening in Arab countries. So people think Afghanistan are Arabs, they're not. People think that Pakistanis are Arabs, they're not. So they start, they're not. So they're not even Persian. So people start associating them with Arabs, and they're not Arab. So whatever they choose to do, that's like a person in Indonesia. Indonesia is a Muslim majority country. There's more Muslims in Indonesia than there are Muslims in Saudi Arabia. But Indonesian people are Asian. If they decide to do something, how do you associate that with the people in Saudi Arabia when they're Indonesian? So this is the ignorance that America pushed. All blacks are black, all reds are Indian, all yellows are Asian. And they don't care if you're Korean or Vietnamese, you're Chinese. They don't care if you're Japanese or Filipino, you're Chinese. This is the ignorance that America propagandizes to the people, and they do this so they can create these fake conflicts that don't exist. Right. So if there was a true conflict or beef between the Iranians and the Arabs, then as soon as Iran fired missiles over our airspace, we would have lit them up. But instead, we didn't. So there's no beef. Now, we're not friends. We're not buddies. We're not allies. But there's not a pursuing a beef. We're pursuing business and progress. We're trying to modernize the Middle East and bring the world's eyes and attention here as a focal point. We want to change the narrative of a lot of the lies and propaganda, women oppression, that people lie on Islam and say Islam is oppressing women. We want to change all of these false narratives. And the only way to do it is by opening our doors to the world and welcoming people. And then people can say, wow, I didn't know women can walk down the street without a hijab on. I thought you get your head chopped off for that. That's a lie.
That's a lie.
It's a lie. And these are just a lot of lies that have been told. And somebody will go find a link of a situation happening, but it won't be happening in an Arab country. It'll be happening in Afghanistan, Kyrgyzstan, and somewhere where some crazy radicals are. So I can't speak for, the primitive or the third world countries. That's like me comparing America to something happening in the village of Colombia and saying, well, it's all in the Americas. That's not the same thing. The point is in the most modern city, where the people are the most educated, where the people are the most modern to this world, are they behaving in these manners? Because some things are due to IQ, because the Quran doesn't say to do these things. So, so that's how that is.
Okay. And you're from?
Me, I'm mixed. So I was raised in the United States, in New York, but I'm Sudanese and Saudi Arabian by blood.
Oh, you're Sudani.
Sudanese and Saudi Arabian by blood.
Oh, Sudanese and Saudi, okay. Yeah. What part of New York is from?
East Hamptons.
Okay.
Yeah, the island.
I'm from Philly, so yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm from East Hampton. So most people they get what do you call it? Disappointed. They're like, where you from? Yeah, waiting for Brooklyn, Bronx. I'm like, I'm from East Hamptons. They're like, oh, the white people area.
Like, so what? So what? Like, I would love to be from East Hampton, but I'm from Philly.
Yeah, I'm from that. They get disappointed. You're not from Queens? Like, did you hang out in Queens? That's how you hang out. Nah, you hang out.
Nah. That's that, American propaganda, the ignorance.
It's true. Black people get a lot of love in the Middle East. So don't believe the lies. And the race.
No, I know a lot of people that actually, visit. So I take it you Muslim, correct?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Walaikum assalam.
I'm Muslim as well. But I got a lot of friends, imams and students of knowledge that I'm around that actually visit over there, in Saudi.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know Hassan Al-Somali.
No, I don't.
He's from Somalia. Of course, his name is not Somali, so he's from Somalia. He was raised in Cardiff, in New York, and he came over here to propagate Islam. So he has, established a big community, with the aid of Allah. In Philadelphia.
In Philadelphia?
Yes, it's Germantown, Massachusetts. You can Google it, and you can see the many programs and things that he has for the youth here in Philadelphia, and the things that he's done for the community.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good thing. Yeah. I hope Islam expands in America more. But even if it doesn't, I hope the American people become more aware, because American people are really being lied to, and it's unfortunate. Especially African American people. African American people are lied to probably the most, and they know the least about the world. Only 17% of African American people have even traveled to the Eastern Hemisphere. So I think it's imperative that African American people get their passports and jump on a plane. And when you come, your entire perspective on the world and what you saw on CNN will be completely reimagined. Completely, and start over. You're gonna, I was told this. Nope, I was told that. Nope, I was told this. Like I heard somebody say to me at a different house, they were like, I heard the women can't drive in Saudi Arabia. And I said, no, women can drive now. And she said, but they didn't used to be able to drive just a couple years ago. And I said, yeah. And she said, ain't that oppressive to women? I said, I don't know. What do you think? I don't think it's oppressive to women. It's not like women can't drive. Like if I see you driving, I'm hit you in the head with a stick. It's women ride in taxis and Ubers for free all across the country. And when women go into restaurants, stores, or anywhere, they get prioritized in line. So women are getting state-sponsored princess treatment. If a woman comes in the store and there's 5 men in the line, they don't care how much stuff the men got. Every man has to move so she can get in and get out as fast as possible. Women get discounts on all goods in Saudi Arabia. So that's completely different than the narrative, oh my God, women can't drive. No, you're getting chauffeured. The government was sponsoring your travel across the country. So it's a cult. It's a cultural thing. Yeah, it's a cultural tradition, but it's how you go about things. We don't go about things bopping women across the head with a stick. It's just not true.
Do you know how you also can assess the cultural courtesy to women and children? I noticed that when I go through airports, I had a trip to the Caribbean once, and I left, obviously, I went through the airport in the UK, I went through the airport in the States, and then I landed in Jamaica. In reverse, when I went through the airport in Jamaica, when they were queuing for security, the staff would ask all the mothers with children to come to the front. When I went through the airport in America, they were asking all their veterans to come to the front. And then when I was in the UK, it was just a free-for-all. So I just found that quite an interesting observation.
In the UK airport, my God. It's like, I think British people can become the most savage when there's a queue. If there's a queue, British people are like the most savage on earth. Like every time, it's ridiculous. But I can see that. Yeah, it's a lot of these things, and like I said, they spin the narrative. Like they say, oh, women can't ride the train with the men. So then they say that to American women. American women are like, wow, so they look down on the women. No. And a lot of times in a train car, so many people pack in, and a man can be pressing his body up against a woman, and we think that's inappropriate and disrespectful to women. So we've designated train cars, they're pink, that are just for women. So no matter what time of day it is, women always get a seat, and they never have to be crowded up on the men. Now, can women go in the men car? Absolutely. But men cannot go in the women-only car. But when you listen to these news media spin it, they just spin everything like it's just crazy.
Where is that, in Dubai?
That's in Dubai, that's in Saudi Arabia, that's in Qatar, that's in...
I've been to Dubai, but I didn't get on the trains, to be honest, but I've been to Dubai.
Yeah, it's a serious. We have some serious women laws, and it's really wrong how people spin Islam as if Islam is the oppressive religion towards women, when in fact Christianity was the one that was oppressive towards towards women, and Islam was the first religion to give women rights to owning their own land, to give women the right for divorce, to give women the first universities in the world that were opened and ran by women were Muslim universities. So, women are scholars in Islam. We have female scholars in Islam. Whereas the church literally says in 2 Corinthians that a woman has no voice in the church. So people compare Islam to Christianity, forgetting that Christians are just not following their book, and that's why Christianity seems more lenient. But if a Christian was to follow the Bible in its entirety, Christianity would be 10 times more strict than the Quran. So it's a backwards thing. And then we start to look like, Muslims start to look like extremists and all these different things, and it's just wrong. So the only way to change those narratives in the world is to open up our country. And that's why you see the concentrated effort to bomb the luxury country. Why are you bombing Dubai? For what? To kill who? And they're going to blame it on Iran, and it's not Iran. I live here. We can see. I see the missile trails. The missile trails that Milton was here to tell you. The missile trails are coming from the west, not the east. So it's coming from Israel. And then Israel said, run it in the media, that Iran is shooting at Dubai, and everybody, oh my God, wow. And it's all lies.
That's great.
Yeah, it's just absolute fictitious.
I'm sorry, this is good information, man. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's absolute, bro. It's absolute fictitious, and they keep pumping it and pumping it. On CNN, on Fox, I'm watching it. You have to start getting into Arab news outlets, and that's like I said, that's what we're new. We're a new society. The white people have been running the world's population for hundreds of years, and Africans and Arabs and Asians, we're just now showing up. Most African countries gained their independence in the 1960s, not the 1800s, the 1960s, where America is 1776. So they have a system that we're new to, and we're still learning. So we're just now getting our own global news outlet, Al Jazeera News. We just got, that's new, compared to CNN and these legacy media outlets like ABC and CBS and NBC that have been around forever. So we're brand new. And, in Israel during the war with Palestine, more than 1,700 journalists was killed by Israel. 1,700 journalists with the full outfit that says, I'm press, shot in the face, shot in the head intentionally. And it's a massive cover-up, and it's really bad. So it's important that people get time to get to know the locals of different cultures. And I implore it, because I think the most important people in the world are African-American people, because African-American people are the wealthiest and the most intelligent group of Africans. And African-American people, to me, in my opinion, have the ability to change the entire world the moment they change their mentality. And this is something that Malcolm X knew, and this is something Malcolm X was working towards, and why he was assassinated. Because African-American people get the most media time on the planet. The biggest celebrities that you can ever imagine all come from African-American people. And as they wake up and as they see things, then the world changes. Like Michael Jackson had the same issue with these Israeli Jews. And Michael Jackson had a house here. Michael Jackson had a house in Bahrain. When all those sexual charges came against him, he bought a house in Bahrain. And he lived in Bahrain from 2001 to 2005. It's a fact. Look it up.
No, I remember. I'm sorry, guys.
No, you go say and then I'll go after you. I just wanted to.
I remember he had a house in Bahrain, and also to touch it with you, you said oh man, I just lost my train of thought. You were saying that go ahead, Storm. I'll come back. Yes,
Yeah, if you think about something else, it will. If you stop trying to think about it, it will come back to your mind, and then you just let me know, and I'll go on mute. So, Doctor, I think there's quite a few people in the audience, according to the chat anyway, that's really interested in what you're saying. So, I just wanted to give the conversation some structure, and so I wanted to first of all, in terms of like a step-by-step guide, what would be so if people want to, move to Dubai, they would need somewhere to live
they would need a job, they would need transportation, possibly public or personal, and they would also need to understand the do's and don'ts, right, in terms of like basic 101 stuff. So what are and obviously they would need like to understand the visa and stuff. So for someone who is coming from America, they have their own, like, they've established their careers, they understand their roles, they've got experience, and they wanted to do their exact same job in the UAE. What would be step number one in terms of like visas?
If you're an American, you don't need a visa to enter. Americans get visa-free entry instantly. As soon as you land, you never have to. I've never had a visa. I have no stamps. I have no UAE stamp in my passport. If you're American, you show your passport, you walk straight through. There's no stamp. There's no visa. It's recommended. It's recommended that you stay for 30 days. People stay all the time over. In most cases, they don't get charged unless it's over 90 days. So that's not necessarily needed. If you want to have residency, like to live there, then there's two ways to do that. Through either work, well, three ways. Work, meaning your job sponsored you. A remote job, meaning I own my own business, but I want to live in Dubai. Or residency through buying a property. I bought a house, and now if you buy a house over a certain amount, they'll give you a golden visa, which is a 10-year visa. For an American really doesn't need any of these things. American can come in and out of Dubai as much as they want, whenever they want, however they want. I think it might be the same for Brits and Canadians. I'm not sure. So that's that. Secondly, housing and transportation. If you're American or Brit or Canadian or in Australia, they're going to give you the full package when you get a job. You're not going to get a job that doesn't come with a house. So your job is going to come with residency, and it's going to come with transportation for you to get, whether it be a premium train card, if your job is on the train line, or if it's an actual vehicle itself. The state does offer vehicles, company transportation, and that does not get deducted from your pay. Certain career fields in Dubai pay more, like mine. I make more in construction here than I did in Miami. And in certain career fields pay a little less because of saturation, such as nursing. So if you're like a registered nurse, you're gonna make less in Dubai. But you have to do the accurate math because a lot of times there's no taxes in Dubai. So if you calculate your taxes, the price might be the same. So the amount that they say on the what do they call it, the resume, the presentation of the job, the amount that they say, it might balance with what you're paying in taxes. You just have to check. Because America, especially London has the most insanity tax. I don't even know how London people live.
I get taxed. I'm in the highest tax band, so I get taxed at 40%.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like to me, that is like I don't even understand how you can talk, how you're not starving to death. Like that is insane to me. It should be a crime. 40% of everything you do is nuts. Like this is crazy. Like even when I was in America, I always tried to target living in the income taxable states. Texas, I lived there for a while in Florida. That's crazy. But yeah, if you wanted to move to Dubai, it's pretty easy for an American. You apply for a job, you come. I would recommend coming to Dubai first. Apply for a job and bada boom, bada boom. If you want to make income in Dubai, making money in Dubai is the easiest thing you can possibly do. Like, it's so easy to make money in Dubai that it is like, I can't even fathom. And obviously, like I said, the main way is through real estate. But for example, the average, if you look this up too, is a fact check me. The average Airbnb in Dubai generates $180,000. Airbnb. This is average. This is not the high end. This is the average Airbnb. Now, I don't know what this tourism is going to be after this little conflict, but the tourism sector is that big. Real estate on average in Dubai grows by 10 to 15% in value per year. So you bought your house at $100,000, the next year is worth $115,000, and you need to repaint the walls. The next year is worth $130,000. So you're making money off of that. The rental market in Dubai is huge, and most people in Dubai pay their rent by the year or by the month. By the year, half or quarter. Nobody pays month to month. So if you're a renter, if you're a landlord, you're in heaven. Like me, I have a couple properties. I'm in heaven. I got two of my tenants. They pay their whole rent year in full. There's no better system than having the 5-figure payout, hit your bank account all at once. and you're just taking care of maintenance fees. So making money here is very easy. Dubai is very modern, but Dubai lacks a lot of little businesses that you would assume they have, but the right people haven't come from. So let's say you do African braiding. There is a magnificent market of infinite cash flow for you. Let's say you're a barber. A lot of people in Dubai believe in spending more money for no reason. So barbers on average charge $80 haircuts, and they get it all day long, right? So simple tasks like that, and it's a demand for barbers, a massive demand for the hair industry, which is why I was talking about earlier. I wanted to build a salon suites in the JVC. That's something I want to do. I've been looking for a 5,000 to 6,000 square foot space that I can put 50 suites in and rent them things out at $300 a piece and pull in my 50 racks a month. And again, no taxes. So, gold, that's another mineral market is huge. You could go fly into Uganda. You can fly into Kenya. You can fly into Ethiopia or Egypt and buy gold from these countries at a wholesale rate, resell it in Dubai, and make a passive income of 5 to 10% up purchase value. Because Dubai is just, they'll buy gold, silver, diamond, they'll buy any piece that you got, like all day long at very, very competitive price. So many ways to make money. One of the passive incomes that I have, that I use, that people want to know, is I have a business, a mobile business that I own as well, where I buy iPhones in Dubai. I buy a bunch of them, like iPhone 17, 16, 14, etc. And then I fly over to Egypt, where an iPhone 17 sells at $2,300, where I bought it in Dubai for $800, and I resell value straight to wholesale, straight to stores there. Quick way to make quick way to make $7,000, $8,000, $9,000. Again, tax free. So it's just so easy. It's just like in Dubai, it's just so easy. Like if you're broke in Dubai, you're literally mentally challenged. Like you're mentally retarded because it's so easy and it's every hustle is welcomed. Like they want you to do it.
Yeah. Let me ask you this though. Like in Dubai though, that nightlife, the entertainment, like are people actually like that's living normal lives, having a good time out there? Because everything that I've seen is that the only way you can have a good time in Dubai is if you're super rich.
That's not true. So Dubai, because majority of the people in Dubai are not super rich. Majority of the people in Dubai are middle class. There's no poor people, but the majority of people are middle class. So the nightlife is popping. Another business idea that I had, and I'll share with people here, is Dubai has a vacuum for promoters. If you are a promoter or an influencer, you will go to Dubai and get rich overnight. Like overnight. If you book, like I was telling my older brother this, I was saying for my particular community, but you guys can do it. Like the Storm is Caribbean. I don't know Caribbean artists, but let's say there's a huge Caribbean artist that everybody loves. If her and her cousins get together and pay the booking fee and rent the venue, bro, like you talking about a cash whale, because they don't get a lot of celebrities that come there to perform often. So when they do, the amount of people that show out is like insane. Like what's his name? What's that guy's name? DJ something. I forgot his name. Oh, Metro Boomin. Metro Boomin came to Saudi Arabia, and he sold more tickets in Saudi Arabia than any of his Atlanta shows, and he's from Atlanta. Travis Scott made $7 million in a night in Saudi Arabia. People all outside because they don't get to see celebrities. Cardi B made more money. Beyonce made $8 million in a 20-minute show in Dubai. So if you're a promoter and you're gonna bring and pay for celebrities to come there, or just promote the clubs that are there, that's a massive industry and a huge void. You're a DJ, I'm talking about like you're eating like whatever you're making in America doing that hustling is probably times 2x or 3x because the demand is there.
No, I'm with you. Everything you're saying, like, I'm with you on that. But everything that you just said always revolves around working. You know what I mean? Like, whether you're a promoter or you're a DJ or you're this and that, like, when it comes to the job, what I'm saying is this, is that when I want to relax and enjoy my free time, like, how do you feel about, like, your free time over there? Because I'm a passport, bro. Let's just say that, right? You know what I mean? When it comes down to it, I can live wherever I want to. You know, I can do whatever I want. I can have any job that I want. I can do whatever. I got the freedom of the world to make things happen. I don't have a wife. I don't have kids or any of that. But everything I hear about Dubai is, first off, you are taxed. You're supposed to be taxed. Let's just put it like that. If you ain't paying taxes over in Dubai, like something's off a little bit. There is a different tax system. There's a whole certain range when it comes to like certain amount of taxes that don't get taxed. And then on top of it, let's just say like your ban now is 150,000, if I remember correctly, somewhere around there. Your band is 150,000, and after that, you get taxed at that 40% rate that girl was talking about, like because you have reached that regular tax bracket. You know what I mean? Like, so in other words, don't get me wrong, that's a huge tax advantage, but it's not like, I'm not being taxed. So you get that, and then your free time is not. It's not, you know where you want it to be, because first off, when you're talking about women over there, they got to have their hair covered up. They got to have their face covered up. You can't talk to women a certain type of way. You can't like interact with each other a certain type of way. You have to be fully single. The marriage laws are like all kinds of crazy. You know what I mean? Like, and then on top of it, like you really have to be in tune with like the Dubai in order to really understand like what's actually going on. So that's kind of like where I got turned off with Dubai.
Okay, so let's start at the taxes, right? So when we say that Dubai is tax-free, we're talking about two major things. There's no income tax. So no matter what you make, you keep it all. And there's no property taxes. You pay a 4% one time, not forever. You pay 4% at the purchase of the property, and that's it. So there are no property taxes, there's no income taxes, there's no federal taxes, there's no state taxes, things that the Americans used to pay. The next thing is corporate tax. You do pay a corporate tax if you own a business. That's 9%, which is dramatically less than the United States, which I think is about 14-something% like that. And then we have a sales tax, obviously, a sales tax on everything you buy, which is also less than the United States and UK. Our sales tax is 5%. But when we say there's no taxes, we're talking about the major tax. The major tax that you're going to pay in your life is your property tax forever, for the rest of your life, and your income and federal tax, which you're going to pay for the rest of your life. So those things don't exist. As far as the culture you were talking about, relaxing, Dubai is the number one, if not top 3, tourist destination in the world. So there's plenty of space and time to relax. There's literally something for everybody depending on your vibe. As far as the women, everything you said in regards to women and Dubai culture is absolutely wrong. None of those things are true. I don't know who said those things. I live here. None of those, and I'm not even talking about.
They don't have to cover their faces and their hair.
No. All of this is a lie. Absolute lie. So Dubai actually gets condemned by more extremist Muslims for not being that way, and this is the law across the board. Saudi Arabia is not doing it. You're not going to likely see a niqabi. Niqabi is a woman who covers her face. You're not going to likely see a niqabi in Dubai at all. You'll see hijabis all the time, but you're not going to likely see a niqabi. So no, that's not true. Women in Dubai basically wear whatever they want for the most part. Approaching women, you can approach any tourist you want. What you're not going to do is approach a local woman. That is a bad idea.
But tourists, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying is that ultimately, like, if you accidentally approach a woman who is taken, for example, right?
Nothing's going to happen to you.
No. I mean, like, there is a possibility that something could happen to you.
No, nothing's happened.
Are you 100% sure on that?
I give you my entire word.
Because I got 4 examples right now of when men try to approach a woman that was taken and things didn't go well for them at all.
Then that would be, and we would have to analyze the respect level of those men and the things that they chose to say. And that's up to them. And that goes for any country. You can't walk up to any woman, a girl in the United States can call the police if you approach her the wrong way and ask for a number. So no, my point.
Go ahead. I was gonna say, like, it was more like, hey, how you doing? You know what I mean? Like, she says, yo, I'm taken. Or, like, not really I'm taken, but, like, just dissing the dude, like, psh. This whole thing in other countries with this, psh, psh, that right there is, like, you know, number one for like a dude to be like, yo, bitch, like what the fuck you talking about?
So that's the thing.
Hey, you know what I'm saying? Like that right there alone is just like, yo, how am I getting locked up because I'm responding to it?
You're not gonna get locked up. That's like, but it's probably the profanity. But the thing is, you probably get a ticket, you're not gonna get locked up. But the fact that if he went, hey yo, bitch, and do so, let me tell you something about our men. Our beards are not big because we have beard balm. Our beards are big because we got a lot of testosterone. So Arab men, we quiet in most cases, but we don't play that shit when it comes to women at all. We don't play that shit when it comes to disrespecting women. We take it's in our religion. It's in our religion. It's our religious obligation to God to protect women. Our mothers, our daughters, our sisters, our cousins, whoever is under the women who are under your responsibility. So if somebody came with that American vibe, talking about bitch to somebody wife in Dubai, oh bruh, yo, yeah, you asking for
shouldn't you check the woman at that point?
No, why would you check the woman? No,
because she over there like she egging the shit on.
Because in Arab culture and African culture, our women are naturally sassy, and Arab men, we just chill.
Yeah, but that's the problem, though. Don't you think like that a woman would go to American man? Like,
so you started with the passport bros. Dubai is not the place for that because she probably have more money than you.
Oh, so we're not even talking about money at this point because I'm not.
What I'm trying to explain to you is the mentality. So you said once you said passport bros, and then you're talking about approaching a woman. If a woman is sassy, ill, you ugly, no, get away from me.
As a man, say no, thank you.
So now you're telling every woman in the country how she's supposed to be.
Like, what I'm saying is that she doesn't have to disrespect a man. And listen, it sounds fucking disrespectful to me.
Okay. Well, that's your opinion. I mean,
all right. So let's take a poll then. Like a poll. My bad. A poll. Let's take a poll. Like if you walk up to a woman and you say hello and she goes to you.
But women do that here.
No, I got you. And regardless of where they do it, is it disrespectful or not? Like so now you're saying
let me ask you something. My question to you is how does that relate to Dubai? That's women there's women in the chat that's typing as you're talking. So how does that make it a Dubai thing? And that's what I was talking about.
No, what I'm saying, it makes it a disrespectful thing. Is that if you're a real man about like your values and everything else, all you would have to do is say, no, thank you. And then I will move on because you're not interested. Cool. Maybe you got maybe you got somebody better than me. Like maybe you got somebody with more status than me or whatever the case may be. Whatever in your mind would need you to believe that a would be better than a no thank you. Like there's something wrong with you. So in other words, the women in Dubai have something wrong with them.
So that's now that's crazy. So that's now all women in Dubai, when women all over the world reject men all kinds of ways. That's crazy. So I can't even.
I mean, you're obviously well traveled. I'm obviously well traveled. All I'm saying is that I wouldn't want to go to a place where people feel that it's okay to disrespect other people.
Yeah, if that's the case, then I don't think any country where women have basic personality, I don't think any of those destinations would be, because I've experienced rejection in multiple ways in New York, in Los Angeles, in Miami, everywhere. So I mean, it just sounds like more of a personal thing. I can't speak to it.
It's not really personal. It's just like.
Yeah, I don't consider that to be disrespectful.
I don't think any man would want to hear and be like, yeah, it's just, you know what I'm saying, it's not personal.
You know, can I just come in here, because I do think that there is a thing about, there is a sense of entitlement that happens before the disrespect, right? And the entitlement is that you think that it's in your God-given right to, not you, Jerome, personally, but in general, you think it's your God-given right to walk up to a woman in the first place. So once you've come out of your lane and gone into her lane, whatever happens after that is, you know, that's a risk that you take. You can't then go into someone else's lane and then dictate how they respond.
No, I feel that. I do feel that. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, everybody has choices to make. My thing is this, is like, why would I ever want to go to a place where women think like that? Meaning like, hey, yo, obviously I can do whatever the fuck I want to do and it's going to be accepted when I have other options to go somewhere else where I don't have to worry about you know what I mean, or right? I got options, like, you know what I mean, like, so if I want to go to the places where y'all are talking about where yo, you feel entitled and this, that, and the third. Okay, maybe I do feel entitled because I would never go to a place where y'all are at, where the women can sit up here and like, you know, pretty much dog men, say whatever they want, treat men the way they want because I'm a woman and I'm like prized right now and like this and man, what? Stop that! Like, yo, you can have that. Don't get me wrong. It's your. Hold on. I'm gonna finish it real quick. You can have that, and you can keep that. Like, I'm going to let you, like, I'm going to move away from that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so if I went to Dubai and a woman went, you know what I'm saying? That's my fault for going to Dubai. It ain't her fault. It's my fault for being there. You know what I'm saying? So I land there.
Yeah, I agree with you entirely. I don't think that would be the place for you in that regard. Dubai has an absolute 100% non-tolerance to any form of disrespect, threat, or endangerment to women. I think Dubai is ranked either number 1 or number 2 on planet Earth as the safest locations for women to be. Women have their own gyms in Dubai. You got women-only gyms. That's a whole business that is popping in Dubai. It's a women-only gym. They don't play that. So if a man approached a woman the wrong way, she rejected him, and he went to using profanity, he could definitely get, he wouldn't go to jail unless he got physical, but he could definitely get fined for cursing her out because they don't play that in Dubai. And it's not even just a Dubai thing. It's a Muslim thing.
How much is the fine?
I don't know. I
want to give the fine so I can go over there and cut some woman out and then pay it.
You got something else going on. But, you know, I don't get rejected by women, so I don't know what it's called.
I think it would be funny.
You know
what I mean? Like, you know, I should be funny. Be like, hey, yo, I'm headed to Dubai so I can cuss out a woman and get fined. And then, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would be worth it, I think. Like the humble part.
I'm straight, so because I'm straight, I have no interest in person.
You know, it's crazy because I'm real big on the subconscious, so I literally fell asleep. And in the conversation of falling asleep, no homo, I gotta say that because in America they say homo, is that you even sleep comfortably whenever people respect each other in conversation. And that's one reason I love Dubai, because I'm a travel agent. My sister's been to Dubai, and like, that's what's lacking in America. The respect level is like out of control, insane all over. Blame things on the government. Meanwhile, you have the ability to govern yourself. And Dubai is a great example on how people govern. They govern themselves to a fact where they praise themselves, at which they praise other individuals. I don't know if anyone's catching up because I'm just waking up and I'm coming to the phone. I'm like, yo, like, I'm waking up like with happiness and purity, like, because it's all about self-accountability. Like, why can't we just love one another?
You know what, Thoy? One of the things that I loved about Dubai was this, is that people from Dubai speak very highly of their country. They talk about those exact things, right? Everything that you just said was like spot on about it. Like, everything outside of a certain specific amount of things, like, Dubai seems like the perfect place to be. You know what I mean? Like, you can literally raise a family there. You can, you know, like, wake up and not worry about violence. Like, there's so many great things about Dubai that would be very attractive to certain people. But at the end of the day, I think that there is also some negativities about Dubai that people don't really talk about. And I think that more people should express those opinions about it, because if you only hear people that live there or have been there multiple times, you won't really grasp the full experience of what it means to, like, be there.
That makes a lot of sense. Although they say with every positive comes a negative, although you don't hear a lot of the negatives though.
But bro, he's saying we should ask the people that haven't been to Dubai because they're gonna tell us the truth about Dubai, not the people that live in Dubai. That's what he just said.
No, so I would like to say, like, what are the negativities of Dubai? Because at the end of the day, so actually, no, this is a better way I can frame this, because everyone says I think like a child. So you know what? I'm going to create a parallel talk about this shit, because secondly, what I would like to say, this should actually lead. If a person says a person thinks like a child is pure. A child only gets negative is because they become indoctrinated.
Bro, we are not children, bro.
No. So you say we're not children?
Yeah, we are not.
So you're right. So whenever you say you're not children, you're saying you've been somewhat programmed to see negativity. Children see love.
Yeah.
For instance, James, how does a child come out at 1 year old and make his family multi-millionaire, or he makes his family multi-millionaires? How? They're only 1 or 2 years old, although they get a phone and then they make their families multi-millionaires to where they don't have no problems.
All right, look,
wait, hold on. Wait, no, that was a question. 1 or 2 years old.
Yeah, but my thing is, no problem no more. Yeah, but what I'm saying is this: I've learned to speak other languages.
No, bro, I know. I asked you a question.
Foy, will you remember your question in like 30 seconds? I just want to quickly.
Yes, I will remember. I asked a question, and what people are doing, what people do when you ask a question like that is they try to say "but." When you say "but," that means it discredits what happened prior to.
I understand. I just wanted to update Marv on what's been happening in the room, Foy. So please remember your question, okay?
All right.
And then I'm going to give the mic straight back to you, and then you can speak to Jerome, and hopefully he will be honest and answer the question. But I was going to say, hi, Marv.
Good morning, Storm. Good morning, Summerall, Hassan, and everybody else. How y'all doing?
Man, we good out here. How you doing?
I'm good. Jerome, what's up, bro?
Man, chilling, man. Just, doing me. What's good?
I'm chilling. We gonna tap it up. Give me a second. Storm, what's up?
Marv, so just wanted to let you know what's happening. So I came in the room, and everyone was asleep. When I say everyone, I just Sumirel and and Hussein was in the audience. Sorry, he was on the stage, but he wasn't modded. So I modded him because I didn't know if I was going to be staying the whole time. And I know he's a guest mod, so I modded Hussein. And Hussein's been helping mod the room. We're talking about Dubai. Doctor's been holding it down. He's been dispelling some of the myths about living in Dubai and giving really good, testimonies about, moving out there from America, what the rules of engagement are in regards to careers, jobs, property, rental markets, and what it looks like there for women as well, and just dispelling some of the myths really, and giving some really good advice, and people in the chat are asking questions, coming up on stage asking questions. So it's a really good conversation. Somehow we got onto the conversation of approaching women on the street. So I think Jerome asked if I went up to a woman and asked her for her number or approached her and she rejected me, what would happen? If I then responded with a curse word. And so Doctor was just explaining that what the ramifications would be. You probably get a fine, but actually Doctor was saying most importantly that culture doesn't exist there, that women are respected. If there's a queue in a store, the men would have to, fall back and let the women go in front. There's women-only train carriages where women can choose to go in the carriages with men, but they can also ride in.
You say all that. Go ahead.
No. This is just me rounding things up. But yeah, so he was. What Doctor did say though is that there is like a matriarchal. It sounds like, or honor in Dubai. Women are protected. So Jerome said he thinks he wants to know how much the fine is. This is just before he came in the room. He wants to know how much the fine is, so he can fly out there, curse a woman, and cuss some women out. So that's where we are in the conversation. Thank you.
Yes.
And now Foy wants to ask a question. But Martha, what do you think of that?
No comment. Let the conversation flow.
Okay. Foy, what was your question again for Jerome?
So the question is, after hearing how they conduct, like, damn, I fucking love this conversation, because this is what I talk about, humanity. Dubai is a great example of people valuing one another. So the question would be, why would you just want to cuss a woman out?
Oh, I got you. Because I think that at the end of the day, if I went to a place and I just said hello to a woman and she says, psh, or she, no, hold on, let me finish. Are you gonna let me finish my statement or no? All right, cool. Like, so if I went up to a woman, I said, hey, how you doing? And then she gave me like psh, instead of just being like, oh, I'm doing well, but I'm taking, you know what I mean? Like, the respect of a human being would be a problem. And so therefore, I feel like for the other person, all the people in the world who feel like they are not respected for just saying hello to somebody, I feel like I could do justice in that sense of return of like, hey, well, let's humble this situation. Let me pay this fine and then get on with my life. Just like you know what I mean? Like, so my thing is this. Let me finish this last one. Give me 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds. At the end of the day, I feel like, no, I got you. I got you. Let me just finish this 10 seconds. Give me 10 seconds. Anybody who feels like they're above a person saying hello, I think is a problem in our society and in the world right now. So if you want to disrespect somebody because they say, hey, how you're doing, I think you have the problem and not them.
No, you're exactly right, because I've actually practiced it in real life, and I'm like, wow, this is the problem with the world. So what you're saying makes a lot of sense, although you know why it happens? It's because they haven't lived in Dubai, or America doesn't practice the narrative that Dubai practices. Because just think about it. If you lived in Dubai, you would never want to go to war with somebody.
Right. That's what I was trying to tell him before. I was telling him that, and it's a different culture. In Dubai, for example, my girl, if somebody asks my girl for her number, she better not say no. Oh, how you doing? I gotta make. Yo, what? That means she going. That's what that means. In Arab culture, that means she going. Arab women don't talk to men. Period. Like, they just don't do that. So the fact that you feel entitled to a greeting, to me, is just absurd, right? And the fact that you would pay money to curse at a woman, to humble a girl whose husband probably got like 8 cars, which is why she not talking to you, is crazy. I mean, like, all these things is crazy.
I just caught something, because this is something I wondered. Because I was wondering, the royalties in Dubai, and then somewhat you contradicted yourself, because you said women don't talk to men. They do, because that's how you got a woman.
Let me jump in if you guys. I'm gonna be real quick. I'm gonna just share my humble. Thank you, Thor. My humble experience to Jerome. We see this also in the United States. There are different subcultures in different regions of the country where you will get two very different responses, right? So in California, a stereotype could be that you don't talk to strangers. So the idea that somebody would just come up randomly to a stranger and be like, hey, is, from a California perspective, weird, because California people got their own shit, they're doing their own thing. It's not a matter of disrespect, it's just the culture. You just don't roll up on somebody randomly and expect like a warm greeting. But in the South, it's not that way. Like in the South, like in California, you could say don't talk to strangers. In the South, you could say you never met a stranger. Like it's very normal for somebody, hey baby, how you doing? How your mama and them? And two people will just have a whole conversation in a fast food line where they're supposed to get food fast. You know what I'm saying? So even in the States, the idea that different subcultures exist in different regions just means that perhaps a person isn't very well traveled. So, you know, I think it's not as universal as some sort of human condition that a person who doesn't want to talk to you is weird or disrespectful. It's very cultural, it's very regional. And so I think it'll be a matter like coming up into a clubhouse room where it's one mic only and then somebody just come in, disrupting shit, talking shit, trolling. Like you just need to read the room. And so I think it's a matter of understanding where you're at and then applying the proper decorum for the place that you're at. You know what I'm saying? So that's my humble thought. Thank you.
So, Doctor, to finish, what I wanted to ask was, because I was always intrigued by this, when they talk about poverty, I realize like places like Saudi Arabia, Dubai, etc., it seems like riches are like, it's just like given to you. Because I'm like, how the fuck are these people this fucking wealthy?
So it's not like I have a Saudi Arabian as well as I'm American, my passport. And it's not just given to you. So that's not the case. Everybody is not rich in Dubai. Everybody's not rich in Saudi Arabia. But nobody's poor. So what poor is in America and what poor is in Saudi Arabia is completely different. Poor in Saudi Arabia is my dad only owns 2 restaurants. That's what poor is. Poor is we only have one.
Break that down, because that's what I was wondering, because, and that's why I love Dubai, because it's like, so really America is a fucking scam. As they say they hate scammers, America's the biggest scam. Because how the fuck is everyone wealthy in Saudi Arabia? Like I'm just born into wealth.
So it's not born into wealth. Again, like I said, we have a poor, but our poor is just not as low as yours.
No. What I'm saying is, technically, because I say this,
that don't make sense.
So hold on. I'm saying this for a reason, because technically, as a human, when you're born, you're naturally rich. Because if the government becomes wealthy off of you, that means you're rich, although you're not realizing how to move like the government. Although there's ways to move like the government that people don't want to actually advocate for or speak about. Because you're literally saying that when you're born, you're wealthy. You're already rich.
No, I didn't say that. I said
no. Hold on, listen. The reason I'm saying you're saying that is because you're saying if you have 2 restaurants and you own them, you're poor.
Yeah, that's poor.
So you're rich.
Yeah, but because you got employees, bro.
Right. So hold on. So rich and poor are relative states. They're not a universal state. So right, you could be a multi-millionaire and be poor compared to Elon Musk. So it's based on the society.
What?
It's just not a comparison, though.
The richest man in the world is what you like. Yo, take a few steps back.
No, I understand that I might be using words that's too big for the kindergarten.
The richest man in the world? I'm a kindergartner? Like, you just went to the most extreme places ever.
Hey, Jerome, I get you. So, doctor, this is where I get confused at in conversation, as they call me socially awkward. You literally just said that a person can own 2 restaurants and they would be considered poor. They're not poor because they own 2 restaurants to where they can provide for their family, so they're actually very wealthy.
If you guys allowed me to speak longer than 10 seconds, you would understand what I'm saying.
Okay, you got 10 seconds.
You don't tell me how much time I have. Your concept. Your concept of poor is a comparison to another country's poor. So, for example, so if you say, "Oh, well, you have 2 restaurants," well, yeah, but that would be poor in Saudi Arabia. That's not comparing.
So you already spoke less than 10 seconds, more than 10 seconds.
You guys don't want to hear it. It's okay.
No, bro.
You said if y'all would allow him to speak more than 10
Hold on. He said if you want to.
Let him talk more than 10 seconds because he obviously doesn't know what 10 seconds is.
He said more than 10 seconds.
He directly spoke more than 10 seconds.
I would like to hear more from Doctor.
Like he can't talk.
So Doctor.
I would like to hear more from Doctor because Stoy has a way of taking over. I would love to hear more from Doctor. Will you please let him
I'm not taking over. I'm being literal in
Will you
conversation.
please let Doctor finish his statement?
Hold on. Like let Doctor get 30 seconds. You know what I mean? So he can get his.
Hey, hold on, real quick. In this conversation, we try to have some decorum, and we also try to yield to the ladies. So I want to do what Aaron Pecan says she wants to do respectfully. Go ahead.
Finish uninterrupted.
Thank you. Right. So again, poverty is something that is relative, because if a person in Saudi Arabia is not going to leave Saudi Arabia, and their class system and their society and what they want to purchase, they cannot afford to purchase, then they are poor in their society. You're not going to compare them to a homeless person in America and say, well, you own 2 restaurants. I own 2 restaurants in my society. But what we consider rich is much higher than what an American considers to be rich. Because rich people in the Middle East are legitimate billionaires, whereas in America, you have more legitimate millionaires. I'm talking about, I'm not saying America definitely has more billionaires than Saudi Arabia, but I'm talking about as far as what we consider to be rich. So owning a small business, owning a couple businesses, having a large home, for example, what would be considered a large home in America is a 3,000 to 4,000 square foot house. In Saudi Arabia, a small house is 5,000 square feet. That's a small house. That's how they build. So you can say, well, you're going to say compared to how I'm living, then they're richer than me. That's fine. But they're not making that comparison because they're comparing to what's in their environment, what's in their society, and that would be poor for them. So there are poor people. They just don't go homeless. In Saudi Arabia and Dubai, they're not going to allow homelessness. They don't allow that. That's something America allows. America chooses to send money to arm Israel instead of getting the 500,000 homeless people out of California into housing. So that's a priority difference. Last point that I'm going to make on this particular finance subject. When it comes to the wealth, Saudi Arabia, most of the Gulf states, they supply the money to the women. So if you're a woman and you're not married, let's say by 25 or 27, the government starts paying her rent. The government pays for you to go to college.
My granddad was Saudi Arabian. Are you serious? My grandfather was actually Saudi Arabian. He's dead now. Are you crazy? Why are you talking about Saudi Arabians like you know them? My grandfather was Saudi. Are you fucking crazy? The hell? No.
So, okay, go ahead. I don't know what was happening. So basically, that's how their financial system works. The government then supplies a large amount of government assistance. In America, y'all have Section 8, food stamps. Well, in Saudi Arabia, this is not something that's looked at as a poor people thing. This is looked at as just a government supplement. So the government supplies these things. Then, like the sister was talking about the Caliphate system, you can have a person, business owners can come into Saudi Arabia, but in order to own a business in Saudi Arabia, they have to be sponsored and pay a Saudi Arabian citizen to sponsor them. So a lot of Saudi Arabian people do that. So there's a wide range of ways to make money to survive. But the spectrum of what rich is so much higher than what the spectrum of what rich is in America. Like a millionaire in Saudi Arabia is not considered rich. Having $1 million is middle class. So in their society. So you can't jump cross society and compare wealth. That's what I would have to say.
Thank you.
Doctor, you know you said what you're saying in like 3 or 4 minutes. You said it within the first 20 seconds. which I was once again asking you, how is being poor considered owning a restaurant? Because what's happening is reciprocation that doesn't happen in America. That just happened here. As Mom said, well, let this person speak. This person's words matter more than your words, so please just acknowledge her. Because Mom, to what he's saying, that's what the karma feature is all about here on Clubhouse. Is value. Do you get that, Mom? Because you're listening, Mom, because you muted me because another woman was speaking. You wanted to hear her word versus mine. So
bro, like, stop.
Bro, we're having a conversation, so let's have it.
One mic.
Because I'm asking Mom the direct question.
What do you? Sorry, ask the question again.
So, Mom, you said her word matters more than mine, right? You said, I respect Pecan and what she has to say, so shut up, basically.
That's not what I said.
Hold on. Wait. No, hold on. I'm trying to finish what I'm saying. I didn't say shut up. And then secondly, I can tell you shape-shift multiple times a lot to where you'll move people out of rooms, kick people, tell people to shut the fuck up, and do things stabbing people in the back. So it's like, to what he's saying, why do moderators even do it? Because a moderator is supposed to uphold the position of someone who lives in Saudi Arabia.
Come on, bro. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, bro.
No, bro.
You are killing the conversation, bro.
How am I killing the conversation? I'm asking you.
You're not even guessing about anything that nobody wants to talk about, bro.
Is your name off?
I got you.
Adam,
I got you, bro. Just give me a second. If you, I don't mind you asking me a question, but I think you're over-explaining it a little much. Can you make it more concise?
So, Mom, did you not just say, I value what Pecan's got to say, so we're going to follow what Pecan has to say? You may not have said these words directly, and then after you said that, you move into the audience, which does directly fuck up someone's karma points. So okay. why would you move someone to the audience if they're just speaking and they're listening, although you're playing film?
Because you're boring, bro. Like, this shit is stupid.
Shut the fuck up.
I got you.
I'm talking to Bob.
All right, is that the question?
That's the direct question.
Okay, thank you. All right, Jordan, our popcorn style, we yield to the ladies, period, right? So if they get up, just you see how when Son came up and Doctor was speaking, he just got quiet, although she was kind of saying nonsense. I also moved her down, and she's a woman, so there's no bias here. You know what I'm saying? When she cut him off, she wasn't speaking coherently to me. So I just moved her down so he could finish his point. Because she does what you do, right? She's a little erratic, cut people off, and when she do speak, it's really, really hard to follow. Now, maybe there was a bit of bias, right? Because let's call a spade. I also think you're boring. You think you talk a little slow, and I told you in the last room why your room will never do nothing because you don't know how to have a conversation, sir. So wait, I'm answering your question. So shut the fuck up, right? That's why I go there. That's why I go there with niggas like you, right? Because you asked me a question and you're not being genuine right now. So shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, all right? That's where we at now.
Yeah.
Can you mute up? Thank you. Anyways, as I was saying, I don't want to answer this nigga question. Everybody except him can talk. Thank you.
No, I got some. Let me just say this real quick, though. Let me just say this real quick. Like, did you notice, like, when people important are talking, like, I even mute up, right? I don't say nothing when, like, the conversation is about something important. I let people talk, get their opinions off, and everything else. I think that's a problem with, like, the conversations in the Clubhouse these days. What I can see is, look, people don't know how to shut up when people are talking. They just want to, like, insert their opinions. They got something to say, and they got to get it out right then and there. Just let people talk sometimes. That's it. That's all you got to do. So watch this. I'm going to hit this mute button, and I'm going to let people talk.
And the proper social cue is I can speak after that, right? And that nigga don't do that. So, Toy, do yourself a favor. Just don't ever come back here. Stay in your small ass, boring ass room, and just stay over there and have your boring ass conversations with nobody. How about that? That's a solution for me. I don't want you back over here. Thank you.
This is that to get back going. The point was that all Arab people are not rich. They're farmers, they're workers, they're.
Hold on, doctor. Let me just say this real quick. And trust me, you're not gonna lose anything with him being out of here because ultimately, like, he's not making a conversation. He's just trying to cause, like, say some like technical stuff type stuff, man. Like, this be crazy to me when people are just boring and want to like prove their point. But go ahead, doctor. You got.
Saying just to get the conversation back on, some other people had came up. I don't know if they wanted to contribute on the questions about the Middle East or if they wanted to drift the subject somewhere else. I know Pecan was saying she was listening. So that's all I was saying.
I have a question. Okay, go ahead. No, I'll go up to you, Pecan, and start.
Hello, gentlemen, and Pecan. I am Michelle. Thank you. I'm listening.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Storm. Thank you, Michelle. It's good to see you, Michelle. Good to see you, Storm. Well, I was just observing he was making these statements about Dubai, but it didn't sound like he had ever visited Dubai, because if you've been there, you would know that, you know, the women can pretty much dress how they want to dress, and there's a lot of respect, and consequences are stiff for disrespect and theft and any type of crime. So it's actually very, very safe. I've been to Dubai twice. I plan to return again next year for a convention. I love Dubai. It's one of my favorite places. So that was just my observation. And he had a lot to say, but it was clear he hadn't been there.
Wait, who is the he?
Who was it that was talking? Was it Thoy who was talking about how women are treated, how women have all these strict requirements and
no, I think that was me.
Who was that?
I think that was me.
That was you, Jerome? So
yeah.
Have you actually been to Dubai?
No, I haven't.
Okay. That was my point. All right, thank you, Jerome.
Yeah, for sure. You queen. You a queen. Like, I can tell you a queen. Like, yeah. Let me ask you this. Would you rather live in Dubai or would you rather live in the United States?
I would happily live in Dubai. If my man was living in Dubai,
that wasn't my question.
Yes.
No, but that wasn't my question. It was like, would you rather live in one place or the other?
I mean, if I had the choice right now to stay in the U.S. or move to Dubai, I have family here in the U.S., so that would be the hardest part. Living in Dubai would have me a long way away from my family. But I don't know, I'd probably just move to Dubai. I love Dubai.
No, and that's the part that I be saying, like, so you have a woman that says that she wouldn't mind living in Dubai, right? Meaning that she's praised to a certain point and everything else, she can get away with whatever she wants over there. You know what I mean? Like, she doesn't have to be set to like a certain standard. She doesn't have to like do the things that she should do in life and everything else. I would never want to go and live in a place where women just feel like they can just do whatever they want. You know what I mean? Like, even that alone tells me, like, hey, you don't have to follow any type of rule or any type of like be nice and like, because we as men, and I'm gonna land it here, we as men, we have standards when it comes to like disrespect. And anytime a woman can like just walk around and be like, oh, I don't care about you or whatever it is that you do, even if you got more money than her or her family or anything else, it's gonna be a problem. That's all.
I think that in the U.S., you're way more likely to be disrespected by a woman than in Dubai. I didn't say anything about being able to run around and do whatever I want and treat people however I want to treat them. I believe in treating people with respect, regardless of where I am. But if you're talking about women who respond disrespectfully, that's way more likely to happen in the U.S. And I remember you saying that if a woman responded disrespectfully to you, you would respond disrespectfully to her, and that would make both of you disrespectful.
Wait, but who would be more at fault? the woman who responded first or the man who responded second?
I don't think it matters.
Oh, come on now. Like, yo, you tripping.
Who opposed to another man, we go over here in Dubai, getting mad because they won't talk to you. Bro, that's
because they won't say hey or like be respectful. Like what are we talking about right now? Like somebody can't be respectful to another human being? Like is this slavery times?
They don't owe you respect. They don't know you.
Oh my goodness. Well then, should I just walk around like saying like fuck you, bitch, like because I don't owe people respect? Like what is going on?
You can do that, but something's gonna happen to you. But I mean, that's
why? Because I don't owe them respect. I don't owe anybody respect. That's what I'm saying. It's ultimately like we're human beings.
What's gonna happen to you? What's gonna happen? Most of the guys in Dubai who are dating these women, they big as hell. They 6'5" and they on hella still.
Who cares?
So what's
they can't fight though.
What's gonna happen to you is not all I'm saying is not a good help to us. So if a woman says, hold on, Jerome, 1 second. If a woman, you try to talk to her and she says, sure, take it as her doing you a favor. She's actually saving your life, right? She's saving your life because there's a man behind her. So, nah, my wife doesn't owe you a hey. Nobody's woman, or even a single woman, they don't owe you a hey just because you said hey. Like, I don't know what's the matter with you. It's crazy.
Let me ask you this. Have you ever seen a Dubai guy in a UFC fight?
No, I haven't.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. They can't fight though. Like, so that whole 6'4" shit and 6. No, I got you. Hold on. Hey, Mom. He done this shit legit. I'm so sorry, y'all. Jerome, that was funny as fuck, man. Come on, that's what I'm saying. Like, these motherfuckers can't fight. They be big as hell. Can't throw hands or nothing like that. Nah, I ain't got nothing to do with it, bro. But I'm saying, he be like, oh, yeah. He be like, funny as hell, man. You have no idea, bro. I'm literally busting out laughing. What the fuck? He said, you ever seen the Dubai UFC fighter? That logic is crude. That logic is like, yo, you can see my husband. Hey, I'm ready.
From Dubai, we have the point.
You gonna see my husband beat the fuck up.
The point is that you feel a sense of entitlement to somebody else's woman as if she owes you a hot. That's the problem. So that mentality ain't gonna work. And Dubai is not a passport bros location. Passport bros usually target second and third world countries. So you I don't know if you can afford them, right?
Oh, bro, so I can afford it.
Okay, cool. So if you can, you can. But you know, most guys who can afford women are not walking up to them and approaching. So I can't remember the last time I walked up to one. That's crazy. So that's like a broke thing to do, to walk up to a woman and approach her. So. You know, so it's just not for you. It's not for you.
No, I feel you on that. But all I'm saying is this: is that I feel like every human being should be respected. Like, regardless if you work at a McDonald's or if you are in a grocery store bagging, saying groceries. Like, I just feel like if somebody says, "Hey, how's your day going?" you can respond without a, you know what I mean, like, or I'm too good for you type atmosphere. And if you do something like that, I feel like there's a situation, an ambience for you to be humble to the point where you need to understand that, hey, everybody can say whatever they want. You know what I mean? It's not against the law to speak, and that. There may be consequences, but at the end of the day, there may be consequences on the other side as well.
You want to be the guy that makes the newspaper, so they gotta be like, this is the problem, right? And this right here gives a bad reputation because internationally, people judge everything by what people do. So I don't know if you're African Americans, I'm assuming you are. If you go over there and do that, then you make it difficult for African American guys who are not completely. And that's what you do because now they're gonna put you in the paper and all over, social media that local African American tourists is running around Dubai Mall calling them bitches until he got tased. And then, then it becomes an international issue because you can't take no answer from.
You're changing this. You're kind of changing the subject. All I'm saying is that everybody should be respected.
It's weird. She said no, bro. This is rape vibes. No. She said no.
Listen to what I'm saying is everybody should be respected.
Walk away, bro. She said no.
Is it walk away? Wow, I got you. All right, cool. I'm sitting over here trying to explain to you that everybody should. If somebody says hello, you should say hi back, and that's it.
You're not obligated.
Okay, cool. If you don't feel, no, I got you. But if you don't feel like people should be nice to other people and genuine to other people, like that right there to me just shows okay, cool. That's how you are, and I'm gonna be a nice person in general in my lifetime. And hold on, I'm gonna get here. I'm gonna be a nice person in general, and if somebody ever says, hey, to me, I'm going to say hi back. That's it.
I don't feel like it's not about respect. It's about I don't feel like women are obligated to respond to men that are interested. I don't feel like they're obligated to do that. So in some places that could be a safety risk. So, and responding to sometimes responding to a man invites a conversation that she doesn't want to have. Hey, how you doing? Hey, I got a man. Now you can't have friends. They're not doing that over there. We don't do that in Arab culture. She's not going to respond to you or keep it moving. That's just what's going to happen.
Oh, if she doesn't respond to me, that's cool. All right, fellas.
Can I have one more thing?
No. Let's get on. Good morning. Good morning, Mac. How you feeling, bro?
I'm marvelous. I just wanted to say welcome to the rundown. Right? What's stronger, girl code or bro code? We kind of went, on the tangent, and it became circular. It's redundant now. We now want to expand the conversation. We got a new title.
You didn't change your name to Pop?
Yeah, but we got a lot of we got to deal with
When I saw his name, you're right. I think the bro code is more, loyal against the men, of course. I think. Because we don't do the certain things that you do, nor should we even, as women and ladies, try to compete with you guys. It's just, I'm not competing with a man in the street. We can't. I land. Thank you so much.
I think I'm about to change the title real quick, y'all. And it can be a pre-room into another room. We still got 3 hours on the replay, so I'm not in a rush. I'm changing the title though. I want to do the passport bro one. Snap. Our passport bros. How do passport bros approach women? That's what I want to do. Mona, you still up? Damn.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Goddamn. Talk to y'all. Yeah, I be falling asleep on this mud. I wake up and I be surprised some people still be here because y'all don't sleep. All right. Cool. Wait. Bro, I lost my title.
I want to hear this. How passport bros approach women. I want to hear that.
Yeah, I'm so curious because that's one thing they don't ever really talk about, right? They talk about getting a woman, but they never talk about how they do it. And I mean, some of these dudes don't even speak the language of the countries they be going to. So
that's right. Let him go.
I'm excited. You be like, yo, you got WhatsApp?
It's in chat.
Appreciate you, Matt. I'm gonna post this.
Mom, they use Google Translate.
I wonder if I should make it a room straight up, but that's it. Oh, well, the replay is gonna be skewed. That'll be alright.
Mom was my joke, not funny.
Nah, but WhatsApp is wait, everybody stop the last Storm joke real quick.
Okay, all right, let's move on. No, I'm fucking with you. It was funny, Storm. Oh my God, bro. I'm sorry, I'm a clown sometimes. Don't mind me. All right, let's get into it. I'll do a poll for this too. I'm gonna do it in the room, depending on where the conversation goes, because we got Jerome in the building. Shout out to Jerome.
Appreciation.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. By the way, he's like the biggest passport bro on the app. Let's start there. So once he turn, don't y'all know everybody don't go follow him yet. Let him turn that pink ticket in first, and after that, then y'all can go follow him and shit, right? Okay, cool. All right, how do Pat? Is that fair, Jerome?
Where I was coming into, so hey, I'm gonna turn it in now. You good?
Yeah. No, this is my spot, bro. Appreciate you. How do passport bros approach women? Yo, the mic's open. Let Jerome start it off, bro. We're curious.
I'm trying to turn it in. But, I mean, all I'm gonna say is this: like, there's a different atmosphere when you're in another country. It ain't hard for women to understand that you come from a different place, and all you have to do is just be like, yo, I can. So I speak the languages that I go to, countries that I go to. Well, I take that back, not all of them, but when you got WhatsApp and you can like translate, and you're a funny dude and you do speak a few languages, it ain't hard to pick up on like the things that women really enjoy. You're better at the approach game. You're better at the being funny game. You're better at the trying to talk to a woman game than you are in the United States, because ultimately a lot of women have this set kind of mindset of like the guy that they want, which is unrealistic of what it is that she actually wants and type stuff. So all I say is, when it comes to the passport bros, when we approach women and everything else, it ain't hard. It's just you open your WhatsApp, application, you hand her the phone, and you just be like, hey, we'll talk with WhatsApp. I mean,
Jerome, you know what it is? So on the surface level, people perceive passport bros to be sex toys, right? So I know gentlemen like you would say, hey, that's a misnomer, right? So we want to know, inquiring minds would like to know, are passport bros, right, in particular, approaching these young ladies with charisma, right? Are they approaching these young ladies with confidence? Are they approaching these young ladies with something to say? Or are they socially awkward? And is that why they're changing countries? Because they're socially awkward, because they haven't had the pick of the litter as it pertains to women. Is that the caveat? Expound on that.
No, I got you though. Like, so when it comes to like the passport bros, as far as confidence and everything else, one of the things that builds confidence is your abilities to attract a woman, right? So you're going to get, just like somebody who's from another country here in the United States, you have an advantage of being able to attract another person in that other country because you're unique, you're different, and everything else. You get a little bit more, right? So that charisma is not the same as the United States. As a matter of fact, like, there are women in other countries who don't like the charisma that happens out here, right? They don't like the aggressiveness. I think we kind of heard that a little bit. It's like, hey, if I say hello and goodbye, it might be a problem. Whereas, like, in the United States, like, you want to talk to a chick, you gotta at least say hello. You know what I mean? Like, it has to happen. So, in other words, yeah, there's a difference in charisma that happens in other countries. They're still, like, you still have the abilities to be smooth, suave, and like crack the same jokes. But here's the biggest advantage that you have: when you speak another language, these chicks have not heard any of the charisma that happens in the United States in the language that they speak.
They haven't heard the jokes. They haven't heard Mike Epps. They haven't heard Kevin Hart. They haven't heard Dave Chappelle. Like, you can be funny all day. You can make them laugh, smile, ha-ha, kiki, giggle all day. And then so at the end of the day, like, you just have one step over everybody else. I mean, everybody else.
Right, I just want to get in here real quick. So the funniest men on earth are rich men. And right, so you'd be surprised how loud a girl will laugh when your bank account got nothing. So that's crazy. All this charisma, she think I'm so funny. It's a bunch of nonsense. I know because I travel. I'm not a passport bro. Ain't never been a passport bro. I think that's kind of gay. But the reality of the situation is, yeah, I think so. And I'll explain why. So the reality of the situation is the United States, average citizen in the United States is richer than most people on planet Earth. So what's really happening with these passport bros who go to these third world countries is you just became a 15%. So you can finally afford to trick, and that's why you're getting the reaction that you're getting. It's not based on, and I know this firsthand, right? Because I've lived in Ethiopia for a little while in my life. I have friends there. I'm very well versed in East African communities, Somali women, Sudanese women, and that's what they, and I got sisters. That's what they talk about. So they're not, oh my God, he's so funny, Mike Epps. Like, bro, this is the most dumbest thing I've heard.
That's everywhere, even in America. So why wouldn't you go somewhere where you want the bitches and the bitches want you, stupid?
I didn't say that. I don't say don't go.
Allow him to land. I mean, we're gonna show respect. Allow him to land.
Well, also, we don't refer to women as B-words in here.
Okay.
Right. So, I got some of this last part. So, I'm not saying don't go where the women want you. I'm saying don't start fooling yourself or telling other people it's due to your charisma or your good looks or your funny. If you wasn't funny in America, you probably
allow him to land. Thank you.
If you wasn't funny in America, you're probably not funny anyway. The reality of the situation is your net worth jumped when you came with that American passport. The opportunity for marriage jumps because now she can gain that passport and resources. Like, for example, for Ethiopia, $1 is 154 Ethiopian baht. So if you go to Ethiopia, you can, where your girl asks you to get her nails done and hair done, and that might cost $300 to $500. Well, in Ethiopia, that might cost $10 to $20. So now, you guys, you can't stop observing. So now you have the opportunity to do what rich men in America do anyway. So the men who don't have to be passport bros are just richer than you. So passport bros should be called economy bros. It's going to find an economy of women that you can now afford to do the same things that every woman on planet Earth wants. That is what it is.
I agree with that. If you truly know the passport game, if you're in that bunch, it depends on your income level. Because if your income level is high, they're already lined up for you. And understand when you go there, they're seeking you out. You think they're less than you, but they're opportunists. So you think that you're amazing. No, they're trying to get their opportunity as well. And it's a money game. It's not a joke. You might can go there, spend some money on a woman and have some fun. But if you're really trying to marry and bring her back, you better have a good-ass lawyer. You know what I'm saying? It's a process. And that's how I know a lot of people be bullshitting, because it's a process to deal with that and to do that. So that's why I know a lot of people talk passport, they don't even know the process. Men with money, they have the portfolio, they tell you the video, the women, y'all don't know. Listen to God.
What I heard was, well, the question was, how do passport bros holler at women? And what I heard Jerome answer was, he does it by hand. First he said he speaks the language, so then I wondered, what languages does he speak? But then he mentioned using Google Translate or something, which tells me he doesn't actually speak the language, but he hands his WhatsApp phone, he has his phone over and shows her his WhatsApp and says, you know what it is. And that's interesting. I guess that's a nice way of me that's a nice way of me saying that sounds really whack. And it sounded like he has more charisma, more riz in the States. So now I'm wondering, how does he holler at women in the States?
That nigga got no riz. I'm sorry.
I don't really want to know, because I'm sure that's going to be whack too.
I thought the whole point was to hand over your passport. Passport bro, like what the fuck? Show them that you're from the United States. You don't have to say shit. They're not gonna like you for you anyway.
Thank you, Storm.
You're a passport bro.
Damn, that sounds personal. So, real quick though, y'all, real quick, right? So we say, yo, it's not about the money. Hey, it's not about the money, right? They actually like my personality, right? So, does anybody have any love stories where guys go overseas and they broke, right? And they still get all of these options while they're broke? Since it's not about the money, right? It's about them actually liking the individual. Oh, I like their personality. Oh, I like their morale, right? That's what's going on.
Bobby, you can put, like I said, I've traveled. You can put, especially in Africa, you can put your African baddie in a luxury apartment for $400 a month. And now they'll talk about American women. Oh, they gold diggers. You're literally, again, it's money is just relative. So if I can afford to put my girl, let's say my girl in Houston, in a $2,400 a month apartment in Houston because of my tax bracket, all he's doing is going to his market. So he went to his market. He can't afford $2,400 a month for his girl's allowance, but he can afford $1,000 a month. He can afford $400 a month. And all he does is then apply that to the market in which he can afford. Now the issue comes in is when they start demeaning women of wealthier countries. They start putting those women down. But the reality is you just couldn't afford them, because you'll be surprised how submissive women become when your bank account is right. You'll be surprised how funny you and charismatic you instantly become when your bank account is right. When you pull up in the right car. Well, if you go to Ethiopia and you rent a Range Rover for a day in Ethiopia is $40. Where if you wanted to rent one in the United States, it's $250. So you rent a Range Rover for a week and play like you me, then what's gonna happen is, then now you're gonna pick up women. But if you put a phone in a girl's face, you know what it is. That sounds like a prostitute. So you picking up prostitutes. That's not looking for a wife. That's not taking care of nothing. So we gotta start G-checking these corny Negroes and these economy bros.
Oh, y'all niggas looking for an international wife. Oh.
Bro, y'all ain't said nothing. First off, let me just jump in here real quick. And I heard 4 or 5 people defend one point that I made. This is crazy. So first off, pecan pie, you know what I'm saying? I love you. By the way, you're amazing. All right, I'm going to leave that alone. So then, after that, you know what I mean? Like, when it comes down to, like, speaking the language, yeah, I speak Spanish. So meaning, like, you know, that whole continent of, like, South America, that's, like, where I can go. And then everybody, from that whole South American, you know what I'm saying, continent, I can go all the way up to Mexico, right? I speak Spanish and I speak English. So meaning, like, you know what I'm saying, I got United States, I can go to Australia, I can go to Europe, all these places where I can speak Spanish and I can speak English, I can go. So, you know, it's not just, hey, I can handle WhatsApp to somebody, but if I was to go to another country where I didn't speak the language, I could still hand that WhatsApp. And the thing is this, is that it's not about, okay, hey, just because I have money that's different from whatever they have, you know what I'm saying? Like, I have that advantage because, trust me, a lot of women have opportunities to be with celebrities or be with, like, people who have money and this, that, and the third. But yet, they're not marrying these dudes. They're not trying to be with these dudes. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, a lot of women will say, like, it doesn't matter if a man has a whole bunch of money. Like, that's not even a standard in these days and times. The difference is this. I mean, maybe, you know what I'm saying, maybe, look, I got money here in the United States, and I can tell you right now, like, women are not just being like, yo, money is the only characteristic of a man that has, that I want to be with. Anyway, what I would say is this, the difference is this, and I'm going to land it here. The difference is this, when you go to another country, they have not seen the type of swag or status that you have, right? They haven't seen you're different over there. It's just, like I said before, it's just different for it, as if somebody came from another country here. You're going to be unique. You're going to be exotic. You're going to be different. So anytime a woman says, hey, you know what I'm saying, I want to go to a different country, and I'll be like, it doesn't work that way for women. So it's better off that you stay here in the United States. And then I'll leave it there.
Yeah, it works. It works for women too. What do you mean?
No, I don't.
Women are universal. They can go anywhere.
It doesn't work for women. Like,
bro, women all they got to do is
women cannot get a higher value man from the United States if they go overseas.
Bro, and that's on a situational basis. Like, you can't just say that.
Oh my God! Yes.
What do you mean? You're a man. You need money, and you need to have a good personality. You know what I'm saying? And you need to be decent looking. You know what I'm saying? You don't even gotta be. You know, you might not be like. You know what I mean? Like, you need money and personality. I see fat niggas get bad bitches, but you need money and personality. You need to be a leader. But a woman should be pretty and act like a woman, not like a man. You feel me?
But there's exceptions to every rule, bro. Like, what I'm saying, there's exceptions to every rule, bro.
Yeah, but she's a woman, so she needs less than you, bro. You know that already.
Oh my God.
Her value is like, it's not gonna go down, but her value
does go down. Like, her value does go down. Why are you saying
if she's a tree, it goes down. But if she's a normal girl that's not a doctor, yeah.
Bro, like, be for real. Like,
what do you mean? I am being for real. What are you talking about?
Hold on. Let me finish it.
Hold on, fellas, real quick. Can y'all let Michelle get in there real quick?
Oh yeah, go ahead, Michelle.
Hey, you better call Jerome. But anyway,
I think it was
Jerome in the house. Let him know. Michelle.
Right?
Yeah, radio.
Nah,
I'm enjoying this conversation.
Nah, for sure. Like, Michelle, go ahead, let us know what's up. How you feel about it, Michelle?
Jerome, do you go good morning, everyone? I normally wake up at around 4:30 here in New Orleans Central Time to prepare for work. But it's Saturday morning, is it? Please tell me that is so. Is that right? I'm just kidding. But nevertheless, Jerome, you believe in going to Thailand and shit. Looking for a lady to marry or what? I'm just asking.
Oh, I got you, Queen. Like, I believe that every man should go where they feel the most respected, they feel the best in their life and everything else. And I believe that in this time, in these days, in these moments, that being in the United States is only for dudes who can't get to other countries or who have not been to other countries. I believe that once a man goes to another country, he will never, ever want to really be in the United States ever again.
Really? So you would go to Cambodia, Thailand, I'm just saying some third world countries. Well, these women have a husband and 2 or 3 kids. They present themselves as being single to put food on the table in certain parts of Mexico. You know what I mean?
Nah, for sure.
I'm just saying, it's a business for them. I don't mean to be demeaning, but I watch a lot of documentaries, and I've covered a lot of stuff when I was in television. Read a lot from Associated Press, from foreign countries, third world countries. These women are sex workers. If you go to Thailand, they look at black men and marvel at them. But will they be with them? No. 9 times out of 10. Because they're just trying to, support their families and put food on the table. It's that third world. I land.
No, Michelle, I hear what you're saying. Like, and trust me, I'm with you on that, like that most of the times, right? But, like, the country, like, I would go to Thailand, and I guarantee you I could come out of there with a wife that wants to be with me and like, would, like, do anything that I ultimately wanted her to do, right? The thing is that people...
Just real quick, why Thailand specifically, though? Like, cause y'all keep mentioning
because they are broke.
Thailand.
No, I mean, I don't go to Thailand a lot.
No, for a particular type of person, so I'm just like, why that?
That's a popular one for the passport holders. That's a popular one.
But y'all know that shit is where the lady boys are.
Exactly. Yeah. There are real women out there, though. How you think the lady boys
how do you think it's just lady boys out there? Lady boys have to literally put it on their ID.
So it's just interesting to me. Y'all chose Thailand. That's all.
Yeah, because it's a very popular destination for,
Because it's cheap.
It's cheap, you know. You could live like what? Your rent like $300.
Self-tourism is cheap too, though.
All right.
But you know he sucks, though. You know that's what he's doing. You know he
Let me get in here real quick. All right, bro. I don't know, but these conversations be taking some levels. Let me tell you. Wait, Window. You actually think she clocks? I didn't hear from Window. Go ahead, Window. One mic on you.
Nah, you didn't hear what she said? She just busted them. She said, why y'all picking Thailand knowing it's filled with ladyboys? I think
that's not busting.
He trying to make it.
Oh, y'all trying to call him gay? Well,
I feel like y'all got Don't do that. Don't do that. Comprehension is key. You feel me? Don't do that.
All right, that's not fair. That's disingenuous. Let's call a spade. That's transsexuals everywhere, right? Like even in some of these countries Jerome be going to. So we're not gonna act like they're only in Thailand. I know it's more popular that they walk the streets and approach men in Thailand, but they're everywhere. Like we're gonna call a spade, but let's not forget there's also women everywhere too, and these guys are going for women, not lady boys. Just want to say that for the record. Let's open the mic up a little bit to some other speakers. Mona Lisa, Window. I want to hear actual take from you. Animal, Empire, Zeta, and Cass. I didn't hear from any of y'all yet.
And Zeta.
I think her name is Zeta.
Yeah, Zeta. Potential.
Why the passport? How the passport bros approach women?
Hold on, let Mona Lisa go first. Okay. If you don't mind, Cass. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, when it comes to the passport bro, I personally know one, and he got him a little girlfriend in Thailand, and they don't approach women with no charisma, none of that bullshit. They be at parties and all that stuff, and I guess a lot of the women over there are already on game, so they be going with you for the day, or they ask you how long you want me to stay with you, meaning you're going to pay for me to stay with you this whole fucking time. Or they set up an arrangement like they get a monthly allowance or some bullshit. That's what the passport bros is doing. They nothing about no charisma.
She ain't lying though.
Yeah, because if it was about charisma, you stay in your country, you know what I'm saying?
You know what I find funny?
You don't have to choose.
You know what I find funny about the passport bro shit? Is when me and my brothers are traveling to these different countries. In Thailand, the women was paying for us, respectfully. Like, I know it's gonna be hard to believe, but they was paying for us.
They knew the owner at the joint, my brother. That's another classic right there.
Oh, you saw he didn't interrupt you. Allow him to learn.
This is crazy. My point by bringing this up is, it doesn't matter where you go on God's green earth. If you got function, motion, charisma, and you carrying yourself a certain way, people are gonna acquiesce to you. It's not just men and women.
Why do you have to leave your country then?
I don't have to leave my country, bro. So let me explain to you something. Since you want to be an idiot.
Nah. Let's get it.
No.
Yeah, you got to figure it. Don't be triggered. I'm asking you a question. Big man.
Don't back up.
Big man.
Don't
ask you a question.
Don't back up.
I'm not offended.
He wanted to bar with you. He wanted your attention, bro. That's what.
Let's get it. One-on-one. Let's go.
I ignored you.
Let's go.
Okay.
I ignored you the first time.
You want to call me an idiot, so let's go. Go ahead. Answer my question.
Animal, Lena, hold on. Listen, we do ISOs here, but you got to call that out, and the other person has to accept.
You want to do an ISO animal? Let's give you a real animal. No, ISO. All right, bet.
Okay.
Are you weird, bro?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yo, everybody, hold on. Let's let Animal wrap up real quick.
I'll wrap it up real fast. So, in Thailand, you can look this up. My motorcycle club has a chapter in Thailand. It's called the Wayfarers. I'm a Thunder Guard, right? So I don't have
have to go to other countries for women. That's not what I said. I don't know where you got that from out of what I said.
Any other maintain that?
Hold on, Michelle, 1 second. Cass, Zeta, I'm trying to see who else didn't speak at all yet. Yeah, Cass and Zeta, I think y'all the only two.
All I was gonna say is, when I put it in the chat now at this point, I said if men complain about being transactional and they go to countries to be transactional with women they can afford. Because how many of y'all out here, what is the main language in Thailand?
They speak Thai. They speak Thai, yeah.
Okay, so how many of y'all men who go out to these foreign countries are fluent in Thai? We're not proper Thai, a conversational Thai.
So I don't know if you really, but they learn English in school. Yes, so English is prevalent. Yes, they taught English in school as children. So English is prevalent. But continue.
Proper English and conversational English is two different things. That's just like us going to school and learning Spanish. We learn Spanish, proper Spanish, but we don't learn conversational Spanish. It's the same thing. Y'all aren't having the same conversation.
In Thailand, they actually speak English. Like, almost every citizen speak English.
Okay.
So
you know what? You're right.
I've been there and they speak English.
You ain't been to Phuket, Jerome, we call it?
Hold on, I don't want a major cut off, y'all. I just wanted to give her that quick correction.
Let them go, because you know what? I don't need to go to another country to find a mate. So, you know what? I might be incorrect about that. I don't go to Thailand. I fuck with beaches. So, they could be correct. I mean, it makes sense.
Yes, you don't have to. This is the best place for women in the United States.
Hold on. Listen, y'all, we will get into a style here soon. It's called cafeteria style, where you can just talk over people, whatever. But as of right now,
I was ignorant about the situation. I'm cool.
Right. And we corrected you, and I think you can make another submission now, Cass. I want you to have the mic still.
Yeah, I just thought, like I said, I think I'll still stick with my first answer. Niggas complain about being transactional about women and all to go to another foreign place to go be transactional with a woman they can afford. I'll stick it at just at that, and we can leave it there.
I don't see anything wrong with that. I mean,
that's fair.
That should be our best option to take, because we're going to get more for our dollar. And the closer that we get closer to retirement, we don't want to waste all of our retirement on people who are just living off of the system. We're going to go to a country that has a low cost of living, low overhead, and then especially if we're single, we're going to naturally try to find a woman in one of those countries, because she's not going to act like a spoiled, entitled brat. She's going to appreciate a man because she values a man, because she understands that that man is connected to her survival. So I don't see anything wrong with it.
Finally, somebody who's keeping it real.
Yeah, I don't see nothing wrong with it either.
I agree.
There's only two speakers that didn't speak yet. That's Zeta and Captain Cuffham. And after that, I'm open the floor to everybody.
Oh yeah, let's hear you, Zeta. Let's go.
Zeta, you want to speak? Zeta, my bad. I think that's Zeta. I'm so sorry. Zeta, do you want to speak? All right,
Sorry.
There you go. What's up, Zeta?
What's up, Queen?
Sorry, would you tell me?
We wanted to hear what your thought process was on the passport bros. Do they directly approach women, or is there some other method probably for us to approach women in a certain way?
I mean, I feel like you guys know it's a transactional relationship. You should know. I mean, when I think of passport bro, when I think of that situation, I think of mail order brides. I don't remember where that came from, but you could literally just pay to have a Ukrainian woman come and live with you.
And I see like 90 Day Fiance, that's real. Like a lot of the women or men, because I remember this and it was the man that came over here and was just trying to, so it happens with men and with women. But all I guess in a way, but I'm talking about financially transactional, I guess you could say. So let's be real. Honestly, that's what I think.
Let me ask you something real quick though. Like, would you like to be in a financial relationship where a dude is like paying for like your lifestyle, and then you're like basically, you know, giving him the things that he wants and being happy with him? Would you ever could you ever see yourself in a situation like that?
No.
Okay.
I'm not interested in that.
Okay, what type of dudes are you interested in?
I'm into men that will respect me and be moral, have morals that align with mine. That in and of itself is hard to find. So
No, for
just
sure.
start with that.
No, for sure. I think that ultimately, like, a lot of women will like a man that's, you know, pretty much in line with their moral aspects and then the things that they ultimately agree upon. Let me ask you this. Like, are you in a relationship right now?
No.
All right. When was the last time you were in a relationship?
Like a year or so ago.
Yeah. All right. So what happened to where you guys did not align?
That we didn't align? I mean, I think it was our stages of life, or just what we had going on.
Whose stages of life? Yours or his?
Both of ours.
Yo, Jerome.
Okay, go ahead, Cap.
Because it's like you keep leading her on to say the worst things, right?
I ain't say nothing. I just asked a question.
Either the money got short or somebody else caught her interest, and that's why she spun out, man.
Yeah, really what I think happens is that women...
He didn't
break up. I spun out?
That's usually what happens.
We crash.
That's true though. Like, women usually don't want to talk to men no more because ultimately
most of these women have very dumb
all I said was that I want a man who respects me and has morals that I do.
Have you ever had intercourse with a man that don't respect you?
I'm not gonna fuck with a man that doesn't respect me.
So why did you saying you want something that you've always got?
Well, what do you mean? That's necessary in my for me.
It's different. Like no, I got you, Cap. Yo, the thing is, like, at the end of the day, there are women who say things that don't make sense. Somebody loud as hell. There are women who say things that don't make sense when it comes to the men that they mess with. And it happens over and over and over again because they feel like they have a connection. But at the end of the day, that connection ain't real. And that's the thing that happens overseas as well sometimes. Like, yo, look, we all are men when it comes to, like, us being men who travel and everything else. But at the end of the day, you have to understand that women they do have something different going on to where they need men in their lives. And women here don't need men in their lives in the United States.
That's a lie. I really need y'all to stop. Because I need y'all to stop spreading these narratives, bro.
I live by myself. I don't have a man right now.
No, she said she don't need a man. She's telling you over and over again.
She doesn't know no better. This is what I'm telling you.
I don't know no better. I was with a man for 2.5 years.
She's telling you over and over again she don't need you.
Is it okay if I speak?
Speak.
Go ahead. Thank you. Right? If you look at most of these women, their life is a mess. And this is what I'm trying to explain to you, right?
My life is doing all right. I'm not having
This is what I'm saying. This is why you paying your own bills. You don't have no respect.
For who? They don't have respect for me. That's why I have to pay my own bills because they don't respect me.
No. yo, you don't, so you get out the way, man. Get out the way.
I gotta.
Get out the way. Get out the way.
Please let me come in there.
I got this. Lee, get out the way. I got you. Give me 3 minutes of this, because this shit gotta stop. This shit gotta stop.
It's not gonna stop after talking to me for 3 minutes.
No.
Just skip all that.
I just want all these men to stop listening to this dumb shit, right?
I'm not gonna listen to your dumb shit.
You don't have to. You don't have to. The fact that you pay your own bills and listen to know exactly what I'm saying is true.
That's why I don't need to talk to you, because I pay my own bills. So I don't
Exactly my point. That's why, and this is what I'm saying, Ron. Her life is going to be a mess. Like, I know. I promise you this. Listen, bro, listen, I'm with you. I've seen these light-skinned entitled girls.
Oh, no, but what does that have to do with anything?
It's gonna happen.
What does that have to do with anything?
Look, man, she don't even know how to be quiet when a man is talking to her.
I think she said it's undesirable. Has nothing to do with that. You know, that she don't have a man who wants her now. Just don't think
I am desirable.
Hold on, I'm not.
A man that probably.
Where's my fat man? Because she just being disrespectful. Nobody can't talk.
Look, y'all, it is cafeteria style, and I ain't trying to lie, y'all, because it is cafeteria style. But let's not personalize it and make it about Zeta right now. And make sure we keep it on the title if we could.
Okay, no problem, brother.
Yo, a brother was just talking just now. Go ahead, man.
Resistance, they talking to you. And Captain, I don't know if you're in the bathroom or something.
I voted, you in the bathroom?
Take a shower.
Hey, Mac, what came to the messages?
Yes, sir.
I think it's crazy. I think what y'all saying is crazy. I think what Zeta was saying was very clear. Zeta saying is very clear, and I'm just gonna reiterate it again. Cass had said it earlier that my issue with the Passport Bros concept is the putting down of your own home women as if the foreign women think somehow differently, when in fact the only thing different is how much you can afford. That is the only issue. I don't think there's any problem with men traveling abroad or men doing whatever they want to do to find a person that's right for them. But if you're going to then turn your guns back and say, I don't like my women because our women, they want me to pay for all of it. Bro, you paying for all of that over there as well. That's the first point. Now, and second point to the sister that's over here, she's saying, I think she's very clear. She's saying that she's not going to sell her soul, so to speak. If she's being disrespected, she's willing to pay her own bills rather than put herself in a situation where a man is going to tell her, don't talk while a man is talking. To me, this type of language is just crazy. Like, this is just crazy.
That's
why I don't listen to that.
I think you're looking at it the wrong way, Doctor. She will sell her soul. It's just she wants to sell it to a certain
I'm not going to stop. I would have already.
No, but he was laughing while he was talking.
The issue is, listen, and I don't think that's
you said, hold on.
I don't think what you said. Yeah.
He laughed while he was talking.
He turned around and made it about me again.
Well, he brought you up, not me.
Bro, he's not serious, bro. He laughing while he talking. He don't even believe what he say.
Listen,
I'm laughing because Resistance said it in the car.
He's laughing because you don't know what you're talking about.
I don't believe men that go abroad and, particularly deal with women over there, down women over here, because I still love the women over here. I still deal with them, but I don't necessarily think they have better qualities than women abroad. That's the only thing.
Go abroad. Go abroad.
Is it okay if I speak now, Mom?
Yeah.
Sorry, Mom.
Respectfully, right? Women don't need men to pay their bills. They got tricks, they got jobs, they got the government, right? They got ways to get their bills.
That's true.
That's facts.
The trifecta, you're right.
Yeah, that's facts. Some of them got their daddy, they just got people that's gonna clean up the mess when shit don't go right? But
my father
to
working.
say,
That's why.
So the only way me and you gonna get on the same page is if I just start disrespecting you. Like you just not gonna chill. I start calling you names and just violate me, Mom. This is what I'm saying about why you see these women life is a mess, man, for real.
I think you're projecting, and now I'm starting to think that your life's a mess, and you think everybody else's life is a mess.
No, I know your life is a mess. You don't got no respect. You by yourself.
Any woman that's the head of the household, it just shows she makes terrible decisions.
So I left my abusive ex, and that was the most.
Why was you with an abusive man? Why was you with an abusive man?
Why? Because that's what I learned. That's
no,
what
you didn't learn. Like, you're a bad person, so you attracted a bad person.
I'm not a
you don't have no respect. So what kind of
man? Why are you calling me a bad person?
Because you don't have no respect. Like,
I think you got triggered a little bit. I think I made him upset. I'm sorry.
You want me to be upset. Everybody in this room
y'all got passed in another room or something?
I don't even know her. I'm just telling you, like when you hear women saying it's a trauma response. That's not real.
That's true, bro. Like, why do women date bad men?
Yo, wrong. They need men for everything. She clearly don't make good decisions. They need protection. They need provision.
You don't show your face because you're not very
attractive. The only thing she can do is wash her ass.
Because I'm an attractive woman, my experience is a lot different than yours. You don't know what's going on.
Who you attracted to?
And it's true. Some of the things he said is actually true. And this is how you know, a lot of women, for example.
What tracks bracket to niggas are you attracted to?
Well, she did acknowledge her trauma.
I want to say something. Listen, some of the things that
she's just trying to disrespect. Like,
she did acknowledge her trauma.
No, let me acknowledge something to you. Why you gotta not stop women when they being disrespectful? Then when somebody
calm down. Jeez.
Why? Like,
you have too many feelings right now. I don't know.
What I want to say is that one of the ways you could tell a woman, like the brother Captain just said, could either be trauma or that they definitely
Imagine you paying all your bills.
Yeah, like you won, bro. Like
I ain't even get started yet.
I know, and I don't even want you to finish though.
For example, a man could be in a relationship with a woman. Let's say it's 3, it's 4, 5 years. A nice little long-term relationship. And let's say as soon as they break up, a lot of women, they go right into another relationship with a guy.
Hell fucking no.
They do it all the time. Men, we don't really do that. Take our time. Look at the dating field. Other women. A lot of women go right into another relationship. Why? Because they're ready. They need men, and for whatever their reason is, and I believe what Cap's saying is true about it. And she might not, being that she's paying her bills and everything right now and living her own life. I believe that. But I think it's because, like I said, she's searching for a certain kind of man, but I don't think that man is available to her.
Your resistance, can I ask a question?
Yeah, go for it.
So let me ask you a question, right, bro? So women that pay their own bills, do they stop fucking?
No.
So let me guess. A woman that got a man is fucking, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a woman that pay her own bills is fucking. Which one of them is stupid?
The one that pay her own bills.
Shit, them all, bro. Like this shit. No, do this though. Cap. I got you. Cap. The thing is that these women are out here trying to figure their lives out, right? And meaning like the society that they've been brought up in has conditioned them into thinking a certain way. Here's the problem is that we as men, we've been taught and we've been trained to think a different way. You know what I'm saying? This is why there's so many men who are able to like adjust the situation or deal with the situation or like acknowledge the situation. Like we have been taught to, make the best of what we have. My thing has always been this is if that's the case, then why have men not ever gone overseas to at least one time in their lives experience what it means to go overseas? Why are men like you hear? I got you. Let me land it here. Why are men still dealing with the situations that we've experienced, even in this room, that they're dealing with now? Why wouldn't you just move? Why wouldn't you just at least take a 3-day trip to either the Dominican Republic or Colombia and experience that.
Yo, wrong, man.
Who's never been to DR Columbia though as a man? I think a lot of people do.
Most of these niggas never been there, bro.
I was about to say, like, what you mean? Like, yo, we don't talk about it. Like, where you think we at?
Missing out, General.
Most of these niggas don't have a passport, man. That's facts.
Wow, that's a lot.
I just wanted to say that to my good brother.
Why would somebody want to do that? Why would somebody like what?
I'll tell you what, to see other culture, to see how beautiful those places are, the people.
Bro, if you never been up the country, you just haven't.
Yeah, like, it has nothing to do with just the women, bro. The country is beautiful.
Right.
No, it's a feeling you get when you land at the airport and the dog comes sniff your bag. And then you walk back and I can't explain
my bag. I took my bag one time, bro. Like, I've been out of the country a lot.
If I go wrong, here's my thing, what I'm saying, wrong, because everybody keep cutting me off, right? The only women that say they don't need a man is women that have experienced the extreme amount of trauma. If a woman has been taken care of by her father, she could never make a statement like that. The only women that can say some shit like that is a woman who's been neglected her whole life. And let me explain something to you, the psychology of women, right?
Do you have a degree?
Man, please, man, listen, I don't want to argue with you. I'm talking about
a lot of bullshit.
I don't want to talk to you.
You can't make statements like that when you don't know. You can't say that.
You decide.
You cannot make these statements when you don't learn about that. You don't know anything about that.
You tricking her, bro. Like, stop tricking her.
She needs to go. Everybody needs to go, to be honest.
Anyway, what I'm saying is this, right? And this is why she paying all her own bills. She wasn't raised with respect. Like, she wasn't taught respect. She think that she likes it, she can just talk over me.
Cap, why you attacking and singing?
Yo, bro, did you not see me talking to Roman? Her just cut me over and talk over me 3 times.
I'd be tripping, bro.
I see that you been tripping.
With some of these niggas on this app, this is why you
I need a judge talking about the ride shit.
So I look at you like, oh, hey, bro. What?
I literally was talking to my brother E-Mac, literally just now. Like, I literally said, yo, E-Mac, right? And she came off the mic and cut me off. This is why these kids' lives are a mess. You niggas always champion women disgusting behavior. Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, she still want me to disrespect her. Do you see what I'm saying, E-Max? She's not gonna stop. She's not gonna stop. Because she doesn't understand.
I'm giving you respect. I don't like that.
See what I'm saying? She thinks that rules or something.
You gotta wait. Just wait.
Crazy. It's a lot of extra.
Hey, let Dr. J talk to him.
It's a lot of extra. There's a lot of unnecessary disrespect for women happening up here, and it's just crazy.
Women or men or both?
No, I'm saying. Look,
you on her side.
You want to make me content now.
Cap, you ready to say, you trying to save her, and she ready to ball on you.
Man, Dr. J, like, man.
You gotta stay on your toes. You can't trust nobody.
I know that's what I'm gonna keep doing it to me. So
What you mean? You need to find a man that is fresh. What is going on? How y'all let
I can trust my father, but I can't marry my father.
I'm your daddy now. You see my name.
I trust my brother.
Yo, you need to find a man that you can trust. That ain't like, don't do that. Just shit out there. It's more like a punk.
Ain't no wrong.
Like, you got all these men. Let me just finish this real quick. Like, Zeta, you got all these men out here in this world, right, that you can choose from. And you telling me that the only men that you can trust is your brother and your father? Like, that's a problem.
It is a problem.
Yeah, exactly. What I'm saying is,
like this.
well, no. That's what I'm saying is that ultimately, it's a problem when a woman can have anything that she wants in this world, like as far as in the United States, and the only man that she could ever trust is her brother and her.
How she can have anything if she don't got a husband? Let me ask that.
No, but I'm saying like all men are like trying to trust
legitimate question.
That's a legitimate question, bro. Like, that's the most legitimate question I've ever asked on Clubhouse in my life. Like, if you were a baddie and you can find any man that you want, how is it that the only people that you could ever find is your father and your brother to trust? That's weird.
Ask what is wrong with men and why they lie so much. Ask them, not me.
Oh my God.
Ask them
All
why
men
they
lie.
like this.
All men lie. Is that your answer? That shit weird as fuck.
Men lie just as much as women do.
No, but
I'm sure they do. But men lie to me.
And you have lied to them. And you have lied to them.
A lot more men have lied to me than I've lied
Now look, if there's more, no, you've lied to them.
I'm just saying,
You have lied to them.
to a woman, like, you know what I mean? Like, you can get a whole bunch of dudes out here, like don't get.
I can get a husband tomorrow, okay?
Yeah, but like, you gonna trust her? You gonna trust her? I know you find a husband that you gonna trust.
Listen, that's not the issue. And Daddy could find a husband tomorrow. I agree.
No,
But
but
it's gonna be Pakistani or Indian. It's not gonna be a fly American.
Hold on, do the one-on-one, right? Like do the one-on-one, like a smooth guy that you guys are, right? Do the one-on-one convo. It's like 3 dudes at once. One of y'all, yeah, one at a time. One at a time. One at a time.
You're talking to me all the time.
Alright, so you wanna go? Yeah, you vibe what?
Hold up. My thing is like, yo, she says this happens to her all the time. The problem then why it happens is because you talk delusional. My thing is this, is that
delusional?
Yeah, he delusional as fuck. Like think about the it's
Jerome. Let's see what Jerome.
Right.
No man that's attractive has ever said crazy shit.
Attractive. Here, here's my whole thing. All right, so basically, what you're looking for, super attractive dude. You can trust. No, I got you. That's just weird. Like, so at the end of the day, you're looking for a super attractive dude who that you can trust, that's going to give you the world and I got you. Like, queen, trust me. I feel this every time I come on Clubhouse. Like, at the end of the day, you are looking for something that you can't obtain. The dudes who you're attracted to don't want you. They treat you like they don't want you. And at the end of the day, you get mad at shit like that.
So then I will be by myself. And I will make the choice.
Exactly.
By myself.
So do you not see anything wrong with that?
With me being by myself?
Yes.
No, I don't see a problem.
Why do you think we were born? Why do you think, like what's our purpose in life?
It's 2026. Life is tough. All right?
Oh my
and we
God,
have to protect ourselves.
This is why
I want to preserve my sanity.
No,
I'm single.
No, but see, and I'm gonna land it right here, and anybody else can talk after this. This is why men are getting their passports. They're going overseas. They're traveling to different places and everything else because of the delusionalness of this situation right here. No, I got you. We will. More people are doing it. Like, it's happening right now. More men are actually making it.
Actually, go there. That'd be better.
Hey, everybody, get up. Hey, Trap just paid for 5 minutes, so everybody let him speak.
Yeah, one mic on him. That's it. One mic on him.
I don't really know what I'm hearing. I came here and it was kind of crazy. I heard bad bitch and I was confused. Nadia, she's quiet. Mona Lisa, she's up there also quiet. Smarell, I haven't heard her since I came in, so I'm confused on where the bad bitches were. That's just me, Trap. I was confused. But for everybody else, the delusional lady that I heard, I did hear a delusional lady, bro. Let these people be delusional, man. Y'all don't have to control delusional people, man. Like, you kind of make yourself look just as bad when you're arguing with somebody who you know don't have certain, like, character traits about themselves and they're just talking. So I think the men that are trying to waste their breath on this lady, it won't help. She's already inside a certain box that you can't help her break out of. I mean, that's just the sad reality. She's probably already 30 years old. She's stuck in her ways. Let's continue and move on. How do passport bros approach women though? They don't. Surprise! They don't. Passport bros, niggas who want to be passport bros, they don't. Unless they get across the waters, then they start approaching women because they're in poverty.
They approach women who are broke. They don't approach just any woman. Not American women, at least, because American women got money. American women, they pay their own bills, and American women are not like impoverished overall. So yeah, I want to go back to the passport bros thing. I don't know what the hell we got going on. I heard a pub and a whole bunch of zookeepers in there trying to goddamn get her under control. Let's go back to the title, man. Now, yield my mic there.
Oh, damn. Appreciate the support, Trap. You ain't even talk for even 2 minutes, bro.
Bro, you had like 3 more minutes.
You know that, Mom. I ain't even know.
Yeah. Well, listen, y'all. I'm gonna cancel that cafeteria style because new speakers are in here. So I'll go back to it, but I'm canceling it for now. Any new speaker? We'll start with you, Darrell. I see you off mic. Also, I want to shout out to Guns, Nadia, Brooklyn, Trap just spoke, Quentin. Y'all want to get on the mic? Just let me know. Go ahead, Darrell.
I just wanted to say that y'all got to come up with new talking points, except passport bros are going for women impoverished. You got to understand, there are other nations that are just as wealthy as the United States. Every country is not poor. And even if the women are poor, it's something that those women are doing to make these brothers fly into these poor areas and want to be with them women. Think about that for a second. Men are leaving some of the most educated, rich women behind with their Mercedes Benzes, their wigs, their lashes, their BBLs, the PhD from Howard. They leaving all of them women behind to fly into the brother said, I don't know, the jungle. They're dealing with poor women. Why are these brothers going over there? What are those poor women doing that these educated women with Mercedes Benzes can't do? We have all of the resources here. We have all of the tools. Brothers are saying, I'm going over to the Philippines. It's a better deal. Even though the women are impoverished, she's treating me a certain way. So if we're going to keep saying we're going for poor women, why? That's even worse. What are those poor women doing that the rich women, so-called rich, educated women that pay their bills, why can't they imitate it? That's my question to the educated women, the women with the nice cars and the veneers and the big ass. Why can't you imitate what the poor women are doing? Why don't you know how to treat a man like the poor women, touch a man like the poor women? Why don't you prioritize family like the poor women? Why? That's my question. And can we come up with something else besides we're taking advantage of poor women? That talking poor women wore out. We got to come up because all of those women, if you've been to every other country, and you could please give me the statistic, every other woman outside of the U.S. is not poor. And every woman wants a man with money. We got to get around that talking point too. All women want men that are resourceful. And I land on that point.
Hey, can we let women like respond to his like point? Like, why is it that so many men are like leaving all these educated women, all these women with business, all these women with all these like credentials that women like assume that we as men want? Why are men leaving that?
Jerome, it's simple. It's only because these other women lack voices. That's it. And they also lack the education that our women have. They also lack the income. So a female who can't really think to tell you, hey, you're wrong, and she don't have the fucking income to tell you, hey, I don't want to be around you, or I don't want you as my leader, like that's the reason why. These niggas can't control the women that are smarter than them. And
yeah, Trap, that's cool, bro. Hold on, Trap. That's cool that you think that men can't control women who are smarter than these men who are traveling, but I would say it's the opposite. The men who are traveling are smarter than the women because they are traveling to women who are more of what they want. But anyway, can we let women answer why these?
Yeah, hold on. Let me get in here real quick. So, normally women pay for it. I also do give it to them. But in this moment, how many ladies are actually active? Can y'all react to me so I can see who I want to speak? Ladies, react. How many we got? Just 1, 2, 3. Okay, only 3. Okay, perfect. So let's just do 7 minutes on the ladies. Go ahead, y'all.
Yeah, let's let's just hear the ladies for a second. Like, why is it that men like are willing to travel these other countries and really find wives?
Jerome, I'm pretty sure they got it. Just shut the hell up. They got it.
All right, starting right here. Okay, hold on.
The girls talk.
One second. Starting right here, how we do during our ladies' time. If a man get off mic, we move you to the goo. No questions asked. You can say anything. You can even get off mic to say, I agree. We move you to the goo still. All right, so 7 minutes on the ladies. Thank you.
Add this real quick. Because I was interested to see if marriage started to decline after women could get bank accounts. It says it did not immediately decline, but after the 1974 Equal Credit Opportunity Act, it empowered women to manage their own money, aiding the rise in two-income households and increased family wealth. While financial independence allowed for more choice, it did not directly cause a marriage decline. Okay. So it seems to me as if when women became equal to men in westernized society, it seems like they didn't need to get married. There was no need for marriage. Now in these other countries, they don't have as many rights. They don't have as much access to money. All roads really lead to money and transaction, which I said earlier, and y'all were okay with it. So I'm going to go circle back to that. The reason why those women need you is because they're desperate and they're in need. And the majority of y'all are getting broke women who literally $1 to them is like $20. So of course they see the shiny thing that's gonna get them out of poverty, out of eating, they're going to go from eating rice and beans to Burger King. And that's where you're going to get them. You know what I'm saying? So, of course, they're going to act in a certain manner. Of course, they're going to cook and clean and kiss your ass until they can get their visa, pop out a baby for you, get that marriage license, make sure that they are taken care of for the next 10 years. I do believe that's the requirement. And half the time they end up leaving y'all behind, or they become more westernized. They get a mouth. I've seen it. I look at it on TikTok all the time. I look at it on Instagram. I see it on 90 Day Fiance. So y'all can't sit up and say that they don't become westernized after a while, and then things start to change. The men start to panic. They start to cry. It's a dude on TikTok right now that he's freaking out because his wife didn't want to get up and do his laundry because she had 2 babies in the bed and she was tired. She was like, you get up and do your own laundry. He was freaking out. There's some other things she done said to him crazy because she done got real good and comfortable in America. She done talked to some American homegirls and they done helped her to the game. So trust me, it'll be bliss for y'all men for about 5, maybe 10 years. But after she started popping out babies and getting secure, she gonna leave y'all asses too. And I'll live.
Amen. I guess I'll talk next. I was definitely going to bring up women's rights. Oops, sorry. We weren't allowed to even own our credit card. We weren't allowed to own property without a husband. We didn't have a choice. If we wanted to be financially secure, we had to marry a man. And a lot of those women were popping pills to get by. They were getting beat up by their men. And guess what? They didn't leave. Why? Not because they didn't want to, because they didn't really have a choice. They didn't have any of their own money. They couldn't leave. Or else what would their life be? They didn't want to be poor. Just like those women. And also, what the other woman said before me, especially 90 Day Fiance, they do become westernized. They do start getting a mouth. Eventually, when women have more rights in general, I feel like they're going to feel more independent. They're going to be able to feel free to say what they want, to say how they feel about men. The only difference is that women were silent because men silenced them. But now that they're able to speak, now men are upset because women get to speak now. That's what I did. I feel like they're just upset because we get to voice our opinions and we don't have to respect them anymore. That's not required anymore to live in this society. And because of that, we can live by ourselves, we can do what we want. And they're upset about that. They're upset that they can't control us anymore. And that's why that captain guy, I think he's upset that women cannot be controlled the same way. And that's why you gotta go to the woman over there in whatever country that she lives in that's not America, poor and is impoverished. They need somebody. Just back in those times. It's basically the same thing for those women. They're a few decades behind us. Eventually, if those women start getting rights in their country, they're gonna act the same way that we do. Because they're the similar women. So, all right, that's enough. I talked too much.
Yo, Marv, you in breach of our contract, by the way.
Captain Cuffin, you in breach of the ladies. I gotta move you to the goo. Cypher. We're in ladies only right now. I'm not a lady, obviously, but I'm the moderator. If you want to speak, any of the other ladies want to speak, y'all still have 2 minutes left.
If nobody's gonna go, I just wanted to put this little part in here. There was a 13-year-old girl. She now 15. Well, she ain't here today. She was raped, and they hung her. I forgot. I think it's in Saudi Arabia. They hung her because she was raped. And
hey, ladies, I don't want to interject, but you know, I want y'all to know I'm on y'all. Look, I want y'all to know I'm on y'all. No, hell no, it's not too morbid. We can have that conversation, but I'm on y'all side, right? Like, and these men be dragging y'all through the mud, saying y'all don't listen, saying y'all can't communicate, and y'all just shoot yourself in the own foot. So let me just help out, all right? The question that, first of all, Darrell made a statement, and Jerome wanted some clarity on that statement. So I just want to remind y'all what we're talking about, because y'all not even responding to it, what we give y'all the time for. What are poor foreign women doing that the educated/successful woman in America can't do?
Well, that's all I was responding to, man.
I don't think you would.
But it's the reason for that is because we have free will. That's the reason. That's why we're not doing it. That's why the foreign woman is doing it and the American woman isn't. It's because we have free will. Our men aren't trying to, well, for the most part, unless you come on social media, they're not trying to empower us or overpower us. So we don't have to do it. If we want to cook and clean, we can cook and clean for our man. It's not a big deal. But the thing of it is, we have free will here. That's the only difference. The reason why those women have to come over here and do that is because they're under a protection of a man. We are under the protection of ourselves. That's why we choose not to do it. It's just all it is choice. But you can do the same thing in your home. A wife cooks and cleans and does all the beautiful things a man, her husband wants her to do once he's under her protection. That's the only difference. We're doing it. There's no difference. There's really no difference. It's all social media talk on the app. Oh, man.
All right, ladies, that's the time. That's the 7 minutes. I'm a it sucks because, man, first of all, Darrell, thank you for the submission. Second, Jerome, thank you for opening it up to ask the ladies because I really, really want to know. We're going to go back to that question, y'all. When some more women get in here, and maybe when Samara wakes up, I think she'd do a better job at modding the ladies. Sometimes we need a mod in these times. That's all. And I don't like modding it because I'm a man. But anyways, I really want to get back to that question at some point in this conversation. But let's open the mic back up to the fellas. Jerome, let's start with you. Did you get the answers you were looking for in that question? And anybody else can. So I'm sure Captain want to get in there, but yeah, go ahead, Jerome.
Yeah, no, I didn't, because ultimately, I don't think there's a really good answer about it, right? I ultimately think that society has brainwashed these women to think that what they're doing is okay, right? And I think that there's guys out here who will do whatever it takes to get those women because they don't understand what's out there in those other countries. That's what's out there, and like it baffles me that when I look at my Instagram right now, the American dream right now is to make money in the United States and live in another country. It baffles me that there's so many men who've never lived in another country
that they will never ever be able to experience what it is that I'm talking about. I'm leaving in about a month now. I'm back in the States. Trust me, I hate it every single time, but I got to take care of some things here. I got to get rid of my house. I got to get rid of everything that I own in the United States. And I got to get to another country. It baffles me that there's not women. And I got money. I got status. I got, you know what I'm saying, clothes. I got, you know, a nice car. I look good. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a small dude. All that stuff, right? I'm not an ugly dude. You know what I'm saying? I got a lot of this stuff going on for me. It baffles me that every time I come here that I have to compete with a dude who ain't got nothing. Whereas if I go overseas, that guy who has nothing, it doesn't hit the same. Like the value of a man is different. The culture of a man is different. Like women here in the United States have gotten so comfortable with being with a man who has nothing that they will sit up there and like make babies with him. They will enjoy his time. They will try to support him. They will do all these things that he says that he's going to do in the future. And that's where the problem lies, is that when women do that overseas, you know, like those are grave consequences. Those are things that, you know, like I really messed my life up. Like the culture's just different. So, you know, when I say, did I hear anything that would change my mind about like ever going overseas, or if I heard anything that I would accept as a good answer to why men go overseas? Absolutely not, because it's not going to be for a woman to say it or acknowledge it, because that's not in her nature. She can't acknowledge the truth here in the United States. She can't acknowledge the fact that she likes dusty dudes, men who can't read or write or anything else, men who read with their pinky finger trying to like sound out the words as they read and stuff like that. She can't acknowledge that. What she can acknowledge is that her feelings for that dude are involved. You know what I'm saying? That's it. I mean,
Captain Cuffham, and then we're gonna go to Christian.
Give me one more minute, man, because
you good. Go ahead, Christian.
Wow, they don't value family at all. And the only thing I can hear from the sisters is women
is your name Christian too? I didn't know. Isn't it?
I didn't hear you say Christian, brother.
Oh, okay. Well, Christian, since he already started, just let him take Captain Cuffham's spot. Or you going after him?
Go ahead, Deborah. Thank you, brother. Only thing I can hear from the women is women in America don't gotta cooperate. We don't have to do anything because we earn money. That's what traditional family that's what marriage has been done down to in marriage. Women don't see family as necessary unless they pay bills.
Can I say one thing? Be a comfortable woman.
You're right, landed right here, brother. That's what the women in America are saying. They don't have to listen to you because they went to college and got a job. That's the only value they see in a man, is if he can pay bills. So if they can provide for themselves, they don't see value in family. They don't think it's necessary to have a long-term partner. They don't think it's necessary to raise children. That's why brothers are leaving. You don't see value in family. And it's going to be a sad ending for a lot of y'all. And we already see a rise in women on money. And so you saying you can pay your own bills and you don't want social media going on girls trips and having sex with multiple men. That's your alternative lifestyle. Brother, do you got a mental illness? Your alternative plan is not fulfilling. And how we know it's not fulfilling, even though you paying all your bills and you having fun on the weekends at brunch, bouncing ass to Juvenile and humping on your girls, you go home and take antidepressant medication. You go home and strap a dog or a cat into the bed with you at night. your alternative lifestyle is not fulfilling. So we can keep saying we don't need each other all we want, but the reality is having family is necessary. It's necessary.
How you doing, Muff? This is Captain Cuffin. How you doing, brother?
Hey, Captain, I'm sorry, man. Could you let Christian go real quick and then you go after him?
You want me to let Christian go or a Christian?
He's both. He's Christian and a Christian.
Nah, he can't go in front of me then.
Nah, let him go. Christian, you still with us?
Yeah, I'm here, man.
Yeah, let him go, Captain, because he don't take too long. Go ahead, Christian.
Thanks. I'll be quick. There's a lot I can say about this, but I think there's one thing that really puts it into perspective. When you go to a foreign country, it doesn't matter what kind of car you have. It doesn't matter what the type of residence that you have, whether it's a house, whether you're living in a hotel, whether it's an Airbnb. None of that matters. So if I had to sum it up, I just think that, again, at the end of the day, because money is the number one thing that women look for worldwide, whether in the United States or outside the United States, the dollar, the value of the dollar is determining how women function. And if you don't have access to the United States dollar, it causes you to not have access to certain things. And when you go to one of these foreign countries that has a low cost of living, I'm not talking about Dubai, okay? I'm talking about like Chile, Ecuador, Colombia, Brazil, Thailand, Philippines. When you go to one of those countries with a very low cost of living, those women, because they don't have access to the dollar, it means that they have to fight for survival. And so their family is obviously raising them to be prepared to go out into the world, but they're being prepared to be a wife. They're not being prepared to be a single independent woman. So they're teaching a woman how to cook. They're teaching them how to clean. Then they're teaching them how to cooperate with a man. That's why you have arranged marriages and all these other different types of things. So that's really the best way to sum all this up. And I think Cass pretty much said it. You know, she just said it in her own words. But when you ask women, the United States women, the question, I don't think that you're going to get. I don't think you're going to get that kind of answer that Cass gave, because that is really the answer. I think what you're going to get is, something to distract from that. And I think that at the end of the day, as men who are, and I'll just say, if you're a man making between $150,000, let's say $120,000 to $500,000, because I think the people who make more than 500, that's just not realistic. So most men between their lifetime are only going to be able to make between $120,000 to $500,000. Those men who are up in the upper middle class, and they're in that, let's say, 9%, 5%, top 3 or 4% range, those men, they're going to start what's been going on the last, I would say, 7-8 years, reevaluating what they should do as far as, their goals in life. Because when most men look at today's dating relationship market, they see this entitlement, this spoiledness, the brattiness, the selfishness, all of those octets that come back to first wave, second wave, third wave, fourth wave, and fifth wave feminism. So now that men are evaluating these things, they say, well, geez, if I just take a vacation and I go to a foreign country and I'm treated way better, and then I come back to the United States and it's like, well, geez, like, women don't even talk to me the same way. They don't deal with me the same way.
I mean, I might as well just, focus on raising my wealth, gaining resources, and then get outside the country. Because those men, they are looking to save up money for retirement or save up money for some other reason. But that's it, those men, that $120,000 to $500,000. That's what those men are pretty much doing now. And when you go to the airport, I'll close here. When you go to the airport on the weekends, and especially if you live in a major hub city, I'm talking like Atlanta, Houston, Dallas, Phoenix, Los Angeles, Washington D.C. When you go to the airport in some of these cities, take a look at the international lines, and what you will find, or let me just rephrase it. Just take a look at the flights that are headed to Miami. Take a look at the flights that are headed to Atlanta. Take a look at those flights, and then watch when the actual flight shows on the screen that it's an international flight outside the country. You're going to see a majority of men that are boarding these flights. All of them are in that income bracket. They fit that age demographic. And the main reason is what I'm talking about right now. But a lot of guys are still figuring that part out. But I think as time goes along, you're going to start seeing even more. It's going to increase, not decrease, because of the dynamics of that dating relationship market. That's it.
Yo, somebody tell E-Back to come back, man, because I need to. Listen to me, man, right? The only niggas that's listening to these women is the niggas that's poor, man. That's it, man. Niggas that got money don't listen to nothing these women say because we know they all full of shit. How many men in here ever dated women that's high earning? Let me help you out something, Mark, right? Women don't need men. Well, let's talk about it, right? 72% of the women that have a high net worth in America have gotten it through divorce or lawsuits. That's a fact, right? So if only 28% of women, which is roughly 1 out of every 4, have accumulated a high net worth, first of all, it's already a small percentage of them that have a high net worth. But if 3 out of every 4 is getting it from divorce or lawsuits, they're not getting it from divorcing women, and they're definitely not suing women. Is that fair, E-Mac? Can somebody help me out?
No, stop. Keep going, bro.
Let's talk about what they don't need men for. Most of their kids' lives are a mess, right? They're undisciplined. They're not excelling. They don't have the confidence. They're starting to transition to other things than what they were born as. These are all remnants of women saying they don't need a man, right? And let's also unpack something, E-Mac. If a woman got 2 children, right, and she didn't pick a great dad for her kids, and she make $90,000 a year, do she got money, E-Mac?
No, sir.
So who is these women fooling with this dumb shit? I got my own. They can't PTR you an account with 20,000 in it right now. How many women right now on this stage, we want to hear from y'all? Who's married and got all their kids by the same man? I want her to tell me that she don't need a man. Is there anybody on the stage that's married with all their kids by the same man? Exactly. So what I'm saying is, E-Mac, right? If these women ain't showing up with no discipline, right? Because there's some women that don't have kids. If they're not showing up with no discipline, and most of us are clean up on aisle 3 niggas at this point in life, right? You understand what I'm saying? We got to clean up another nigga mess. And when we be meeting these women, how many of you niggas be seeing these women with kids by a nigga with his shit together? Or they the only person that man got a kid by or 2. It's never that, bro. So I don't understand why we entertain when these women, first of all, right, the women that got money are way easier to deal with than the women that's broke. The women that got money don't even be talking like this. Because all they want is a functional man to make them happy because they do got money. The ones that's barely making it is the ones that say, we don't need men anymore. Yes, you do. Your fucking kids' lives are going to be a mess. Like, it's almost, that's why you see these boys that they complaining about 28 still living with their mother. Who the fuck raised them? Like you see them little dirty, dusty ass little kids that did that to that little girl, E-Mac. How much you want to bet that their father's not in the house? How much you want to bet me? How much? But they don't need men. Yeah, they got the government, they got these tricks, they got their daddies, their brothers. Yeah, they don't need a man, but your kids do. And your life is going to be a mess, and you're going to be lonely. Heterosexual women that are not traumatized would never sit up here and tell you these things. It don't even make sense. It don't make no sense. Like, they need direction. They need men to reassure them. Why do you think they come on this app? To hear men. They don't come on this app to talk to each other. They got girls in real life they could call. They come here to hear men. So, like, I just think that we gotta, like, stop. And then, like, when you talk about the passport bros, you gotta have money to be a passport bro. That's why, and the niggas that are real passport bros, they don't talk about it. They just doing it. They just going out the country. They doing them. You see them niggas at the airport. These niggas got the bag. VPs of this. CEOs of that. I met a nigga that got his own skincare line on the plane. I just came back into the country. You understand what I'm saying? Them niggas is living it like that. You think they give a fuck with any of these women that make 4 times less than them to talk about what they should be doing? No, because women want you to believe that they're any different than them girls that's working in the strip in DR. At least them girls that's working in the strip in DR is living in their truth. These women are trying to sell you pussy within a relationship.
Hey, that's exactly why I ain't been on the app in a long ass time. Because I've been like, yo, fuck this, bro. Like, we don't be on the app, bro. We don't do this.
I'm gonna add you to the queue, Jerome. Let me try to get through it real quick. Go ahead.
I'm just saying. I'm sorry, Bob, man. I'm just saying, like, at the end of the day, man, like, the only nigga that's listening to what women saying they want and what they do is niggas that don't got it. Because when you see how they act when you got it, you know they just talking. That's the rules are for the poor niggas. Those are the rules. You can't do this. You can't do that. They not telling no nigga with his shit together what the fuck you can't do. Right? Them niggas got extra bitches. If it's a woman out here that had 100 million and she fucked with a nigga that got 4 baby mothers on the way, that's gonna tell you these bitches will tolerate anything if you're valuable enough. They just mad.
We don't use that.
I'm sorry, excuse me. I'm just saying, women have penis envy, and they're mad that they can't compete with the women out the country. They don't look better. You understand what I'm saying? And they're not more enjoyable. And they want you to pay an inflated price for a worse product. They're living the same exact way, bro. It's just they got help from the government, and that's that. So, you know.
Yeah, I agree with those things Cap said. You know, I think the main point that needs to be understood is that regardless of what the women are doing in this other country, the women in America are operating like whores. Like their approach to dating, their outlook on how they operate is you're like a hoe, but like a really, 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 really bad deal. And I think that like because in America, y'all think like OnlyFans is like a good deal. Like y'all think y'all doing OnlyFans and then y'all like you're not being hoes. Where like those same women, like percentage wise and desire wise in other countries would just be straight fucking. Like that's just one. So there's just so you gotta get like you gotta get like all right, thank you. There's just that part. Like I just think women need to really think about that. Like your mindset and approach and how you talk about relationships is very like prostitute light in comparison to like everywhere else in the world. That's number one. Number two, you know, I got a brother. My brother actually, I guess he'll be a passport bro. I'm not sure, like, because the niggas who actually live in the country like Cap said, they're not online bitching about like women and all this other shit. They're not doing that. Like, my brother just said fuck America and left like 4 years ago. Like, you know, before this was a whole trend and a thing, and he wasn't like complaining about women every fucking day or none of that shit. Like, he just went, and frankly, he actually doesn't really say that the women are like that much like different. But he also doesn't say these women are gold digging whores either. He doesn't say like, oh man, you know,
these women like he says, don't go fuck my money out there. He lives in Chiang Mai right now, but he living in like Asia, pretty much Thailand for the most part, for like what year, like 4 years now, and so he just don't really even speak in that manner. He was just saying that the whole culture is different and how they just prioritize. They have a different value structure. So like money ain't doing what you think it is. You're not out there just tricking off on hoes. Like, and then the other thing is it's like these places are international cities. They're not like everyone's depiction of a passport city is the sewer, which is a red light district. Like, whereas these other Asian countries are international countries where people from all over the world, even outside of America and outside their own country, come to. He's like, yeah, I go to dealers in Thailand, but there's people from like all parts of Asia, China, Taiwan. They're just like huge subpopulations. It's just like America, where you go to Miami and it's Latinas and it's like Asians, but like, so a lot of times people think it is just one singular race and culture, and just Americans going there. No, it's people from Europe. There's people from Europe. There's people from Malaysia. Excuse me, I don't want to be interrupted. Thank you. And they're coming there. So like he's going there. He's like, yeah, like I thought the Chinese girls have money. They come from money. You know what I'm saying? Like there's Europeans and there's Asians who are rich, who literally are child son babies or whatever, who still go there and live there. They're not dealing with they're not talking with dudes because they have money.
Live? Oh, sorry.
So,
Gone?
Hold on a second. I'm speaking. Thank you. I don't. Excuse me, ma'am. I don't want to be interrupted. Thank you, security. Thank you. Yeah. So they're like this notion is crazy because this is no different than any other like city in the country. The main thing is that, and I'm gonna leave this last point. I want to be as long as last speakers. Is that did y'all even consider that maybe the men that go there are considered more just physically attractive? Like, just really think about that. The men that go to these passport cities or these foreign countries are considered more physically attractive. One, what's the average height of an Asian? Two, if everybody looks like goddamn Jet Li, like, do you think the one black dude that's there would like stand out? Like, have you ever thought about that? Like the one off-brand guy, like the guy that looks, he's exotic, okay? Like the guy that's from another country is considered exotic, so he would innately have an exotic appeal. So it's just like, I don't get this whole, like, just because you think he's a loser, everyone else is gonna think he's a loser, where like he's gonna be a 5'10" exotic black man, where he's gonna get up against fucking like 5'6", 5'7" Asian, dudes who look like every other guy. So it's just like, I don't know, man. But I want to use this conversation just to dump each out there and talk shit. So I get it. Y'all just venting because y'all like laugh for some reason. But I think it's just a way to have a genuine conversation or a candid conversation about it. But I'll leave it there.
Okay, for the next couple of speakers in the queue, let's try to keep the submissions under 2 minutes. What was I going to say? Trap, go ahead.
I thought it was Jerome before me.
Was it? I think Jerome? My bad, Jerome. Go ahead, bro.
All I'm going to say is this, is that if you are a guy who's never ever traveled outside of the country, like now is the time where you should be begging or trying, like at your utmost best, trying to get out the country. Like it has never ever been a better time to use that passport to move around outside of the world than now. And it's gotten to the point where I've seen people like mess it up. You know what I'm saying? They bring their boys and everything else. They act a fool over there and everything else. And I've been thinking to myself, should I continue to promote going overseas? I think absolutely yes. Because ultimately what it does for like everybody else is it makes people realize like you have another option. It's my humbleness that keeps me like going when I want to promote like going overseas and everything else. It's me trying to make a black man better. Like women have it made here in the United States. Because I'm here now. Women have it made right here in the United States. They don't need to use to find a dude. They don't need to do. They got anything that they want. They could do here. Like as soon as a woman said, like, yo, I will do any. This is what a woman told me overseas. I was like, yo, look, I ain't trying to mess with you. I ain't trying to talk to you right now. She was like, I'll do anything that you want. Anything that you want. These women ain't saying it. I recently posted a video about a woman saying that during her wedding, she was like, I'm not going to obey a man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to start my life off of that. And this was in the wedding vows, you know, to obey, serve, all that jazz. It was in her wedding vows. And she was like, I'm not saying that. You can skip that part and keep moving. This is what these women are saying now. So if you ever want to get past that point of dealing with women in the United States where they don't feel like they have to deal with men, they don't have to listen to men and everything else, all I would say is take a trip over there. You can even go by yourself if you want. You ain't even gotta like have your homeboys go. Just go over there and like go to a very known touristy area, check it out, and I guarantee you, your whole life and your look. My boy Content went overseas one time, and ever since then, I told him where to go. This man want to go all over the fucking country now. Like, so, anyways, that's my submission. Y'all go ahead.
Okay, so I see this as ridiculous, honestly speaking. Most of the things that y'all are saying, as a married man, I don't see to be true. I think it's a lot of women inside the Americas that y'all could potentially find. I just think that the women that you're chasing inside these other cities don't look like, or these other countries, not cities. These other countries don't look like the woman that you're chasing down here. And it's for many different reasons. One of them, like the brother said, y'all do kind of stand out, especially when y'all go to these other countries. Y'all definitely stand out. So you want to feel a little bit more important than maybe the women down here make you feel. And that's okay. I mean, I'm not beating y'all down for that. I mean, I'm a dude that stand at 6'3" in the Americas. So I don't have to go anywhere to try to like, well, we all say hype fish somebody. But a lot of y'all do. You feel me? A lot of y'all do, and it's okay. I'm not beating down on no passport bros. I think another brother made a real good point. I think that was Captain who made it. Real passport bros, they're not here. You'll never catch a real passport bro on Clubhouse talking to us about passport bros. That's just the sad reality. Most passport bros that I know, they're nowhere to be found. You have to catch them at like a bar, 12 o'clock inside the morning, and they're right there about to go to a plane. So like I don't know. I think a lot of you niggas just need to come to men. I realize what space I'm in. A lot of you men need to come to the realization that you're running away from the truth. You're not desired here, or you believe you're not desired here, so you're trying to be desired elsewhere. And I don't think that's going to work for a lot of you people. I'm going to be real. Like, I don't think it's going to work for a lot of you men. As I hear single men calling themselves passport bros, it makes no sense to me. It's a lot of y'all passport bros, or people who want to be passport bros, that don't went to other countries and you're still single. You know what I mean? So it's really not helping you. I mean, yeah, you might got laid, but you're not marrying them. So it's really not helping. Is there really a difference? I don't see one. So I'm going to leave my mic there.
I would say that there is NPC, I'm going to add you to the queue. Go ahead, Alex. You can cut.
Yeah, man, you can put me in the queue as well.
I already did, Mike. Everybody, just keep checking the chat. And I swear to God, oh my fucking God.
No, I got you, bro. I got you.
It's way too early. I'm telling y'all right now. It's way too early. All right, listen. Put your name in the chat if you want to join the queue. When anybody with this green bean is talking, do not get off mic for no reason at all. That's going to be the solid rule in the one down. All right. So put your name in the chat if you want to join the queue, and read the chat when it's your turn. Y'all heard how Alice got off the mic so naturally? How Trap did it so naturally? That's how I like it to be. I don't have to mod y'all in the queue. All right. Thank you.
Good job. Spare yourself here. So I am actually a real passport bro. Like that. So I get paid to be. There are some passport bros here. I don't know why you would get married if you're a passport bro, and I don't know why you would be in a relationship if. See how you.
Hey, Alex.
He is he cutting out?
Yeah, he's cutting out. Hey, Alex, is there a way you can reset your service or something?
You gotta use the VPN. He don't want that passport Wi-Fi.
He's in a foreign country.
Just let's.
Okay, I think I heard you say let someone else go and you'll figure it out. So next in the queue we have Mike.
Yeah, what's going on? I mean, good morning. Thank y'all for bringing me up on stage. It's really interesting. Number one, there isn't a spokesman for the passport bros. Nobody has to do it your way. There's all types of passport bros that are doing it their way, having it their way. Some of the comments on the stage has been really interesting, especially by a lot of the folks that sometimes want to, take shots, whatever it is. But I'll simply just say this. I think that, we're in a situation where the women have really chosen socially, politically, in a myriad of different ways that they're not really fucking with black men. I hear all the time, when do you really go on this app or in a lot of these spaces where black women are really greeting brothers and really being respectful to the brothers and being productive and constructive alongside the brothers? This is not really doing anything like that. I don't need you. F you. You ugly just like your daddy. You ain't gonna be ish. You ain't gonna do ish. 50-50 no roommate. He wasn't man enough for me. He was a good man. He had all of this. He had all of that. This, that, and the third. But it just something about him. I just couldn't do it. Right? And I just think that brothers have looked around. I think that they got tired. And they were like, you know what? This is what her attitude is. Well, then I'm going to go and I'm going to level up and I'm going to jump over the jump man and, get to what I want. And when black men travel the world, you recognize that you are loved, that you're appreciated, that you're pedestalized. You don't have to be a thug. You don't have to be pumping the pistol. You don't got to be, this type of way and that type of way. You can be whoever you want. And that the women, they just want to be with a good man. They want to have a good time. If I were to zap any black man, or even any sister for that matter, they're not having these conversations. The women out there, they want to figure out, hey, what beach party are we going to? What fete are we getting ready to go to? Where are we going to go out for lunch? They want to have a good time. They're feminine, friendly, cooperative, and inspirational. They want to enjoy life. It doesn't seem as if sisters are just generally happy. And they definitely have a real hatred towards black men. All throughout the press for almost a decade now. Toxic black masculinity, all these different things. This is what sisters said. Even to the point where, hey, abort black male babies. No other sisters really called any of that out. So, this is just the aftermath of it now. You cannot hate on black men, disrespect black men, go in on black men, effeminize black men, and then want black men to stay around. That's just not how it works. That's all I got to say.
Is this audio better? Yeah. All right, cool. So I don't know what you heard about what I was saying, but
yeah, we ain't heard none of it.
Okay, so I actually traveled the world, and I'm a photographer, so I shoot for DAs and modeling.
And what camera you got?
What camera do I have right now? A7 R2.
Oh, please don't answer that question.
Okay, I like it.
Just
Alex, hold on. Alexander, hold on. All right, Alex, you shut the fuck up. All right,
no, calm your pussy down.
Yeah. We're gonna move him to the goo. All right, go ahead, Alexander.
All right, thank you. So I actually do travel around the world. I get paid to be a passport bro, essentially, in so many ways. The difference that I see about being an American and traveling outside of the United States, it's the baseline. Like an average American man is basically at the level of a global elite anywhere in the world. If you're healthy, above average height, you take care of yourself, and you have a bachelor's degree from a decent university, you're already in the top 1% globally, flat out. So it doesn't even have to really do with your money. It has to do with like your status, your power. Being the fact that you're an American actually holds a lot of weight. So you get treated differently, and yes, of course, money does come into play. But just the fact that even when I say I'm from Los Angeles, people get sparkles in their eyes and stuff like that. So there is an allure to it that goes beyond just finances. And I'll end there.
So I think we've been here long enough to where, personally, I'm reaching sage mode. Why do we give a fuck what a female says about anything? This is what I mean. The only goddamn power I've ever seen them have is saying something, and then we try to create a 5-point paper explaining to them why they're wrong and how to improve their lives. And who cares? Every single man that I know that is single over the age of 35, they don't watch any red pill content. I know this personally because some of these niggas in their 40s and they barely know how to send an email. I work with them. These niggas are the most mean. They got something in their pocket. They're so self-interested. If a female's acting the way that they want them to act in the United States, and they don't gotta pay too, these niggas are getting it off game and they're traveling to DR Brazil every quarter.
Passport
every quarter.
Passport Bros.
And
Passport Bros.
Listen, all of these labels, call it what you want. If you find a female who knows how to behave, remember what I said about women in poverty. Going overseas increases your chances of running into a woman in poverty, in the type of poverty to where she has respect for life.
Right, love looks different in poverty.
You know what? These humans over there, they have no respect for life. They don't give a fuck until they got another nigga's kid, and then they want to be responsible now. And now you, with your good job, is an option.
How was the solution? Don't make me no option.
Hold on, Alex, we got a queue. Let's try to get through it real quick. In fact, I'll add you to it. Go ahead, Quentin. Alex, you go right now.
Hey, fellas, how you doing?
We're good, brother. Thank you for being here.
I just thought I'll chime in as someone that actually holds 3 passports. I have an Australian passport, I have an American passport, and I've also got a South African passport. And I've been living in Australia for 20 years. So, because I've been living in Australia for 20 years, I can comment on Thailand as a whole, but I can also comment on Indonesia, I can talk about Philippines, and I can talk about Vietnam, because they're all literally right here because we're in the Asian Pacific. Now, the reason why, for the people at least in Australia, tend to travel to Thailand, and this includes 18-year-olds that have just graduated from high school, is simply because it's too fucking expensive to go tourism in Australia. Hotel rooms are expensive. They're maybe $300 a night. Whereas you can get a package from here, it's a 3-hour flight from here, from Melbourne, which is where I am, to Phuket or to Bali. Within, say, 3 hours, you can spend about $1,000, and you pretty much have a 7-day stay in a 7-star resort with infinity pools and plenty of activities. So people don't actually go there for the women for the most part. They just actually go there for a good time. People go there 3 or 4 times a year. The weather is tropical pretty much all year round. And also it's just in close proximity, and it's cheaper than actually traveling within Australia. The women are a bonus because we do get plenty of women from these countries that also come here to stay. And contrary to popular belief, they do speak English very well, and they do accept American Express, both in Bali and in Thailand. The only thing is you can't drink the water because of malaria. You can go to any place that you like. You can even go to Fiji if you like for a weekend, and it still doesn't cost as much.
So, and the women are nice and cooperative, and just generally the atmosphere is great. They respect everyone across the board. Even when I hear people talk about domestic violence, none of us in here, maybe 1 out of 100 of us men are beating their wives or girlfriends every day. It's not like that at all.
Not every day.
Not even generally. Not even in generally, most of us have never beaten our wives or girlfriends. If you did, most men don't accept you like that. You know, it's not something, it's not a flex. Other men will beat you up. Even in prison, other men will beat you up. So it's not like that at all. But I've got a child with a Thai woman, and I've got 2 children with a white woman, simply because they just seem to treat me better. I'm an IT student. I came here to study, and I didn't get any support from the black women. They were just weren't feeling the brother was trying to upgrade. That's the truth. That's what I feel. There you go. So I'm gonna land there, and I'm gonna stop there.
Perfect. Go ahead, Alex. Dr. David, I'm agitated.
It's on me.
It's on you, brother. Finally.
You know what? Thanks for having me. No, but it sounds like you pronunciate quite well from Australia. So, yeah. I see why black women probably don't, anyway. So, long story short, I don't really understand. I'm about to lose my train of thought.
I got it.
Out there.
I was trying to hold it in, but I got it.
I gotta stop breathing.
He pronunciated his words so good.
He made a lot of sense.
Oh shit! Go ahead.
Nah, I don't even know what I was talking about. Nah, I'm over it.
Okay, Alex, this is what we gonna do, though. All right? Because I'm a fair guy. Now, I give everybody their time to speak. I appreciate you. Okay. With that being said, if you're not going to speak right now and make a submission, I cannot have you cutting people off in this conversation, brother.
Okay, well, I'll just listen to it.
Thank you, sir. Okay, go ahead, Cap.
I just want to say, as a black woman, I support black men going overseas. Because I heard it was a lot of men that were very bitter about black women not supporting them. Matter of fact, in 2024, I was actually sponsoring passports. Nobody took me up on it, by the way. I don't know what that's about. I was trying to give you a little change back in your pocket, and nobody took me back on it. I think I'm gonna have to come out of retirement and start, sponsoring black men in their passports. So if you want a passport, hit me in the back channel. But you gotta have traveling money on your own. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure it sounds like it's pretty pricey, so you can't be broke anyway. So you probably could afford your own passport. But you know what? I don't mind. A black woman doesn't mind at this point. I want y'all to go where you love. You know what I'm saying? If black women don't like you here, or love you, or white woman, or Asian woman, because I feel like we got all these things right here in America. Last time I checked, it was definitely a melting pot. So I'm very, very confused as why y'all need to go overseas to go be happy. But I mean, it is what it is. Hey, do you, boo? As long as you can look in the mirror and be happy with yourself, which it sounds like a lot of y'all aren't really happy with the mirror. I support you.
Bro, are you from Memphis?
But never say in this room a black woman didn't support black men going overseas, because it happened today. And again, my DMs are open, and y'all feel free to go ahead and I'll put a little change on it. Put a little change on it. Okay, Trout, you married though.
We still need a passport over here.
It's about the single black men.
All right, single black men, shit, y'all heard the lady. Her DMs are open for whatever reasons. Dr. David, it's on you.
Yeah, thank you. So there's a couple of things that of misconceptions with the president. First of all, the misconception that it is cheap. Men are going to seek out cheap women or women that are cheap. It is not cheap.
From number one, you have to miss work. When you're leaving, in most cases, you're missing work. So you're missing your earning potential off rip. Then you're booking flights, more money being wasted. Then you're booking hotels, more money being wasted. So just all those activities in general, if you were just trying to seek out cheap prostitutes, the cheapest option would be to stay in the United States and purchase the prostitutes that are in the United States. At least you could go to work and you wouldn't have to book a hotel or do anything like that. So the notion that women are trying to put out there that men are seeking out cheap prostitutes is foolishness, because they haven't obviously looked at the economics of what these men are doing. What men are doing is not going overseas to seek cheap prostitutes, are actually going overseas to look for their potential life partners that they're not seeing in the United States. Now, the ones that are patronizing prostitutes are doing that because they're not finding their life partners. But if they do find their life partners, they're not going to do that either. So that's the main draw, that they're looking for women that they can find life partners. So number one misconception is that men are going for cheap prostitutes. That's number two. They are saying that the women that the men are finding are after men from the Western countries, either Europe or North America, for their money. That is actually no different than the women that men encounter in the United States. Women in the United States want men for their money too. That's it. That's how they act as well. They're not women that come out of pocket for any reason. They're not women that expect a man not to bring resources to the table. They're just as big as gold diggers as the women overseas. In fact, probably even more so, and more demanding of a man and his resources. The only difference is if you are spending resources on a woman from the United States versus a woman from Thailand or Colombia, or those women are actually doing more for you. So you're getting a better return for your money in those countries than you would get in the United States. You're getting women that cook, women that value family, women that value being a life partner to a man as a high priority for that. So generally speaking, you're meeting women that give you a better return. And more meeting some of the benchmarks that you want. And particularly on black men, because this room is mostly black people. Most of the women in the black community in the United States come from single parent households, single mother-like households. They don't have any respect for black men because they don't respect their own father, most of them. Most of them have a poor relationship with their father. So it is irreconcilable to have a life partnership with a woman who's raised in this kind of environment. She could probably count on one hand the number of black men in her life that she actually has any respect for, if any, if there are any. Most of them refer to black men as niggas. And they don't refer to themselves as niggas, they refer to themselves as women. Yeah, they refer to themselves as women, human beings, ladies, and queens. So when they refer to a black man, they refer to a black man as a nigga. I used to be confused about this, but this is why I stopped accepting black women calling me a nigga. Black men is okay, because a black man refer to himself the same way, so it's okay. But since a black women and white people don't call themselves niggas, why would I accept somebody calling me a nigga that they don't use that term on their own selves? Is they're using it as a negative sense. I even met a woman in Brooklyn who, I met a woman in Brooklyn who had a boyfriend, and she referred to her boyfriend as her nigga. But she didn't refer to any of the women around her like that. And I realized it's almost like the way white people use the term, the way black women are now using the term nigga on black men. We're trying to insinuate and remind us that we're not actually men. We're niggas. We're beneath men. And this is the collective position of the vast majority of black women in America, that they have zero respect for black men. And if you see yourself as a black man, not as a nigga, as a black man, a human being, a man worthy of respect, it's going to be very difficult for you to find a black woman in America that is going to respect you as a man. So you don't want to duplicate this whole single parent nonsense in your life. You don't want that for your children. You don't want that for your legacy. So you're going to have to look. If you want a wife and if you want a black woman, you're going to have to go to places like Colombia, which has a huge black population. And a lot of the guys I know to go to Colombia, the women that they're picking up are black women. Melanated black women that come from Africa. And there's people going to other countries. So You know, and same thing in Dominican Republic. I've seen guys come back from Dominican Republic with black women. There's a lot of Haitians there. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people in Dominican Republic that are also of African. So it's not that they're trying to get away from black women. They're trying to get away from degenerate black women that don't respect black men as men, and women who don't value being wives to men, and forming a life partnership. And that's the reality of the situation. So if you as a man want something for yourself, you're going to have to look elsewhere. And if you're in the United States, you're going to also have to look at the immigrant communities in the United States, because they too espouse some of those same qualities in the immigrant communities. Those are the places you're really going to find good numbers of women, black women, that value family, value being a wife, and were trained by their own family to be wives. Thank you, brother.
You stood there, brother. Hey, my boy John's good that time, though.
Crystal, fifth grade.
And Doctor, can I also say, man, you look like, man, oh my goodness, you a shit.
Bro, that was right there. You need to repeat that one on other stages, bro.
Let me get here real quick, y'all. Hold on. To the new speakers real quick, which is only, I think it's going to be Elegant, Hopley, KRS One, Roy, and and Christine. Could y'all just give me a few minutes? I want these other speakers to kind of speak on what they just heard, because a lot of them been waiting. We had a queue, like a 10-person queue. Okay.
I'm not going to make a rebuttal. I'm just going to say, men going overseas to find wives is not new. It's been done for decades. I'm just kind of amused that the black men are doing it, because collectively, black people talk too damn much and tell all their damn business. And this new breed of brothers that's going overseas, because like I said, it just haven't been white men going overseas to find wives. It's been black men also. My father was a passport bro back in the 1950s. He found his first wife in Korea when he fought in the Korean War. Y'all need to get your ass off the internet and making videos that antagonize black women about the reasons why you're traveling overseas. Because it's a few black women that actually care that you guys are going overseas, but most black women don't care what y'all do. Because I'm one of those women. I don't care. I really don't. And I just find it amusing. I hope everybody find love in 2026. It's a rough world out here. We need love. We need to feel good. But just know when your reasons for going out of the country, out of the state, to another planet to find a woman, don't put it on black women collectively, because you don't know every black woman collectively. To say the things that y'all say about black women as the reasons why you're going overseas to find women. That's all I ask. And I can't make y'all stop doing what y'all do, but go overseas, find love. I hope everybody finds love in 2026 for real.
But you sound like you know how to cook. So I don't even think that.
I sound like what, sweetie?
You sound like you know how to cook.
Oh, I do know how to cook. Of course I do. My mama's from Mississippi. My auntie's from Mississippi.
Are you cooking for a black man?
Yeah, dear. I'm making catfish today, fried catfish, and I haven't figured out the side dishes yet.
Why can't you teach these other black women how to make catfish? Like, what's going on? Like, what's going on in the world?
My friend is doing the fried catfish a couple minutes ago. That was so good.
You keep that secret. You part of the problem. You the problem.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Knock on everybody's door and say, let me come in here.
Man, these women don't know how to cook. You should be talking about they
Look, it ain't my fault y'all not nobody cooking y'all no food. That ain't got nothing to do with
secrets. The ones who married keep a secret.
The one you have.
Actually, I'm not married. I'm cooking for my boy. That's my friend. We've been knowing each other for
then why ain't you married? See, that's what I'm saying. You cook for your friend.
I don't want to be married. That's what
exactly. That's part of the problem. You don't want to be married.
Nobody else living in my house.
That's not a
I
problem.
mean, I'm an older black woman. I don't have to get married. My children are eating catfish in the morning.
That's why
I gotta go buy the damn catfish first. Come on,
that's not a problem.
What is wrong with you people?
No, what's wrong is you right now. Like, I'm cooking catfish, and you talking about you don't want to be married. That means like something wrong.
I've been dating market. I've made a thousand.
You never have a vagina. What happened?
I just told y'all to go find love. I ain't say nothing bad about y'all.
You just
just messing with you. Come on.
You know how you
You couldn't even get out like, I'm coming too, shit.
Sorry, y'all. I ain't trying to be the party pooper or nothing like that. It's just a lot of over talking. Okay, where we at? So thank you for the submission, Elegant. And I do want to get back to that cafeteria style type conversation like we were just doing, but let me make sure other speakers get a chance to speak. Ermac, you was fighting for your life. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, you got me so used to calling me Ermac, man. I just
So I actually like better than all the names, FYI.
Oh, I just switched it up. That's all. I ain't tripping off the name. You know who I am. It's good. But Doctor, man, I want to say what you just said, man. You ain't said a dumb breath out your mouth. God, trust and believe. That whole nigga thing, I'm all with you on that. I'm not gonna respond to you, no give you love on that because that's not what I am. But I've traveled. I do my comment. I've been over in Korea. It is expensive. I've sat there and watched them when they have that, when the military men marry over there, they got to take in the family. And I've seen this because that's how it is over in Korea. So as far as you, and you're right with Africa. When you go to Africa, they have taught their daughters when they come to America, don't mess with black men. Get a white man because of what media and what they have seen and what they have, what they was told, what they see in the media or how we are. Of course, my brothers are educated. Of course, they got their own business. Of course, they doing it up, but it don't reach Africa because I've talked to African women who said what their mothers told them about the black man in America. Get a white man if you want to get further. If you want to latch on to something and grow and prosper, get a white man. Stay away from blacks. They lazy. They sell drugs. They're criminals. These things are put in their mind over there. So y'all fly over there to get these women just because, one, you unhappy here. Now, we're just going to stick to only black women? Okay, because it's doing it to every race. But let's just do black women. There is a black woman here. Matter of fact, there's one here cooking catfish tonight. You see? So you sit there and say you can't find the love here. It's you. It's what you have surrounded yourself with. It's what you have been putting in your mixing bowl, and you've been dealing with it, and you've been licking that bowl for so long that you're just sick and tired of it. There's some new ingredients out there. No way in the world I'm gonna give up my love of women, period. I can start right here. It's cheaper. Damn sure it's cheaper. Like he said, you got the fly there. And those women want the same. Matter of fact, they worse than the ones here. I don't know if it's been said already. I just got in this room. But you're not going over there broke and getting a mediocre job thinking you're going to get that bad bitch over there. It's not happening. There's a bodybuilder right now, one going for the strongest man competition. He'd be on the internet. He asked his woman, and she's from the Czech Republic. He said, would you be with me? She said, I wouldn't be with you if you was broke. He didn't like her directness. And I was like, I like her because she told the truth. She's from the Czech Republic. She's not gonna get an American man that's broke. She can do bad by they can do bad by themselves over there. And so happens, she said, so if I lost all my money, she said, well, if you lost all your money, what good am I to you? I was like, damn. She ain't playing. That white woman ain't playing. She married him for rich because of popularity. So there are a lot of women, a lot of black women have stuck with their man. I know there's some black women out there that would do that. But just people go over this time because they sick of the women here, they up in age, and they're not paying them no attention. That still don't mean you can't find that one. You can't find that right one. Yes, you can. So I'm not gonna give up on the blame on the black woman. No, fuck that. There's a black woman here. I know I've been in relationships with one. If I found one over in Korea, hey, that's me. I'm gonna roll with it. I'm hard as that. I found one over in Africa, which I don't think no. I have a daughter from UK. I never thought I would have a child from a white woman in the UK. But I'm a stand-up father. I'm good with that. It wasn't planned. She's a beautiful accident. Roll with it. I didn't go there to get someone pregnant, no. But that's just life. So rock with who you with, wherever you are. You find love, and just like Elegant said, be happy. But the black woman is not mad that you leaving her life. If you who you are, if you fucked in the head, she glad you gone.
Can I please ask one question? Can I please ask one question?
Jerome, can you please write that question down if you could? Please. I want to make sure these new speakers speak. And luckily, we only got 1, 2, 3 speakers left. But after that, I'm gonna open the mic before to everybody.
Go ahead.
You think so?
It's just one quick question. Who do you think? Hey, Kirsten, who do you think is smarter? The woman who married for money or the woman who married for broke?
Does she love that nigga?
Wait, who did you ask that question? You said Kenzo?
Yeah, Kenzo. Like the woman who said, like, hey, I'm gonna give a child to a man who has money, or I'm gonna give a child to a dusty ass dude. Who's smarter?
I don't think Kenzo here.
No, Kirsten. He just was talking about
KRS-One.
KRS-One, yeah, him.
Say your question again,
Yeah, I got you. Like, who do you think smarter? The woman who married a guy or had a kid by a guy who has money, or the woman who had a kid by a dude who ain't got shit, dusty and broke? Who's smarter?
But then the guy that's dusty and broke, is he trying to remain that way?
Right. Never mind. Like, let's move it around. That's the woman talk. Alright, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was back up because you sat there and said Dusty and Broke is indeed Dusty and Broke and trying to remain that way. Because if you Dusty and Broke, there's a lot of women who have babies by men that ain't had shit due to either condom pop or they should, but she gonna keep the baby and he go, I'm a man up there.
Yeah, but how many? You don't know that many dudes who did that. You don't know how many. But go ahead.
Wait. I'm one of them.
Alex, don't do that. You're the exception, Alex.
Okay, I think you're the rule. And I run the engine.
You're not the rule, Alex.
I'm the exception.
But Jerome, you don't know that. Jerome, you don't know that either.
Hey, but I feel like a dirtbag, right?
Hey, KRS-One, you should have asked them a better counter question. Do you have money across the board?
Should have popped that.
Money only in a certain continent, a certain country. But truly,
no, I got money in the United States, so it don't matter from there. Bro, be for real. Like, we've done this before. Like, hey, look, we've done the whole show bank account shit. Like, my shit's legit. I got people who can back me up on that. So, yeah.
It's called money, Jerome. Okay, y'all, that's not. Hold on, y'all. Yeah, we'll move on. Let's move on. But Jerome, we take donations over here in the one down. We especially anyways, let's move on. Holly, Roy, and Christine, I'm opening the floor up to y'all.
I only got pesos. Go ahead, Christine.
Well, go ahead. It's cool.
Good morning, everybody. I just got here a little while ago, but I saw this room, and I never heard of a passport brother until this is like the second room I've heard on Clubhouse about passport brothers, and I came in mainly to get an understanding of what it is. And I'm just disgusted about.
Take your time. I'm trying to figure it out. Let's speak. Take your time, though.
But what I'm going to say is that, what I came in for is because I do want to understand what a passport brother is. Because I heard a guy was talking to maybe some months ago. I heard that that's what he had decided to do. We were just friends though, but I'm discouraged to hear that our black men are going over there and high numbers. And I hear some black women say they don't care. I say I do care. I would rather black men choose us black women. Not only are they choosing the cities, they are also choosing every other race, but the black woman races and to go overseas. But there are some good women over here. We are black women don't have a hard time finding black men also. But I agree with what the speaker said, So there are some good black women over here, but black men don't want to take the time to find the right one. But yeah, it's to each his own, whatever you want to do. But yeah, that's what I wanted to share. Thank you.
Most black women are overseas.
Okay. I just want to go before I forget. I'm overrated.
Hold on, everybody. The mic's still open to these two speakers now.
Yeah. Shout out to Miles. Keep monetizing because it's a lot to keep recording for your room. I don't have any malice towards the passport, but what I have been studying and observing is there's a lot of hurt souls on this app, men and women. Y'all think I'm not paying attention. I'll be hearing the comments. Y'all need either Jesus, therapy, or one or the other, or both, to be hating on people you don't know, that you never met. You have no idea who they are, what they got going. You pissed off because they're catching flights, but you say you're happy. It's okay to have an opinion and get on here and have fun and just, debate what you believe in, court of public opinion, but it's quite the other when you're bleeding all the time. I'll be hearing these men and women sometimes say things, and I'm like, do you think we can't see that hate? When you guys are like projecting or just, microaggressions, like, take your own motherfucking advice. I just want to say that to y'all. Y'all know who you are. Take your advice. Look in the mirror. Ask yourself if you're happy. Whether you got somebody in your life or you don't, you should be happy. You should be content. You should not feel you have to put other people down. But I'm cool with the passport brother. I happen to be fortunate enough to be in a state that's diverse. Like my state, you literally don't even have to go out the country and you can meet people from other countries. So I'm in one of those melting pots. I will say I do kind of understand a little bit of what they're saying. Now I will say this. I want to say this. Number one, I don't disagree with what's her name, Christine, what she said. There are good black women. There are. I've been with one before. So there are. But I'm gonna just say this to the good black women. Y'all gotta stop letting these bitter women who are constantly beating down black men the way that doctor, I forgot to see y'all name, the way he was saying, how he took it, and how he was saying, the whole thing about niggas. He made some good points. Y'all gotta start speaking up, man. I don't know what's going on with y'all in terms of why y'all letting these women say these nasty things and bleed over. Why these bitter women who upset because they not married or because their husband left them, or these men who hurt them or whatever. Y'all need to start speaking up. Just speak up. Don't let them, because I'm going to say this in a way. The reason why a lot of these men are so discontent, I think, is because when you let just those women's voices be heard, you make it look like that's how all of you guys feel. And you guys gotta stop the girl code thing. You gotta start keeping it real. Like what that, I love what that woman just said. That's how y'all gotta start coming, man. Y'all gotta stop letting these bitter ones be your voice. And that's all I can say to that. Of course, my mom was black, so how can I hate a black woman? I don't have any vitriol. I don't think the passport brothers do either. From what I understand, a lot of times some of them date black women from just other countries. I don't have no smoke against y'all. Y'all do what y'all makes y'all happy, man. I'm not tripping. I don't think you're some kind of international trick. And even if it was, I don't care. Go trick. Like the way if that's what you want to do, that's on you. That's your life. I learned. I listen to y'all. I learned more about this. I got.
Okay, Roy, did you want to speak?
Yo, what's going on?
What's up?
Peace.
How you feeling?
Doing good, man. Feeling wonderful, good brother. Feeling wonderful, man. Black men, if you ain't been to the hospital, to the doctor, go get your checkup, brother. Got my numbers back. They look remarkable, man. Looking good, brother. I might live another 10, 25 years, man. Grace and peace to the room.
I'm gonna make my points and I'll mute back up. Mouth as always, man. You got a bad room, brother. You might have to syndicate this thing, man. You might have to take it to you might have to take it to another level, man. I love how y'all discuss, man, pertinent issues, both overt and obscure in our community, man. And this is one of those things that you touch on. I appreciate that, man. And again, grace and peace to the room. I make my points real quick. I'm gonna mute up. I'm not sure who the brother was. I don't even know if he's still here. But he made some phenomenal points that I'm gonna just piggyback off of, and I'll mute up. The first thing I think from to speak on the subject matter, I think the first thing is the issue that we're dealing with, and why passport bros even exist to the distance that was just speaking. There's a concept that I think is, I'm not even sure if it was spoken on yet, but I'll touch on it again. There's the westernization of black women here domestically is so impactful and so powerful that I'm not saying it forces you to go outside of your own people, or rather your own nation. In ways, I'm just saying that component is so powerful, and that tool psychologically been used to the success to breaking up our dynamic, our component, our family structure. It's an attack. And we can't act like that they don't exist. The westernization of the black woman here, specifically, as being a brother who's traveled abroad, I look at the two from a social standpoint. So if I'm looking at this and I'm dealing with that westernization, you have hyperfeminism. Here in America, with our women, they were taught that thing. Black women weren't taught to be wives. They were taught to hold and only compete with the man in the advent that she never find one, as we're seeing so many single black women today, that they should be happy and cool and content with being successful on their own. And that ideology doesn't exist nowhere on the planet Earth, and it has nothing to do with it. That was a concept taught and imputed on our sisters specifically. So that hyperfeminism, that hyper-combativeness we see in our black women here local, domestic rather, and them being taught to compete with their man is one of the primary things that it doesn't matter whether or not you're a poor black man or you're a successful, quote, rich black man. You're going to run across that black woman who embodies all three of those things, unfortunately. And this isn't an attack. This is just observation. Now, the one that the brother was talking about who came off mute, who said, they are black women, and they are here. However, they're here in extremely lower percentages, way lower percentages, versus the aforementioned black women that I just named. Black men are more coveted abroad by women who aren't impacted by Western culture. When you travel South Central America, these places, you don't have to deal with the veneer of what you have, or I'm super combative, or I don't need you, I'm tolerating you in my presence. That dynamic, it does not exist. And if it does, in extremely low, I've never encountered it in any social standard with any woman abroad, and whether she was checking in a hotel, room service, in a club, on the beach. I haven't seen that. In restaurants, in passing, and at the bar, socially, I've never seen a situation where you qualify yourself to these women in the ways that you would have to do here in America. And I don't have a problem with qualifying. You see the PTR, that's we're not gonna get into it. We're not gonna get into it. But it is Ferragamo, if you were wondering. But the point I'm trying to make is this: that qualification that doesn't exist in other places. Not saying that because it doesn't, that these women are better options at all. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is that combative element mentally don't exist in the minds of these women. And it ain't because they're easy, it's because they haven't been westernized. And my last point, I'll be done here. Right here. To what the sister just said a few seconds ago. I value that sister. I don't even know, but I value her, and she should be protected. And she should. If she doesn't deserve a man that's going to appreciate that type of vulnerability to be displayed. Again, like I said, that type of sister does exist. And she apparently, at least from a psychological standpoint, is here on the stage. I've seen 2 black women. So yes, now you being patient enough to work with them beyond those things because they have been impacted, whether they like to admit it or not. As a black man, that's something that you have to consider. But that good black woman does exist. Here, I just said again, she just exists in a very, very lower percentage. Now, so with that being said, I believe most black women can. And to posture as if you don't would further enforce the reasons why black men are leaving in the first place. I don't care that. Okay, see, that's what exactly. You do care, however, because these are sons of black women leaving because the example these black men saw when they were raised and the dating options that they now have are both one and the same. And I think that's something that we should examine. And that's something I think that will continue the conversation. And it may not make passport brothers come back home and throw them away, but at least it gives validity to both sides because I can see both sides. But I'm all for black love, period. So with that said, I mute my mic. Thanks again, Ma.
I do have a question, sweetheart. How did you teach, you said black mothers are not teaching their daughters how to be wives. How does one teach a little girl to be a wife?
No, I'm not
really. You just sit down in the classroom and, like, this is how you be a wife?
I can answer that question. No, she's asking the social cues. She's asking a specific person right now. So, yes, sir. But also, we're going to close this room in about 8 minutes, and I'm going to transfer everybody over to the new room. Same title, same poll. I'm just going to transfer everybody over. Because this one's going to close, and I want the replays from last night. That being said, we do go to this new room. If y'all going to come, I'm going to start the queue up with whenever one of them left. So Jada, Gamma, Sister, and Rock are the newest speakers here. So I'm going to start it off with them. Anybody that comes after everybody in the queue, I'm going to make them wait 20 to 30 minutes before they can speak. That way y'all can have an after conversation and actually try to get to it.
30 minutes?
The new speakers. I'm going to just, not so when I get there, all right? So, as of right now, Smurl, you got a new picture.
Huh?
You put a new picture. Oh, damn, I thought that was you. That was somebody else. Anyways, the questions that Elegant was asking, you can go back to Roy. Sorry about that. About
how does one teach a little girl how to become a wife?
I brought that up too in my statement. And so, and I don't know if you heard me, Elegant.
Hold on, Doc. I got you, King. Let me just answer the sister real quick. I'm gonna get out your way because you did make some phenomenal points, brother. No, so just to answer my dear sister Elegant real quick. Yeah, so when you say how do you teach a little girl to be a wife, you don't look at teaching a little girl how to be the culmination and the completion of something at a very little age. You teach her the tenets of what those things are so that over the course of time, displaying and her exercising those tenets will make her into that wife at the end of the day. So the concepts of respect, simple respect, non-combativeness, feminism in a both cultural and biblical sense of it, if that's what you went to, how to carry yourself and maintain all of these principles, cooking, all of that stuff, and making yourself a financial asset in the event you're needed to contribute in that fashion. Like all of these things are to be taught and reinforced into the minds of our daughters. If I was to ever be blessed with one, that's what I would impute. I would teach her how to be such a woman of value from a father to a daughter perspective, so that when she's of age and she's in a relationship with a man, that man can be proud of the daughter that I raised, because this daughter is now an asset to him that he can't live without. And that isn't happening. Again, it's on both sides. I'm not pointing the finger specifically, but you asked the question to me how that can be done. I know that to be true because I'm seeing it done culturally in other cultures. They don't have a problem with teaching their daughters how to be wives. And then when they grow up, they become wives. If you teach your daughter how to be combative and you don't need no nigga for this, get your own because a nigga ain't shit, and you never know, prioritize degrees and career over family. And then now when that baby's 30, 35 years old, I meet him, 40 years old, got everything that she was supposed to have and don't have no one, and acts as if she don't want to need it because she's validated in what she has. There's too many of those sisters that exist. So that's what I'm saying in terms of how you can teach a daughter to be a wife. That should be the primary focus. I'm not raising a daughter to be my daughter forever. I'm raising her so she could be a wife to a man that I deem to be worthy of receiving her as such in that time when that time comes. I pray that answers your question, sis.
She left. She didn't even want you to answer the question. But anybody who's actually serious about understanding this, number one, you have to be a wife yourself. If you are not married to her father, you're already putting her behind the eight ball. She's already unlikely to be a wife because she's not seen that from example from you. And what the woman said previously, that's not her situation. She don't have a man in her house. So her daughter sees that. So her daughter's likely to be a single woman.
I got a quick question.
I'm not doing it. Okay. I'm answering the question that was asked on the floor.
Yeah, but I'm asking, what's the thing, bro? Hey.
Let me finish. Let me finish answering the question that was put on the floor. The actual question was put on the floor. So that's the first and foremost. And most of our women are nowadays in that. Secondly, priorities. If they were raised in that, they will see value for a partnership between a man and a woman working together for a collective good. They'll see that value because they see how that dynamic works, and it is a positive thing. So when she prioritizes her values in life, she'll have a high priority for finding that life partner. Woman that wrote in the chat, I'll never teach my daughter to prioritize males. So she's basically teaching her daughter to be a single mom. And she's teaching her daughter that males, or how she puts it, are a low priority. So if you have a low priority for men, what quality of man do you think as a woman you are likely to attract? I'll say that again so you understand. If you are teaching your child to have a low priority for men, what quality of man do you think your daughter is going to attract? If you want your daughter to attract the highest quality, whoever's mic is on is ever, and if you're scratching, I thought you were done because I wanted to ask my question. I was answering the question on the floor. You're scratching your mic. Anyways, so if you teach your daughter to have a low priority for men, she's going to attract a low quality man. If you want your daughter to have a high quality man, a marriage-minded man, she's going to have a high priority for him. It's just like getting into a school. You want to get into a top-tier school, you have to have a high priority for it. Otherwise, you're not going to qualify to get in admitted. You want to get a good job, you're going to have qualifications for that job. And if it's a really good job and a top-tier job, you're going to have to come with the top qualifications to secure that job for all the other people that want it. Otherwise, you're not going to get that job. Same thing comes with finding a life partner, finding a man. You have a low priority for it, you're only qualified for the lowest tier job, lowest tier school, and that's why a lot of our women who are raised by these single moms, their daughters become single moms themselves. Their daughters become, because they're not equipped with those tools. It's simple comments. You're teaching your daughter to prioritize her education, to prioritize everything above men. So she's never going to get a good man. Because no good man is going to accept a woman that doesn't have a high priority for me. I'm married now for over a decade. And I'm the top priority for my wife. The reason why I married her is because she made me her top priority. I can see it. And other women didn't do that. So a man who's a marriage-minded man who has a lot to offer something that you have to teach her. She has to see you modeling it, number one. And number two, has to have that value structure in place. And if you can't model that for her, then you have to tell your daughter, I am not a good example for you. So if you want to find a life partner, I can't help you. You have to go to somebody else. You have to pull yourself out and have somebody else mentor your daughter is a wife and teach her the things that you can't teach her because you're not. And you have to tell your daughter why you can't teach that to her, how you yourself are deficient in that. And that takes a lot of self-realization in order for you to course correct your child, which most women aren't going to do. Go ahead and ask your question.
Well, I'm a feminist and both my daughters are married. But somehow, some way, they managed to find husbands while both having degrees and stuff. And my oldest daughter husband, he was with her when she got a bachelor's degree. He was with her when she got her master's degree. She's an accountant now. You know, they get along. Do they fight sometimes? Yeah, because she called me whining. And I just listen now, say nothing because I'm not a millennial mother-in-law. I taught my daughters get their own money, get an education and get their own money. And a man would come. And they both managed to do that. I don't think there's nothing wrong with teaching your daughters to be self-adults. Cleaning, cooking, that's what adults do. That's not gender-based. There's not, I mean, why would I not teach my daughters to be educated and have careers? And, I mean, because men come and go. Come on, man. What's wrong with y'all? Y'all want y'all daughter to be these wimpy-ass women that don't have a pot to piss in and a window to throw it out? Come on, man.
Yes, I'm going to go ahead with your question.
She's still prioritizing being white.
So the question is, because I noticed in the submission you were talking about the importance of daughters being raised wise.
Right.
And I know that sometimes women grow up.
Yeah, she's a single mother.
That's really none of your business.
We got a monetized room today. We got a monetized room today, Mom.
And I actually shoved my oldest daughter down the way now because she was acting a damn fool.
Right.
It's a shotgun marriage.
Okay.
No, it wasn't a shotgun marriage.
Hold on, I can't hit a brother with this.
Are they married with black men?
Yes.
She stay in the hood. She don't know. I think out of her defense,
that's why you always saying with the book of shit.
And her behaviors, we can already. Let's just get to the question.
So with that said, like, because the only thing that I thought was missing out of what you asked, and this is why I'm asking you, is you didn't really put any onus on the fathers in terms of women.
Right.
Okay, so women sometimes they kind of grow up, black women, with these peculiar modalities that end up becoming toxic. I get that, but how much does a father play in the role of developing a child?
You don't know.
A wife.
Right. That's a great question.
In other words, we put the whole onus on women.
Right.
Of course,
honestly, we gave y'all the seed.
Alex, hold on, Alex. Just hang on about that.
Let me get in next.
All right, no sweat. So appreciate your question, brother Alex. No, I don't express your name, but appreciate your question, brother. But no, so I did actually. I may have could have driven home a greater emphasis on it, but I did say that. I said it. Maybe 3 points. I said it. A, I see it on both sides. B, I use myself as an example when I said if I were to ever have a daughter, what I would do, right? Because of what my values are, I would reflect certain sentiments in the raising of my daughter. If I would ever, I have 2 sons, but if I had a daughter, this would be my role in bringing that to a reality, right? So I use myself, and maybe I'm not sure if you caught that part. But to answer your question, in totality, with that being said, in addition to the points that I made about myself, I do believe that it's on both sides. Again, I'm not putting the onus on what it means to be a wife on a mother alone to display. Again, because there's a duality. She, like the brother just said, when the sister came off New Elegant and she said the things she said about her daughters and so on and so forth, I saw someone said in the comment section that the sister, they saw her failures. That's why they got married and so on and so forth. And you can get into those things. What I'm saying is that you have to have a woman modeling what a wife looks like in the eyes of a young daughter.
I'm not saying prioritize putting a man on achievements and self-accomplishment, saying that, but I'm saying that priority can't be exceeded by your own selfish desires or your own because those things don't lend to the successful construct of a family.
Yeah, they're almost insecurities.
And they can become things that could take you away from a strong family dynamic and component. So it is important, and it's important for for a baby girl to see her mother display those things from a mother, and it's also important for her to see how that's valued from a man in her father. So it is a dual relationship. It's a dual response from the parents to enforce those things into the minds of the daughter. So hopefully that answered your question, dear brother.
You know what I mean?
It's on you, I think, King.
So honestly, I have a daughter, and
shout out to you, man. I heard they the bomb, bro. I got two sons.
Hey, man, they love on daddies. Like I bullshit you now. Dad. Like she's on. That's my heart.
That's my heart. Congratulations, King.
And so, long story short, the things that I want to incorporate into her life to be able to make sure that she's successful is my most pride possession. Like that's what I want. I have to do that. I won't live this life well unless I do that. I can't see myself doing anything other than. I'm gonna leave it there.
Well said, champ. Well said, King. Yeah, any other questions for me? If not, cool. I think I'm gonna go ahead and look for the room I'm trying to make. If you made it or not.
Yeah, I think you made it. Make sure if you guys are not already following the club, I see some pink tickets down there. Make sure you guys join the club so y'all can go in the next room, all right?
And one thing about me, I don't try, I do. Let's start there.
Hello?
Okay, y'all hit that link on top. I think Immaculate put the link in the chat as well. If everybody can gravitate over to that new room, I would appreciate it. I know some of y'all in here sleep though. So you can go ahead and go over there. I already got my other account in there. I can mod you up.
Thanks for giving me permission.
Not that funny.
I was waiting for you to tell me what to do though.
Go over there, damn it. Nah, I'm playing. Everybody else, I'm dropping y'all to the goo. Just hit that link on top. We can continue the conversation. The goo's open over there too, so y'all can go on the stage. Cool. I'm gonna give us another 2 minutes and I'm closing this room out, y'all. Everybody in the goo, everybody that's still in the room, we got a new room open. If y'all can hit that link on top. Once again, everybody that's in the goo, we got a new link on top. Hit that link on top. We're trying to transfer everybody to the new room. If y'all can hear me, and once again, we got a new room. Just giving everybody a few more minutes to transfer it. I'm closing this room out. One more time, we got a new room. Y'all hit that link. What's up, sister? Y'all hit that link on top. One more time, y'all, we got a new link on top. Y'all hit that link, new link on top. We got a new room. Everybody got a new room. Hit that link on top. Let me close the Google and the other room. more time, y'all. I ain't trying to lose my replays, so new link on top. New link on top. Jerome, Animal, Pogos, Spectator, Romeo, Pete, Missy, King, D-Red, Raven, Madison, Universe, new link on top. Samuel, Jared, Life is Key. I want to say your name. BWE Boy, Napoleon, Rich. And Rich, you need to add me and join the room more. One more time, y'all. We got a new link. I'm about to close this one out. We got a new link on top. We only got a minute left on the replays.
Wait. What's the room name?
It's on top. Hit that link. How do passport bros approach women? Just hit that link right there that says that.
All right, send it.
Right there. I'll be over there right now. Okay. All right, y'all. Thank you for being here, everybody. Welcome to the wind down. We'll close it out.
You're looking at Luke 21. The 42 months happens at the end of verse 26. Because that last 3.5 years before his return. You have to put in the prophets in the 21, the time frames. So the last 3.5 years right before his return, that's basically verse 26. The times of the Gentiles was already fulfilled because that's what I'm trying to explain to you. What up, y'all? Welcome to the Octagon, man. This eschatology thing. Virgin birth topic. Kayla came in here, man, and you know, we're gonna go with the spirit. Y'all welcome to come up. Who down there? I see the dog, Brew, Eli, come on up there, like you know, Melody, Kyle, is it Kylie? Dollar, Universe, how y'all know? I'm not speaking. She always trolling. Get out in the cool with your thing too.
Rise all and rejoice, good grace and good new day to you all. The fear of the devil and the enemy has been put behind us as we head into the future. We shall shine bright with the Lord's glory. His kingdom has come.
Yeah, see, we can't see. Let me tell y'all something. By skipping over this gathering of the nation of Israel before the tribulation, what you're doing is when you skip over this, you're playing right into the hands of Catholicism, who do not want us to know of that. They want us to think that there's going to be some type of rapture before the tribulation. They want us waiting on the rapture. So we get caught up in the nation of Israel is gathered before the rockets, red, glare bombs bursting in there, before this war kicks off, and put back in their land. God is not going to leave his people in their lands while these missiles going. Man, no. That would defeat the whole purpose of the Bible, of Israel being restored and preserved. Apostle Paul said, a remnant, man, I better understand this book. They do not want us to know this. Israel is giving back everything and put back in the land. That's why the tribulation, let's read Joel chapter 3. Because they're going to come down to that. They're still in power. They still got Israelite slaves. And they still got all their money. What was the purpose to come down to the Valley of Joseph? I wouldn't. But y'all still do everything I need. I got y'all. I know people still, the soil of the earth is still in my land. I'm still in control. Why would I need to come down to a Valley of Joseph? I'll show you why. Go to Joel chapter 3. I just showed y'all. that Israel is gathered and
restored and given everything. I can read it again in Isaiah 6.
Which verse?
John chapter 3. I'm going to read it. I got it at the top.
Gotcha.
For behold, in those days and in that time, they shall grant a deity of Judah and Jerusalem. Are we talking about another gathering? I told y'all. Verse 2. I will also gather all and will bring them down to the valley of Jehoshaphat and will plead with them for my people. What is he talking about? I done put it back in the land, just like Isaiah said, with all the money. Now leave my people alone. That's what God is telling them. Watch this, just keep reading. And they have cast lots from the name of to tell them exactly what y'all did and why I'm pissed. They have cast lots from my people and have given a boy for a harlot and sold a girl for wine that they might drink. Yea, and what have ye to do with me, O Tyre and Sidon, and all the coast of Palestine? We're not getting ready for a resurrection. We're getting ready for a war. Will ye render me a recompense? And if ye recompense me swiftly and speedily, I will return your recompense upon your own head, because ye have taken my silver and my gold and carried away into your temples and goodly pleasant things. The children also of Judah and Jerusalem have sold into the Grecians. God know exactly who they are and what they did. They Elite removed them far from their border. Behold, I will raise them out of the place where ye have sold them. He just told you he did it in verse 2. Verse 1. Bring them by your own head. And I'll set orders a hand of children of Judah. And they shall sell unto the Sabians till people fall off, for the Lord has spoken. Watch this. God going to tell you he's talking to. Watch this. Proclaim ye this among the Gentiles. Because of what you did to the children of Israel, tell them this. Prepare war. Wake up the mighty men. Let the men of war draw near and let them come up. Beat your plowshares into swords and your pruning hooks into spears. Do whatever you got to do. Is what God is telling them. The Catholic Church wanted us to believe that some will be here, some will be left behind. Some will be left behind, some making, and some left. That is a lie. Some girl went into a church and saw the coming of Christ in 2 parts. And some Catholic monk named Darby to start preaching it like it was doctrine. It's a lie. Nobody is raptured or caught up until after Christ returns. But what they don't want us to know is that Israel is restored and put back into the land before that tribulation kicks off. The tribulation period kicks off because of this. After this, because let me tell you what's going on. God is making these white folks fight. The same way he did in the Civil War, but we're looking at a civil war on a worldwide scale now. Now they beefing because they understand the end of the book. They know it's going down. At these tables, we probably don't know about. Trump sitting at the table like, look, we ain't heard of this problem. We didn't do this. Our ancestors did this. Y'all gotta work. God is making them fight. But before those missiles kick off, God is gonna take all his people and those who accepted Christ out of their lands and put it back into Israel. It's going down. And if you don't accept this, you might just get caught up in the tribulation. It is what in the Bible.
Brother Lil, like, I wanted to ask you this because I had a discussion with someone who holds like a similar view as well. I'm sure you're familiar with like Sister Felicity as well, right? So we're talking about this, and we're talking about who the real people are, and this is what's important. We have to get this right, because whoever the real people are, whether they're this people currently in the land that the nations are against and want to destroy, or there's another people who will come and take over the land, right? We have to be careful, because if they are the people, we're screwed. If we're condemning them, right? And we take part in their destruction with the surrounding nations, saying, yeah, let them be destroyed, they're not the people anyway. And it comes to find out that they are, or God holds a remnant of them and says that, yes, they were my people, I brought them back, and they are unfaithful. We're still screwed. So it's important to be vigilant.
These Jews, bankers, they have a central bank in almost every nation in the world. They're controlling the money of the world. They own pornography. They do all manners of wickedness. They causing all type of fights and wars and stuff around the world by funding it. Those are not the people. No. God says that when the righteous is in rulership, the world will rejoice. They aren't the people. God, you cannot make them the people that do not fit prophecy at all. Now, I know you're about to come back off your mic and try to make them the people here. You cannot do that, bro. That's not what the Bible says, man. Man,
I don't have the power to keep going.
But it's probably a mic glitch or something. But Bill, I hear you. But look, let's read this here. Let me get your thoughts on this. Because whoever the people you're saying are, right? We may disagree here, but whoever you're saying will come into the land.
Oh, not me, Lakar. You ain't even do it. But Apostle Paul says Israel, part of Israel will be blind until the fullness of the Gentiles receive Christ. I didn't say it, the Bible said it.
Yeah, but Paul also says a remnant will return. Why a remnant? Because only a minority would be saved from this attack from the Antichrist. Even Isaiah 10 says the same thing.
In verse, that's in chapter 9. The remnant is in chapter 9, but when we get to chapter 11, is when I read verse 25. That whoever this remnant is, they're going to part of them are blind after the Gentiles receive Christ. He's going to wake them up. And I read that in Baruch chapter 2. So no, I read it, brother. I'm not saying it. I'm reading it.
It's also Romans 11. That's Romans 11 mentions the same thing. Romans 9 does as well, but Romans 11 mentions the remnant of Israel. That God will save a remnant of Israel. So let me read this real quick, because this is what God says about Israel before they go into that final captivity, before the Antichrist takes them, or Gog. Right? It says here, and this is Ezekiel 39 verse 21. I will display my glory among the nations, and all the nations will see the punishment I inflict and the hand I lay on them. So he's going to destroy the Antichrist, Gog, and his nations. From that day forward, the people of Israel will know that I am the Lord their God, and the nations will know that the people of Israel went into exile for their sin, because they were unfaithful to me. So I hid my face from them and handed them over to their enemies. This is why they're going to fall, right? And they all fell by the sword. I dealt with them according to their uncleanness and their offenses, and I hid my face from them. Therefore, this is what the sovereign Lord says. I will now restore the fortunes of Jacob, and I'll have compassion on all the people of Israel, and I'll be zealous for my holy name. They will forget their shame and unfaithfulness they showed towards me when they lived in safety in their land with no one to make them afraid. When I've brought them back from the nations and I've gathered them from the countries of their enemies, I'll be proved holy through them in the sight of many nations. Then they will know that I am the Lord their God. Although I send them into exile among the nations, I will gather them into their own land, not leaving any behind. I will no longer hide my face from them, for I'll pour out my spirit on the people of Israel, declares the sovereign Lord. So here Ezekiel 39 is saying they're going to go into a final exile. And whilst they're in this final exile, it's because they were living in safety in their land.
So let me ask you a question, Lakar, let me ask you a question. In Romans 11, is Apostle Paul talking about these Gentiles receiving Christ? Yes or no?
Yeah, at the end they will, yeah.
Okay, so blindness and part has happened to Israel until the fullness of the Gentiles he talked about in Acts 15 receive Christ. Meaning these are people that are receiving Christ. Once the Gentiles are receiving Christ and called by God's name, then he wakes Israel up, the ones that are blind, who all coming to the fatness of the olive tree. Who's the root? Christ. Question. Are those people that are put back in the land in 48, are they going back to the land because they received Jesus Christ?
No, they're going back into the land.
Exactly.
Right, but you know that they're going back to the land for the Antichrist to actually destroy them, and a remnant will be saved after that. This is what this is talking about.
I'm done. And anybody understands what I'm saying with the card, please pick this bill up. I'm done. I can't do this with the card because he does not receive the Bible. We don't like what the Bible say. Lakari, the gathering and putting back into the land, the people going back, is about them receiving Christ. Them Jews don't believe in Christ.
Okay, so you're telling me that Ezekiel 38 is false then? Like Ezekiel 38 that says they're going to come back into their land and be unfaithful to the Lord.
You're misunderstanding, Ezekiel. You're misunderstanding, Ezekiel. It's not about the small hats going back into the land and they don't believe in Christ. That's not what this Bible is talking about, Lakari.
All right, let's forget about the small hats then. So which people is this talking about that's going to come into the land and be unfaithful to the Lord and they'll be in the land and committing abominations to the Lord, and the Lord brings this destruction upon them, through Gog and his armies. Which people are this? Because these are the people that God says he's going to pour his spirit on and he's going to gather them into the land again. So which people are these people in your paradigm? That's what I'm trying to
Let's find out. Read what you're talking about. Let's find out.
Okay, so I'm going to read from 38 verse 7. It says, verse 8 actually, after many days you will be called to arms. In future years you will invade a land that has recovered from war, whose people were gathered from many nations back to the mountains of Israel, which had been long desolate. They had been brought out from the nations, and now all of them live in safety. Remember that, they're in safety now. They've been brought out from all nations. Verse 9, you and your troops and the many nations with you will go up, advancing like a storm. You'll be like a cloud covering the land. This is what the sovereign Lord says. On that day, thoughts will come into your mind, and you will devise an evil and wicked scheme. You will say, I will invade a land of unwalled villages. I will attack a peaceful and unsuspecting people, all of them living without walls, without gates and bars. I will plunder and loot and turn my hand against the resettled ruins and the people gathered from many nations, rich in livestock and goods, living at the center of the land. So Sheba and Dedan and the merchants of Tarshish and all her villages will say to you, have you come to plunder? Have you gathered your hordes to carry loot and silver, gold, and to take away livestock and goods and to seize much plunder? Therefore, son of man, prophesy and say to Gog, it's the Antichrist, this is what the sovereign Lord says, in that day when my people Israel are living in safety, will you not take notice of it? You will come from your place from the far north, you and many nations with you, all of them riding on horses, a great horde, a mighty army. You will advance against my people like a cloud that covers the land. In days to come, Gog, I will bring you against my land, so the nations will know me when I'm holy through you before their eyes. So God is bringing a people. There's a people who are gathered back into their own land, living in safety. And God is saying, Gog, I'm going to bring you against my people so the whole world will know me when I prove myself holy through you, because he's going to judge Gog, because Gog is about to do something to Israel that's also going to arouse his anger. But he brings Gog against his people to punish his people in the land whilst they're in safety. Why? He mentions this in 39. Look what he says in 39. This is why he brings Gog against Israel. Right, yeah. It says from verse 22, it says Ezekiel 39:22. From that day forward, the people of Israel will know that I am the Lord their God, and the nations will know that the people of Israel went into exile for their sin. God takes them into exile because they were unfaithful to me. This is the reason.
No. He's saying that he's read that part again. It's not going into exile again. He's saying that's the reason why they went. Go ahead, read.
Yeah. It says, I'll read from verse 21. I will display my glory among the nations, and all the nations will see the punishment I afflict and the hand I lay on them. Right? From that day forward, the people of Israel will know that I am the Lord their God, and the nations will know that the people of Israel went into exile for their sin because they were unfaithful to me. So I hid my face from them.
Stop right there. They say they went. At that point, they're going to know that they had gone into captivity again. That's not. They're not saying they're going to go into captivity again. Lakari, stop, bro. Stop. I knew you was going to trip yourself up. You just read about them. You just read everything I've been saying. Them going back into the land in the tribulation period, kick it off. That's what you just read. This one, Lakari. Stop, bro. Stop.
All right, well, can I finish the verse off, man, real quick?
Lakari, you looking for Zechariah 13?
I mean, yeah, Zechariah 13 as well.
You got it after that.
I want to show this to the guy real quick.
Lakari is. Oh, wait. You got it there because Lakari is impossible.
Oh my goodness. I just want to read the verse, bro. I'm not even insinuating nothing. I just want to God, say what he said. So you said they're not going to go into exile, but look what God says here. He says they go into exile by God. God is taking them into exile. In fact, God is successful in plundering them in Ezekiel 39. Right? They said that they will basically plunder Gog after Gog has plundered them. So yeah, they do get invaded by Gog and the nations.
Went into exile, and God is going to. That's the great tribulation right there. That happens right in. That's an inquisition right there in the land where they already at. They're not going into exile. They're not going scattered into the captivity again. The great tribulation.
It says God will take them to the final exile, bro. That's what it says here. They're going to go to the final exile.
Okay.
It says here, look. So I hid my face from them. Those who were in their land, it said, so I hid my face from them and handed them over to their enemies. So God is handing them over to Gog and their enemies.
Going anywhere, Lakari, listen, but they're not going anywhere. That's the tribulation that's happening right there in the land. While some of Israel who took heed to what Christ said, scattered and ran into the wilderness. They're not being scattered into all nations again. This is the great tribulation you're reading about right there.
I mean, we can. Okay, so the Great Tribulation, you're saying there's no scattering, but we see a scattering taking place. The Antichrist even scatters them. The Antichrist scatters them into all nations as well. It's not just one scattering. There's multiple verses that talk about this. how he's going to divide the land of Israel.
Come on, hold up, Bakari. Come on, Ahmed in the rough, but you gotta give it that pink ticket though, sis. What you think you're doing with that?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, there's just multiple verses that speaks about this, but it's just cool, man. I'll let it go, man. I mean, we can build another time, man. But we're just giving our perspectives, you know, right?
Bakari, I agree with you, but I think you went to the wrong chapter to prove it. Or you should have went to Zechariah 13. You know, he talks about how when the children of Israel are back in the land, he's going to cut off all the false prophets, the abominations, and all that stuff. And then when you go into Zechariah 14, it says they're going to, the ones that's cut off, or some of them are going to go into captivity. So, and that's future prophecy. So I agree with you saying, but that Ezekiel is not exactly saying it verbatim. You should have went to Zechariah 13 and Zechariah 14.
I agree. There's other passages, but the reason why I went to Ezekiel 38 and 39 is because it talks about, you know, people going into the land again. So there's going to be a people in the land, regathered from many nations, before this attack happens, and then they'll be scattered by Gog. They'll go into exile. So I wanted to bring that. But you're right, like Ezekiel 40 does mention it.
Show the word scattered. Show the word scattered in that prophecy. Show it.
They're going into exile, man.
And what prophecy are you talking about?
What are you talking about? I need to see after the restoration of Israel, the last one, that they're scattered again. Going into exile, going into captivity, great tribulation is one thing, but being scattered again, that's a whole totally different.
Maybe I should bring it up.
So you think they're gonna go into captivity inside their own land?
Yeah, my
I
position.
believe. This is what I hold on, Bakari. I believe the same thing in the end. It's gonna happen. Hold on. I believe the same thing that happened. I believe the same thing that happened in 70 AD is gonna happen again. But this particular time, it's not gonna be just Rome. It's gonna be the remnant of the 10 horns that fought. They're gonna give their power to this beast, and the beast is gonna use them to execute the tribulation. But I don't see what they're scattered again. I believe that when the nation of Israel see this abomination and desolation, the ones who understood what Christ was talking about, they're going to run into the world, into God's place of safety. But the ones who were deceived are going to get caught in that tribulation right there in the land where they were. I don't see anything. I don't see that they're scattered again. What I get from the scriptures is another inquisition right there in the land for those who got caught up. You accept the mark, okay?
But it says 2/3 are going to be cut off from the land. Only the righteous 1/3 is going to be left in the land. So how can you say the wicked are going to be in the land, where it says the wicked is going to get cut off from the land?
Apostle Paul said in Romans, Apostle Paul said in Romans 9 that only a remnant of Israel is going to be saved, right? But you got to remember in Romans 9, he's talking about the Gentiles receive salvation. That's why I brought out verse 25 in Romans 11, that Israel's going to remain partially blind until all of the Gentiles receive Christ. I mean, God know you don't believe the New Testament, so that's why it's kind of a hard conversation to have. You know what I mean? But I understand what you said, but I just don't get that from the scripture.
I mean, it says right there. What's wrong? What do you want?
I'll be right back, y'all. I'm going to stop practice for my baby boy.
My bad, but it say right there in Zechariah that 2/3, that's the wicked, are going to be cut off from the land. So they're cut off from the land by death and captivity. Only 1/3 is left in the land. So I don't understand how you're saying they're going to be in captivity in the land, or they're still going to be in the land, the wicked, when the text is saying the opposite. But I don't know. But I'll read it. Fast. Read Zechariah 13. I'm sure that verse 8. It says, and it shall come to pass that in all the land, saith the Lord, 2 parts therein shall be cut off and die, and the third part shall be left therein. So the third part is going to be left in the land. The other 2 parts are going to be cut off and die.
And I will bring the third part, so this third part, the righteous remnant, after 2/3 are cut off, I will bring this third part through the fire. I will refine them as silver is refined, and I will try them as gold is tried. And they shall call on my name, and I will hear them, and I will say, it is my people, and they shall say, the Lord is our God. So it's the righteous 1/3 that's getting refined, that's going through that refining process, not the wicked people. They're cut off from the land. Then when you continue to verse 40, chapter 14.
What I get from that, Gadol, why you right here, what I get from that is the refined ones are the ones who made it through the tribulation. They set them up. That's the way I see that. Go ahead.
Those, according to that, the remnant is the ones that go through that. But the wicked, they're cut off already. They're cut off and died. They're out the land. They're either dead or in exile or captivity. Zechariah 14, it says, behold, the day of the Lord cometh,
It said they should cut off and die, right? It didn't say in captivity they cut off and die.
Captivity. I'm going to the captivity part. All right. Oh, let me get the balloon. Hold on, I'll get it for you. Here you go. It says, behold, the day of the Lord cometh, and they spoil you. Excuse me. My bad. I'm playing with my daughter at the same time. And thy spoil shall be divided in the midst of thee, for I will gather all nations against Jerusalem to battle, and the city shall be taken. So the city is going to be taken. The houses rifled, the women ravished, and half of the city shall go forth into captivity, and the residue of the people shall not be cut from the city. So the residue, the remnant, they're not going to be cut off. But those people that go forth from the captivity, they're cut off from the land. So they're not going to be, how they going to be in the land if they're go forth into captivity and cut off from the land?
Now, Gadol, I hear what you're saying, right? And this is the reason why, because I still ain't had time yet, and I apologize, man. I've been busy, and I've been meaning to get into Zechariah. But how are you determining which is which? You know what I'm saying? Because what I understand about the book of Zechariah is that is a prophecy about when Israel goes back into the land, and those imposters are still there. You see what I'm saying? So I need for you to read that again, but show me how it's not the imposters that are being ravished or that's there already, claiming that they're not. They're the ones that's being dealt with. You know what I'm saying? Not Israel. That's what I get from you. Get what I'm saying?
No, I hear what you're saying, but the text, whether they're the imposters or not, the text include them as part of Israel. You know what I'm saying? So if they're imposters, then you would have to say, well, okay, those imposters, they're being included as a part of Israel in the prophecy, which I don't agree with that. I don't think false Jews or fake Jews are going to be included in prophecy about the real Jews, from your perspective.
I don't believe that either, right? But I just believe that I believe that those people claiming to be Jews are still going to be in the land when the real Israel is returned, and it's going to be chaos. That's why I need to dig into that Zechariah. I really do. I got to find some time. I've been busy like crazy. This is a great conversation, man. I love Gadol's knowledge, although he don't believe. He just like to read it and recognize people in the audience.
Well, I believe everything I read.
You don't believe it.
I believe. Oh, not the New Testament. I'm talking about. But I'm reading right now. I believe.
What's up, y'all? I'm not messing with Gadol today.
Yes, baby. This girl got me jumping up, getting this spoon.
Take a bunch of pictures, bro. They grow up fast, man. My son 15.
Oh, that's my oldest. My oldest gonna be 13 this year, man.
Oh shoot, you ain't no spring.
Yeah. Now I got a 12-year-old. My 9-year-old about to be 10 this month. So I'm gonna have 2 10-year-olds, 12-year-old. I got me a 2-year-old. She's gonna be 2 this month.
Yeah, that's Zechariah. I gotta get into that, because I you know what I think. I think what happens is we was talking about this before you came in the room. I believe that they and this is based on they're trying to. Them people trying to get up out of there because they know they're not gonna make it. The sun was spanking their tail since '48. Yeah, you're gonna be indigenous to a land and you can't live about it. And I believe because they're trying to migrate. They done read the end of this book. They know they're not gonna make it. And Putin is not letting. They trying to get to the Ukraine, and Putin not letting it happen. And that's why they're gonna be there when the nation of Israel is gathered. And I don't think it's gonna be long because as y'all can see, the residue of this war is kicking out. Not the residue, but the infancy phases of it. It's kicking out. These people, man, they get scared. These nations are getting scared. I don't understand how people don't see this. They're getting scared, but I think Zechariah is about them people still being there when God restores Israel. Those are the things about, but I'm going to get into that book, man. God put Zechariah in my heart years ago, and I never found time to study it. But I am, man. I promise you, I am, man. I'm a musician. I'm a full-time dad. I work a full-time job. You know what I mean? I be on Clubhouse most of the time while I'm working throughout the week. It's my only real, I guess I could be studying right now, but I'm tired.
No, I feel you.
What y'all got on this Zechariah? Matter of fact, I might do a reading on Zechariah. Let's read the whole chapter. Spend a whole room. Everybody just take a chapter and let's read. What y'all got on this Zechariah? Man? What y'all got? The dog brought up. The dog and the Bakari bring up an interesting point. The dog is supporting Bakari that the nation of Israel gets restored and scattered. I don't support that. But if anybody got some scholarship on the topic and you want to bring it out, you are welcome to the stage. Octagon is open.
Yeah, I don't think they be like when you talk about like Ezekiel 20, the rebels being cut off in the wilderness, and then Zechariah, the wicked 2/3 being cut off in the land. That's the final cut off. Those people that's being cut off and dying in the sky, they're not being regathered no more. That's when the kingdom is set up for the righteous remnant of Joseph and the righteous remnant of Judah. And they be united on the mountains, 2 sticks be united, and that's the kingdom. Those people that's being cut off, like, there's no more, they done. So it's not like they're being scattered and then gathered again. After that, it's done. He brought you out through the wilderness, brought you under the new covenant in the land, and yet y'all still being wicked in the land for this final regathering. I had enough with y'all cut off. Now I'm only spending my time on my righteous people. You know, and that's it. Ain't no more.
Did you just say after you know they started after you're saying after, okay, so Ezekiel 20, I believe, is when he says I'm gonna cause them to pass under the rod and bring them into the bond of the covenant, right?
Yeah.
I believe that happens after the return of Christ, right? That's what I believe. That is after Christ returns, right? So what you just said.
How's that after Christ? I thought you said Christ was. Oh, you said for Christ is the one that's gathering them pretty much.
No. Not the gathering before the. So here's how I see it, I see there being in the scriptures. I see there's a gathering that happens before this tribulation period kicks off. Which is the reason I believe Christ said in Matthew 24, "Let those who be in Judea flee when they see this abomination." That's so you got to be in Judea to flee from Judea, right? But that fleeing is not scattered into all nations. That's them ones who took heed running into the wilderness. I believe that there's a place of safety for Israel during that 42 months, right? Those who took heed to what Christ said are protected. Those who didn't are caught up in that tribulation for 3.5 years, right? I believe that's why Christ said, "Let those who be in Judea." I believe that gathering. But gathering after the tribulation is the resurrection. That's Christ.
So how did they get back to the land then? What prophecy are they gathered into the land to be? If Ezekiel 20 is after, where's the prophecy of them getting gathered back into the land the first time?
Great question. Let's go back to 24. Ooh, I love that question. Hey, I've been smacking these predators around with this exact thing that you just asked for about a month ago. When they came in. Matthew 24, I'm going to read verse 15. Oh, no, I'm going to read verse 21. Well, then, because remember, some very specific questions about his return and the sign of it. The sign of his return is what happens right before his return, which is the Great Tribulation, the 3.5 years, the 42 months. That's what happens right before his return. So in this chapter, he's describing that time frame that happens right before his return. Verse 21. For then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world to this time, no ever shall be. So Christ said that this 3.5 year time frame, there's not going to be a time like this in the world. No ever shall be. Now, let's go to the prophecy about the Great Tribulation and see if Jeremiah, I believe this scripture, but I don't know why anybody can say it's not. Let's see if Jeremiah is the same thing Christ said. Because if Jeremiah is talking about the same time frame that Christ is talking about in Matthew 24, then we got to dissect this prophecy. Jeremiah 30, verse 7. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble. Now, is that not the same thing that Christ just said? He's describing that time frame right before his return. Same thing. So if this prophecy is about that time frame, let's go to the top of this prophecy and see this prophecy is about. Jeremiah 30 from the top. The word that came to Jeremiah from the Lord, saying, thus speak of the Lord God of Israel. Write thee all the words that I have spoken unto thee in a book. For lo, the days come, saying the Lord, that I will bring again the captivity of my people Israel and Judah, saith the Lord. And I will cause them to return to the land that I gave their fathers, and they shall possess it. They're just dropping them off. They're going to possess the land. It's going to be theirs. It's going to be there for a while. Watch what's next. Because if I'm right, then the very next thing that I should be reading about after this gathering is the Great Tribulation. Verse 4. And these are the words that the Lord spake concerning Israel and concerning Judah. For thus saith the Lord, we have heard a voice of trembling, of fear, not of peace. Ask ye now, and see where a man doth travail with child. Wherefore I see every man with his hands in his loins, as a woman in travail, and all faces turned to paleness. I can go to this that time and half the time right here. Alas, but that day is great, so that none is like it. It is even the time of Jacob's trouble. So before the tribulation kicks off, the nation of Israel is put back into the land and they possess it. I can go to John 16 right now, when the disciples were inquiring about what he mean by go and you must not see him, and then we will see him again. When Christ starts describing what's going on and they will see him again his turn, he used the same language. Whether a man doth travail with child like a woman travail. The same language about that time frame of what's going on. So according to Jeremiah 30, the nation of Israel is gathered and put back into the land before the tribulation kicks off. That's why I'm putting all this focus on Isaiah 60. Because Isaiah 60 brings it all out. It shows you that the nation is helping Israel get back. The ships of Tarshish first, giving them everything, all the gold. They spoiled them the same way Israel was spoiled coming out of the Exodus. So yeah, according to prophecy, according to what I read in these scriptures, the nation of Israel is gathered and put back into the land before the tribulation period kicks off.
So do you think Jeremiah 30 and Jeremiah 31 is on the same time period?
Jeremiah 31 is about Jeremiah 31 is about Israel. It's about the new covenant, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Do you believe Jeremiah 31 and Jeremiah 30 is on the same time period?
Well, if Jeremiah 31, because I'm not reading it, but if Jeremiah, I'll have to read it in the context to see what it means, and try to dissect it. But if Jeremiah 30 is talking about Israel bringing, coming into the bond of the new covenant, then yeah, that would have to be after, that would have to be after everything, if that makes sense. But I mean, you look at it like, I guess you can look at that like, how would I say? I guess you can look at it like God waking Israel up in the lands where they're scattered and allowing them, and they coming into the bond of the, coming into being grafted back into the fatness of the olive tree. Let's say that they're believing Christ and waking up to the fact of who they are. But yeah, if Jeremiah 31 is about that, I would say yeah, it's around the same time frame, or after, or I don't know. Yeah.
I just don't see these multiple. Yes, baby. I don't see these multiple gatherings, so I don't know. What's not in the Tanakh? I'll say that. I see it. You have the gathering in the North Kingdom.
But let's go to Ezekiel 30. Let's go to Ezekiel the 39th chapter. Let's do this. Where's my Ezekiel? I can't never find what I need. Ecclesiastes. All right. Ezekiel 39. I'll pick it up at verse 27. Let's see. All right, watch this. Ezekiel 39, verse 27. When I have brought them again from the people and gathered them out of their enemies' lands and have sanctified them in the sight of many nations. Everybody's, because they're scattered in all nations. So that all the nations, when they scattered, they're going to know too that these are the people. Then they shall know that I am the Lord their God. All of the Gentiles will know too. They'll be among them. Which caused them to be led into captivity, led into captivity among the heathen. But I have gathered them unto their own land. Watch this, get off. And have left none of them anymore there. So this ain't talking about coming out of Babylon. Because we know that Daniel and some other folks say it. You get what I'm saying? But this prophecy says he'll gather them into their own land. It ain't talking about the resurrection and those who are alive and remain in court. That gathering is after Christ's return. This gathering is putting them back in the land. You see that, get off?
That's the same one from Ezekiel chapter 20. Same situation as talked about in Jeremiah 31, Jeremiah 30. I don't see where there's another gathering. I don't see another gathering. I see they all being gathered, the two sticks being united. They go through the wilderness process. They go back in the land. And then when they're back in the land, these nations come against them. I don't see a real second gathering after that. That's what I'm talking about. I don't see that.
Okay, well, let's go read it. Go to 1 Thessalonians 4:16.
No, I'm talking about the Tanakh. I'm talking about the Tanakh.
Oh, okay. So, no. All right, no. So, yeah. So they got to put back into the land. The tribulation period kicks off, right? Some of Israel protected in the wilderness, the ones who ran there, and the other ones who didn't. They get caught up in the tribulation. After 3.5 years is when Christ returns, right? And 1 Thessalonians 4:16. Here you second gathering.
Yeah.
Here's the second gathering. This is after his return. So 1 Thessalonians 4 and verse 16. For the Lord himself shall descend from the heaven with a shout, with the voice of an archangel, and with the trump of God. And the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. And so shall ever be with the Lord. That's the second gathering, but that's the resurrection. Let's get more on that in Matthew 24.
Oh, you're saying the resurrection is the second gathering.
Right. But that's this, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's exactly. That's after he returns. But there was a gathering prior to the tribulation that put them in land, which is the reason why Christ said, let those who be in Judea, you know what I'm saying, run into the wilderness. But when you get down to the bottom of verse 24, that's when he's pulling off, gathering for the poor. But those are the ones who died in the diaspora. That's the way I see it.
Oh, okay. So you just calling the resurrection a second. Okay, I see what you're saying now. Yeah, because I believe the resurrection happens after the people are gathered too. I wouldn't call the resurrection a second gathering, though. Just the resurrection. Come on, baby.
So they can't gather every time. So I'll just entertain. That's all.
Oh, okay.
This topic is going. All the knowledge I see down in the group, y'all don't want to come up there and talk. Tony, you normally on stage talking about everything. Maki ain't saying you on no stage. What y'all got on this? What's going on today? Let me look in the hallway and see. Is it a small room? Is it a big room happening right now? Give me a minute, y'all. Okay. Scripture over everything, gotta be open. True rest in Moses still has work. Got some. Who else got a room open?
See no rooms open. Where's your cut?
I would hate for us to be struggling to have a conversation when it's already good. Already going on bounce.
You know, people out there breaking the shop. You know,
hey, Kitover, was you in the room that day on the Shabbat when once I came off his mic accident and we heard plates and dishes and stuff in the background?
Oh yeah, he was at Outback Steakhouse. You know?
Hey man, that had to be the funniest thing ever, man.
He said they ain't breaking the Sabbath. He said he off from his job, but on the Sabbath he can do whatever else he wants. He get rest from work.
Man, we got dishes and the master chef in the background. Oh man. What up, y'all?
Did you get to watch my video about the Messianic era?
I did not.
I did a presentation on it. I talk about the gatherings and all that. Is that right?
Hold on. What's your YouTube channel, though?
I put the video link in the chat. Hold on. Just have it. Yeah, I talked about the gatherings. Zachariah talked about all that.
I mean to ask you a question though, because I know you're OT only, right? But yeah, like, what's your thoughts on? I was asking this. What's your thoughts on like Hosea 13 verse 1 to 8 though? Like, what do you think God's conveying in that message there?
Give me a refresher. I don't even remember what it said.
It talks about Ephraim's judgment, Northern Kingdom's judgment, and it says obviously they go off worshiping Baal, and then God says, "I will be to them like a lion, like a leopard, like a bear. The wild beast will destroy them." Right?
She said Hosea 13.
Hosea 13, yeah.
It sound like from what you're saying, it sounds like you're talking about the Northern Kingdom judgment, them being punished.
Yeah. But when the Lord says, "I will be like a lion, like a leopard, like a bear," to Ephraim, he's talking about a kingdom coming to destroy them, right?
No, I wouldn't say that.
So what would you say? Because if he says that the wild beast will destroy them, right? He says, "I'll be like a lion, like a leopard, like a bear. The wild beast will destroy them." Like, what do you think he's making reference to?
I think he just metaphorically talking about his anger, his fury against them. Now, would he use a specific kingdom? Yeah, but I don't think he's specifically using that image, because I know a lot of people try to connect that to Daniel and those beasts, but I don't think that's. I think he's just talking metaphorical language about how he's going to be angry at them and ravish them.
Yeah, but by which he would do that, or whatever kingdom he would do that, would express that anger against that, against Israel, because they're going to be used as his tool of punishment. So when he says, "I'll be like a lion to Ephraim, like a bear, like a leopard," whatever tool he's going to use is going to encompass that aggression, right, to destroy Ephraim, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah. Right.
But I wouldn't. I thought you was trying to make. You know how Daniel describes certain as a lion. I thought you was trying to connect it there, because I heard people do that. And I'm like, I don't know about that. I think that's a little bit of a stretch, because it uses like the same language.
I look into it, like I'm clear into it, because I don't think God is just saying that for no reason. I think he's conveying a message here as to the likeness of this kingdom that he's going to bring against the wicked. Like he said this evening, like a lion, like a leopard, like a bear. And then we've seen Daniel, the first I saw was like a lion, like a leopard, like a bear. Revelation, the beast I saw, which once was and is not and will be again, says it was like a lion, like a leopard, like a bear. So it's a resurrected kingdom of Revelation. And I know you don't conform to Revelation, but if God is speaking about the kingdom to resurrect, he says it's like a lion, like a leopard, like a bear. It's only one kingdom. Then Hosea 13 would be an excellent reference would be to say that he's talking about Syria. See, that's my line of thinking.
I mean, if you can build a good argument, I think it could be a cool connection. But I just don't think just those like a line, like, I don't think that's good enough, because then we'll have to use every place in the Tanakh you see a lion or a bear imagery and stuff like that. You'll have to connect it the same way if you want to be consistent, you know?
I totally get that quote because like he says Babylon was like a lion as well, but they only give that one description, like Babylon like a lion, that's it. But you have the three animals in one kind of kingdom, put into one kingdom. So this kingdom is like a lion, like a bear. It has all the qualities of those animals in itself, rather than just an isolated kingdom, which is represented as a bear or a lion, individual kingdoms. Well, this one has all three of them in itself. That's what makes this one different, you see. But there's other connections. I just wanted to get your thoughts on that. Yeah.
Here you go, baby. Huh? Leave my hat alone. Don't mess my hat up. I don't want to put it on. No. Hey, Yirmiyahu, man, your problem. What date you said it was? You get that date again, Yirmiyahu? They veil his prophecy come to pass. Like I think this month. I think he said David and Elijah gonna go to Trump. What's it? March 10th. Let me screenshot that. March 10th, he said David and Elijah gonna go to Donald Trump, and it's all about to come to pass. You gotta take that, cause we gonna see if we gonna identify a false prophet, man.
Got a prophecy. Tell him to come over here and bring it.
He said King David and Elijah is gonna go to Trump in the White House. David's gonna be resurrected, and it's all gonna happen by March 10th. That's what it said, man.
Okay. He said, what he say again, Kitover? What happens again?
It's not gonna happen.
Oh, wait. Kitover, what he said again, Kitover?
It's March 10th. Elijah, David's gonna be resurrected. They're gonna go to Trump in the White House. You know, everything's gonna be coming to pass.
Yeah, that's facts. You guys want to read Hosea 9:7 real quick? All right then. So
I do not. I do.
just like it was in the past, it's going to be in the end. Notice God pronounces judgment. That judgment doesn't start for 7 days. Let's go to Genesis 7:4. So the blood moon that was in the sky just before the sun came up on March 3rd. Remember, that's still March 2nd. Gadol knows the day starts in the morning. That marks the judgment on Babylon. 7 days exactly from then is just before sunrise on March 10th, which is still March 9th, which is the spring equinox. And at that moment, the prophet Elijah is going to resurrect King David from the grave, and they're going to start their journey east to deal with Trump and start to regather the children of Israel. The time of Jacob's trouble is here. Remember, it takes 2 years before Joseph's brothers join him in Goshen. So I have a feeling that the children of Israel are about to experience the time of trouble like never before for these next 2 years. But remember, you shall be saved out of it. Because if you turn to the Most High and the Most High alone, remember what Joel, at the end of Joel chapter 2, he says, everyone who calls on the name of the Most High shall be saved out of it. And keep all the receipts. I'm not hiding.
Hey, how we know when David's resurrected? How we know?
So unfortunately, Edom's not going to hold the press conference and say, hey guys, David's been resurrected. We lied to you the whole time. So what I would suggest that we pay attention to is a couple of things. I have a feeling they're going to bomb him when he's first resurrected. So I think we're going to hear a report about Yellowstone erupting, okay? And then
Yellowstone is going to erupt on March 10th?
Again, I don't know if it's going to be on March 10th, but you're going to hear a report of it erupting. But then think about Revelation 13.
Wait, hold on. What day is David going to be resurrected?
The 10th. Right before the sun comes up on March 10th.
Okay, and when are they going to bomb?
I would assume right away, I would assume they're not going to wait. They're going to try to take him out. Why wouldn't they?
So when is the meeting going to happen between Donald Trump and David?
So that I don't know. So obviously, I don't know how they're planning to travel from where they are to DC. But if you look at like where
Salt Lake City and the Uinta Mountains are, it's basically on the exact parallel as Washington, D.C. So it's really effectively a straight shot east.
They gonna walk there?
I don't know. I would assume they're gonna walk there. Yeah, I would assume.
Why wouldn't they get a car?
I think they're gonna rain fire down as they move. And so, like, think about Damascus, right? Isaiah 17:1.
Wait, so as they walk in fire, gonna be raining from the sky?
Okay, so think about Revelation 13:13. Remember,
you don't even believe in the New Testament. Why are you writing about Revelation?
No, but so remember, they want you to believe it, and Revelation 13:13 is not God; it's the enemy.
But you don't believe in Revelation. Why are you going to Revelation?
But they're referring to David and Elijah in Revelation 13:13. The second beast is the nation of Israel.
So Revelation 13:13 is true?
It's true, but they're lying to you when he says they're speaking like from the dragon. It's not the dragon, it's God. It's God. But they know that that's coming, and they want people, when they see it, they want people to think it's the Antichrist. That's what everyone who believes in the New Testament is going to think about David and Elijah. It's the Antichrist.
So David's going to be resurrected on March 13th, and there's no way we're going to... March 10th. And there's no way we're going to know about it.
Well, again, I mean, if you believe the word of God. How do I know?
Yes, baby. You stuck? Come on. Let me go resurrect my baby from this couch real fast. She's stuck. Come on, baby. There you go. You ain't even stuck. Finish your food. You're stuck? Finish your food. Here you go. Ooh, good girl.
But if you want all of the verses to prove that the prophet Elijah resurrects David from the grave and that it will happen on the spring equinox, I just put a YouTube link. That's the almond blossom symbolism, guys. Think about what Jeremiah says in Jeremiah 1:11. Jeremiah, what do you see?
Man, you gonna let him get all this off, man, on your stage.
I see the rod of an almond tree. I see David the Messiah. I hope you guys like surprises, man. That's all I'll say. And notice the wars and rumors of wars, right? They want you believing New Testament prophecies, guys. Don't fall for it.
I'm just kind of hold on for a minute. I'll be right back.
He's getting ChatGPT to respond. Hold up, guys.
So King David is being resurrected on March the 10th. Is that's what's going on?
It's March 9th. Right before sunrise on March 10th. So it's still the 9th because the day starts in the morning.
And where are you getting this information from?
Well, so the prophet Elijah returned on September 10th, 2024.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, that was the fulfillment of Deuteronomy 33:26,
Okay, so
Isaiah
where's the prophet Elijah? Can we talk to him? We can see. Can we Facebook?
He's here to resurrect David. That's his job.
Okay, so where is his
bird? That's the ravenous bird that comes from the east in Isaiah 46:11.
Where is he? Okay, where is he?
Wherever David's tomb is, that's where he is.
Okay, so who knew about his return?
I did.
Well, go down there and finish knowing about it. Because we're not dealing with folly here, man. We're dealing with these scriptures. These truths.
You don't believe Elijah was resurrected?
You don't believe the Bible at all. Just going off. What's up with that dude?
He got his own Bible.
Oh, man. This man said King David is going to be resurrected on March the 9th. That's absolutely insane. Again, man, got a date. So, who knows? He knows. Who are you?
It said Elijah was resurrected in 2024.
Right. I said, who knew about this? He said he knows. Who is he? Who is he? Who you say he is?
He said he think he a prophet sent by God.
Oh, gosh. We got King that, but we should be able to read. But okay, so he don't believe the Bible, right? I don't understand much about it. If he don't believe the Bible, but he's saying that King David exists, like, where's this information coming from? Some weird people in this app. Oh, God, anybody play golf? I ain't messing around with this app, these apps on my phone. They got the Golf Revival, got the PGA Tour. These apps like that. You play golf with them?
No, play no more.
You know what, as a child, when I was a child, man, all of the tournaments used to come on regular TV, especially on the weekends and stuff. And I was never interested. It was just too boring to watch. But that was because I didn't really understand the game. How difficult it is to play. Now that I'm older and wiser, I'm like, God, these dudes are really 400 yards away and getting this ball in this little hole. So it's all about geometry, trajectory. It's all about, especially if the wind is blowing. But anyway, I started really paying attention to the sport, man. And Tiger Woods was amazing, bro. Amazing, man. Like he literally was trying to perfect a sport where there's really no perfection. I mean, I don't believe the word perfect really. Well, the word exists. I don't believe the idea of that word exists. Like, there's no such level you can get to in any where there's no way you can get better. You can always better your best at what level. So the idea of perfect doesn't really exist. But all of the elite golfers said that he was trying to perfect a sport where there's no perfection. And that's exactly what he was doing, man. I was looking at some of the best shots, man. That dude was amazing, man. But I ain't here to talk about golf, though. I want to talk about these end time prophecies, man. Nobody got nothing. Yahoo, I'm sorry, man. With no folly on stage, man. We're dealing with the text. We're dealing with the text, man. You're the only one that know that Elijah is, and King David will be resurrected. Okay, all right. Well, March 10th ain't that far from here, man. Clubhouse, we'll still be on Clubhouse on March 10th. So if King David ain't here on March 10th, then you got some explaining to do. What up, y'all? What up, man? Y'all act like y'all don't want to talk today.
me some sausage. Sausage. Y'all don't want to talk today? What's up, man? Close this joint down and nobody won't say nothing. Thought we were going to have some conversation today. Ain't nobody got nothing on the top. Man, so we ready for King David, man. Man. We got a resurrection on March. Resurrection on March. What's the ships of Tarshish from your understanding? They to Rome? No. That is like validation on the way I see the nation of Israel being gathered prior to the tribulation period. This talks about how the nations helping them get back to the land and the ships of Tarshish first to bring their sons and daughters from fathers. Didn't that happen? You broke it? You broke it? Okay, go to the store. Give me some coffee cream. Need some coffee mate, and I would just at the store. Need coffee mate. Nobody want to talk? What's going on? It got to be a room open. So, well, I mean, we got a lot of people in here. I guess ain't nothing else going on. Because if y'all could be somewhere else, y'all probably would be somewhere else. Ain't nobody talking about nothing in here. I guess ain't nothing. I guess the app is stressed. Let me see. You know what? Everybody been going. You know what I've noticed? Everybody been going over to TikTok. Go see if Jack. I think Trollman got a room open on TikTok. Let me look. He does not. Nobody got no. I don't see something right. Nobody got a room open on TikTok. Where is everybody? What's going on? Do we need to change the topic? Why are the clubhouse quiet today? That is unlike this app.
I've heard a lot about going to TikTok. I had a free day. I saw mine on TikTok yesterday. I went over there for a minute, but I don't really like TikTok. Can you give us your breakdown on Daniel chapter 7 verses
That's not my name. Wow. Shalom. Oh, you talking to Kitover, my man?
I'm talking to, but I know he has this. Y'all, you know, we might all have different interpretations because from what I'm understanding, all right, so Daniel chapter 7, verse 24. Can you speak on your breakdown about that?
You said Daniel chapter 7, verse. I mean, Daniel chapter 7, verse 24?
Yeah.
Oh, he's on the 10 toes? The 10 words, I mean? So, I believe the 10 horns is 5 Germanic nations and 5 Islamic nations that came after Rome, right? Western Rome was conquered and destroyed by the Germanic tribes, which later became the UK, France, all those Germanic people, the Anglo-Saxons, the Visigoths, the Franks, those people. And then Eastern Rome was conquered by the Islamic Caliphates, the Ottoman Empire, stuff like that. and both sides of the Roman Empire, they claim succession of the Roman Empire. So the Muslims, they claim to be the Roman, like Mehmed II, he claimed to be the Roman emperor. And then on the western side, the Holy Roman Empire, Charlemagne, which he was a Frank from the Germanic tribes, he claimed to be the Roman emperor. And he created the Holy Roman Empire, right? So both those sides, yeah. What happened?
Yeah, let me get in here to answer the question. So, are you considering that one kingdom, the Germanic and the Roman? Are you saying that that's one kingdom combined?
No, the 10 horns, they became distinct kingdoms, right? So the Franks is one horn, the Visigoths is one horn, the Anglo-Saxons is one horn. They became distinct horns, but they all work together under one spiritual head, which is Christianity. The western side, the Europeans, which came from the Germanic tribes, they was under one religion or one spiritual leadership, Christianity. On the other side, the Rashidun, the Ottomans, all those Islamic, they was under one spiritual leader, the Islamic side. So the split of half and half, 5 and 5 and 5 on one side, they were under two different spiritual heads. And we know those same two spiritual heads have to play a part in the end time. Why? Because Deuteronomy 28:64 says that the children of Israel would be ruled by, or be all nations under the gods of wood and stone. And that both those wood and stone goes back to what? The wooden cross, Christianity, and the stone, the cobblestone. So it all goes back to those spiritual heads. When you get into the 10 toes, when you get into the 10 horns, the final endings, those spiritual heads that idolatrous practices plays a part in that. So it's not one kingdom, it's distinct kings and empires that are unified under a spiritual head. And we know if you look at it right now, the Islamic people and the Christian people and even the Jews, they're actually coming together under the Abrahamic Accords. If you go to Saudi Arabia, they have a building which is called like the Abraham building, which they have a mosque, they have a synagogue and a Christian church all in one building. So these spiritual heads are what's leading the world, what's ruling over the children of Israel. And you have the same thing right now, and this whole thing that's going on is a religious war. You have the America, Russia, UK, these are all Christian powers.
Yeah, let me get in here. Is it alright if I get okay. Yeah, because so this kingdom that you're describing, when did it start ruling? It's still ruling now. And what do you have a name for this kingdom now, or and how long has it been ruling?
It's not one kingdom. That's what I'm saying. Like you have the Eastern Roman Empire. Hold on, baby. The Eastern Roman Empire. I can't fit under your too big. The Eastern Roman Empire fell in like 14. I can't remember. I think like 12 something. The Western Roman Empire fell in like 400 something like that. I don't remember, 500 something. And then ever since Eastern Rome fell, the Germanic tribes took over their area, and ever since the Western Rome fell, the Germanic tribes took over their area, and ever since the Eastern Rome fell, the Islamic people took over their area. So it's been a gradual building up ever since Rome fell. It's not just this one kingdom; it's been a gradual, and you see the growth in these powers. So it's not just this one kingdom; it's thousands of years of dominance that these Islamic Christian powers have, which still rule the world today. What rules the world today is not a single empire. It's multiple empires, multiple kingdoms under Christianity and under Islam.
Okay, thank you so much for that.
I did a video about it. If you want to watch it, it's on my YouTube. I did a whole presentation about it, breaking it down. If you want all that.
I would like you to break something down right now in real time.
Yeah, I'm gonna come up. If you want all the information, you can just watch the video.
Video, because I'll put it in the chat so I can put it at the top of the room.
Yeah, put it.
Oh, you ain't got to answer stuff. Posted it.
Yeah, I posted it. But yeah, I still have a question.
Yeah, because I want you to break something down right now. I would love you to, because the kingdom that you're describing, from what I'm hearing, this has been going on dramatic. This is like 1,000 and something years. This is a long kingdom that you're describing. And I do have a problem with it. And I also feel like Daniel would have a problem with it. So let's move down to verse 24. Are you available to read, verse 25? And then give your interpretation of verse 25 to go and break it down for us. Because Daniel right here is giving us a time limit. But you're saying this is something that doesn't have a time limit. So I would like for you to read that and break that down and give your interpretation and how it's matching up with what you're saying at all.
Well, we said verse 25, he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints and the Most High, the saints of the Most High, and think to change times, laws, and shall be given into his hand until a time, the deliverance of time. What are you asking me about this verse?
I'm asking you to give your understanding. Because I just mentioned that you're saying this is time, that's when it says that part, until a time, and dividing of time, that's talking about the time period, right?
Yes, of when the war and all that stuff takes off in Zechariah chapter 14, Ezekiel chapter 38, 39. That's talking about that.
And that's talking about the beast, the kingdom, right? The kingdom that you're describing is not separate from that, right?
No, this one is talking about the small horn that comes out of the 10 horns.
Right, and that's not connected to the 10 horns at all? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's connected to them, but this is a specific little horn that comes.
Aren't your toes connected? You got 10 toes, I got they're together, aren't you on one?
Yeah, you got listen, I never said they weren't together. You have 10 horns, and then you have one horn that comes from them that knocks down 3 horns. Right, so this is a process of time. This just doesn't happen overnight. So 10 horns are doing what they're doing. Then you have one horn that's among them that comes up, knock down 3 horns, and then this last little horn, he does what he does to the children of Israel. So this is not just happening like this. The times, that last part 25. That's happening when the little horn does and arises and does what he does. That part has not happened in history yet. We're still living in the part of 10 toes. Now I can tell you who I believe the little horn is and how I feel like it's going to be fulfilled, yes. But I don't think that part happens.
Please tell us who you believe.
Yeah, I think the little horn is America. And everything I talked about in the video at the top, I talked about how America knocks down the other 3 horns, how it arises. I talk about World War I, World War II. I talk about all this, but I still believe we're living in this time period. It has not happened yet because the little horn and all that doesn't happen. The prosecution and all that doesn't happen until the regathering. We're back in the land. All nations comes up. America is leading them against us. Gog and Magog, all that stuff happened. The final battle happened. All that stuff happens. That's a part of this. I don't think that happened yet. That part of the prophecy hasn't happened yet.
How can a little horn be America?
I mean, I broke it down. I explained it in the video.
It's all right. I'm gonna watch it. And America's involved. I definitely think America's involved as one of the 10 horns, like the nation of the Anglo-Saxons. It's definitely, because they're not just in America. The Anglos, I believe that they're definitely one of the 10 horns.
Yeah, they came exactly from the Roman Empire, after the Roman Empire.
But the horn that came up, let's just read it, because I don't see the 11th horn
I see that as a person, a man. Get Matthew 24. I'm gonna pick up at verse 15.
I wouldn't disagree with that though, because the man, just like Nebuchadnezzar, he was the man, but he ruled the kingdom. So there's always going to be a man that's ruling this kingdom, that's going to be leading the kingdoms. So I don't disagree with that.
Right. It's a man, but America is just one. Because so the Bible says that these 10 horns, this dragon is going to submit its power to the beast, to him.
What's the beast?
Because you can't think. We're talking about the fourth beast, and you got to think like if we're talking about the tribulation period where everybody's has a decision to take this mark or be killed. He can't do that himself. He's going to use the nations that have submitted to him, their power, their armies to execute that tribulation period. That's the way I see it. But America is I believe America is Anglos are definitely in America, so they one of the horns. But I don't got them being the man, being the Antichrist.
I ain't saying nothing about the Antichrist. Again, you can't conflate what I say and what I get from the Tanakh with the Christian Testament saying. So I'm not even expecting what I'm saying that the Daniel saying to line up.
Okay, so what did you say America was? What was the first thing you said America? I said what I asked you, you said you believe you said the 10 horn?
Yeah, that little horn that comes up. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The little horn. Okay, let's just read it. Matthew 24.
No, what I'm saying is you're trying to take what I say and line it up to the Christian Testament. You have to take what I say and line it up to Daniel.
All right, let's just read it. Matthew 24, because Christ is going to take us right back to Daniel. Matthew 24, verse 15. When ye shall therefore see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place, whosoever readeth, let him understand. Then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. So let's go back to Daniel. It's like Christ said. Daniel chapter 7. Well, I can't even find Daniel 1. Chapter 7. I'm picking up at verse 17. Let's pick it up. These great beasts, which are four kings. See, they're talking about men already. Which shall arise out of the earth. But the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever and forever and for even ever. What is that? Forever, even forever and ever. So, Daniel giving us the play of what we're about to read about. Let's read. Verse 19. Then I will know the truth of the fourth beast, which was diverse from all the others, exceeding dreadful, whose teeth were of iron, and his nails of brass, which devoured, break in pieces, and stamped the residue with his feet. And the 10 horns that were in his head are of the other, and of the other which came up. So we're talking about an 11th horn. And before whom 3 fell, even of that horn that had eyes and a mouth that spake very great things, whose look was more stout than his fellows. I beheld, and the same horn made war with the saints. This 11th horn, this horn that came up out of the 10, is what we talking about, and prevailed against them until the Ancient of Days came. That's our Christ, right? And judgment was given to the saints of the Most High.
So the Ancient of Days. Never mind. Go ahead. Go ahead.
The dog, we don't believe the new tech. Christ the one took me in.
All right, don't worry about it. Go ahead, just continue.
All right. Verse 23. Thus he said, the fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom upon earth. That's the beast, which shall be diverse from all kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, shall tread it down and break it in pieces. And the 10 horns out of this kingdom are 10 kings, these are men, that shall arise, and another shall arise after them. This 11th horn is what we focus on. And another shall arise after them. And he, we're talking about a man, and he shall be diverse from the first, and shall subdue 3 kings. And he, this is a man, shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times, and they shall be given unto, and they shall be given into his hand for a time divine. Okay, so we're talking about a man that's going to wear out the saints of the Most High.
A man that leads a kingdom, correct?
Exactly. But
okay, so you keep saying man like a kingdom.
this 11th horn is referring to him, though, not the kingdom, him.
But he's leading a kingdom. He's not going to be doing it by
Well,
himself.
we don't disagree there because I told you.
All right, so why do you keep pointing that it's him like he's not leading the kingdom?
Because you said America.
America has a person that leads it. The leader of America, the person that leads America is talking about him and the kingdom that he's ruling, that he's using to abuse the people with.
But it's not just America. These 10 horns are them 10 horns that were there before he came up are 10 different nations. It's not just America. That's the point I was saying.
I didn't say
Anglos is definitely one of them, but it's
I never said it was just America. When you said it was just, I never said that.
That was the first thing I asked you, Kadar. You said you believe you know, and I said, "Well, tell us, Kadar." You said America.
You said who was the little horn? The little horn is speaking about. All right, is the little horn speaking about one specific person?
Yes.
And, okay, so that one specific person is what? Is who from your understanding?
He is the Antichrist, which all of those nations are going to submit to, not just America.
Okay, so I didn't say it was just America. You didn't ask me if all nations were going to submit to.
You said.
Listen,
no. I'm not even talking about the kingdoms. We're talking about the 11th. We're talking about
Hold on. You asked me who was the little horn. You didn't ask me who are the nations that submit to the little horn. You didn't ask me that. Okay, you didn't ask me that. So you asked me who was the little horn. I told you the little horn was America. I never said it was only America. You asked me who was the little horn specifically. I asked you who was the little horn specifically. You said the Antichrist, and then you said the other horns are the nations that submit to him. You never asked me about the other nations that submit to America. You never asked me that.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the one that came up after them. And the scriptures are saying he, not the nation.
Okay, so if the little horn is one person or one thing, why are you getting upset with me when I said it was that one person or one thing was America?
I'm not upset because I'm trying to figure out why is the scripture saying he, him, and you're saying America. But America is not America would be a place where the Anglos are, which is only one horn. And that's not the 11th. That's one of the 10. That's what I'm trying to say.
No. Let me break this down. Right? This is the little horn is talking about one specific kingdom. Yes, the kingdom is ruled by one man. But in context, when it talks about the horns and the kings, it's talking about kingdoms. So the little horn is a kingdom that arises from the 10 horns and knocks down 3 horns. That's what that's talking about. And I can, if y'all want to write it down, this is what when we're talking about the how America gets into it. You have the Visigoths that sacked Rome in 410 AD. You have the Ostrogoths that took over Italy. You have the Franks that founded the Holy Roman Empire. You have the Vandals that sacked Rome in 455, and you have the Anglo-Saxons that settled in Britain. Right? Those are the 5 horns on the western side. Now, when it talks about that little horn that comes after, the little horn is when the Anglo-Saxons came to America and founded a new kingdom. That is a new kingdom. That is not the same kingdom from the Anglo-Saxons when they founded Britain. That is a new kingdom on the scene, the America. So America is the 11th horn that comes up. And the leader of that horn is the one that leads in the future all nations against the children of Israel. That's what I'm saying. You're saying the same exact thing. Only thing you're doing is taking America out of it and putting the Antichrist there. We're not saying nothing different other than who it is.
I'm not saying I want to contention. I'm just going off the text, you know. Like, we just read Daniel, and Daniel said this other up. This 11th horn is a he, not a it. A he, right? Now hold on. Now he is going to be the Antichrist that all of the remnant of them that's left after the war are going to submit to. And all I'm telling you is that the Anglos is, as a matter of fact, look in the house chat, guys. I can't post pictures in this chat. Go to the Octagon and look in the house chat, and I posted 2 descriptions I got from ChatGPT. Look at the first one. Matter of fact, I'm gonna put it on my PTO. That's what I'll do. Hold on, give me a second.
Why do you keep emphasizing that the little horn is a he and not a it? Why you keep doing that?
Because that's what I just read in Daniel.
So where am I disagreeing with that? Why are you making it seem like that's
because
a
you're not.
He's right. Yeah, but I'm saying, why you keep doing that? Like, you keep saying it says a he, not an it. Why you keep doing that? Like, I disagree.
Because it's like you're saying that this little horn is going to be the head of America. And that's not what the scriptures are saying.
Okay, but
the scriptures are saying that this, hold on, the scriptures, wait a minute, the scriptures are saying that this little horn is going to come up among the 10. Out of all of them, this little one is going to come up out of not just one of the nations. This little one is going to come up out of the 10. And those 10 are going to submit to him.
But no,
that's what the scriptures are saying. It doesn't say that he has the scripture. I don't read in the scriptures that this 11th horn is coming out of America, out of the Anglos.
All right, that's how the interpretation of what it is different. But you keep trying to emphasize it says he, not it. We both agree that a person, a he, rules kingdoms and empires. We all agree here. So the text saying he doesn't take away that it's still talking about a person that rules empires. In the whole book of Daniel, when it's talking about the beast, the horns, the toes, it says he, kingdoms, kings. It's talking about men that rule kingdoms, what they're going to do to the children of Israel, what they're going to do on the earth. So you keep pointing out, it says he, not it, as if I disagree with that. I'm just confused.
No. But I'm saying, like, what I'm disagreeing with is you're saying that this other horn, this 11th one that comes up, is going to be America, and that he's going to bring America against Jerusalem. That's what I'm disagreeing with. Look at my PTR.
Okay, you can disagree with that, but who break us down to 10 toes,
I'm trying to right now. Look at my PTR. Look down at the bottom. It says the Germanic Roman kingdoms, the 10 horns, the Ostrogoths, the Visigoths, the Vandals, the Franks, Heruli, Zulubi. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correct, but one Bulgarians, Anglo-Saxons is one of the 10, which is who I believe is here in America. But we got more: the Lombards, Alahami, the Germany, right? These are the 10 horns, but it says that this 11th horn is going to come up out of the 10. So how are you pinpointing these come out of the Anglo-Saxons?
Now, do you want me to explain it to you?
Please, that's what I'm
okay. Out of those 10, we're not going outside. You're going to go in the garage. All right, we can go in the garage. All right, even though yours is horrible, but out of those 10 horns, what kingdom came out of that? Which kingdom arose out of the Anglo-Saxons?
The Anglos are, well, okay, so I believe the Americans are the Anglos. I do believe that they're Anglo-Saxons. But where did they come from? They came from Britain. So you got Anglo.
This is what I'm asking. Is that a different kingdom? If the Anglo-Saxons is one horn, America is a different kingdom than the Anglo-Saxon kingdom. England is a different kingdom than America. What are you talking about?
No. Don't get caught up on geographic locations. They the same people.
No, it's talking about kingdoms though. If that's the case, there's a lot of kingdoms in these horns that's the same people. All these Germanic, people you have that come from the Germanics, that's the same people.
Right.
They're all Germanic people. So if that's the case, just make the Germanic people one horn then. Because they're all Germanic people. But the happen is, what came out of those Germanic people were distinct kingdoms. What came out of was one of the Germanic tribes became the Anglo-Saxons. One of the Germanic tribes became the Visigoths, the Ostrogoths. Okay, but you make them separate even though they come from the same Germanic people. What I'm saying is the Anglo-Saxons, America came out of the Anglo-Saxons, but that's a new kingdom. Just like the Germanic tribes became separate kingdoms. Yes, baby.
Okay, I see what I see where you're going with this, girl. I see exactly where you're going. But you know what? One thing you said, I don't see them as I believe they all the same people. Even the daggone Islamic nations. I believe that they're all people that know that they're in trouble with God. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just trying to figure out how you making how you pinpointing the 11th horn, this other horn that came up, as how he's leading angels. When the scriptures distinctly say that he came up among all of them.
Exactly. When you have these 10, this America was the newest horn. What's wrong, baby? America was the newest horn. It came up. America was created. It went to war with 3 of those horns.
That's still the Anglos, though, right? That's not what
it's a new kingdom. It's a new kingdom.
Okay. I see what you're saying now. I see where you're going with that.
Hold on. So this new kingdom that arose and became America, they went to war with the British. To get there, they went to war with one of those horns, and also they went to war with the Franks, another one of those horns.
These are the 10 fighting, right?
Well, 3 of them. They went to war with the Angles, the Anglo-Saxons, Britain, and they went to war with the Franks.
Okay, I see. I ain't gonna argue with you about that. I see what you're saying now. You're saying that when America was established, that was the 11th horn. That was another resurrection of the Roman Empire. I get what you're saying.
Exactly.
With that.
I broke all that down in that video. It's just hard for me to do it now because I got my doing.
No. I get you. I'm gonna watch it because that's interesting. I see what you're saying now. But I think that the real question, because I'm not gonna start no 4-piece conversation. But I see what you do. Okay, that perspective, I wouldn't argue that. But I think that the real question is, what is the deity? Because we're looking at a new world order that's trying to overthrow God and create one world government, one world currency, and one religion, right? And we agree to this. Yeah. The real question would be, what is the philosophy of this man? Right? What deity is he forcing upon the world lest you take them off? You know what I'm saying? That's the real question. But no, I don't totally disagree with that, because that does make sense. Because America was the newest nation. Yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't totally disagree. I don't necessarily right, but I don't totally disagree with that. I don't have a problem with that at all.
Yeah, and I broke it down in that video. It's hard because there's a lot of information, but if you watch it, I broke it down. Then what I'm saying, but when you look at that and you see, all right, it's 10 horns, then this newest one that came up and knocks down 3 of them, and now this newest one is the world power. America is right now in the world is the leading power in the world. Right now, without a shadow of a doubt. And America has to play a part in it, because if you believe we Israelites, then most of the children of Israelites are in America, in the Americas. So I don't know how like I'm saying, but it's in it. I got a whole presentation about how I go through the 10 horns, I go through the 3 horns, the wars between them, how America came to the top after World War II. I went through all that in that video at the time. It's not just a video, it's a presentation.
Buy a membership. See you on YouTube.
No, you don't get a membership for that video, do you? Oh, I didn't even know that. Let me take it off. I didn't even know that. Let me take that off. I didn't even know that. I just took it off. I didn't even know it was a membership for that one. And it's not long. It's under an hour. Yeah, refresh it. Yeah. And at the end, but the more I tie it all to Deuteronomy 28, 68, and 64. Because if we Israelites, we have to understand that in this time, the children of Israel are scattered, worshiping the gods of wood and stone. And we know how the children of Israel got here. Transatlantic slave trade by the Christians and sub-Saharan slave trade by the Muslims. Right? And when you tie that directly back to the 4th beast, Rome, it was the Muslims that took Eastern and the Christians that took Western. And that's been playing the path ever since that happened. that's been the trickle-down effect into where we're at today. The Christians ruling the West, the Islamic ruling the East.
That sounds about right. That sounds about right.
And so the Israel,
I believe that this man is the Pope, though.
I wouldn't even disagree with that. I was like, there's always going to be one man that's in charge, that's ruling, that's leading the ship. Just like in Ezekiel. What are you doing? It's okay. Just like in Ezekiel 28, it says God of the land of God. So even the person God is a person. He's leading those nations. So it's always going to be one person that's leading it. So I don't disagree with that. Whether you know.
Yeah, I believe it's the papacy, the Kyrios Philae. That is the name of the office of the Pope, the Kyrios Philae, which I know that their Roman numerals are actually letters. You add those, the Kyrios Philae, you add it up, those Roman numerals add up to 666. And I ain't make that up.
And what does the Pope and what's the connection between the Pope and the Holy Roman Empire?
He is the leader of the church.
Exactly. And who started the Holy Roman Empire? Charlemagne. Where did Charlemagne come from? The Franks. Where did the Franks come from? The Germanic tribes.
Yeah.
So
it only be Glenn Chosen and they did. What am I got? What am I got? Godot. Wait am I got? The man chose to be corny like that. Oh man. But I mean, I be trying to tell him like, Joseph, Islam is involved too. They want the Israelites. They are a part of the 10 nations that God said were confederate, involved in cutting Israel off from being a nation. They involved too. I just don't see this fourth kingdom, this man coming with Islam. And here's the reason why I can't rock with that. Because although I do agree with him, you can't get around to those geographic locations that he brings out when we talk about this. But I can't rock with Islam being the fourth beast. Well, one reason is that the scriptures say it's a man. Don't say nothing about no religion. That's one. But two, when this man is on the scene, we have to think prophetically about the time frame of what the prophets are talking about. That time frame when he's on the scene, the nation of Israel has already been gathered. That's why I was going over this, though. The nation of Israel at this point in time has already been gathered and put back into the land. They now know that the Most High is the Lord their God. The world now knows that at this point in time. Now, with them being the people of the book, obviously this whole thing of jury out in the Bible, that's no longer the case. The world now knows that the Bible is real. What does that suggest? It suggests exactly what God said in the book, that he's the only one and true God. So this time frame during the Antichrist, at this point in time, the entire world now knows that all of their religions are lies, and that the Bible is real, and he's the only, and God is the only, the God of the Bible is the only one and true God. That's the time frame. That's the chaos that's going on at that time. So my point to all is, I can't see if this man of sin is going to try to deceive Israel, then he's going to do exactly what the Bible said. He's going to sit in the temple of God, claiming he is God. God of this man. So he can't be coming with an Islamic philosophy if he's trying to deceive Israel that he's their God. That don't make sense. That's what I be trying to tell Chosen. And I brought up what I be telling the same thing I told you, but I don't get involved in these locations where they at. Because they all the same people that know that they're in trouble with God. And God will make them fight each other. It's going to be a worldwide. What we're looking at coming on the earth is a civil war on a worldwide scale. He's about to make these Germanic tribes fight, basically. Over who? Over us. That's going down, man. This Bible ain't playing.
See, I disagree with like both of y'all. with you, Germanic tribes has to play a part. And I do, it's too early for snacks, baby. And I do agree with him that Islam has to play a part. That's why in my interpretation, you're not getting no snacks. That's why in my interpretation, I have both of them in it. It makes sense when you go back, You can't go from Rome and skip one East End or West Rome. My baby wants some cheese doodles. It's too early for cheese doodles.
It makes sense what the man is saying. When he's revealed, he's trying to take them out. If you don't subscribe to Allah, to take them out, that don't make sense. It don't make sense for his philosophy to be Islamic. It does not make sense because he's claiming to be the God of this Bible. This Bible ain't about no Islam. He has to deceive. Remember, my premise is that when the man of sin is revealed, the nation of Israel had already been gathered and in the land, waiting on their Messiah. So, how is he going to deceive them if he's not telling them that he's the God of this Bible? It don't make sense. That's why I can't rock. I mean, but within the Bible, Daniel don't say that the fourth beast is a religion. It don't say it's Islam. It don't say that it's a city in Italy. It don't say it's Rome. It says it's a man who came up among the 10 horns. And we men Gadol is one of these 10 horns are spread out. Yeah. Tough topic, but it make all the sense in the world with me. What up, Hurricane?
I do think you gotta find a way to include something over there in the Middle East. Because if you just leave it to the European nations, you just taking it directly out of the Middle East.
No, I don't. Like I told you in Psalms 83, God told you everybody that's involved. Ishmael too. I ain't leaving them out. They are a part of this. They are in this. They are in it. They are one of the nations that were confederate to help cut Israel off from being a nation, so that they will be in no more remembrance. They are in this. I don't leave them out. But if we're talking about the doctrine of the Antichrist, like I say, his purpose is to deceive the people that he's the God of this Bible, not the God of Ishmael or the God of the Islamic God. I can't rock with that. What else, sis? I forgot. Hurricane was trying to speak. What else, sis? Sam, what's up? I thought you was trying to talk before me.
Oh, how about now? Can you hear me now?
What else, sis? Sam?
Yeah, no, I was just speaking. I was saying, good morning, Shabbat Shalom. And I was saying this is a good conversation. I said, I'm loving it. That's what I was saying. I'm like, where's Lita? Can you get Chosen in here? I really would like for them to have the conversation. Chosen has his point and the dog has his point. Are you saying Chosen will be able to do it, or what's going on?
Now, Chosen definitely gonna come in here with this information. Now, I was just telling the dog why I agree that Islam is involved. I mean, you can't get around those locations and stuff that Chosen bring out, but they are just one of the nations that's involved. King David ran off 10 of them, and they just won. But I think, honestly, though, if y'all look at this chart, this graph that I get in my PTR, I think that the whole goal the whole idea, the task, is to follow Esau. Because God said that the Edomites will be a people that he will have indignation for forever. So if you look at the chart, this graph, all we have to do is follow Esau. Esau was established in like the 1900 BC. Then you come along in time in the Seleucid period where the Greeks conquered that whole area. The Edomites, and they intermingled, a lot of knowing. So now the Greeks have intermingled with Edom. Then later in history, the Romans conquered the Greeks. Then we know that the Romans adopted some Greek customs, a lot of intermarriages, a lot of knowing going on. So now, because Esau was already intermingled with the Greeks, so now when Rome conquers the Greeks, now Esau is intermingled with the Romans. We already know that Herod wasn't a Roman; he was an Idumea. Because the Roman people are not Idumean people. They are a Latin people or an Italic people. I was saying this earlier, that's why their language sounds similar to the Spaniards. They aren't Idumeans. But since the Seleucid period, now you got Esau's bloodline all in Rome. Herod was an Idumean. Agrippa had a granddaughter named Drusilla, who married a Roman. Like that ain't before the Roman Empire collapsed in 476 AD. Edom was already intermingled. So when they moved west and established these tribes, Esau, and that's why I be telling these Hebrew Israelites, y'all can't make every last white person y'all see walking down the street an Edomite. Or every time one, you dirty and rat, you don't know that. Some white folks Edomites, of course. But every one you see walking down the street while you having camp, while they eat, no. That is so ignorant and ridiculous. Yeah, Esau was intermingled with these Germanic tribes when they moved west, but every last single one of them was not an Edomite. But all we got to do is follow Esau. So Esau is intermingled within his bloodline is all within these tribes, these Germanic Roman tribes, right? But Esau was one of the progenitors of the Ishmaelite people. So Esau is intermingled all in Ishmael. All we got to do is follow Esau. All of them go, That's why I don't disagree with Chosen. But I just think that Chosen is not looking at the full picture. Because although, yes, Ishmael is involved, but again, in order for this man of sin to deceive people, after the times of the Gentiles is fulfilled, which now makes every last religion, including Islamic, a lie. In order for him to deceive the people, deceive the world, he has to make them believe that he's the God of the Bible, which is now made true to the world at this point. Islam is, at the time of the beast, Islam has already made a lie along with every last religion. So there's no way in the world that he's going to deceive people coming with Islamic philosophy. He has to do exactly what the Bible said. He has to sit in the temple of God and claim he is God. Which God? The God of this Bible. It just makes sense.
When it says being a believer of the New Testament, when it says as Paul says that you sit in the temple of God, is that a Jewish temple or a Christian temple?
Question?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
So me, Tommy, what you say?
Yeah, I was saying, like, when it says he'll sit in the temple of God, will that have to be a place where they accept Christ? Like, will that have to be a temple where they accept Christ? Or could it be a temple where they don't accept Christ?
I'm not really sure if this is a temple where they're accepting Christ. But what I do know is that by the time Israel is back in the land, before this man sits in that temple, Christ believers have already been acknowledged. The nation of Israel and the people who are outside of the nation of Israel who have received Christ. According to Acts 15, it says that God is going to pull the people out of the Gentiles for his name. And Romans 11, verse 25 says that finest of part has happened unto Israel until the fullness of these Gentiles come in, meaning until they receive Christ. So after they receive Christ is when God is going to wake his people up and return them back to the land, according to Baruch 2:30 and the other chapters we read. So the gathering of the nation of Israel is the fulfillment of the times of the Gentiles. But that event also acknowledges to the world that these are the people, that's the land where they belong, and this Bible is real, which now makes all other religions a lie, because God says he's the only one and true God. So during the time this man of sin is on the scene, where he's in this temple, whatever. Now the world, at this point, we're thinking prophetically. Now the world knows that the Bible is real. The God of this Bible is the only one and true God. These people that he's trying to deceive have already received Christ. He's trying to deceive them into thinking that he is who that is. That's the point. That's why I know that his philosophy cannot be Islam. But I don't know whether or not, I mean, yours is the temple somewhere where people receive Christ. No, this temple, by the time the people get in the land, they already done received Christ. The remnant of Israel has already been pulled back in, and all of those Gentiles called by God's name has now received Christ. These people in that land at that time has already received Christ. Now the problem is whether or not they're going to be deceived by this man or if they're going to run into the wilderness.
Yeah, can I ask that question because, like, some people take from it. Some people take from that verse where it says that he was saying the temple of God. There must be a third temple built. But I don't see it like that. I don't think a third temple has to be built.
You don't see a third temple in this verse?
No.
All right. Let's go find the third temple. I got you. Let's go find the third temple. Now here's what I want you to do, Tony. Pull up Luke 21. Do you have one of those apps where you can see more than just one scripture? You can see like a whole section, or can you see, you know what I'm saying? You have one of those apps?
I don't know, because I'm not really tech savvy.
Not really tech savvy. I mean, do you have a Bible app?
Yeah, I got 2 Bible apps.
All right, pull up Luke 21.
Yeah.
All right.
One verse.
Now, what I want you to look at is verses 24 through. What I want you to look at is verses 24 through 27. But I'm gonna lay out the foundation first, so you can understand what we're looking at, the way I see it. When Christ stepped outside of that temple, the only thing he said, Tony, was that the temple would be destroyed. The disciples came to show him the temple. Oh, look at the buildings, look at the stones. And all Christ said was, verily I say unto you, that no stone should be left upon another. It's not going to be thrown down. The only thing he said, the only thing that came out of his mouth was that the temple would be destroyed. And they immediately asked him questions about what he said. Well, tell us when this will be. And what's the sign of that? Of what? Of the only thing he said was that the temple will be destroyed. So, in Luke 21, what we're reading is Christ giving a chronological order of events leading up to the temple being destroyed in 70 AD. So, when you get down to verse 24, what does it say? It says, they shall fall by the edge of the sword. Right? There go the destruction of the temple in 70 AD in Christ's chronology. Right there. But see, what Christ did, Tony, is he starts telling them things that they didn't ask him about. That's why I emphasized the only thing he said when he came out of the temple was that it would be destroyed. So the questions they asked him were about that. Once he told them that, they shall fall by the edge of the sword. Bam! That's the destruction of the temple in his story. But what Christ did is he starts speaking past 70 AD. He starts telling them things that they didn't ask him about. I'm still in verse 24. And they should be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden of the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles is fulfilled. Christ is describing time frames. He's giving a condensed story. He's not giving you bullet points, point, everything. But he's giving you a condensed story of a chronology leading to the destruction of the temple and then to his return. So he starts speaking past 70 AD. But he says, until the times of the Gentiles is fulfilled. Meaning there's a point in time where that time frame is up. So the destruction of the temple in 70 AD, we got Israel being led away captive into all nations. And we got the times of the Gentiles and its fulfillment. Now what happens after that? Christ starts speaking about more time frames. Verse 25. And there shall be signs in the sun, and in the moon, and in the stars, and upon the earth distresses with perplexity, the sea and the waves roaring. Verse 26, here you 3.5 years right here. Man's heart smelling them for fear. and for looking after those things which are coming on the earth, for the powers of heaven shall be shaken. Verse 27. And then shall they see the Son of Man coming in the clouds with power and great glory. So Christ is speaking in time frames. Now notice the destruction of the temple happened on the other side of the times of the Gentiles. The destruction of the temple and Israel being led away captive is what kicked off the times of the Gentiles. Right? So now let's go to first. Now notice his return is all the way down here in verse 27 after the Great Tribulation, which was after the times of the Gentiles is fulfilled. So let's go to 2 Thessalonians and read about that time frame. Let's look at the time frame of the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, which is after they were led away captive, which was after 70 AD, and then after the times of the Gentiles is fulfilled. 1 Thessalonians chapter 2. And chapter 2, I'm picking up at verse 1. Now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. So this is the time frame we're talking about. This is after 70 AD. After the times of the Gentiles is fulfilled, Tony. After the men's hearts filling in for fear of the things that's coming on the earth. The time of his coming was down in verse 12. That's why I told you to pull up Luke 21 so you can use Christ's chronology as a reference, as a timeline. So now we're talking about the coming of his coming, his return. So we're looking at a time frame round down in like verse 26 and 27. We didn't talk about verse 24. That was 70 AD. Now we're about his return around by like 26 and 27 of Luke 21. Now we beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, and by our gathering together unto him, that ye be not soon shaken in mind, or be troubled, neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by letter, as from us, that the day of Christ is at hand. What is that day? During the time of his return. That's what we read about. Let no man deceive you, by no means, for that day shall not come. What day? The day of the Lord. Except there come a falling away first, and that man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he, as God, sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. This happens during the time of his return, right around verse 26 and verse 27. Now let's look at Luke 21. The temple was destroyed in verse 24, Tony, which was before they were led away captive and before times of the Gentiles. So if that's the case, and we're talking about like around the time frame of 26 and 27, what temple is this, bro?
That's what I'm saying. That when it says he sits in the temple of God, that would show that he sits down at the head of a congregation. I don't see that as a temple.
He sits in the temple of. He said he sits. I mean, he's sitting down meaning inside of the temple of God.
Yeah.
And then Christ said in Matthew 24, he's talking about the same man. He said that when you should see the abomination of desolation stand in the holy place. This is a physical building, brother. What are we talking about?
The desolate. That was 70 AD when it says stand. The most holy. That was 70 AD, but that's when I see that.
What was 70 AD?
When the desolation, abomination of desolation stood in the holy place. That was 70 AD. Thessalonians says he sits in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God. That's showing that this person will be a leader of a church. He'll be a leader of a church. He'll sit in.
Returned in 70 AD?
No.
Okay, but I just read 2 Thessalonians. It says, I beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, and that this day shall not come unless there be a falling away first. We're talking about the time frame of this coming. So how can the abomination of desolation sit in the holy place in 70 AD? And he ain't returned in 70 AD.
Because the abomination of desolation sitting in the holy place is not the same thing as the Antichrist.
What? You said the abomination of desolation is not the same thing as the Antichrist? Okay, that's fine. God.
Tony, you just be.
Well, first of all,
just hold on. Wait a minute. I'm responding to you, Tony. Just this joke. Wait a minute, Tony. Matthew 24. Let's go to verse 16. 15. 15. When ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. Then he has to have leg and feet to stand. And then where did Christ say he's going to stand? In the holy place, inside of this place. It's a physical place. Then let them which be in Judea flee into the mountains. Brother, just go on mute, Tony. I got you. Trust me. Now let's go back to Daniel and read Daniel like Christ said. Let's find out. And then we're gonna go back to the New Testament. This is too easy. Yeah, he just told me. Daniel chapter 7, verse 17. I don't even need to read all of that. I'll start at verse 20. And of the 10 horns that were in his head, and of the other which came up, and before whom 3 fell, even of that had eyes and mouth that spake very great things, whose lip was more stout than his fellows, I beheld, and the same horn made war with the saints, and prevailed against them, until the Ancient of Days came, and judgment was given to the saints of the Most High. And the time came that the saints possessed the kingdom. Thus he said, the fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom upon earth, which shall be diverse from all kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth, and tread it down. The whole earth, not just Jerusalem, Tony. The whole earth. What happened in 70 AD happened in Jerusalem, brother. And tread it down and break it into pieces. But I'm still not reading anything about no destruction of the temple. In order for this to be about 70 AD, we should be reading what Christ said. That no stone should be left upon another. But let's keep reading. And he shall speak great words against the Most High, and shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times and laws, and they should be given into his hands until the time, and a dividing the time. Now, I just read to you in 2 Thessalonians that during the time of the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, that this man is going to sit in the temple and blaspheme God, right? Let's go to Revelation 2. Let's go to Revelation 2.
Can I comment real quick? Because when Christ talked about the abomination of desolation,
can I answer? Did I give you an answer? Did I say yes? You can cut me off. He's going to ask me to stop talking, right?
But you went to the wrong chapter.
If it's that important, Tony, go ahead.
I'm saying, like, what Christ said, which is written, spoken about in the prophet Daniel, he was talking about chapter 9. The abomination of desolation is supposed to destroy the second temple. So when Christ is saying, when you see all these things happen, he's speaking about the second temple.
Read the scriptures and break it down. You notice what I'm doing, Tony? I'm reading and I'm pinpointing time frames.
A quick comment because I thought you had more to break down, but I can read it.
I do, but my thing is like you interrupted me.
Yeah, your quick comment didn't come off as nothing though. Respect.
Okay. Right, like you interrupted by flow. You interrupted by flow for that. Like that's
abomination of desolation.
He's just gonna keep talking.
Do you want me to break it down?
He just gonna keep.
Okay, go ahead.
Why you saying shit? Tony, you got to stop doing that, bro. You coming off mic like you got Tourette or something, bro.
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? He asked me the abomination of desolation. I said that's 70 AD.
Brother, I was in the middle of my breakdown, and you interrupted me to say nothing.
Get back to you.
It was mine to begin with. You ain't had no business interrupting me. I was going to land my plane. I forgot my train of thought. See, this is why they do that, man. They do that because they know that they're wrong, and they can't accept the truth, so they rather just interrupt to throw off the train of everybody's thought when we beeline into the topic. Oh, it's irritating, man. Y'all got it. Let me finish cooking.
Man, right then when you get him the flow to explain it, how somebody did, man, I ain't gonna do that today. Man, you just got to listen, dude. You act like you're talking about you knew, like you trying to learn and do that, but you still talking.
I can clearly show
you. Talking.
Because
You know, what's your point?
The abomination of desolation, which Christ was talking about in Matthew 24, is speaking about 70 AD. That's clear, because when you actually go back into Daniel,
let's go to Matthew 24. Don't worry about it. I got you. Let's go to Matthew 24.
Go to Daniel 9 where Christ.
No, I got you. Stop talking. What you like to do is keep talking so people can forget what you just said. We're about to deal with it. Be quiet. Hold on. Matthew 24 from the top. And Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and the disciples came to him. Tony, where did they come to him at? Based on what I just read. Oh, you don't know? I'll read it again. Don't worry about it. I'll read it again. And Jesus went out and departed from the temple, and the disciples came to him. Tony, where were they at when the disciples came to him?
It says when he departed from the temple.
So they were at the temple as they were departing out when the disciples came to him, right?
If you read it like that, yeah. I don't think that's
absolutely. Okay. No worries. Watch this. Verse 2. And Jesus said unto them, see ye not all these things? Verily I say unto you, there should not be left here one stone upon another. That should not be thrown down. Right?
Yeah.
Let's go over to Luke and read the same account. Luke, the 21st chapter. And I'm going to read verse 6. As for these things which ye beheld, the days come, in the which there should not be left one stone upon another, should not be thrown down. Verse 7. And they asked him, saying, Master, but when shall these things be? And what sign shall there be when these things shall come to pass? Hey, Tony, where were they when the disciples asked him those questions right there in verse 7 of Luke 21?
No, I already heard you break this down before.
Where am I, Tony?
Mount to Olives.
Tony, oh my God. As they departed from the temple, okay, let's go back to Matthew 20, since you want to lie. Let's go back to Matthew 24.
They're going to ask the same.
All right, no. Since you want to lie, let's go back to Matthew 24, verse 1. And when Jesus went out of the temple, the disciples came to him. So you already agreed that they came to him right as they departed out of the temple, right? Let's read verse 3. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives, the disciples came to him privately. Hey, Tony, did the disciples just come to him a second time according to Matthew chapter 24?
Yes.
Once at the temple and once at the Mount of Olives. Okay, now let's go back to Luke 21. This is real simple. They came to him twice, brother. Now, let's go back to Luke 21, and I'm going to read verse 7 again. And they asked him, saying, Master, but when shall these things be? And what sign will there be when these things shall come to pass? Tony, where are they when he asked them those questions, Tony? Because we know you just agreed that they came to him twice. Where were they when they asked these questions right here in verse 7?
According to both Gospels, right? Matthew and Luke.
Tony, I don't want your synopsis on both Gospels. So, Tony, I don't want your synopsis on... No, brother. Listen, I asked you a specific question. We just read in Matthew 24. We just read in Matthew 24 that the disciples came to him 2 separate times. I'm asking, I don't want your synopsis on the Gospels. I want you to tell me, what I want you to tell me is in Luke 21, verse 7, where were they when the disciples asked them those questions? Where were they, Tony?
Okay, are you going to let me answer?
I don't want your synopsis on both Gospels. I want an answer to my question, brother.
Well, we're speaking about the 2 Gospels, right?
No, we're talking about Luke 21, verse 7 right now. Tony, I don't want a synopsis on the Gospels, brother. I want an answer to my question. I just want to respectfully put you in the order.
To the scriptures, I'm giving you the answer. So according to the scriptures, if Matthew 24 they asked that question at the Mount of Olives.
Dude, I ain't got time, because he just lying. He's lying. They asked him the question at the Mount of Olives. They asked him the questions at the Mount of Olives in Matthew 24, verse 3, when they came to him privately. But at the top of the chapter, they came to him at the temple. Once he said, when they asked him to look at him, he said it will be destroyed. They came to him twice in Matthew 24. Tony, those questions that's in Luke 21, verse 7, was right there
triggered. You know, I be trying not to listen to
Put in order. I chose to get it over. I chose to get it over.
I'm on stage. Hey, what's up?
I was asking for you. Good morning.
Hey, you know me. I give me a minute. Y'all can talk to me.
I stepped away. My bad. I come back. I'm like, why is Bill? I'm like, why is Bill yelling? What happened? What you been did?
Man, it's like it's no reason to lie. It's just no need.
I'm just kind of about now, and so it's just for the people in the audience, so they can know, the people that really truly want to know, not the liars that you're talking to, but you know, the people that are listening. And so that's how I look at it, because most people lie. Most people, they believe doctrine over the Bible, so I get it, you know. But calm down, brother. I'm like, Lord.
We just reading. I'm reading straight out of the Bible. Matthew 24.
Be going up on these people, Lord, because Bill, I tell you, I used to be going off, okay, like for real. And I'm
reading this right out of the Bible. Look, the scriptures distinctly tell you the disciples came to it twice. They came to it at the temple, and they came to it privately at the mount. The temple is mount. The temple is a 7-day journey away. And once you get the Sabbath day, you still got to travel to Bethpage, to wherever they was at. He's not going to get back to the Mount of Olives and then have the same conversation with them again. I mean,
so what is he saying? I missed what he said. I don't know.
I'm trying to make Matthew 24 and Luke 21 the same, when it's not. When you got right there in Matthew 24, you got both times the disciples came to him. You're reading the questions that they asked him at the temple in Luke 21, verse 7. And then Matthew 24, verse 3, you're reading the questions they asked him once they got back to the mountain. It's simple. Here's what they can't fathom. They can't, this is the thing. When they stepped out of that temple, at the top of, here's what happened. At the top of Matthew 24, the top of Mark 13, and the top of Luke 21, they start out the same. Those three disciples' accounts of the same event. Christ leaving out of the temple and telling them that the temple destroyed. What happened was this. They immediately asked him some questions. Oh, well, one of this would be. What happened was after Matthew and Mark recorded when he said that the temple would be destroyed. But what Matthew and Mark did was just put their pen down. And Luke recorded the questions that they asked him at the temple. Luke gave you the entire conversation going back to the mountain. Matthew and Mark didn't pick their pen back up until they got back to the mountain. In Matthew 24 and Mark 13, after he says that the temple will be destroyed, the next thing we read about them being at the Mount of Olives. A whole 20-minute walk away. They don't like the Bible, sis. They don't like it. It's common sense. But what it is they have an affection for their doctrine, where the scriptures don't supersede what they want, what they already believe. They want what they believe to be the truth. So what they try to do is twist the scripture so it can believe, so it can say, or let's try to twist to what they believe. No, you can't do that, Tony. You have to go with what the scriptures are saying, brother. Is he gone? No, he ain't here. You can't do that. Mark and Matthew, after Christ said that the temple will be destroyed, Mark and Matthew put their pens down until they got back to the Mount of Olives. Luke gave you the entire conversation walking back to the mount. That's what Luke 21 is. Matthew 24, those questions when they sat down at the mount, that wasn't even about the temple. That's about his return. Man, these niggas is crazy, man. Let me calm down. I got food on the stove.
Praying your peace. Yes, that's the first thing. And the second thing is, I'm just like, okay, I'm listening, but what is the point? Like, I think when I stepped away, you guys were talking about, the title.
They want Daniel to be talking about the destruction of the temple, sis. That's all it is. They want Daniel, when Christ said to go back and read Daniel after the Bible, they want Daniel to be reading about the destruction of the temple. He's just not. He's not talking about 70 AD. That's what. Matthew 24, Christ ain't talking about no 70 AD. He's talking about the 3.5-year tribulation. He gave you 70 AD in Luke 21. These niggas, wow.
We can show you in scripture, Bill, that he said we're talking about the abomination of desolation that is 70 AD. And so, where is that can he show that at?
The abomination of desolation stood in the holy place in 70 AD.
So he said, somebody got up playing this. Sorry. It seemed like I missed a lot over because I'm really trying to see the point here and how this is lining up with the title or y'all went another direction.
Yeah, it kind of went off into another strain. We was me and Kitover and Makai and Caleb was actually talking about end time prophecy. And we just kind of like got it. When you start talking about end time prophecy, you have to talk about Luke 21 and Matthew 24. Well, at least Matthew 24. And that's how we kind of got there. So he asked me, so what you're saying, you're insinuating that being a third temple, right? So I said, absolutely. I went and read it right out the scripture. So that's how we got here. And that's when his comment about abomination of desolation, that happened in 70 AD. So then he tried to.
What's the first conversation? I'm sorry, I got to put it back. I wanted to kind of go back to what you guys were talking about. With your PCR and this the horn coming out. Yeah, I want to go back to that. And then
you're trying to trigger Chosen. That's what you're trying to do.
I'm just saying because he talks about this all the time. The dog, he talks about it. But I just want to hear them, I want to pour. I mean, I just want to hear both of their breakdowns, basically. Just so we can see, right? Because if it's prophecy, we should be able to see this in today's time somehow, right? So I think it's a good conversation.
If Godal is willing to have the conversation with him, I know Godal with the baby girl right now. If he's willing to have it, they can have it. They want. You know what I'm saying? Something. It's okay.
I don't know if they have conversations together. It's just the way Godal sees it versus how she sees it, and kind of go from there. That makes sense.
Yeah, they can. If they willing to have the conversation, Chosen ain't running for no conversation, but I know Godal with the kids. So it's up to them.
I don't mind having a conversation. Man, Chosen always had this conversation.
Our time is over now.
Yeah.
I can see mine playing out today. When you look at the world today, what's going on? You have the United States. Where you going? What do you mean by buying? Where you going? You have the United States. You have the Christians, the Islamic people. That's what's going at it in the world today. So where's the other shoe? I don't know. Yeah, so mine, you got the Germanic tribes still doing what they're doing in the world. The Islamic people still doing what they're doing in the world, So this all is stemming from the same thing that happened after Rome fell. West and East going at it, all the way from the Crusades, all the way to today. Same people going at it, fighting over the world, while the children of Israel are scattered under these same peoples, Islam people and Christianity. Same thing. So.
Y'all not bring your song back up?
Come back up and decide he want to tell the truth on the Bible. If he wants to tell the truth and admit, if he wants to admit that all three disciples recorded when Christ said that the temple will be destroyed. But he has to admit that Mark and Matthew put their pens down until they got back, because they were leaving out the temple, the top of Matthew, as he departed from the temple. The temple is a whole Sabbath journey away from Jerusalem.
I agree with you with that, man.
I
Hold on,
agree
brother.
that
Who is he? I'm talking. Who is this? What's that? That's why I put that. No, he can't be. He just see. You see, but that's why he don't know how to stay on his mic while people are talking. That's why I put him in the audience. He does not. He does not. He. I don't know what's wrong. He don't. If he wants to admit, because he tried to make Matthew 24 and Luke 21 the same. Now, if he's gonna come back on the stage, he's going to have to admit that Mark and Matthew put their pens down until they got back to the mount after they recorded Christ and the temple will be destroyed. If he can't admit that, then he needs to go sit in the audience.
I agree with you with that. I admit that. I agreed with you with that in the first place.
Crony, how can you agree with that when you're saying that Matthew 24 is about 70 AD? You can't possibly agree with that.
How? Why can't I agree with that and say the abomination of desolation is 70 AD? Because that's what the book of Daniel says. That the abomination of desolation is going to destroy.
Show me. Okay, that's fine. Show me the abomination of desolation in Luke 21.
In Luke 21? Right. It's in there.
I hope we got to talk about verse 20. I hope that's not where you're going. But look at it. Tell me if that's where you're going.
Are you going to kick me if I show my point?
Yo, I'm going to take you if you stop there and roll it. When I'm breaking it down, then all of a sudden you off your mic trying to stop the information from coming out. I'll kick you for that. But right now, I need you to show me the abomination of desolation in Luke 21. If you're talking about verse 20, go right to it.
I am. But when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know that desolation is near. Then let those... Hold on.
Wait a minute. So I want to know. I had before, I asked you to show me. So wait a minute. So you're telling me that Luke 21 verse 20 is synonymous with Matthew 24 verse 15 and 16. That's what you're saying?
Yes.
Brother, you are I don't know if you have reading comprehension or what, but when Christ stepped outside of the temple, Tony, the only thing that he said was that the temple would be destroyed. That's it. So that's why I kept trying to get you to tell the truth about Luke 21 verse 7, because they immediately asked him some questions, right? While they were still right there departing from the temple. They asked him, when would this be? And what's the sign of this? Of what? Of what he just said, that the temple would be destroyed. So when you get down to verse 20, and it says, Jerusalem should be compassed by armies, and know that the desolation thereof is not the desolation of the temple. That ain't the same thing as Matthew 24, verse 15 and 16 says that a man is going to stand inside of the temple, a woman is going to stand in the holy place. It's not talking about the destruction of the temple, sir. It's ridiculous. So, no, I said enough. Luke 21, verse 20 is basically telling you when you see the Romans surround Jerusalem, know that the temple is getting ready to be destroyed. Matthew 24, that's not what that says, bro.
All right. I'm going to read verse 20 and 21. Christ is going to tell them to do the exact same thing. When I read Matthew 24, 15 and 16, they're going to say the same thing in different words. Let me go to Luke 21, verses 20 and 21. But when you see Jerusalem surrounded by armies, then know that it is desolation is near. Then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let those who are in the midst of her depart. Let those who are in the country enter here. For these are the days of vengeance, that all things which are written may be fulfilled. Now let's go to Matthew 24. Verses 15 and 16.
What's that fight about?
Hold on, I'm not done now yet.
Yes or no, was that fight about?
What did you say?
That fight about was some Jews rolled out and go to color,
Yeah, they fled.
Okay.
I don't know exactly what they did.
Okay, cool.
That's not my point. Can I finish my point?
It should be, but go ahead.
Okay. My point is
is to show you that the abomination of desolation is 70 AD. That's why we're talking about. Therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken by the prophet Daniel, standing in the holy place, let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let who is on the housetop not go down and take anything out of his house. Let him who is in the field not go back to get his clothes. But woe to those who are pregnant and those who are nursing babies in those days. And flight may not be in the winter or on the Sabbath. So we clearly see that there's specific events. And he's spoken by the prophet Daniel. Where is this spoken by the prophet Daniel? That's Daniel 9. I'm going to read Daniel chapter 9.
Before you go there, stay right there in Luke 21. Before you go to Daniel, read verse 25 for me.
Okay. In Luke.
In Luke 21. Read verse 25.
25, okay. And there will be a sign in the sun, and in the moon, in the stars, in the end of the earth, and on the earth distress of nations with perplexity, the sea and waves roaring.
Before you go to Daniel, did you just read, Tony, about another distress of the nations after the times of the Gentiles is fulfilled?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, bro.
I believe that Matthew 24 is not only talking about 70.
It's talking about 70 AD at all.
It's talking about 70 AD and the end times. Two different events.
They talking about 70 AD at all because that's not what they asked him about. They asked him about the return of it. But Tom, do you believe that Christ returned in 70 AD?
No.
Okay, because at the bottom of Matthew 24, it says immediately after the tribulation of these days is when he's going to return. So I'm trying to okay, so let me ask you this.
I said it's talking about two events. But can I go to the book of Daniel?
Okay, so wait a minute. Do you believe that Matthew 24 is both?
Can I go to the
You can't wait a minute, but do you believe that Matthew 24 is both 70 AD and future? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, okay, then there ain't no need for both quote. I didn't know that's what you believe. I'm not fighting that. There's no need to fight it because in Matthew 24, they didn't ask him, when they set upon him always properly, they didn't ask him about no destruction of the temple. But I'm not going to fight that with you. That's crazy. But if you want to go ahead and read, you're going to be reading on your own. It's going to be less a conversation with me because that's ridiculous.
But the abomination of desolation, Matthew 24, is strictly talking about 70 AD. That's not talking about end times. Then Christ goes into the end times. Because he's saying what you are seeing written by the prophet Daniel. And he's speaking about Daniel chapter 9. And I'm going to read it.
The reason why I had you read verse 25. Go back to Luke 21, right? So
can I read Daniel real quick first?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead. Verses 26. Daniel chapter 9, verses 26. And after the 62 weeks, the Messiah shall be cut off, but not for himself. And the people of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary, and the end of it shall be with the flood. Till the end of the war, desolations are determined. This is the desolation what it's talking about in Matthew 24. This is what Christ is talking about, the destruction of the temple. That's why he's telling them when we see these things flee, because whoever does not flee is going to be destroyed.
All right, let's go back to Luke 21. I'm going to read we're going to pick it up at verse 20. Remember, when he stepped outside the temple, the only thing he said was that the temple would be destroyed. They asked him, when would that would be? It was the signs. So if we're reading down Luke 21, that's what you're reading. You're reading him answering those questions. When and the sign of the temple be destroyed. Verse 20, and when ye shall see Jerusalem compassed with armies, then know that the desolation thereof is not. You should see Jerusalem comprised of armies, know that the temple is getting ready to be destroyed. That's all he's saying. Verse 23. But woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. For there shall be great distress in the land, and wrath upon the people. We know that there is a tribulation period leading up to the destruction of the temple. We know that, but is that the great tribulation? Verse 24. And they shall fall by the edge of the sword. Man, there go the destruction of the temple right there, Tony. And they should be led away captive into all nations. There was not a representative of all nations at Jerusalem in 70 AD to take their fair share of the captive so that prophecy could be fulfilled right then and there in 70 AD. No, that didn't happen. That happened over the course of time, which is the reason why I brought you here the first time to show you that Christ is speaking in time frames. And they shall be led away captive into all nations. And Jerusalem shall be trodden up down to the Gentiles until the times of the Gentiles is fulfilled. Until. So now, after that time frame is fulfilled, verse 25, and there should be signs in the sun, in the moon, and in the stars, and upon the earth, distress of nations. Are we reading about another distress of nations, Tony, after the times of the Gentiles is fulfilled? See, Christ spoke past 70 AD.
I agree.
Verse 26.
I agree with that.
Hold on, Tony. Hold on. Christ spoke past 70 AD in Luke 21. Verse 25, and there shall be signs in the sun. Remember, they're on a journey. They're leaving the temple. They're adorned the temple. Christ told them to be destroyed. They asked him when. It was the signs. They're walking back to the Mount of Olives while he's telling them all of this. Verse 26, men's hearts failing them for fear. He's going to time and a half a time right here, y'all. And for looking after those things which are coming on earth, for the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. This is the great tribulation. Yeah, there was a tribulation leading up to the destruction. That 3.5 years leading up to 70 AD? There was a tribulation period, but it was not the great tribulation. It wasn't the time like no other time, no other chapter. Like Christ is talking about in Matthew 24. There's two distinct distress of nations here, Tony. One before 70 AD and one after the times of the Gentiles is fulfilled. Verse 27. And then they shall see the sign. See the Son of Man coming in the cloud with the power and great glory. Right? So where are they going? Verse 37. And in the daytime he was teaching in the temple, and at night he went out and abode in the mount that was called Olives. Right? So now they're on a journey back. Matthew and Mark recorded when he said the temple will be destroyed, but then they put their pens down and just let Luke give you the whole conversation on the way back to the mount. But when you get back to the mount, Matthew 24, let's read verse 3. Verse 3. And as he sat upon the Mount Olives, now they're back to the Mount Olives, they're not departing the temple anymore. The disciples came to him privately. They came to him privately this time. It's not leaving the temple, leaving the feast, every man going to his home. You know, not the noise. It's not that. This is privately at the mountain. The disciples came to him privately, saying, well, tell us when these things shall be, and what shall be the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world. These questions are specific, because that's the last thing that he told them on the way back to the mountain. The distress of nations, after the times of the Gentiles is fulfilled, men's hearts failing them for fear, that time and half a time, and then his return. So now they're asking him, well, tell us when these things shall be, and what's the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world. So in Matthew 24, Tony, he is described, he is expounding on the stuff that he told them past what they asked him about. They asked him about when the temple will be destroyed. When he spoke past that and got into his return, the great tribulation is returned. So when they got back to the mountain, now they're asking him to expound on that. So Matthew 24, brother, is not about the destruction of the temple. He already told them that on the way back to the mountain. He's not about to get back to the mountain and then they ask him the same questions again and he tell them the same thing all over again. No, that's not how that works. These questions are specific about his return. So now in Matthew 24, he's giving them what they asked him. Well, what's the sign of this distress of nations? What's the sign of your return? When will these things be? And what's the sign of? The sign of his return is the great tribulation. Verses 25 and 26. 21. Because they're asking them to expound. But these chapters are very different, brother. They didn't, when he sat upon the mountain, they didn't ask up in about no the temple. This is ridiculous, man.
Okay. Well, I agree that Matthew 24 is not just talking about 78. Verses 15 to verses 20, 24. I believe it. Well, but I'm saying I agree with you, man. But the abomination of desolation.
Tony, you don't. When you shut up on the mouth and all this talking about no 70 AD, you don't agree with
abomination of
once they got back to the mountain, Tony, he had already told them about 70 AD on the way back. Once they got back to the mountain, they're asking him to expound on his return. This ain't about the 70 AD happened before the times of the Gentiles, according to this chronology. We don't agree. It's not about no destruction of the temple. And if he's not talking about the temple, when he say go read Daniel, then he's not talking about. If Daniel is talking about the temple destroyed, that's not what Christ is telling you to read about. He's telling you to go read Daniel about the 3.5 years leading up to his return, about the questions he's answering. What is the sign of his return? The great tribulation. That's what Matthew 24 is about, bro. It ain't about the destruction of the temple.
That's why I'm saying, okay, so we do disagree on the abomination of desolation not being it says, spoken by Daniel the prophet.
Tony, you said that. I'm saying that.
Can you go into the Daniel the prophet and find me the abomination of desolation that's not talking about the destruction of the temple?
Read it like how many times have you Daniel 7, y'all? How many times have I heard Daniel 7 today?
Show me Daniel 7 abomination of desolation.
We've read it already, brother. I've read it several times. How many times have we got to read this? Oh, Jesus Christ. Let's get Daniel. This is goddamn Daniel. I'm picking up at verse 17. I'm picking up at verse 17. This is crazy. Christ said that this abomination of desolation is going to stand in the holy place. Right? Verse 17, under Daniel 7. These great beasts which are four kings, which shall arise out of the earth. And the saints of the Most High shall take the kingdom and possess the kingdom forever, even forever and ever. Then I will know the truth of the fourth beast, which was diverse from all the others, exceeding dreadful, whose teeth were of iron, and his nails of brass, which devoured, brake in pieces, and stamped the residue with his feet. And of the 10 horns that were in his head, and of the other which came up, to the 11th horn, and before whom 3 fell, even that horn that had eyes, and a mouth that spake great things, whose look was more stout than his fellows. I beheld, and the same horn made war with the saints and prevailed against them, until the ancient days came. And the judgment was given to the saints of the Most High. And the time came that the saints possessed the kingdom. Thus he said, the fourth beast shall be the fourth kingdom upon earth, which shall be diverse from all kingdoms, and shall devour the whole earth. Tony, not Jerusalem. It's not talking about the destruction of the temple. This is crazy. And shall tread it down and break it in pieces. And the 10 horns of this kingdom are 10 kings that shall arise, and the other and another shall arise after them. He shall be diverse from the first, and he shall subdue 3 kings, and he shall speak great words against the Most High. Uh-oh, here we go now. I ain't talking about no destruction of the temple. It's talking about this man blaspheming God. And shall wear out the saints of the Most High, and think to change times and laws, and shall be given into his hands until the time, and the dividing time. Let's get 2 Thessalonians again with this brother, man. Oh, God. 2 Thessalonians chapter 2. Let me start at the top. I beseech you, brethren, by the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ. We already looked at Luke 21, and we see that his coming is after the times of the Gentiles is fulfilled, after the stress of nations, after men's hearts failing them for fear, then they shall see the sign of the Son. So we're talking about that time frame, which is after all of that. By the gathering together into him, that he Be not soon shaken in mind, and be troubled, neither by spirit, nor by word, nor by letter, as from us, as the day of Christ is at hand. Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come except there come a falling away first, and the man of sin be revealed, the son of perdition, who opposes and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as God seated in the temple of God. The temple was destroyed, showing himself that he is God. This ain't talking about no 70 AD. The temple was destroyed before the times of the Gentiles. What temple is this he's sitting in? Skip Revelations. This ain't no. But yeah, what I want, 12? What I want, Revelations 12, what I want? Let me just start at the top, because I don't know exactly. And there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, and the moon under her feet, upon her head a crown of 12 stars. And she being without, travailing in birth, and pain to be delivered. And there appeared another wonder in heaven, and behold, a great red dragon, having 7 heads and 10 arms. Well, here are 10 arms again, and 7 crowns upon his head. And his tail drew a third part of the stars, and did cast them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman, which was ready to be delivered, for to devour her child as soon as it was born. And she brought forth the man child, who was to rule nations with a rod of iron, as her child was close unto God and to his throne. And the woman fled into the wilderness, where she had a place prepared of God, that they shall feed her there 1,260 days. That's your time and a half a time right there. And there was a war in heaven. Michael and his angels fought against the dragon, and the dragon fought his angels, and prevailed not. Neither was there a place found any more in heaven. And the great dragon was cast out, the old serpent called the devil, and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He cast out into the earth his angels were cast out with him. And I heard a loud voice saying in heaven, now is come salvation and strength and kingdom of our God and the power of Christ. For the accuser of our brethren is cast down, which accused them before our God day and night. And they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb and by the word of their testimony, and they loved not unto their lives unto death. This is chapter 1. Okay, here we go. Let's go down to verse 13. And when the dragon saw he was cast out of the earth, he persecuted the woman which brought forth the man child. And to the woman were given 2 wings of a great eagle, that she might fly into the wilderness, into her place where she should be nourished for a time, and a dividing of time on the face of the earth. And this is the same thing I just read in Daniel, that he's going to wear out the saints for a time and a half a time. Right? Didn't we just read in 1 Thessalonians that this happens during the time of the coming of our Lord Jesus Christ, which is clearly after the Great Tribulation and after that the second distress, according to Luke 21? Brother, you gotta make this make sense. You gotta talk.
I actually clearly, in the book of Daniel, show me the abomination of desolation. You went to Daniel 7, which is incorrect. That does not show us the abomination of desolation. That shows us the little.
The man standing there.
Hold on. They didn't interrupt you.
But that's not what you asked.
I didn't interrupt you.
That's not, but you're not gaslighting the audience. You're not about to gaslight the audience, Tony. That's not. I'm not
gaslighting the audience. I'm going to
show you gaslight. That's not what you did.
And I'm going to break down Daniel 7. I'm going to break down everything you brought out. And I'm going to show you how, even in the book of Daniel, you have the wrong understanding of how to prophesy times and a half time. You say that's 3.5 years. But in the book of Daniel, one day is a year. But I'm going to go into Daniel 7, which you brought up, which does not talk about the abomination of desolation. You're saying it's the little horn.
The book of Revelation says that it's 42 months.
Can I get my thought out?
The book of Revelation says that it's 42 months.
42 months, I know. That would be not 3.5 years literal. Prophetically, that would be 1,260 years.
That's 60 years.
Yes.
Jesus.
Hold on. Let me get my thought out. Here. Let's go to Daniel 7. So you went to started at verse 20, use that verse 16, 15. So this is an interpretation of a vision that Daniel just had. And it's speaking about the four kingdoms that will rise up. And how out of the fourth kingdom, 10 horns will rise up. And then a little horn will rise up and pluck out 3. Then it goes into more detail of this little horn. I was watching the same horn was making war against the saints and prevailed against them until the Ancient of Days came. So this little horn is going to make war with the saints, convince them all the way till Christ comes. He's still in the world, causing false doctrine, wine of Babylon. But Daniel 7 does not tell us what the abomination of desolation is, which Christ is speaking about, which I asked Val to show me specifically. Daniel 9 tells us what that is. And that is the temple being trodden down. And there is giving desolation. That's what Christ is talking about from Daniel 9. When Christ says that in that where he's not talking about Daniel chapter 7. That's not what he's talking about. He's talking about Daniel chapter 9. So it's clear that the abomination of desolation is speaking about 70 AD. But now, Val, when you come into Daniel 7 and we talk about the little horn, it is times, and half a times, which is the 42 months.
I didn't hear wait a minute. You just made a statement and just want to go past that like, okay, that's the truth. I didn't hear where the abomination of desolation is 70 AD. You didn't prove that.
I did. Okay, so when Christ says, which is written in the book of Daniel, he's not quoting Daniel 7, which you brought out. He's not quoting Daniel 7. He's quoting Daniel 9.
Okay. What did I read in Daniel 7? Didn't I read in Daniel 7 that this man is going to speak great things against the Most High?
Yes, I agree that that's
okay.
Daniel.
So when we go to Revelations, I read Revelations 12.
When Christ is quoting.
I read Revelations. I read 2 Thessalonians. I read Revelations 12 to you. Look at Revelations 13. They worship the dragon which gave power unto the beast, and they worship the beast and like unto the beast. Who was able to make war with him? And there was given unto him a mouth speaking great things and blasphemies. What are we talking about, Tony? It's the same thing. Same thing Apostle Paul said, and the same thing Daniel said.
Well, is it my turn? Because I agree that Matthew 24 is not just talking about 70 AD. But where it is talking about 70 AD is the abomination of desolation from verse 15 to verse 20. That's speaking about 70 AD, bro. That's what I'm talking about. You keep bringing up points about the Antichrist. It's two different situations. I agree there's going to be an Antichrist who sits in the temple of God, but that's why I disagree with your interpretation that that's saying there's going to be a third temple. No, there's not. That's why you can't say the abomination of desolation is 70 AD, because you have this doctrine of a third temple being built. And if you agree on that, your whole doctrine crumbles.
So I don't crumble. But so your stance, Tony, is that the abomination of desolation is not the Antichrist. Those are two separate entities.
The Antichrist comes out of the fourth beast. That is the little horn. The Antichrist is the little horn.
So you're saying, wait a minute. So you're saying that the abomination of desolation that Christ is talking about, spoken of by Daniel the prophet, that's not the Antichrist.
No, that was fulfilled
by
Rome. No, that was fulfilled by. Can I answer that? No, that was fulfilled by Rome. But the Antichrist comes out of Rome.
What was fulfilled by Rome?
The abomination of desolation, which is spoken by in Daniel chapter 9, which Christ is actually quoting. not Daniel chapter 7.
So my question is, you're saying that the abomination of desolation that Christ is talking about in Matthew 24, that's not the same Antichrist that Paul is talking about in 2 Thessalonians and in Revelations, right? That's not the same thing.
No, that's not the same thing. No.
Oh my God. Okay, I got you now. Now I understand. I further understand your doctrine. It's false, but I understand where you're coming from.
Yeah, because where Christ is quoting from, the abomination of desolation, which is spoken by the prophet Daniel, which he's talking about in chapter 9, is speaking about the destruction of the second temple. So if we're gonna take, you're gonna, where Christ is quoting from, he's talking about the destruction of the second temple. That's what I'm trying to show you.
That's what I want you to do for us, Tommy, because everybody's probably thinking the same thing. Go to Matthew 24. Show us what's 70 AD and what's future.
All right. Matthew 24. From verse 15 to verse 20. Therefore, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken by the prophet Daniel, standing in the holy place, which is Daniel chapter 9, then let those who are in Judea flee to the mountains. Let him who is on the housetop not go down and take anything out of his house. Let him who is in the field not go back to get his clothes. But woe to those who are pregnant and to those who are nursing babies in those days. And pray that your flight not be in the winter or the Sabbath. Period.
70 AD.
Hold on.
I'm still reading about 70 AD.
Yes, right at that period. Verse 21 is speaking past them. That great tribulation, which Daniel 12 is speaking about.
Where's the split again? At what point in Matthew 24 are we not talking about 70 AD no more? To 23?
Verse 21. Verse 21 is not talking about 70.
21 is not talking about 70 AD. That's interesting, right? Because when you go back to, let's look at Jeremiah 30th chapter. This is crazy. As a matter of fact, let's go to John 16 first, and then we're going to go to, because Matthew 24 verse 21, he basically tells you that it's not going to be a day like this. It's not going to be a time like this great tribulation, right? So if you're saying that, hold on, because you're saying that from 21 on, it's not about 70 AD. It's not. But you're saying that the 3.5 years, you're putting that time and a half of time leading up to the destruction of the temple. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not. Who said that? The time,
okay, so
half the time is done by the done by the people, done by the little horn. The abomination of desolation has nothing to do with the little horn.
I'm trying to dissect this because my position is once they set upon the mount, they're not talking about 70 AD. But you're saying that everything leading up to verse 21, once you get to 21, he's not talking about 70 AD anymore. That's what you're saying?
When it pertains to verses 15 to 20, I'm talking about those 5 verses.
That's still all 70 AD.
Yeah, that's 70 AD right there. Verse 21.
And then when he says, right, so then when he gets, okay, let's read this, because I'm trying to figure out how he split and jumped to the future. Let's start at verse 20. But pray ye that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day, for there shall be great tribulation. A great tribulation. But this is leading up to 70 AD. Ain't no, listen, there's 2 distresses in the land. When you go to Luke 21, you read about the distress in the land before you get to verse 20, and then verse 25 to 26 is the great tribulation, according to my eschatology. But let's keep reading this. Because 15, you said when you get to 21, that's when it splits. It's no longer talking about the future. I mean, it's no longer talking about 70 AD. Well, let's see if it's split. I'm going to start at 15. Where ye therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, standing in the holy place, whosoever readeth, let him understand. then let him which be in Judea flee into the mountains. Let him which is on the housetop not come down to take anything out of their house. It's still 70 AD. Neither let him which is in the field return back to take his clothes. And woe unto them that are with child, and to them that give suck in those days. But pray ye that your flight be not in the winter, neither on the Sabbath day. For then shall be said, for then, the same time frame. Well, I expect here, Tony. For then, talking about the time frame he just talked about, shall be great tribulation. So how we jump into the future right here?
Context. The context changes. He's talking about different events. No.
See, listen to Tony. What I am is good. What I am, this Bible right here is written in English. This Bible was written in English. I am is an English major. I passed every last one of my major English schools at one of the top English departments on the East Coast at the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. What you're not going to do is try to gaslight me on how to read this language. He just read some things that was going to happen. And then verse 21, he says, for then, meaning what he just talked about, shall be great tribulation. He ain't jumped no 2,000 years in the future right there, bro. What are you talking about, man?
Because you don't know prophecy now. If you knew what he was talking about, you would have the position that Christ already returned. If that's the case. Because if you're going to say that these are all aligned,
petition that because Christ in the bottom of this chapter, Christ says that he comes immediately after all of this stuff.
I can't even finish.
Because you just lied on me. I'm not the petition that Christ is already returned if I take that position. Because Christ in this chapter says he's not coming until after all of this. No, that's not the petition, bro.
All right, bro. Got it. Because it's clear and simple what Christ is talking about, the abomination of desolation, spoken about in the prophet Daniel. That right there makes my position right. Because going to the prophet Daniel, the abomination of desolation is the
you just came off the mic in front of all of these people, Tony, and said when you get to verse 21, that's no longer 70 AD. But what Christ said in verse 21 is for then. What's the then? The stuff he just told you about before that verse. For then should be great. No, brother, you can't jump into the future after. No. And if anybody agrees with him, please come and help support that. He's saying that in Matthew 24, you're reading about 70 AD up until verse 21. That's ridiculous.
It's fine. You don't have to agree with me. Scriptures agree with me.
Anybody else agree with that? Brother Follow, Eliakim, Elijah, Sister Sarah, Chosen, Hurricane, Sister Leader, Kitover. Anybody? Well, not Kitover. There's no gas like this. Anybody agree with that? That in Matthew 24, after they set upon the mountain, he's talking about 70 AD until you get to verse 21. Does anybody agree with that? Somebody, please.
I guarantee they'll agree that the abomination of desolation in Daniel is talking about the destruction of the second temple.
Can you read verse 21 again?
Not during the Roman time period, though.
I got you, sisters. I got you, sisters. Verse 21 says, for then shall be great tribulation, such as was since the beginning of for then shall be great tribulation, such as was not since the beginning of the world. To this time, no, there'll be. He's saying that scripture right there, from that on is now future. Everything about before that is 70 AD. Which now makes sense, because he started the sentence with for then. For then means in reference to what he just said. That's ridiculous, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what, Profile?
Yes, sir. DOC, what's good with you?
Hey, what's happening? You see, the whole thing is that the preterist doctrine, man-made doctrine, if they do their studies, and they really go back and do their due diligence, and go look at where the theological systematic framework was built from and why they will throw that away, because Luis de Alcazar he was born in 1554, died in 1613. His autobiography or his book was published in 1614, and it went, in our time we call it Vibro, and it began to grow and gain steam from there. You see, there was a war, a theological war, in the height of the Reformation, as people like Martin Luther, John Calvin, Theodore Beza. Okay, these are Protestants. Okay, and the Roman Catholic Church was being accused by them of being the Antichrist system of Revelation chapter 13 through Revelation chapter 18, because they were mistreating them and treating them like that and not honoring Christ and the Holy Spirit in that way, making themselves above it, the papal office and position, and they were calling them the Antichrist, the beast system. So Luis de Alcazar of Spain, literally, he was a Roman Catholic Jesuit priest scholar, and he began to do some studying and looking up and everything, and during that time he decided to move the book of Revelation, true story, I can't make this up, fact check me, to a point where it was moved from where it's at now, truly the truth of it, the revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave, 94 to 95, the Apostle John, was on the Isle of Patmos, and he received a vision and wrote it, okay, to the letters to the seven churches of Asia Minor, but he moved it from there and said, well, everything happened in 70 AD. He was a partial preterist. He wasn't full. You see, so from all other prophecies up until chapter 18 had happened. Now here comes James John Stuart Russell in the 19th century, and what he did was said, no, everything happened in 70 AD or before. And then you have Max R. King. In the 20th century proclaiming the same thing. It's a man-made doctrine, and it's a sad thing because you can't find not one book, chapter, and verse to proclaim what they really trying to proclaim. They taking Matthew 24, 1 and 2, Luke 21 and Mark 13 of the destruction of the temple, and saying every other prophecy fits. But all I got to do is just take them to Joel chapter 2, verse 31. The sun shall be darkened, and the moon shall be turned to blood for the great and terrible day of the Lord. Jesus Christ confirms that in Matthew 24, 29. And the proper fulfillment of that is where? In Revelation chapter 6, verse 12. You see, literally. You see, and there's other prophecies. You see, there's never been a great and terrible day of the Lord. Since the beginning of time or beginning of creation of heaven and earth. That's the Bible. You see, so when they get to talking, they're talking because they're indoctrinized by what somebody else have convinced them and told them. But if they go look up Luis de Alcazar and hear what he wrote and see what they wrote and what was going on then, and then the Protestants began to change and become preterists. On Wednesday nights, I got the Bible versus the preterist doctrine on trial in Apocalypse Now in my house. And I'm letting the Bible strip down, and the Bible and the witnesses of the Bible is the book, chapter, and verses. That God be true and every man a liar, and Luis de Alcazar and everybody else as a man, woman, boy, and girl is a liar. You see, unto that Bible. You see, so the bottom line is, it's right there before your eyes. They don't have nothing but Luis de Alcazar and some concepts of a few people before that trying to say perhaps, but they never really got his they're doing, but what they do is, and I'm going to land here, bro, Val, what they do is they'll give you everything you ask it for from Genesis to Jude. They'll stand next to you, they'll preach it with you, they'll fight you with it, they'll agree with it, and everything. Disagree with you with it and everything, because they'll agree with that. From Genesis to Jude, but 4 books and some book chapter verses in which that's the Olivet Discourse, and that's the book of Revelation. It's already happened. And you got to justify Revelation chapter 2 and chapter 3. The 7 churches of Asia Minor, that's 70 AD. After, you see, because 2 churches are already established. That's Ephesus. We see that in chapter 18 and 19 of the book of Acts. And then we also see Laodicea and Philemia. You see, literally in chapter 1, verse 1. You see, we see the names of those 2. The churches were not established for the most part then. So all I'm saying is, when they really, talking, they ain't really talking. They talking about what somebody else said. It ain't history. Because Josephus don't say nothing about the sun being darkened and the moon being turned to blood. None of the apostles, none of the historians. They got to justify it. But anyway, that's all I want to say, man. You're right. Some people just, anyway, I just want to lay that down, Doc. You got it, bro. You there, bro?
Talking to me, DLC.
I relinquish the mic, man. When I get to talking, man, the word of God, I don't want to watch. And I'm going to empty my cup, man. But, you got a lot of people got that residue, that Peter's residue on them, bro.
That brother came on stage and told us that in Matthew 24, that everything is 70 AD until you get to verse 21. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life, man.
Yeah, because all you got to do is just line up the Olivet Discourse, chapter 20, just say 24, verse 4 through 10, and you line it up with Revelation chapter 6, verse 10 through 11. It goes, like I always say, verbatim. Each one, you line it up, verse by verse, going all the way through. You're going to be like, oh my God.
Can't put that in 70 AD, huh? Can't put that in 70 AD.
Man, you can't put that in 70 AD because Jesus Christ is prophesying the second question. When will all these signs, when your return be? And he begins to address the second question. Now, it skips and goes after that. It changes and goes to various other things, but he comes right back to his return. And that's verse 29. Verse 21 all the way through from that point. You see, talking about it's skipping, but he's talking about the return of him. You see, and then he'll go into after that the son of perdition and a couple other things, but he's still talking about that's dealing with the end of the age. So he's addressing everything because remember those 3 questions in verse 3, man. When would all these things take place? When would the sign of your return be? What will be the sign of the end of the age? You see, and he addressed all 3. Really, he did, but he didn't really say nothing about that first one, that first question, and what he said in verse 1 and 2. You see, he didn't say nothing, and there's nothing in Scripture to show 70 AD, but we know historians say 70 AD is when Jerusalem and the people was destroyed and they were scattered in the region, not just up in the Asia Minor, but all over wherever they could go. But then when you go to Revelation 2 and 3, you got to justify that. And they can't. That's after 70 AD, literally.
You said he didn't. You said. DOC, you said he didn't address the second question. Hold on, let's read the questions.
No,
As he said upon the mount.
No, he addressed the second question. That's why verse 4 through 10 is being discussed by him. You know,
Which one you say he didn't really address one of the questions? Which one was it?
The first question.
The first one was tell us when these things shall be.
That's right, and he was talking about 78. He was talking about the destruction of the temple. He just went on to the second question because one of his disciples asked the question. Now, hear me out. In Matthew 24, 21, Matthew 24, verse 1 and 2, after he, like we discussed it, he left, he came out the temple. He talked to them and told them then that the temple would be destroyed and Jerusalem would be destroyed. And they was warring. And it takes about a half a mile to a mile to get up top to Mount Olivet. We had this discussion a couple of weeks ago. And by the time they got up there, they were sitting because of all three. One, he's talking to them as they're leaving the temple in one or two of 24, 21, or about 13. You see. So he's holding a conversation then, but when they get up on top of the mountain of Mount Olivet, they come privately and ask him. And when they asked him privately, what did they ask him? Lord, when would all these things take place? One of the disciples said. You see, what take place? The destruction of the temple or Jerusalem. But then another one came and said, well, when will the sign of your return be? And then the third question. But he didn't address the first question at that point. He didn't address the first question. He addressed the second question. 4 through 10 is dealing with his return and the judgment tribulation of Revelation chapter 6. Literally. And then when you read, go to verse 10 in Matthew 24, 4 to verse 10, then you'll see when you read Revelation chapter 6, verse 2 through 11, you'll be like, oh my God. And even those who are murdered, it's in line verbatim with chapter verse 4 to verse 10 of Matthew 24, bro. I mean, you can read it.
Only thing I disagree with you about, DOC, is that once he set upon the Mount of Olives, that they was asking him about the destruction of the temple. No, I don't think none of those questions. Hold on, let me get it out, bro. Once they set upon the mount, I don't think none of those questions were about the temple, because he already told them about that on the way back to the mountain. Right? He told them about that. The last thing. Hold on, brother. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish. No, I'm with you. On this journey back to the mount from the temple, he told them about all of that. About 70 AD, about the destruction of the temple. Then he starts speaking past 70 AD. And when he spoke past 70 AD, he talked about the times of the Gentiles, the Great Tribulation, and his return. So when they got back to on the journey back, so when they got back to the mount, and he sat upon the Mount of Olives, well, they asked him, well, tell us what these things shall be. And what's the sign of thy coming and of the end of the world? He already told them about the temple being destroyed on the way back. Now they're asking him to expound on the last thing he said, which is his return. So those questions, once he set up, they were not about 70 AD at all. Because he already told them, he was about to have the same conversation twice. Now, they're asking him to expound on his return. Now, you say after this distress of nations, after men's hearts filled them for fear, and then, so you see the Son of Man coming in the clouds with power and great glory? Oh, okay, well, now they're back in the mountain. Well, tell us when these things shall be. And what shall be the sign of your coming and of the end of the world? So they're asking them to expound on that. He already told them about the temple. He's not talking about 70 AD at all when he gets to the mountain.
So when you say that he told them about it, yes, he did, because we can disciples, the first question was, tell me.
We do know though, DLC.
Right. No. I'm not saying that they didn't. I'm saying they asked.
I'm talking about when you just said from the time frame that they walked from the temple back to the mountain, you don't know what he told you. We do know. That's what we're reading. That's what we're reading in Luke 21. That's what we're reading in the conversation on the way back to the mountain.
Right. What I mean is that it doesn't give a time. Okay. It doesn't tell us what day, hour, and time. Remember, he never tells anything about the day and hour, and that's what they're trying to figure out. That's what they're really trying to figure out, because there's no wars going on during that time. At that point in time, they're in peace. Okay, they're walking, they ain't dodging missiles and bombs and arrows and whatever. They're not. The Roman Catholic Empire is not attacking them at that time. You see, so what I'm trying to say is they are at peace. So they are mind blown to hear this. That beautiful temple, okay, and the dome and everything gonna be destroyed, and the city, oh my God, well, where would all these things be? And then that second question, and he dismissed that first question. Yeah, you're probably right. He did elaborate and talk about it probably with them, but I'm sure he did. It's there. But that second question is what he turned to and addressed. And then you see verse 4 through 10, he's talking about wars and rumors of wars and famines and pestilence and, let no man deceive you, saying that he is the Christ. All of that good goobity-goo, yabba dabba do stuff. And then you go to Revelation chapter 6, verse 2 through 11, and you see the four horsemen of the apocalypse. The white horse, one who with a crown and a bow with no arrow, he's coming to conquer and to conquer. The second red horse, the one who rides on that red horse, he's coming to take peace away. That's wars and rumors of wars. The third horse, the black horse, he's coming with a pair of scales and balances. And then there's what you call famine. It's called famine in the land. Many people will be dying during this time he's prophesying. Be dying of starvation. Well, it's more so spiritual starvation than spiritual famine, as they spiritually regurgitate the word of God, reject God and his son and the Holy Spirit, the word of God. But then you got the pale horse, the sickly green horse. Hold on, Doctor. The fourth one. And I'm showing you how they line up verbatim with verse 4 through verse 10. When you go look at it and put each one of them together, you're going to be like, oh man, this is a dumb game. The game over.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. I just disagree, DOC, that they were asking. Those questions that they set upon the mount was about 70 AD. I disagree with that because look at Mark 13. This is Mark's account.
You said they were about 70 AD.
No, you said one of the questions that they asked after they got back to the Mount of Olives about the destruction of the temple. And I just don't agree with that, right? You were lining up 3 questions. But look at Mark's account of the same situation after he set upon the Mount of Olives. Mark 13, and I'm at verse 3. And as he sat upon the Mount of Olives over against the temple, Peter and James and John, Andrew asked him privately. Watch this. It's not 3 questions this time. It's just 2. Tell us when these things shall be, and what shall be the sign when all these things shall be fulfilled. See, it's not the same way that Matthew worded it, but it's the same account, the same event. I'm sitting on the mountain and asking him to expound on the conversation that they had with him on the way back. So, I don't disagree with you. I just don't think that those questions had anything to do with the temple. Once they he had already talked about it.
What would those questions be if he hadn't said anything else prior to that? You see, not that they talk about
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, not that they talk.
That's what I'm talking about. He did.
3. You see, not that they came and said was talking with him about chapter 20 as he rebuked the Pharisees, hardcore, and then went into the Mount of Olivet conversations. You see, that's where I'm at, trying to look at to see just what's what, because,
okay,
if
let's do this.
About any other thing, then it throws it off for me. Now, you can make it make sense to me, man.
All right, let's make it make sense. Let's make it make sense. day of the same situation, Christ departing out of the temple and him telling them that the temple will be thrown, right?
Right.
Now, let's just read all three accounts. Let's start Mark 13 first. And as he went out of the temple, one of the disciples said unto him, Master, see what manner of stones and what buildings are here? And Jesus answering said unto them, seest thou these great buildings? There shall not be one left. It said, there shall not be left one stone upon another that shall not be thrown down. Now, that's Mark's account of Christ saying that the temple will be destroyed. Let's go read Matthew the 24th chapter. Start at the top. And Jesus went out of the temple